Qingshan, a top-ranking player in the sword cultivation leaderboard of 9 heavens, awakened one day to find himself transported into the game world. Sword cultivators are renowned for possessing the highest damage output, yet the frailest health, often dubbed brutes. Their encounters are straightforward. Either one perishes, or the other does. Gazing at his gossamer-like health bar, Qingshan fell into contemplation. Thus, he made a decision that defied ancestral traditions. He would no longer be reckless. Instead, he would adopt a more cautious approach. When battling monsters, he would first accumulate 10 layers of buffs. In player-versus-player combat, he would establish 3 defensive formations beforehand. In dungeon raids, he would remain shielded at the entrance even as his teammates fell, until one fateful day, when a world-ending boss descended, and all sword cultivators rushed in only to be defeated in an instant. In the moment of despair, a figure emerged slowly from the shadows, clad in layers of buffs. With over 10,000 defense, he withstood the boss's onslaught for 10 minutes. Without losing health, the entire server was astounded. Is this truly a sword cultivator? Qingshan calmly sheathed his sword, stating, "I merely prefer to play it safe." Chapter 1, Arrival. You have suffered self-destructive damage from the Blood Demon Lord. You are now deceased. You have slain the Blood Demon Lord, completing the quest and receiving the final reward, legendary talent extraction in progress. As Qingshan regained consciousness, the echoes of the intense battle's system prompts lingered in his mind. A satisfied smile crept upon his lips. Despite the immense prestige of various guilds among players, it was he, a lone player, who successfully snatched the final reward of the quest. This fierce battle, dubbed the God-Slaying War, was organized by the 9 Heavens officials to celebrate the game's 10th anniversary. On that day, a server-wide announcement was made. One of the Demon Lords, the Blood Demon Lord, was trapped in the Abyss and could not escape for a short time. Players were urged to rush to the Abyss to besiege the Blood Demon Lord and fight for the human cultivators. The player who ultimately vanquished the Blood Demon Lord would receive the quest's final reward, the legendary talent. The announcement caused a sensation across the server, igniting a frenzy among all players. The Demon Lord, one of the most formidable NPCs in the game, had always been perceived as an invincible and deadly boss. Over the past decade since the game's launch, although the main storyline had progressed into its mid-phase, the Demon Lord remained an insurmountable challenge for players. While players could charge recklessly at any foe with a health bar, defeating the Demon Lord was a feat far beyond their current capabilities. The reason was simple. The Demon Lord was no fool. If he sensed danger, he would escape, and players lacked the ability to restrain him. This is precisely why this battle, intended to surround the Demon Lord, was referred to as the God-Slaying War. For players at this stage, the difficulty of slaying the Demon Lord was akin to that of slaying a god. Now that the Demon Lord was confined within the Abyss, players could leverage their numbers to wear him down. The opportunity to slay a god was laid out before them, and who wouldn't be excited? More importantly, the final reward for the quest was the coveted legendary talent. The significance of talents in 9 Heavens is indisputable. Since the game's inception, players were often seen as cannon fodder in the eyes of NPCs, characters with decent cultivation but trivial combat prowess. NPCs of similar cultivation levels could easily dispatch their player counterparts, with some extraordinary NPCs capable of defeating players several levels higher. Why was this? It was because these protagonist template NPCs possessed extraordinary talents. For instance, a certain talented sword cultivator NPC had the legendary talent Frosty Sword. Damage dealt by sword techniques increased by 100. Yes, legendary talents are as straightforward and brutal as that. With double damage per sword strike, battling at the same level would feel akin to slaughtering vegetables. How could one compete? Better to avoid confrontation altogether. Typically, players enter games assuming themselves to be the protagonists, only to discover that they play the role of mere extras, meant to highlight the prowess of the true protagonists. That in the presence of NPCs, aside from the ability to respawn infinitely, players have little sense of superiority left. This disheartening reality is now flipped on its head, as the officials present an opportunity for all players to assume the role of protagonists. Who could remain indifferent? This time, the reward settlement method for the anniversary event has players blood racing. The player who delivers the final blow to the Blood Demon Lord will receive the ultimate reward. Usually, such server-wide activities calculate final rewards based on contribution. The player with the highest contribution rate claims the reward. While this method is theoretically fair, it often leads to the top rewards going to elite players, leaving ordinary players unable to compete for the ultimate prize. To vie for this so-called grand prize, each event resembles a celestial showdown, with ordinary players merely contributing to the chaos, hoping for minimal participation rewards. However, This 10th anniversary celebration offers a starkly different reward settlement method, igniting the aspirations of countless ordinary players. Isn't this the officials encouraging us to seize the moment? Seizing the moment is indeed an art. Yes, elite players are formidable. Yet, in such a grand event, with countless skills unleashed upon the Blood Demon Lord simultaneously, who can accurately gauge the damage dealt? Even the most elite players cannot guarantee they will land the final blow. With a stroke of luck, they might deliver the killing blow. Considering the immense popularity of Nine Heavens, an account with a legendary talent would be worth a fortune. Not to mention, selling such an account would yield far greater rewards than winning the lottery, enough wealth to indulge in a lifetime of extravagance. Thus, even many players who typically remain indifferent to such events found themselves stirred, flocking to the abyss. After all, who cannot dream a little? Qingshan was among this throng of hopeful players. However, unlike the average player, he was a somewhat renowned figure, ranking within the top 10 of the Sword Cultivator leaderboard, and the only wild player without a guild among them. As a top-tier Sword Cultivator, Qingshan possessed a few unique trump cards, Heaven and Earth One Sword. At the cost of dropping a major realm, the first damage-dealing skill cast by the player would inherit extraordinary effects, true damage, execution, effect, and ignoring death immunity. Each of these effects, when considered separately, could be deemed a legendary talent. Moreover, the combination of all three effects was terrifyingly potent. Naturally, acquiring such immense power comes at a significant cost. The price of dropping a major realm means that Qingshan had possessed this skill for quite some time, but had yet to employ it. As his cultivation level continued to rise, the cost of a realm drop felt increasingly burdensome. He had thought this skill would languish in his skill bar forever. Yet now, an opportunity for a gamble lay before him. Even with the enhancements of Heaven and Earth One Sword, he could not ensure he would deliver the final blow, but the probability was undoubtedly significantly increased, and he was willing to take this chance. Should he fail to obtain the ultimate reward, he could always devote the following time to diligently regaining his cultivation. However, should success be achieved, he would possess a legendary talent, the first of its kind owned by a player in Nine Heavens. Even if he were to fall a significant realm, or even if his cultivation were to regress to the foundation establishment stage, it would still be a resounding profit. Thus, as the formidable life force of the Blood Demon Lord plummeted under the relentless assault of the players, on the verge of self-destruction, Qingshan unleashed the Heaven and Earth One Sword, executing his most powerful sword technique. What followed was a dazzling flash of red light and the sound of 2 system notifications. Upon hearing the first system notification, Qingshan initially feared he had failed. Fortunately, the second notification soon followed. Ultimately, he had succeeded. Qingshan sensed a peculiar stiffness and a chill enveloping his body, as if he were submerged in some liquid. He could not help but furrow his brow. Resurrection should not entail such sensations. Could this be a side effect of using the Heaven and Earth One Sword? His immediate reaction was to curse inwardly. Damn it, you scheming developers, what sort of tricks are you pulling? To drop a whole realm in cultivation is already a considerable setback, yet you still have to concoct these bizarre complications upon resurrection. Instinctively, Qingshan probed the spiritual energy within his body. Empty, as expected. Wait, completely empty. As a seasoned player of Nine Heavens, had he not diligently cultivated to the current version's upper limit of the combined stage? Even if the Heaven and Earth One Sword caused his cultivation to regress a full realm, there should be no reason for his Danshin to be devoid of any spiritual energy. Could this be a bug? Though numerous thoughts flickered through his mind, in reality, only a fleeting moment had passed since he regained consciousness. With a sense of bewilderment, Qingshan slowly opened his eyes that he found himself in a dim and damp cave, where luminous pearls were embedded in the walls, casting a soft white glow that illuminated his current predicament. It was not merely a sensation. He was indeed submerged in liquid at this very moment. He was in a small pool, filled with a dark liquid, and he found himself floating within it, akin to soaking in a hot spring, with only his head protruding above the surface. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed that in this small pool, alongside him, there were dozens of adorable little heads bobbing on the surface, all arranged in neat order. Chapter 2. Legendary Talent. What is this? Logically, I should have been resurrected at the previously bound resurrection point, rather than finding myself in this inexplicably strange cavern. Qingshan couldn't help but be taken aback. He carefully examined the liquid in which he was submerged, pitch black as ink, with faint silver strands floating within. A subtle scent of decay wafted into his nostrils. As a seasoned player who had entered the game during the beta period of Nine Heavens, Qingshan quickly reached a conclusion. This seemed to be the most basic level of the first-class corpse liquid. an auxiliary spiritual liquid used by demonic cultivators to refine corpse puppets. Corpse puppets, how long ago was that memory? Qingshan found himself momentarily lost in thought. The corpse puppet chaos was the main storyline during the beta phase of Nine Heavens. If he had not participated in the beta, he might not have been aware of it. By the time Nine Heavens officially launched, the corpse puppet chaos had already concluded, and as a newly entered player, he had merely skimmed through the main storyline of that beta version without significant involvement. In fact, not only the corpse puppet chaos, but players of low strength had consistently lacked the qualification to genuinely engage in the storyline during the initial versions, merely trailing behind NPCs to witness the spectacle. Wait a minute, wasn't this thing completely eradicated by human cultivators after the conclusion of the corpse puppet chaos? No, that is not important. What truly matters is my cultivation level. And why am I here? Where's this place? Qingshan felt his mind was becoming muddled. Suddenly, countless fragments of memories detonated like an atomic bomb within the depths of his consciousness, leaving him disoriented. His breathing quickened, and his pupils constricted, as if he were in a daze. He remembered. He recalled that he was Qingshan, born in Qingzhou, a member of the Lu family, a lineage of cultivators in Qingzhou. However, he had not become a cultivator due to his family's bloodline, for his mother was merely an ordinary mortal, a woman chosen at random by his cultivator father for amusement. In a world where the strong prey upon the weak, and might is revered, his flamboyant cultivator father clearly did not place much importance on so-called blood relations. In reality, his father had sown his seeds too widely to manage them all. With little talent for cultivation, he became a mid-level manager in the family's secular business. During a cargo transport, he was attacked by cultivators, and when he awoke, he found himself in this bizarre cavern. No, Qingshan jolted, continually reminding himself in his mind. This is not how it is. I am Qingshan. But I am not the Qingshan of Qingzhou. I am a citizen of a country named Huaxia in another dimension. Yet the memories in his mind incessantly whispered to him, you are Qingshan. Whether the Qingshan of Qingzhou or the Qingshan of Huaxia, both are you. Qingshan's heart was in turmoil. He had come to understand everything. Indeed, he traversed realms, finding himself within the world of Nine Heavens, the game for which he had toiled for a decade. Nine Heavens stands as the most illustrious holographic virtual reality game of the interstellar era, reigning supreme atop the gaming charts for 10 years, with peak concurrent players exceeding 100 million and a staggering total of 3 billion registered users. The game unfolds within a fantastical realm, vast enough that even prior to Qingshan's arrival, players had yet to fully explore its expanse. And its narrative remained rich and intricate, having only progressed to the mid-game stage after a decade of operation. As a full-time player who relied on Nine Heavens for his livelihood, Qingshan had witnessed the evolution of various game versions and had garnered a modest reputation among players, effortlessly attracting over 1 million viewers during his live streams. The impending chaos of the Corpse Puppet Rebellion indicated that he was still situated within the era of Chang'an. Qingshan's expression grew grave. The era of Chang'an, which originally signified peace and stability, was ironically the very period from which the most tumultuous events in this world would soon arise. The Corpse Puppet Rebellion heralded the onset of years of turmoil. Contemplating this, a wave of exhaustion washed over Qingshan. This impending upheaval would engulf all, from cultivators to mortals, with no one able to evade the pervasive chaos and violence. Ultimately, Qingshan exhaled deeply, gradually regaining his composure, not because he had devised a strategy, but rather embodying a traditional Chinese ethos. Since one has arrived, what else can be done? Accept it. Fortunately, he had traversed to the waning years of Chang'an, prior to the public release of the game, where the chaos was still brewing. Given his understanding of the plot, there remained some room for maneuvering. Had he been abruptly thrust into the storyline following the battle with the Blood Demon Lord, as a mere mortal devoid of any cultivation, he would have been entirely lost, awaiting inevitable demise. The waning years of Chang'an, like a bolt of lightning illuminating the night sky, suddenly sparked a realization within Qingshan, tightening his heart as he surveyed his surroundings. As a game that had remained vibrant for a decade, Nine Heavens boasted not only a remarkably balanced and engaging combat system, but also an immersive narrative and NPCs imbued with lifelike intelligence. Having experienced that grand narrative, he harbored countless regrets he wished to amend, yet lacked the opportunity. Now, however, he found himself back at the inception of it all, positioned as a prophet within this world. He was certain that no one else could possess a clearer understanding of the imminent events than he. Perhaps, given another chance, those regrets might finally find resolution. Qingshan's heart raced. At that moment, it felt as though something within him had ignited. Yet, he shook his head, glancing at the small heads scattered around him. The immediate concern was to devise a means of escape. At present, he was merely an ordinary individual, and rescuing himself from the clutches of the demon cultivators was no simple feat. Soaking in the first-grade strong corpse liquid is indicative of a cultivator at the nascent stage of Qi refinement, suggesting that this practitioner is merely at the foundational level of cultivation. However, regardless of their level, a cultivator remains a cultivator, far from being easily dealt with by an ordinary individual. Suddenly, Qingshan was taken aback. An unexpected brilliance flashed before his eyes. A torrent of data cascaded in front of him, a myriad of zeros and ones darting across his retina, transforming into streams of azure light. At last, the data flow stabilized, revealing a piece of information before him. You have been immersed in strong corpse liquid, first grade, for 3 months, acquiring the talent, thick skin, and tough flesh. What is this? A buzzing filled Qingshan's mind. As a seasoned netizen of the interstellar era, it was impossible for him to be oblivious to its meaning. Qingshan quickly regained his composure. The attribute panel. The attribute panel. He incessantly chanted within his mind. A faint blue light curtain then emerged in his consciousness. Qingshan, human, profession, none cultivation method, none rank, none experience points, 0 free attribute points, 0 personal attributes, strength 1, agility 1, mana 1, soul 1, charisma 1, endurance 1 health points, 20/20 spiritual power, 0 talent, innate sword seed, legendary as an innate sword seed. Your aptitude for swordsmanship far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. As a natural-born expert in the way of the sword, the experience required for learning and upgrading any sword technique is permanently reduced by 30, while you can unrestrictedly wield any sword and learn any sword technique. Thick skin and tough flesh. Prolonged immersion in the strong corpse liquid has, despite corroding your soul, significantly enhanced your physical constitution, granting an additional 10 health points and reducing damage from first-grade spells by 20. Skill, Heavenly Eye Technique. Universal detects information about individuals. The greater the disparity in cultivation, the less information can be obtained. This is the character attribute panel of 9 heavens. Gazing at the virtual data reflected in his mind, Qingshan couldn't help but smile. As a veteran player of 9 heavens, possessing this attribute panel, coupled with his understanding of the world's narrative, seemed to provide him with the means to seize his own destiny and perhaps even alter the fates of others. This did not appear to be an insurmountable challenge. Chapter 3, Cultivation Method, Part 1. Though he reveled in the joy of newly acquired abilities, Qingshan soon discerned an anomaly within his attribute panel. His panel resembled that of an ordinary player just entering the game, with all 6 fundamental attributes set at 1, a so-called blank slate. However, a rather extraordinary entry appeared in his talent section, the legendary talent, innate sword seed. Legendary talents were something no player had possessed before his transmigration. It was evident that the reason for this extraordinary feature on his attribute panel was that he had inadvertently brought along the final reward from the god-slaying war during his crossing. Is this a form of a golden finger, super double? Qingshan furrowed his brow, sinking into contemplation. According to the game setting of 9 heavens, there are 6 fundamental attributes. Strength, which determines the explosive power of the physical body and significantly impacts physical attack power. Agility, which affects a character's reaction speed, attack speed, movement speed, and casting speed. Mana, which influences the potency of spells cast by the character, unlike other games in 9 heavens. The mana attribute does not determine the upper limit of the character's spiritual energy. Instead, this limit is entirely dependent on the cultivation techniques practiced. The soul influences the character's perceptual abilities, the strength of the soul, willpower, judgment, and intuition, with the primary distinction from the mana attribute being that the soul is more about the awareness and understanding of surrounding phenomena. Charisma affects the acquisition of favorability from individuals and factions. Additionally, certain professions have stringent requirements regarding charisma, which also provides extra benefits for those professions. Stamina determines the character's resilience to physical damage, as well as the upper limit of their health points and the rate of health recovery. Enhancing stamina increases health points, thus making this attribute crucial for any profession. Free attribute points can be allocated to enhance strength, agility, mana, soul, charisma, and stamina among these 6 fundamental attributes. Once players reach the Qi refinement stage, they can select their cultivation system, commonly referred to as their profession. 9 heavens is a realm of cultivators. The human cultivator system comprises 6 paths, each corresponding to one of the 6 fundamental attributes. The body cultivator, whose primary attribute is stamina. The beast cultivator, whose primary attribute is charisma. The mage, whose primary attribute is mana. The spirit cultivator, whose primary attribute is soul. the Shadow Cultivator, whose primary attribute is agility, and the Sword Cultivator, whose primary attribute is strength. Each profession possesses distinct combat styles and focuses. To put it simply, the Body Cultivator is akin to a warrior, the Beast Cultivator to a summoner, the Mage to a sorcerer, the Spirit Cultivator to a cleric, and the Shadow Cultivator to an assassin. The Sword Cultivator, however, lacks a suitable comparative counterpart due to their unique characteristics. In his previous life, Qingshan was a dedicated Sword Cultivator player, having devoted a decade of youth to this profession. Undoubtedly, upon being reborn into this game, he would unhesitatingly choose to continue as a Sword Cultivator, a role with which he is profoundly familiar. Moreover, the legendary talent he has drawn, Inborn Sword said, is undoubtedly tailored for the Sword Cultivator profession, leaving him with no reason to abandon this fortuitous beginning for something novel. In the tranquil cave, the sound of footsteps echoed, drawing closer. Someone was approaching. Qingshan's hair stood on end, plunging him into a state of heightened vigilance. He held his breath. Two youths clad in black robes, aged around 14 or 15, entered the cave. Upon glancing at the neatly arranged corpses in the corpse pool, one of the youths spoke. The master instructed that the corpses used for crafting corpse puppets must not be soaked in the potent corpse fluid for more than 3 months. Otherwise, over time, the residual souls within the corpses will be completely decayed by the fluid, rendering them unusable for puppet crafting. This batch of corpses has been in the corpse pool for 3 months now. Why hasn't the master returned? I fear that if this drags on, these materials will be rendered useless. Indeed, ever since the master left last month, he has yet to return. Generally speaking, he would return before the corpse puppets mature. Could something have happened? Do not fret unnecessarily. Given that the master has been crafting numerous corpse puppets recently, there are few in this small locale who could pose a threat to him. Let us first remove this batch of corpses from the pool, lest we delay and find ourselves unable to refine them into corpse puppets. In that case, we would surely face the master's reprimand. You are right. Let us proceed swiftly. Holding his breath in the corpse pool, Qingshan felt a surge of joy upon overhearing their conversation. Through their brief exchange, he gleaned a crucial piece of information. Their master, the most powerful cultivator at this corpse refining site, was currently absent from the cave. In simpler terms, the boss of this dungeon had ventured out and had yet to return. This was undoubtedly his best opportunity for escape. If he could eliminate the remaining minions, he might successfully navigate through this dungeon. Qingshan cast a Heavenly Eye technique upon the two individuals before him. Although the Heavenly Eye technique is merely a common skill granted free upon account creation, its practicality can be likened to that of a divine art. The technique's ability to detect character attributes remains undetectable by any entity, even if the target possesses a high spiritual attribute. The information gleaned would simply be a question mark. It is important to note that NPCs possess detection skills, and if the opponent's spiritual attribute is sufficiently high, any attempt at detection will be perceived. Recklessly casting detection skills on other cultivators has long been a taboo in the cultivation world. However, a skill like the Heavenly Eye, which bears no negative repercussions, is indeed a rare gem, akin to a small cheat code provided by the game developers to players. The two individuals before him, possessing modest strength, allowed Qingshan to acquire detailed character panel information through the Heavenly Eye technique. Songqing, human, profession, law cultivator, primary, talismonger, first rank, secondary, cultivation method. Qi induction technique, LV2, 151200, tier, Qi refinement attributes, strength 1. Agility 1, mana 2, spirituality 1, charisma 1, endurance 1 health points, 1111 spiritual power, 2020 skills, fireball technique LV1, swift movement talisman LV1. Fireball talisman LV1 talent. Nunjiashi, human, profession, law cultivator, primary, cultivation method. Qi induction technique, LV3, 127300, tier, Qi refinement attributes, strength 1, agility 1, mana 2, spirituality 1, charisma 1, endurance 1 health points, 1111 spiritual power, 3030 skills, fireball technique LV2. Wind control technique LV1 talent. None both were low-level cultivators at the second and third tiers of Qi refinement, respectively, and both shared the profession of law cultivator. In terms of attributes, Qingshan found that he did not differ greatly from these two. In the realm of Qi cultivation, one earns a free attribute point only after advancing 2 levels, with the 10-point health bonus from his tough skin and thick flesh. Qingshan has effectively matched the overall attributes of the two individuals before him. However, within the world of 9 heavens, a person's combat prowess cannot be solely assessed through attributes. These two are practitioners who have cultivated their techniques, harnessed spiritual energy, and mastered one or two spells. The disparity between Qingshan and these two can be likened to a confrontation between two individuals of equal physical capabilities, one unarmed and the other wielding a handgun. It is evident who would prevail. Naturally, the one with the firearm would triumph. Thus, for Qingshan to overcome these two, his only course of action is to prevent them from firing their guns. Chapter 4. Techniques, Part 2, If One is Shrewd. It is not overly challenging for Qingshan to eliminate the two low-level spell practitioners when they are caught off guard. The precondition is that he must possess a suitable weapon. Even if it is not an ideal choice, at the very least, he needs a sharp tool. To think that he could effortlessly dispatch two cultivators with bare hands. Does he believe himself to be Tyson? The predicament arises. Qingshan finds himself not only unarmed but also, judging by the chilling sensation radiating from his skin, seemingly devoid of clothing. He is starting from scratch. Let us set aside other matters. The chilling effect of the strong corpse fluid is undeniably discomforting. Qingshan muses internally. Under such circumstances, he must carefully devise his approach. Time is of the essence, and Qingshan cannot afford to deliberate for long. He must act swiftly. The Qi practitioners have yet to acquire the ability of spiritual awareness, allowing Qingshan to feign being a corpse for the time being. However, he has no means to conceal his heartbeat and body temperature. The moment either of the two spell practitioners makes contact with his body, even in their unguarded state, they will discern that he is no longer merely a lifeless cadaver. Songqing and Xiesher begin to move, dragging the corpses from the pit one by one out of the cave. Entirely unaware that a cunning figure within the pit is keenly observing them, their timing is staggered. There will inevitably be intervals when only one of them is present in the cave housing the corpse pit. Qingshan understands that this is his opportunity to strike. Taking them down one by one is certainly more manageable than facing them both simultaneously. In his mind, Qingshan identifies Songqing as his first target for action, and the rationale is straightforward. Under the effect of his heavenly eye technique, he discerns Songqing's profession, a talismonger, first rank, sub. In the world of cultivation, there are myriad arts. In 9 heavens, alongside 6 primary combat professions, there exists a rich array of secondary professions. Talismongers, along with alchemists, formation masters, and weapon refiners, constitute one of these numerous secondary vocations. A talismonger can inscribe spells onto talismans, and, when the need arises, can rapidly unleash these talismans to cast various spells in combat. In Qingshan's previous life, some affluent individuals would level up by purchasing a multitude of high-grade talismans from talismongers, relying on these potent symbols to defeat foes of higher levels. With sufficient investment, one could accelerate their leveling pace exponentially. Thus, if the accumulated talismans are sufficiently numerous, the threat posed by Songqing, a practitioner at the 2nd level of Qi refinement, would far exceed that of Jesher, who is at the 3rd level. It becomes exceedingly crucial to eliminate this unknown variable while it remains unsuspecting. Qingshan mentally rehearsed his plan for action several times, ensuring its considerable feasibility before calming himself to await the opportune moment. As the corpses in the corpse pool were removed one by the two individuals, their targets gradually approached the vicinity where Qingshan was situated. Bending down, Songqing exerted himself to extract a corpse adjacent to Qingshan from the pool. At that moment, Jesher had just departed the cave with a corpse in tow. Although the destination of these bodies remained a mystery, Qingshan's earlier observations indicated that Jesher would not return for at least another 30 breaths. This was the moment. Without hesitation, 2 pale hands, resembling specters, emerged from the dark waters of the pool, seizing Songqing's head and forcefully pulling him downwards. Down he went. At this instant, Songqing was preoccupied with maneuvering the corpse in the pool, and given his posture and lack of vigilance, he fell directly into the corpse pool under Qingshan's sudden assault. A practitioner of Qi refinement had yet to transcend the realm of mortals, unable even to achieve the art of fasting. When a mortal unexpectedly plunges into water, their instinctual reaction is to struggle and thrust their head above the surface for air, even if the lack of oxygen would not pose an immediate threat. Songqing was no exception. Though he quickly realized he was under attack and attempted to access the storage pouch at his waist to retrieve a talisman for counteraction, it was already too late. Years of gaming experience, countless battles, and numerous brushes with death had honed Qingshan's combat acumen to an unimaginable degree. After dragging Songqing into the pool, Qingshan swiftly found an advantageous position, pressing his hands against either side of Songqing's head and forcefully twisting in a clockwise motion. With a sharp crack, Songqing's neck was instantly broken by Qingshan's decisive action. Swift and resolute, a series of data materialized before Qingshan's eyes. You have executed a fatal attack. dealing 11 points of damage to Song Qing, LV2. The target is deceased. You have slain Song Qing, LV2. Achieving a tiered kill and earning an experience reward of 20, base experience, X2, coefficient, totaling 40 experience points. With Qingshan's unremarkable attributes, it typically would require a significant duration to slay Song Qing, who possessed 11 points of health. Yet, Qingshan's experienced maneuvering allowed him to target Song Qing's vital points directly. Hence, the damage inflicted during his fatal strike equaled the target's maximum health. Consequently, Song Qing collapsed in an instant, unable to utter a cry for help. As a mere level 0 mortal without any rank, Qingshan's ascent in defeating a practitioner at the second level of Qi refinement yielded him substantial experience rewards. The experience reward mechanism of 9 heavens calculates as follows. The base coefficient for experience is 1, and with each tiered kill, the experience coefficient doubles, accumulating infinitely. Although Song Qing's cultivation level was the lowest among practitioners, it was unfortunate that Qingshan was merely a mortal. Thus, when he eliminated Song Qing, it could indeed be considered a feat of surpassing ranks, resulting in a doubled experience coefficient. Had he vanquished a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, it would have constituted a 2-tier defeat, elevating the experience multiplier to an astonishing 24. Moments later, Jiesher completed his tasks and returned to the cavern housing the corpse pool. Upon entering the cave, he was greeted by the unsettling sight of Song Qing, motionless and sprawled at the entrance. Song Qing, what has transpired? A surge of alarm coursed through Jiesher as he crouched down to assess Song Qing's condition for any signs of life. Simultaneously, he remained on high alert, his gaze scanning the surroundings with meticulous attention to any disturbances. It was highly probable that his junior disciple had been ambushed, although he could not fathom how the assailant had bypassed his master's formation to infiltrate their sanctum. Jiesher's caution heightened abruptly as a chilling sensation crept along his neck. He widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at the short blade pressed against his throat. A rather antiquated yet effective tactic. People often let down their guard in the presence of the deceased. Qingshan, with the blade poised against Jiesher's neck, rose slowly from the ground. After dispatching Song Qing, Qingshan swiftly stripped the garments from Song Qing's body and donned them himself. He then cast Song Qing into the corpse pool to conceal the body and quickly positioned himself at the cave entrance, lying on his back to create the illusion that Song Qing had been ambushed there. In truth, Qingshan's disguise was rather crude, with numerous flaws. Due to the pressing circumstances, he had only removed Song Qing's outer robe and awkwardly draped it over himself. Had Jiesher been more observant, he would have easily detected the incongruity in Qingshan's attire. Moreover, there was a noticeable difference in physique. Song Qing was slight of build, whereas Qingshan, though similarly lean, stood at a height of 7 feet and 8 inches, significantly taller than Song Qing. Unfortunately, Jiesher was not one to pay heed to such details. "Who are you? Where is my junior disciple?" Jiesher stammered, his teeth chattering slightly. "Hand over the Qi induction technique," Qingshan demanded, the blade he had pilfered from Song Qing gliding menacingly along Jiesher's throat. The coldness emanating from the blade caused Jiesher's features to twitch involuntarily. Realizing something, Jiesher gritted his teeth and enunciated deliberately, "You are not a cultivator. You are merely a mortal." The Qi induction technique was a rudimentary and commonplace method within the Qi refining stage. The man before him's desire for it could not possibly stem from a practitioner. "And what of it? You still fell to the hands of this mundane being," Qingshan replied with a calm demeanor. "How did you circumvent the mist formation to enter?" Jiesher questioned, bewildered. How could a mere mortal possibly navigate through the mist formation and silently infiltrate their corpse refining cavern? Little did he know that the origins of this man were intertwined with a corpse lying within the very pool. Qingshan refrained from answering Jiesher's inquiry, instead applying a subtle pressure with his wrist. The sharp short blade effortlessly sliced through the surface skin of Jiesher's neck, causing several drops of blood to seep forth. "Do not test my patience," Qingshan spoke with a cold, menacing tone. Jiesher's gaze flickered slightly as he trembled, pleading, "Stop, stop. I will give you the cultivation method." Jiesher's right hand moved towards the storage pouch hanging at his waist. Qingshan's eyes were fixated on Jiesher's right hand. Even a momentary activation of a spirit talisman requires a brief infusion of spiritual energy. If you retrieve a talisman, I shall swiftly sever your throat with this blade. Whether I shall perish, I do not know, but you certainly will. I advise against such perilous attempts. Qingshan's voice was icy. Jiesher's complexion paled slightly. He had not anticipated Qingshan's profound understanding of a cultivator's methods. Reluctantly, Jiesher complied and retrieved a jade slip from his storage pouch. Only cultivators could utilize storage pouches, which was why Qingshan had not immediately killed Jie, but instead took the risk of capturing him to compel him to surrender the cultivation method. The vastness of this cavern and the number of people within it remained unclear to Qingshan. Only by obtaining the cultivation method and becoming a cultivator could he gain the confidence to escape this cavern. In a typical game scenario, the first task for all novices entering the game is to seek out cultivation methods, train in them, and subsequently transition into their primary profession. This process is not overly challenging, as it falls within the novice task stage, primarily aimed at familiarizing players with the game without imposing undue difficulty. Unfortunately, Qingshan's circumstances were clearly not a standard beginning. They bore resemblance to a random plot initiation, rendering the acquisition of a cultivation method a considerable trial. Fortunately, this challenge was not insurmountable for someone like Qingshan, who had distinguished himself among millions of players. Qingshan accepted the jade slip containing the cultivation method from Jie, detected qi refinement technique, inhalation technique. Would you like to spend 10 experience points to learn it? Inhalation technique, qi refinement, level, mortal learning conditions, none description, exhale 3 inches and draw into the heels, tightly sealed like a bottle, allowing the energy to flow through the body and open the pores, connecting heaven and earth. A fundamental qi refinement technique with a maximum level of 10. Effect: for each level gained, the upper limit of spiritual power increases by 10 points upon reaching the maximum level. A special effect is granted, an upper limit of 50 spiritual power points. Note: although commonplace, it is nonetheless practical. In the realm of 9 heavens, cultivation levels are categorized into 4 tiers, from lowest to highest: mortal, spirit, heaven, and Tao. The higher the level of cultivation, the more potent the accompanying effects. The inhalation technique is merely a basic mortal level skill, yet given the current circumstances, Qingshan had no means to seek a higher level technique. Thus, inhalation technique was his sole option. Fortunately, this was merely a novice stage qi refinement technique with minimal ramifications. As long as he could successfully extricate himself from the present peril, Qingshan was confident that, based on his understanding of 9 heavens, the cultivation methods he would acquire at each subsequent tier would undoubtedly be exceptional. Chapter 5. Transition to Sword Cultivator. Qingshan did not hesitate and chose to study the cultivation technique. Immediately, the 40 experience points he had just acquired diminished by 10. With 10 experience points, he began learning the qi induction technique. A torrent of data surged into Qingshan's mind. Unlike the simplistic skill-pointing experience in games, these data transformed into knowledge related to the cultivation technique upon entering his consciousness. How to sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, how to draw in qi, and the circulation pathways of spiritual power within the body all felt like a divine enlightenment, allowing Qingshan to truly master this technique in an instant. Simultaneously, within his empty danshan, he once again felt a faint mist-like spiritual power 10. Learning successful. You have mastered qi induction technique, and your rank has advanced to qi refinement. Advancement successful. The conditions for job change have been detected. Please choose one of the following 6 professions as your primary profession: Sword Cultivator, Body Cultivator, Beast Cultivator, Spirit Cultivator, Magic Cultivator, or Nether Cultivator. Note that once the primary profession is determined, it cannot be changed. Choosing Sword Cultivator. Job change successful. You have obtained the primary profession, Sword Cultivator. You have gained a professional talent, specialization. Without specialization, one cannot succeed. Sword cultivators specializing in the sword path will be unable to change to any secondary profession. You have acquired the professional talent, battlefield entrapment. The will to entrap on the battlefield, life and death intertwined. All damage dealt by sword cultivators is increased by rank X5. As a balance, sword cultivators will not receive any bonus modifications to their stamina attributes. You have gained the professional talent, sword affinity. Beginner. The experience required for sword cultivators to learn and upgrade sword techniques is reduced by 10, while the experience required for upgrading skills other than sword techniques increases by 10, and sword technique damage increases by 5. This is the sword cultivator, one of the most distinctive professions in the 9 heavens. In the eyes of a sword cultivator, all things are interconnected through the sword. Whether it be cultivation techniques or various arts, sword cultivators never delve into them. For them, what problem cannot be solved with a single strike of the sword? The sword cultivator is the profession with the lowest health and the most fragile constitution among the 6 main professions in 9 heavens. It is the only profession that does not receive stamina attribute bonuses as its rank increases. Every player, prior to changing professions, has a fixed conversion ratio of stamina to health. 1 stamina equals 10 health points. However, for all other professions except the sword cultivator, upon changing professions. With each rank increase, the conversion ratio of stamina to health points will improve by 1 point. 1 stamina equals 11 health points. The body cultivator, which primarily relies on stamina, will see a 2-point increase. Initially, this may not be apparent, but as ranks rise, the benefits become increasingly evident. By the 5th rank of 9 heavens, the virtual refinement stage, a body cultivator will possess 1 stamina equating to 10-25 health points, while a sword cultivator of the same realm will still have only 1 stamina equating to 10 health points, a full doubling of difference. This means that from the virtual refinement stage onward, 1 point of stamina for a body cultivator is equivalent to 2 points for a sword cultivator. Of course, as compensation for the sword cultivator's meager health, their attack power has received a significant boost. The sword cultivator is an extreme profession that sacrifices vitality for explosive damage. Under the enhancement of ambush, the damage output of the sword cultivator surpasses that of 9 heavens. Even the most resilient body cultivators cannot withstand the relentless assaults from sword cultivators. This profession possesses both pronounced advantages and disadvantages. Players of the sword cultivator class are often referred to as brash or mad dogs within 9 heavens. The official 9 heavens once conducted a poll to determine the most popular profession in the game, and the sword cultivator was elected with an impressive 50% of the votes. However, it is noteworthy that in a subsequent survey about the most despised profession, the sword cultivator again claimed the top position with a staggering 90% of the votes. The mechanism of the sword cultivator is highly favored by players. In simple terms, it embodies a display of prowess. Yet, it is precisely this aspect that often leads to disdain from many players, as it can frequently render both themselves and their teammates on edge. Blood-starved and devastatingly powerful, these two labels converge upon the same profession, resulting in the sword cultivator becoming the prime target in battles, akin to bearing a full-level taunt aura. No one dares to let the sword cultivator unleash their damage freely. The sword cultivator is a profession with astonishing potential but equally frightening lows. The disparity between skilled players and novices is immense. In the hands of an expert, the sword cultivator becomes a celestial being amidst the chaos of combat, soaring like a fairy, inducing dread in the hearts of adversaries, earning the title of Sword Immortal. Conversely, for newcomers, the sword cultivator is akin to death itself, ever present, entering the fray yet never returning, truly a harbinger of demise, often labeled as an orphan. Nevertheless, whether as an immortal or an orphan, sword cultivator players can revel in the unique joy that this profession offers. What does a player seek in a game? Simply joy, is it not? Upon transitioning to the sword cultivator class, Qingshan's previously barren personal attribute panel underwent significant changes. Qingshan, human, profession, sword cultivator technique. Qi induction, LV1, 0-100, spiritual power 10 rank. Qi refinement experience points, 30 free attribute points, 0 personal attributes, strength 1, agility 1, mana 1, soul 1, charisma 1, endurance 1 health points, 20 spiritual power, 10 talents, innate sword seed, legendary, tough skin, specialization, ambush, swordsmanship affinity, beginner, skills, heavenly eye technique. In an ephemeral moment, Qingshan transformed from a mere mortal into a Qi refinement practitioner. Yet beside him, Jieshur observed no anomalies. The entire transformation occurred silently and seamlessly. Upon becoming a Qi refinement practitioner and acquiring spiritual power, Qingshan could now utilize a storage bag. What exactly is the situation with this corpse refining cave? How many individuals are present? And what are their cultivation levels? Please provide me with the details, Qingshan inquired, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes as he questioned Jieshur about the specifics of the corpse refining cave, simultaneously playing with the storage bag that hung from Jieshur's waist. Jieshur, observing Qingshan handling his storage bag, concealed a shadow of trepidation in his eyes, yet responded cooperatively to Qingshan's inquiries. According to the directives provided by Jieshur, the scale of the corpse refining cave exceeded Qingshan's expectations significantly. The master of the cave, known as Blood Corpse Genrin, who is also the mentor of Jieshur and Songqing, is far from the Qi refining practitioner Qingshan had anticipated. Rather, he is a seasoned foundation-building cultivator. The reason the corpse pool Qingshan finds himself and utilizes a grade 1 strong corpse liquid is due to the presence of 3 corpse pools within the entire cave. 2 of these pools are designated for the creation of grade 1 corpse puppets, one of which is the very pool Qingshan occupies, while another is reserved for the crafting of grade 2 corpse puppets. Grade 2 corpse puppets correspond to foundation-building cultivators, as only those of that tier possess the capability to refine them. Upon realizing the specifics of the corpse refining cave, a flicker of relief washed over Qingshan. Fortunately, Blood Corpse Jinren was absent. Otherwise, the prospect of escaping from this place would have been dim indeed. Qi refining practitioners largely remain within the realm of mortals. And with adequate planning, it is not impossible for mortals to vanquish Qi refining cultivators. However, foundation-building cultivators are an entirely different matter. In the realm of cultivation, surpassing levels is akin to ascending to the heavens. The skills wielded by foundation-building cultivators, both in quantity and caliber, far exceed those of Qi refining practitioners. Coupled with their enhanced spiritual perception, in terms of combat prowess, foundation-building cultivators can effortlessly overpower Qi refining ones. Chapter 6. Villains typically perish from excessive chatter. Blood Corpse Jinren has 5 disciples, all of whom are Qi refining practitioners. Jieshi and Songqing are the 2 disciples that Blood Corpse Jinren took under his wing 2 years ago, ranking 4th and youngest among them. And they are also the 2 with the least cultivation. One can easily surmise that being assigned to the laborious task of transporting corpses does not bestow a high status. According to Jieshi, shortly after Blood Corpse Jinren departed for a few days, their elder brother, who has attained the 8th level of Qi refinement, also left, and is currently absent from the cave. Well, with the boss away, it seems the elite monsters have fled as well. Qingshan raised an eyebrow, feeling quite pleased. This means that only 4 Qi refining practitioners remain in the corpse refining cave, and he has already dealt with the 2 weakest minions. The remaining 2 Qi refining practitioners consist of one at the 6th level of Qi refinement and another at the 4th, and they are both adept in spellcasting. Do you know what typically leads to a villain's demise? Jieshi, who had been quite cooperative in answering Qingshan's inquiries, suddenly interjected, his voice laced with malice. Villains generally perish due to their excessive chatter. A jade pendant hidden beneath Jieshi's garment flickered with a brownish-yellow light, which swiftly enveloped his entire being. Observably, a layer of light grayish-yellow mud covered Jieshi's exposed skin. Stone Skin Technique. Level. Grade 1 Earth Attribute Spell Casting Cost. 5 Spiritual Power Points per minute. Description. Coats the skin with a layer of rock, enhancing defense. Mundane weapons are incapable of penetrating your stone skin. Spell effect. Defense 1 Remark. As solid as a rock. A highly practical defensive spell. The short blade Qingshan confiscated from Songqing is not a magical artifact intended for cultivators, but merely an ordinary mundane weapon. After Jieshi enacted the stone skin technique, the short blade was rendered ineffective against Jieshi's skin. Do you understand why I am so compliant in answering your questions and divulging the details of the corpse refining cave? With a smug look, Jieshi sneered at Qingshan, saying, "You can't possibly believe that I am pleading for my life out of fear, can you? I am not foolish. Once you have extracted all the information you desire, what makes you think I would allow you to spare me? My demeanor is merely a ruse to buy time while I await the recharging of the Earth Spirit Pendant. Had I not utilized the stone skin technique during my duel with my senior brother a few days ago, do you truly think you could threaten me? I must admit, as a mere mortal, you have managed to push me to this extent, which is quite remarkable. Unfortunately, your greed has led you astray. Had you acted decisively and slain me at once, you would never have fathomed the methods of a cultivator." Qingshan regarded Jieshi with a bemused expression, remaining silent. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere as Qingshan did not respond, Jieshi felt an unsettling premonition. In a flash, a cold glimmer accompanied by a hint of golden light appeared, and Qingshan's short blade, which had been pressed against Jieshi's neck the entire time, swiftly sliced through his throat. A gaping wound opened at Jieshi's neck, blood gushing forth in torrents. A swift strike. Jieshi clutched his bleeding neck, staring incredulously at the spiritual talisman that had materialized on Qingshan's left hand, disintegrating into ashes from usage. He fell backward, lifeless and limp, like a puddle of mud, and emitted no further sound. Sharp Blade Talisman. First grade inscribed with the first grade spell, Sharp Blade Technique. Sharp Blade Technique. Level. First grade metal spell casting cost. 5 spirit power points per minute. Description. Temporarily enchants a weapon, significantly enhancing its sharpness. Spell effect. Weapon sharpness 1 Remarks. As solid as a rock. You have launched a fatal attack, inflicting 11 points of damage to Jieshi, level 3. The target is deceased. You have slain Jieshi, level 3, and gained 30 experience points. Observing Jieshi's lifeless body sprawled on the floor, Qingshan nodded to himself, remarking, "Indeed, villains often meet their demise through their own verbosity." The Sharp Blade Talisman had come from Songqing's storage bag, and the moment Qingshan became a cultivator, he swiftly surveyed the contents of Songqing's bag, which was brimming with numerous talismans, a testament to his prowess as a talisman master. The instant Jieshe activated the stone skin technique, Qingshan had quietly retrieved the sharp blade talisman from Songqing's storage bag, swiftly employing the sharp blade technique on his short blade. Oblivious to this detail, Jieshe, in his arrogance, had always regarded Qingshan as a mere mortal, never suspecting that he could access Songqing's storage bag. After rummaging through Jieshe's corpse for a moment, Qingshan quickly retrieved a milky white jade pendant from his waist. Earth Spirit Pendant. Level. Low-grade mortal artifact effect. Automatically absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for recharging, allowing the activation of the spell stone skin technique without consumption every 3 days. Time remaining for recharging, 72 hours. Remarks. It may very well save your life at a critical moment, or it may not. In 9 Heavens, the classification of magical artifacts mirrors that of cultivation techniques, comprising 4 tiers: mortal, spiritual, celestial, and Tao. Unlike cultivation techniques, each tier of magical artifacts is further subdivided into 4 grades: inferior, medium, superior, and extraordinary. The Earth Spirit Pendant, though the lowest tier of magical artifacts, is nonetheless a legitimate artifact. Qingshan contentedly affixed the Earth Spirit Pendant to his waist and hurriedly began to inventory his gains. The wealth of the 2 lower-tier cultivators was scarcely substantial. Qingshan meticulously examined the contents of their storage bags: 2 jade slips containing the breath-drawing technique, 1 comprehensive jade slip detailing first-tier spell runes, and 2 jade slips encompassing first-tier elemental spells. These jade slips were rudimentary and held little value for Qingshan. Additionally, he found 21st-tier spirit stones, 2 vials of spirit-repelling pills, with each vial containing 12 pills, and lastly, several first-tier spirit talismans. The spirit talismans would undoubtedly prove invaluable as Qingshan sought to extricate himself from his current predicament. Spirit stones serve as the currency for cultivators. They are stones brimming with the essence of heaven and earth, serving a myriad of purposes. For instance, absorbing the spiritual energy from spirit stones during cultivation can accelerate a cultivator's progress. They are also consumed in the formation of arrays. During battle, should a cultivator expend significant spiritual energy casting advanced spells, they can swiftly replenish their internal energy by absorbing the essence from spirit stones, greatly enhancing their endurance in combat. Among other uses, spirit stones are categorized into 9 grades based on the amount of spiritual energy they contain and their purity, precisely corresponding to the 9 tiers of a cultivator's cultivation. Each high-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 10 low-grade stones. In truth, the 9-tier system is prevalent throughout 9 Heavens, governing the levels of spells, secondary professions, talismans, and pill grades alike. The spirit-repelling pill is a first-tier medicinal pill specifically crafted for Qi refinement cultivators who are yet unable to abstain from food. Its effect allows one to go a month without sustenance for each pill consumed, with a vial containing a year's supply of 12 pills. Unfortunately, no sword techniques were discovered. Though this was not surprising, it would indeed be peculiar to find sword techniques within the storage bags of 2 lower-tier magical cultivators. Next, he must deal with the remaining 2 Qi refinement cultivators in the corpse refinement cave before making his exit. As Qingshan stroked his chin, he pondered the necessity of expediency. Any delay might result in an encounter with the Blood Corpse Master upon his return, a scenario that would leave him utterly despondent. Chapter 7. Si Suezong. Qingshan retrieved a new set of clothing from his storage bag and donned it. While changing, he remained cautious and did not discard the outer robe he had taken from Songqing. This was the attire worn by Songqing today, and it might prove useful in future endeavors. Once dressed, Qingshan departed from the cave he occupied. The corpse refinement cave was vast. Qingshan surmised it was originally a natural underground cavern, transformed into the current corpse refinement cave after being discovered by the Blood Corpse Master. The cave housing the 3 corpse pools was interconnected and situated at the deepest part of the corpse refinement cave, thus necessitating confrontations with the remaining Qi refinement cultivators to escape. Although confrontation is inevitable, the manner in which it is approached remains open to discussion. Despite Qingshan's wealth of experience, he currently stands as a mere first-level Qi refinement swordsman, devoid of any sword skills or weaponry. In terms of direct combat prowess, to speak candidly, he would rate a mere 5. Should he recklessly charge forward without a second thought, he would likely find himself besieged by 2 cultivators within mere seconds. If those 2 cultivators were to hold back slightly, he might return to his origin point, the corpse pool, to once again indulge in the sensation of soaking in a hot spring. However, should they strike with even moderate intensity, he would probably leave behind not even a complete corpse. It may appear courageous, but such a course of action is ill-advised. Cross it off. While the world he has traversed is indeed a game realm, Lu Qingshan understands that he is no longer merely a player. He has lost the most vital of player advantages, unlimited resurrection. Life is singular, and all actions must be taken with utmost caution. Lu Qingshan's strategy is to eliminate his foes one by one. Ideally, he would first dispatch the 4th level Qi refinement practitioner. And with the 60 experience points he currently possesses, he aims to accumulate a total of 100 experience points to level up. Yet, matters seldom unfold as anticipated. Cautiously, Lu Qingshan advances towards the exit of the corpse refining cave, striving to remain as silent as possible. However, just a short distance into his approach, a shadow suddenly materializes before him. Without hesitation, Lu Qingshan casts a heavenly eye technique. Let me discern what manner of being you are. Si Suezong, human, profession, magic practitioner, primary, technique. Qi induction technique. LV6, 235600. Rank. Qi refinement attributes. Strength 1, agility 1, mana 4, soul 1, charm 1. Stamina 1 health points, 11 spirit points, 70 skills. Fireball technique LV3, fireball technique LV1. Talent. None. Lu Qingshan's heart raced as he lamented his misfortune. Encountering another was unfortunate enough, but it was the 6th level Qi refinement senior brother. Curse the developers. Ugh, little junior brother. Your sneaking around is akin to that of a thief. What are you up to? Si Suezong inquired, perplexity etched upon his face. Within the corpse refining cave, illumination relies solely on luminous pearls embedded in the walls, their light being rather dim. From a distance, one could only discern a hazy shadow. Si Suezong, catching sight of Lu Qingshan dressed in Song Dynasty attire, instinctively assumed him to be his junior brother. Lu Qingshan slightly bowed his head, concealing his face in the shadows, while maintaining his steady gait as he approached Si Suezong. However, his left hand had already stealthily slid into his robe, where he concealed all the offensive talismans he had seized from Song Qing's storage bag. I just heard some commotion near the corpse pool, so I came to investigate. Lu Qingshan explained. Si Suezong furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Little junior brother, why does your voice sound so deep today? Trusting in the fog array set by the blood corpse real person, Si Suezong had not entertained the possibility of an outsider infiltrating the corpse refining cave. Thus, even upon noticing a hint of something unusual, he did not harbor any suspicions. Wait a moment, young apprentice. I can't help but notice you seem remarkably elevated today. As he spoke, Lu Qingshan had already closed the distance to Si Suezong significantly. At that moment, Si Suezong sensed something was amiss. Upon closer inspection, he was confronted by an unfamiliar visage. Alarm bells rang in Si Suezong's mind, but it was too late. In the fleeting instant of his astonishment, Lu Qingshan's left hand, brimming with an array of spiritual talismans, was already raised towards him. Fireball Talisman. 5. Golden Blade Talisman. 3. Earth Spear Talisman. 2. This was hardly the time to conserve resources. Lu Qingshan unleashed every offensive talisman he had accumulated with a single breath, hurling them at Si Suezong. The two were now dangerously close, a distance ill-suited for the casting of such talismans. Given their proximity, the fireballs conjured by the Fireball Talisman could easily affect Lu Qingshan himself. This could be likened to a strategy that would inflict harm upon both adversaries, though perhaps it was more accurate to say he risked injuring himself considerably. However, it was only at such a close range that Si Suezong was rendered incapable of reacting in time to cast a defensive spell. Boom, boom, boom. The air reverberated with thunderous explosions. You have received 1 point of spell damage. You have received 1 point of spell damage. You have received 1 point of spell damage. The same message flashed repeatedly. Despite merely suffering the residual effects of the fireballs, coupled with a 20-point reduction in spell damage from his tough skin ability, Lu Qingshan found himself losing a quarter of his life force. Meanwhile, Si Suezong, faced with 5 fireballs, in addition to 3 golden blades and 2 earth spears, would have been instantaneously vanquished had he not conjured a defensive spell. Yet, as Lu Qingshan's spells were about to strike Si Suezong, he noticed a shimmering golden barrier materializing around him. It was a golden barrier, a defensive artifact that activated automatically, although the barrier vanished almost instantaneously under the onslaught of spells. The significantly weakened attacks that followed were insufficient to eliminate Si Suezong. This was perilous. He must not allow Si Suezong the opportunity to respond and cast a spell. In this moment of life and death, Lu Qingshan's demeanor sharpened with an unusual calm. Without hesitation, he charged directly at Si Suezong. Berserker charge. Si Suezong's strength attribute did not surpass Lu Qingshan's, and with a powerful collision, Si Suezong's attempt to summon his spiritual energy for a spell was abruptly interrupted. Die. Lu Qingshan gripped Si Suezong tightly. tilting his head back before thrusting it forward to deliver a devastating blow to see Xuezong's skull. A wave of dizziness washed over Lu Qingshan, stars dancing in his vision, and a sharp pain radiated from his forehead, where he knew a bruise would undoubtedly form. However, Xuezong was not faring any better. The impact left him bloodied and reeling. I refuse to believe that you can still cast spells in such a disorienting state. Lu Qingshan felt a surge of determination within. The recent commotion from the attack spell was too loud for the remaining third senior brother, who was at the 4th level of Qi refinement, to have missed it. He estimated that within moments, the brother would arrive to investigate the situation. Aware of the dwindling time, Lu Qingshan knew he had to eliminate this Xuezong before reinforcements arrived. Otherwise, facing a 1v2 scenario would leave him with no chance of victory. With this thought in mind, a sharp glint ignited in Lu Qingshan's eyes. He abruptly raised his knee and forcefully thrust it between Xuezong's legs. It was as if he heard a fragile object shatter. Not to mention a Qi refinement cultivator. Even if Xuezong were a Foundation establishment practitioner, he would be unable to withstand such a close-range assault. Xuezong's expression contorted, and he immediately collapsed into a heap. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Qingshan swiftly retrieved Song Qing's dagger from his storage pouch and plunged it directly into Xuezong's heart. Xuezong's pupils dilated, his body curling like a shrimp in a final, futile struggle before succumbing to silence. Target eliminated. You have slain Xuezong, LV6, and gained 60 experience points. Xuezong did not cast a single spell before his demise. This exemplifies the fate of a low-tier spellcaster caught in close quarters, unless, of course, that spellcaster belonged to the Gon family. Chapter 8. Escape from the corpse refinement cave with the addition of these 60 experience points. Lu Qingshan now possessed 120 experience points in total. He invested 100 points into the Qi guiding technique. At this juncture, any enhancement to his strength was invaluable. Qi guiding technique, upgraded to LV2, gaining 1 free attribute point. In the Qi refinement stage, one earns an attribute point for every 2 levels gained. Without hesitation, Lu Qingshan allocated this point to his strength. A swordsman has always been one to fully enhance their power. The sound of hurried footsteps approached. They have arrived. Lu Qingshan held his breath. There was one last adversary. If he could eliminate this 4th level Qi refinement cultivator, the corpse refinement cave instance would be completed. A slightly slender figure emerged into Lu Qingshan's line of sight. Perfect, with such a physique, if I get in close, won't I be able to defeat him with a single punch? Lu Qingshan was resolute in his thoughts. He pulled out a swift movement talisman, granting himself a buff for the technique, preparing to charge forth. Although he aspired for a cautious approach, the unfolding situation compelled him to act recklessly. Before rushing in, Lu Qingshan first cast a Heavenly Eye technique. Wu Yi, human race, profession, spellcaster, primary, technique, Qi guiding technique, LV4, 335400, stage, Qi refinement attributes, strength 1, agility 1, mana 3, spirit 1, charisma 1, endurance 1, health, 1111 spirit power, 4040 skills, Qi concealment technique, LV1, talent, none senior brother C. A voice, laced with uncertainty, echoed in Lu Qingshan's ear. To his astonishment, it seemed to be female. In such a sinister and eerie place, typically inhabited by corpses or brutish men, could there truly be a female cultivator? As Jieshur was introducing the circumstances within the corpse refining cave to Lu Qingshan, he did not specifically mention that among the 5 disciples of the Blood Corpse Master, there was a woman. Xuezong had already met her demise, and, naturally, could not respond to this Wu Yi. Upon witnessing this scene, Wu Yi's eyes flickered momentarily. She hesitated for just a brief moment before decisively turning on her heel to flee, a faint azure light shimmering around her. Wind control technique. This woman. Lu Qingshan was left utterly bewildered. Fortunately, my reflexes are sharp. As Wu Yi escaped, she silently rejoiced in her heart, realizing that had she lingered any longer, she might have perished here. The mist formation was a second-tier illusionary array, regardless of who approached. Anyone capable of penetrating its deceptive effects to enter the corpse refining cave must possess considerable cultivation. Moreover, upon hearing the commotion, she had rushed here immediately, only to find the 6th level Qi refining second senior already collapsed nearby, his life in question. Such terror, such horror. Wu Yi felt a mix of astonishment and fear, not daring to glance back at her imagined adversary pursuing her. Relying on her familiarity with the terrain, she darted through the labyrinthine cave, swiftly vanishing from sight. The cunning hare has 3 burrows. The Blood Corpse Master understood the grave consequences should his actions be discovered, fearing that one day he might be cornered and attacked. Thus, He discreetly arranged several concealed escape passages within the corpse refining cave. Of course, apart from Wu Yi. The other disciples of the Blood Corpse Master were unaware of these escape routes. As for how Wu Yi came to know, female disciple privileges, you understand. Well, with the boss away and elite monsters absent, even the minor creatures had fled. The monsters in this dungeon were rather lackluster, lacking any sense of territorial defense. Observing the now desolate and eerily quiet corpse refining cave, Qingshan couldn't help but reflect on the situation. Qingshan dared not to let his guard down easily. He swiftly stowed away Suezong's storage bag and, after rummaging through her body for a moment, retrieved her defensive artifact before hastily making his way toward the cave entrance. The mist formation, designed specifically to protect the cave, differed from arrays intended for combat. It was defensive against outsiders. Those wishing to penetrate its depths from the outside faced considerable difficulty. However, for those within the formation wishing to exit, no barriers obstructed their path. Qingshan navigated directly through the mist formation, and upon emerging, he found himself in a clear expanse. I'm out. Qingshan exhaled deeply, his nerves having been taut from the moment he entered until now, and finally, he could afford to relax, if only slightly. Within the corpse refining cave, although the 3 confrontations had appeared quite smooth, the underlying dangers were known only to him. Any momentary lapse or unexpected event could have cost him his life within that cave. Having traversed to this world, if he failed to witness even a glimpse of the sun, only to meet an untimely end, he would surely be expelled from the group chat by the leader. With this thought in mind, Qingshan raised his gaze to the sky. What the hell? Where's my sun? The deep blue sky was exceptionally clear, with stars scattered like crushed gold across the firmament. It turned out that it was now deep into the night. As Qingshan glanced back at the corpse refining cave, which was now obscured from view despite being so near, a multitude of emotions welled within him. What was that saying? Ah, yes, this is the beginning of a legend. The location of the corpse refining cave lay deep within a desolate mountain. Qingshan surveyed his surroundings, only to find trees upon trees, rendering him incapable of discerning where he was. He understood that escaping the cave did not equate to evading danger. It was quite possible that the woman who had fled would return with reinforcements, seeking retribution. It was imperative to leave this place. Choosing a random direction, Qingshan, taking advantage of the remaining effects of his speed-enhancing technique, swiftly vanished into the forest. Wu Yi, looking back at the cave entrance concealed by dense vines, patted her still heaving chest, exhaling a sigh of relief. She lifted her gaze to the stars above, locating the guiding star that represented the north. Following its direction, she set forth, rapidly disappearing into the serene depths of the mountains. After traveling several dozen miles north, she would reach Yuanshan City, where her elder brother and master resided. She intended to find them, recount the events that had transpired, and seek her master's counsel. Wu Yi bit her lip, contemplating her course of action. The sky gradually lightened. Qingshan had been fleeing throughout the night, panting heavily. How ironic it was for a sword cultivator to escape not by flying on his sword, but by relying solely on his own 2 feet. Tears brimmed in Qingshan's eyes. This feeling of traversing on foot was one he hoped never to relive. Suddenly, a faint sound of water reached his ears, stirring something within him. He quickened his pace towards the source of the sound. Indeed, moments later, a river came into view. A flicker of joy crossed Qingshan's face as he approached the riverbank, cupping his hands to wash his face, rejuvenating his somewhat weary spirit after a night of travel. If he followed the river, he would soon encounter a village or town, where he could ascertain his current whereabouts. Moreover, the Blood Corpse Master had never seen his visage and could hardly deduce that the one who had slain his 3 treasured disciples was merely a corpse from the pool. As long as he blended into the crowd, their meeting would be one of strangers. However, it occurred to him that not only was the Blood Corpse Master unaware of his appearance, but he himself also had no idea what his face looked like now. Intrigued, Qingshan leaned over to peer into the river. The untainted, mirror-like surface of the water reflected his features with clarity. His brows were striking, his eyes clear and bright, his nose straight and prominent, lips perfectly proportioned, and his facial contours defined. Unable to resist, Qingshan touched his face, nodding in satisfaction. Well, he turned out rather handsome. Indeed, no wonder it is me. Chapter 9. The ghostly shadows of the small village having temporarily escaped danger, Qingshan took a moment to assess his gains. As the second disciple of the corpse refining cave, Suezong possessed only a single defensive artifact, a translucent hand ring that was completely snow white. Golden Essence Ring, level, medium-grade common artifact description. This artifact is crafted from golden essence stones. Artifact effect. Automatically triggers a first-grade spell, golden shield. When damage is received, recharge time remaining, 11 hours. As a medium-grade common artifact, it indeed surpasses the Earth Spirit pendant considerably. Primarily, the spell is activated automatically without requiring manual engagement. The practicality of an artifact that activates defensive spells automatically during battles is significantly high. Moreover, the recharge time is notably shorter. The Earth Spirit pendant takes 3 days, while the Golden Essence ring requires only 1 day. Qingshan deftly adorned his hand with the Golden Essence ring. Next, he began to assess the contents of Si Suezong's storage bag. The items within Si Suezong's storage bag were evidently far more abundant than those of his 2 junior brothers. However, when compared to Qingshan's discerning eye, this corpse-refining cave appeared to be a den of poverty. Fortunately, it was inhabited solely by the impoverished. None possessed any offensive artifacts, allowing him to charge through unimpeded. Within Si Suezong's storage bag, there were over 60 first-grade spirit stones, which constituted more than 3 times the entirety of his unfortunate junior brother's assets. Additionally, there were several jade slips containing the Qi guiding technique and spell manuals, all of which were items for cultivators, of no use to Qingshan as a sword cultivator. As for elixirs, aside from a bottle of the same dietary pill, he surprisingly discovered another bottle of Qi condensing pills, which should be regarded as the day's greatest acquisition. A bottle of Qi condensing pills, 12 pieces, is valued at 121st grade spirit stones. These pills are suitable solely for Qi refining practitioners. Once one's cultivation surpasses that stage, the efficacy of the pills diminishes significantly. Qingshan uncorked the bottle and noted that 8-round Qi condensing pills remained inside. These pills can assist practitioners in their cultivation, expediting their training speed, and are equally beneficial for players. In the realm of 9 heavens, players can, like NPCs, gain experience through meditative cultivation, idle training. The effect of Qi condensing pills in accelerating training translates into an increase in the experience gained during idle training for players. Qingshan estimated that with the aptitude of his current body, if he practiced his techniques for 4 hours a day, it would take approximately 2 days to obtain 1 experience point. Qi condensing pill, level, first grade elixir description, upon consumption. The practitioner circulates their technique to absorb the spiritual energy contained within the pill, facilitating rapid cultivation enhancement. Consuming more than 10 pills halves the efficacy, and exceeding 20 pills renders them entirely ineffective. Elixir effect, experience points 10 note. With sufficient consumption, even mortals can ascend to immortality. The Qi condensing pill does not yield immediate results upon ingestion. One must invest time in circulating their technique to fully absorb the spiritual energy within the pill to gain experience points. However, when compared to the monotonous practice of pure meditation, the efficiency is undoubtedly far superior. Qingshan stowed the elixirs back into his storage bag and secured it within the inner lining of his robe. At that moment, he already possessed 3 storage bags concealed within his attire. This inadvertently reminded him of a widely circulated saying among players. The storage pouch is merely the most rudimentary of storage artifacts, offering a limited capacity. In the early stages of the game, when players cannot afford advanced storage items, they often resort to carrying multiple storage pouches to meet their needs. Players with a spirit reminiscent of AQ humorously refer to themselves as members of the Beggar's Sect, ranking their status by the number of storage pouches they possess. At present, Qingshan finds himself as the elder of 3 pouches. What left a profound impression on Qingshan was a formidable player from the Qingshan kingdom in his past life, who fully utilized his racial talents to affix 100 storage pouches onto his person, proudly dubbing himself the elder of 100 pouches and the leader of the Beggar's Sect. Following the flow of the river, Qingshan journeyed for several hours, and as his legs began to grow weary, he finally spotted a few village women by the riverside, washing clothes. The village women placed their garments upon stones, using crushed soap pods as a cleaning agent, continuously pounding the fabric with sticks while engaging in lively conversation about their families. Did you see the Daoist priest that the village chief brought from the city a few days ago? With that sharp beak and monkey-like face. He hardly possessed the air of a true Daoist. One must not judge by appearances. Daoist by Piao, though not renowned in Yuan Mountain City, is indeed a noteworthy figure. A few years back, our neighboring village encountered some malevolent entity, and after summoning Daoist by Piao to perform a ritual, the afflicted villagers reportedly returned to normal that very day. If that is the case, this Daoist should be able to rid our village of the malevolent spirit, which would be splendid. My child has been tormented by this ghostly presence and has not slept peacefully for several days. It is truly dreadful. Hush. It may not be so simple. I heard from my husband that the malevolent entity in our village is likely a formidable one. On that fateful night, Li Laoer spotted a ghostly figure in his backyard, clawing and claiming to be the hegemon of Western Chu, which frightened him terribly. An elder among the women suddenly interjected, eliciting gasps of astonishment. The hegemon of Western Chu? Yes, it is highly likely that our village is the site of his demise. With his ambitions unfulfilled, it is only natural for him to harbor resentment, transforming over the years into a vengeful spirit, now stirring up chaos. Qingshan, of course, did not believe the villagers' tales. A ghost capable of bearing the name of the hegemon of Western Chu would possess the power to bring ruin upon an entire region. If it were truly the hegemon, these women would have long since met their demise instead of leisurely washing clothes. However, it is not without merit that such specters could arise, making it highly probable that a malevolent entity indeed exists. Furthermore, its self-identification as the hegemon of Western Chu indicates a degree of intelligence, suggesting it is a spectral entity rather than a mere vengeful spirit. Vengeful spirits, born of unfulfilled grudges and unwillingness to enter the cycle of reincarnation, linger in the mortal realm, their minds lost and reduced to primal instincts of slaughter, truly ominous beings. Yet, vengeful spirits serve as excellent materials for sinister cultivators to forge artifacts. If one could refine a vengeful spirit into the soul of an artifact, its power could be enhanced by at least 30%. Thus, most cultivators, when confronted with vengeful spirits causing disturbances, are quite eager to subdue them. Not only does this serve to protect the populace, but the subdued spirits can also be sold to malevolent practitioners, yielding a substantial profit. If vengeful spirits possess considerable value, then Een spirits are indeed treasures of great worth. Unlike vengeful spirits, Een spirits are sentient entities, possessing awakened intelligence. They can cultivate with the appropriate techniques, akin to human cultivators, continually enhancing their strength. After establishing a foundation, they may even reform their physical bodies. Should one manage to tame such a Een spirit as a personal ghostly companion and nurture it, it would undoubtedly become a formidable aid for the cultivator, with the potential for continuous advancement. The appearance of a Een spirit in a small village, especially one that still has living villagers, suggests that this spirit is likely newly manifested and has not yet acquired the suitable techniques for ghostly cultivation, relying instead on its innate abilities to perform minor tricks. Qingshan felt a stir of intrigue. Auntie, I just overheard you mention the Western Chu overlord and deist by Piao. Could you elaborate on the matter? Qingshan approached, smiling shyly as he inquired. The village girls, noticing that the newcomer was a seemingly harmless youth, responded with warmth and candor. Well, everything was going smoothly until about half a month ago, when we began to experience frequent disappearances of our poultry. At first, we thought it was merely the work of a petty thief, perhaps a mischievous rogue stealing our chickens and ducks. So, we sent a few people to stealthily watch the chicken coop, hoping to catch the thief in the act. But to our astonishment, we saw no shadow of a culprit, yet the number of chickens continued to dwindle over several nights. We started to suspect that it might be a haunting. It wasn't until a few days ago that Old Lee witnessed a ghostly figure with his own eyes, confirming our fears that our village was indeed haunted. We quickly sent the village chief to the city to invite a deist priest to perform an exorcism. Is it a Een spirit that steals chickens? Qingshan felt an unsettling intuition. I am quite intrigued by the deist methods for exorcising spirits. Might I observe the ritual when it takes place? The eldest village girl regarded Qingshan with surprise. You are quite bold for your age. The deist said he would commence the ritual at the hour of the rooster. If you are interested, you may wait here a moment while we finish washing our clothes and accompany us back to the village. Qingshan clasped his hands together in gratitude. Thank you very much, Auntie. Chapter 10. The Peachwood Sword. The villagers of this world are predominantly simple and earnest. Upon seeing Qingshan, a youth with a delicate countenance, the village girls did not pry deeply into his background. After the village women finished washing a family's garments, they tidied up slightly, took their wooden basins, and set off with Qingshan, who had been waiting patiently by the side. Upon entering the village, Qingshan observed a bustling scene, with many villagers congregating towards a common direction. The village girls, puzzled by the commotion, noticed the elder village girl spot her neighbor, Old Wang, passing by, and she promptly halted him to inquire about the situation. Old Wang, where is everyone rushing off to in such haste? What else could it be? We're going to watch deist by Piao perform the ritual. In this realm where supernatural beings truly exist, the common folk have always held a deep-seated belief in the legendary arts of Taoism. The appearance of a deist priest performing exorcisms is a rare spectacle, one that the villagers eagerly wish to witness. Although it is still not yet the hour of Shan, the deist had indicated that the ritual would commence at the hour of Yu. Initially, preparations were to be made for the evening ceremony, but just moments ago, Li Lauer had spotted a ghostly figure in his backyard and had hastily fled in terror to seek assistance from the Daoist. Without hesitation, the Daoist decided to rush to Li Lauer's residence to eliminate the threat, urging himself to hurry lest he miss the unfolding events. Wang Laohan explained briefly before hastily making his way towards Li Lauer's home. Standing nearby, Qingshan narrowed his eyes. Could it be that a ghost had manifested in broad daylight? This situation was beginning to take an intriguing turn. An unrefined specter, if exposed to the direct rays of the sun, would incur harm to its spiritual form. Therefore, it was rare for even the most primitive of vengeful spirits to show themselves during the day. The village maidens needed to gather their clothing before heading home. So Qingshan bid farewell to the elder women and set off alone towards Li Lauer's house. Although unfamiliar with the path, he merely needed to follow the crowd of villagers drawn by the commotion. Li Lauer, a brewer operating the only tavern in the village, was considered a man of some stature. By the time Qingshan arrived, a throng had gathered outside Li Lauer's home, yet the door remained firmly shut. What was the situation? Spotting Wang Laohan, Qingshan approached him directly. Wang Laohan turned to see the youthful figure who had been following the elder maiden and, suspecting no foul play, replied, "The white-clad Daoist warned that the ghostly entity is exceptionally dangerous, and we commoners should not venture close. Thus, he has locked the door and entered alone to perform the ritual." Upon hearing this, Qingshan's eyes flickered as he stepped back from the crowd and circled around to the back of Li Lauer's house, ultimately pausing beneath the courtyard wall. With a slight exertion of his legs, he nimbly vaulted over the wall. While the villagers, in their ignorance, heeded the Daoist's warnings and refrained from entering, Qingshan harbored no such fears. Perched atop the wall, he peered into the courtyard. Inside, a wooden table was set, adorned with an incense burner that wafted 3 spirals of fragrant smoke. A middle-aged Daoist clad in a blue robe, slender of build, stood before the table wielding a peachwood sword, murmuring incantations. Indeed, his features matched the villagers' descriptions, sharp and monkey-like. Without an audience, how can you genuinely perform your act? Qingshan teased, unable to suppress his amusement. Who dares? The white-clad Daoist turned his gaze towards the source of the voice, spotting Qingshan atop the wall. His brow furrowed as he admonished, "You insolent child, what nonsense are you spouting? You possess quite the audacity. Did I not instruct others to maintain their distance from this courtyard to prevent the ghostly entities from escaping?" Qingshan leaped over the courtyard wall and gazed at the peachwood sword in the hands of the Taoist priest, remarking, "This sword indeed possesses some extraordinary qualities. But as for the man holding it, he merely feigns mysticism. While this world certainly holds its share of supernatural arts, the Taoist before me is not a practitioner capable of wielding such powers. He is merely an ordinary mortal. However, the peachwood sword he wields is no mundane object. If my eyes do not deceive me, it appears to be a magical artifact. You have managed to ward off quite a number of malevolent spirits with this sword, which does lend you some credibility beyond that of a mere charlatan. Yet, in today's predicament, this peachwood sword cannot resolve your troubles. If you offer me this sword as compensation, I shall assist you in extricating yourself from this dilemma and save your life. What say you?" The Taoist priest's expression shifted. "Who are you?" A man like the white-robed Taoist, who had long navigated the streets, was particularly shrewd and cautious. From Qingshan's brief words, he immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and ceased to underestimate him due to his youthful appearance. Qingshan did not respond directly, but instead channeled the spiritual energy within him. One of the incense sticks in the long table's burner suddenly levitated into the air. Telekinesis. This is the most fundamental application of spiritual power. With his cultivation at the 2nd level of Qi refinement, he could only barely manipulate such a lightweight object and could not move it significantly. While this might lack practical utility, it was sufficient to impress an ordinary person. "A cultivator?" the white-robed Taoist exclaimed, staring at the floating incense in astonishment. Qingshan nodded slightly. "It is good that you recognize a cultivator." Upon hearing Qingshan affirm his identity as a cultivator, the Taoist's countenance fluctuated between emotions, quickly transforming into a beaming smile. With both hands respectfully holding the peachwood sword, the Taoist approached Qingshan, stating, "This peachwood sword is a cherished heirloom of my family. It is an honor for it to be acknowledged by a true master." While the Taoist wore a broad smile, his heart bled with sorrow. He was not exaggerating. This peachwood sword was indeed a family heirloom passed down through generations. In his youth, having been idle and lacking any skills for a livelihood, he found himself in dire straits. In a moment of inspiration, he took the family sword and pilfered a Daoist robe from the temple, pretending to be a capable practitioner to make a living. He was aware of his own limitations and initially adopted a hit-and-run approach. hoping to deceive as many people as possible. However, he later discovered that the places where he had pretended to perform rituals were devoid of any malevolent occurrences. Naturally, he did not attribute this to his feigned abilities. After much contemplation, he ultimately concluded that it must be due to the remarkable properties of the ancestral peachwood sword. Through the influence of this sword, the white-robed Taoist gradually gained considerable notoriety. It could be said that this peachwood sword was his means of survival. How could he bear to part with his livelihood? Yet, before him stood a youth rumored to possess the ability to wield Taoist magic. What would become of him if he revealed any sign of resistance and was reduced to ashes by a single flame? Fortunately, over the years, I have accumulated a substantial amount of savings. Upon my return, I shall utilize these funds to engage in some business endeavors. Without the peachwood sword, I find myself apprehensive about dealing with malevolent spirits. Qingshan received the peachwood sword from the hands of the white-robed Taoist, casting a bemused glance at the Taoist's eager countenance. "Do you believe I am coercing you for your sword?" he inquired. "This sword was willingly bestowed upon me as a token of admiration for your esteemed presence. How can you claim that you wrested it from my grasp?" The white-robed Taoist retorted with righteous indignation. "Ah, you cunning Taoist, you are quite the smooth talker. However, there is no need for your ire. For had I not arrived today, you would likely have met your demise here. A peachwood sword in exchange for a life is hardly a loss, I must say." Without waiting for a response, Qingshan brandished the peachwood sword, directing a violet-blue beam of sword energy that shot forth from the blade towards a corner of the courtyard. At the moment of contact, he absorbed all the information pertaining to the sword. Peachwood sword, grade, superior mortal artifact description, crafted from the essence of century-old peach wood. It possesses the ability to subdue malevolent energies. This sword, forged from the heart of a 100-year-old peach tree, harbors numerous mystical properties. Artifact effect. Exorcism 1 active effect. Thunder. The century-old peachwood gradually absorbs the power of heavenly thunder, storing it within the sword's core. You may unleash this stored thunderous energy to emit a lethal sword beam, effective at a distance of 10 jong. The essence of peach wood, which thrives at the gate of the underworld, can command 100 specters, making it an excellent material for vanquishing evil and controlling spirits. This peachwood sword is crafted from century-old wood. Its inherent exorcism effect compels ordinary malevolence to retreat, lest they face inevitable obliteration. The white-robed Taoist traveled far and wide, performing rites with the peachwood sword. Though many of his rituals were mere sleights of hand, the sword's exorcism properties genuinely manifested, allowing him to gain considerable renown. However, the ghostly figure observed by Li Er was not a true specter. The violet-blue sword beam surged towards a corner of the courtyard, which appeared devoid of any irregularities to the white-robed Taoist. Yet, at the instant Qingshan unleashed the sword energy, ripples emerged in the void, swiftly expanding like the surface of a tranquil pond disrupted by a breeze. Then, a large black rat materialized within the courtyard. The sword beam collided with the black rat, producing a tremendous roar. Clearly taken aback, the rat was caught off guard by the unexpected assault of the thunderous sword energy, frozen in place, its bristled fur emanating the acrid scent of burnt hide. Indeed, what the villagers referred to as a ghostly apparition was merely this mischievous black rat. Qingshan had sensed that something was amiss long before. He had never heard of spirits engaging in poultry theft. Upon arriving in the village, it became evident to him that the manifestation of the infamous warlord of the West Chu under the bright daylight signified that the malevolent presence in this humble hamlet was anything but a mere ghostly apparition. Hence, after scaling the courtyard wall, he was particularly vigilant for any anomalies within the yard, swiftly discerning a magical illusionary barrier nestled in one corner. As he activated his celestial sight, a plethora of information unfurled before Qingshan's eyes. Mouse Demon, Demon Clan, Rank, 1st grade, LV1, Attributes, Strength 1, Agility 2, Mana 1. Spirit 3, Charisma 1, Endurance 1 Health Points, 15-20, Injured, Spirit Points, 10-10 Skills, Soul Drain Technique LV1. Veil of Deception LV1 Talent. Thin bloodline of the illusionary mouse. Members of the illusionary mouse clan inherently possess the ability to weave illusions. Thus, this mouse demon, bearing a diluted bloodline, is capable of executing low-tier illusions. Basic resilience. The corporeal form of the demon clan is exceptionally robust, resulting in an endurance modifier of 1 endurance for every 20 health points. Indeed, lurking within the village was a mouse that had somehow attained sentience. Or perhaps it was a beast of demonhood. If it were merely a spectral nuisance, the Taoist priest by Piao could easily vanquish it with his peachwood sword. However, should it be a demon beast, the exorcistic properties of the peachwood sword would be rendered utterly ineffective. Was it not akin to courting death for a mere pretender of Taoism to confront a demon beast head-on? Thus, Qingshan felt justified in wielding the sword. I shall assist you in resolving the troubles you cannot face, and in return, I shall claim this peachwood sword as my recompense. There is no fault in this. Seizing the initiative, Qingshan did not wait for the mouse demon to retaliate, but instead unleashed a bolt of lightning with his sword. This arc of sword energy contained a formidable force of 10 points of lightning. Just as the mouse demon regained its senses, another dazzling purple flash surged forth from Qingshan's blade. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed. The villagers gathered outside Li Laoju's residence, upon hearing the commotion from within the courtyard, could not help but express their astonishment. Surely, the Taoist is engaged in a battle of wits with that supernatural entity. Goodness! With such a clamor. It seems this warlord of the West, Chu, must be an extraordinary specter indeed. Concern flickered across some faces. One cannot help but wonder if Taoist Bai Piao can truly contend with this warlord of the West, Chu. Fear not. For Bai Piao is a renowned practitioner in Yuanshan City, well-versed in exorcism. No matter how formidable this warlord may be, he shall inevitably succumb to the Taoist's might. Within the courtyard, the peachwood sword in Qingshan's grasp once again emanated a purple glow. Cease. Spare my life, O true one. If this continues, the mouse shall perish. Suddenly, the mouse demon, charred and battered by the lightning sword arc, let out a harrowing plea for mercy. Upon hearing this, Qingshan raised an eyebrow, genuinely retracting the lightning from his sword, intrigued as he regarded the mouse demon. You have yet to transform. Yet you can articulate human speech, a sign of considerable fortune indeed, having refined your essence ahead of time. The mouse demon, realizing Qingshan had truly desisted from his assault, anthropomorphically patted its chest with its tiny paws, trembling as it spoke. O true one, your discernment is truly remarkable. I was but an ordinary mouse, surviving by pilfering the grains of my master. Not long ago, by a twist of fate, after consuming a crimson spirit pearl, I inexplicably gained sentience and the ability to speak. A humble mouse transformed into this state, and I am quite anxious about it. However, I solemnly swear that during this time, I have never harmed a single soul in the village. I am a benevolent spirit. I implore you, noble human, to show mercy and spare my life. Qingshan approached the mouse demon, wielding a peachwood sword like a club, and struck the mouse demon's head with force, saying as he did so, "A good spirit, you say? A good spirit that has been stealing chickens? A good spirit that frightens the villagers? A good spirit that calls itself the king of the western mice? Look at your audacity." The mouse demon, clutching its head, dared not resist, and quietly explained, "Who could resist the allure of fragrant chicken? I simply could not help myself. Moreover, I did not intend to frighten anyone. I merely sensed that I might possess some special ability, so I attempted to use it. Who knew the owner would suddenly appear and catch me in the act? As for the title of king of the western mice, I find it quite unjust. When asked what kind of creature I was, I thought to name myself after the cave in which I was born, located in the corner of the western wall. Thus, I named myself the king of the western mice, and somehow, it was misconstrued as the king of western Chu." Qingshan observed the scene, and Bai Piao Daoist stood nearby, dumbstruck. Today, he had encountered both the legendary immortal and a mouse demon capable of human speech, filling his heart with a tumult of emotions, fear and astonishment alike. "Where did you acquire the crimson spirit pearl? What does it look like? Speak clearly, and I shall consider sparing you," Qingshan said calmly, though a glimmer of purple light flickered again upon his peachwood sword. Upon seeing the purple glow, the king of the western mice shivered, clearly haunted by the psychological scars left by the previous sword strikes. The mouse demon immediately leapt onto Qingshan's leg, clinging desperately to his trousers, its voice a heart-wrenching plea. "Noble human, spare me. As the saying goes, heaven has a benevolent nature. I am but a good spirit. If you were to take my life, how could you bear it?" Qingshan kicked the king of the western mice away, the purple light on his sword intensifying. "Do not jest with me. If you refuse to answer my questions, I will not hold back," he warned. The mouse demon, glancing fearfully at Qingshan, stammered, "It is not that I wish to withhold information. I genuinely do not understand the circumstances." Qingshan frowned slightly. "I truly do not know how to explain it. Allow me to take you to the place, and you will understand," the mouse demon offered. Chapter 12. The Blood Pool Rebirth. Seeing the king of the western mice's hesitance stirred Qingshan's curiosity. He turned to the visibly anxious Bai Piao Daoist, and said, "I will resolve this matter for you, in exchange for a peachwood sword as payment. And we shall be even." Bai Piao Daoist nodded eagerly. Qingshan, satisfied, stroked the sword. A sword cultivator must have a sword to cultivate. He finally possessed his very first weapon. After addressing the white fluff Daoist, Qingshan turned his gaze towards the West Mouse King and said, "Lead the way. I am eager to see what peculiarities have rendered you so reticent." The West Mouse King, thoroughly subdued by Qingshan's earlier display, obediently rose to his feet, disregarding the injuries he had just sustained from Qingshan's strike. With a swift kick of his legs, he leapt onto the courtyard wall, followed closely by Qingshan. In no time, the duo, a mouse and a man, vanished from the courtyard. Upon witnessing Qingshan's silhouette disappear, the white-fluffed deist finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Having just witnessed Qingshan unleash a formidable lightning strike with a mere wave of his sword, he had been too frightened to breathe. Fearing that this young cultivator might take offense and retaliate with a fatal blow, he was no mouse demon, able to withstand 2 strikes and remain lively. Without his peachwood sword, he knew he could no longer exorcise spirits. "I must seize a substantial gain this time to compensate for my losses," he thought. Observing the somewhat chaotic scene before him, the white-fluffed deist's mind began to race. After a moment of contemplation, a plan formed in his mind. He took a pinch of ash from the incense burner and placed it at the corner of the wall that had been struck by Qingshan's lightning. Then, he retrieved some cinnabar from his robes and applied it to the corners of his mouth, crafting an appearance of injury. Only then did he push open the tightly shut door and stagger out, feigning weakness with a pale face, exclaiming to the gathered villagers, "What a fearsome West Chu overlord! I nearly met my demise at the hands of a ghost." Hearing the commotion from within the courtyard, the anxious villagers rushed to support the white-fluffed deist, who appeared to be in a pitiful state. Li Lauer, the owner of the house, approached with trepidation, wringing his hands as he cautiously inquired, "Deist, what has become of the West Chu overlord?" The white-fluffed deist glanced at Li Lauer, his face contorted with a tragic expression. "The West Chu overlord is indeed a formidable specter, with powers so great that ordinary measures could not subdue it. Reluctantly, I had to sacrifice a portion of my lifespan to deploy the forbidden lightning technique of my sect to vanquish it." He continued, "This encounter has significantly drained my vitality, and I shall require ample rest. Henceforth, I will no longer undertake any exorcism tasks." He then looked up at the villagers and added, "Although I have suffered considerable losses, vanquishing evil is an obligation of those who cultivate the Tao. I am fortunate not to have failed in my mission. The West Chu overlord has been utterly annihilated, reduced to ashes. You may enter and collect its remnants, sealing them in a jar. Rest assured, no further malevolent occurrences shall transpire." Upon hearing these words, the villagers could hardly contain their curiosity and eagerly crowded into Li Lauer's home, eager to witness the remnants of the remarkable West Chu overlord. As they entered the backyard, they beheld the charred ground beneath the courtyard wall and gasped in astonishment. "My goodness, the deist's prowess is truly formidable, having reduced the ground to such a state. Surely, even the fiercest West Chu overlord could not withstand this." Seeing the villagers' astonishment, the white-fluffed deist felt a swell of pride. "That young boy had taken my ancestral peachwood sword. How could I, the white-fluffed deist, allow myself to be at a loss? I must reclaim his credit." The villagers were filled with both fear and wonder. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Li Lauer hesitated for a brief moment before resolutely stepping forth. He addressed the villagers with a booming voice, proclaiming, "The deist has made tremendous sacrifices to rid our village of malevolent spirits. We are deeply indebted to him. And in gratitude, I propose that each household contribute a bit more silver as a reward for the deist's efforts. What say you?" The gathered villagers responded in unison, expressing their agreement. The frail deist by Piao, upon observing this reaction, nodded in appreciation. "Li Lauer, splendid. You have shown great insight. I did not misjudge you." Qingshan followed the Western Rat King along the winding mountain path into the city for nearly an hour. Eventually, they halted beneath a small hill, where the Western Rat King led Qingshan into a turn. After walking a while longer, they arrived at a desolate expanse strewn with rocks. Qingshan gazed at the Western Rat King, awaiting an explanation. "Li Lauer has dealings with a tavern in Yuanshan City and regularly transports a cart of wine there. One day, tempted by the allure of the drink, I carelessly indulged and inadvertently boarded the cart. As we traveled halfway, an enchanting fragrance wafted through the air. Driven by instinct, I leapt from the cart and followed the scent. This led me to the very spot where I discovered a blood pool filled with crimson liquid. Upon closer inspection, I noticed the viscous blood was teeming with numerous red, bead-like objects swirling within. Strangely, the delightful aroma emanated from these red orbs, and I couldn't resist consuming one. Oddly enough, despite its small size, one orb left me feeling quite full. Subsequently, I stumbled away in a daze, only to gradually awaken to consciousness, capable of speech, and thus transformed into my current form. Later, I attempted to retrace my steps to locate the blood pool, but it had inexplicably transformed into this rocky wilderness. It felt as though everything was a mere dream, yet the changes within me unmistakably confirmed that these events were not mere illusions. The Western Rat King cautiously glanced at Qingshan, apprehensive that he might not believe his tale. Qingshan remained motionless, his expression as somber as the depths of a stormy sea, fixated on the rocky landscape before him. The scene described by the Western Rat King was not only familiar to him, but resonated deeply within his understanding. The concept of the blood pool rebirth, collecting the essence of countless human lives and consolidating it within a blood pool to facilitate the rebirth of a being with demonic lineage, was also the ultimate objective behind the chaos of the corpse puppets instigated by dark practitioners. But was this phenomenon not a product that emerged only after the onset of the corpse puppet turmoil? Qingshan's heart sank at the realization. What could this mean? He understood that the rocky expanse before him was, in reality, an illusion conjured by a sophisticated array. However, given his current cultivation level, he was unable to decipher the formation and breach its confines. On that day, it seemed the illusion had encountered some malfunction, temporarily losing its efficacy, which allowed the Western Rat King to discover the blood pool and inadvertently consume a blood spirit orb, awakening the latent bloodline of the illusionary rat within. "We must depart from this place," he declared. Qingshan addressed the great king of the Western Rats. Although he was puzzled as to why such a significant entity as the blood pool was suddenly left unguarded, allowing a solitary rat to traverse it without losing a hair, he was acutely aware of the potential peril posed by the sudden return of a demon cultivator. Given his current level of cultivation, encountering the one who established this blood pool would spell certain doom. Thus, he dared not linger any longer. Chapter 13. The Hidden Plot. Qingshan departed the rocky forest in haste, accompanied by the great king of the Western Rats. "Where are we headed?" The great king, having remained silent since their departure, hesitated for a moment before finally inquiring. "Yuan Mountain City." The great king wished to ask Qingshan if, having disclosed all that needed to be said, he might be allowed to leave. Accompanying Qingshan filled him with trepidation. But noticing the grave expression on Qingshan's face, he refrained from voicing his query. Being a rat was indeed a formidable challenge. After some time, a majestic city loomed before Qingshan. Yuan Mountain City, one of the 108 county cities under the jurisdiction of Xinjiang Prefecture. As a county city, Yuan Mountain was surrounded by numerous large and small cultivation families, as well as 3 first-rate sections. Standing outside the city, Qingshan was stirred by a wave of nostalgia. The 108 county cities of Xinjiang Prefecture were the birthplace of players in 9 heavens, akin to a novice village. While his previous life's novice village was not Yuan Mountain City, but another county city, the familiar scenery invoked a sense of warmth within him. Qingshan entered the city directly, facing no inquiries at the city gate, nor being charged any entry fee. However, the sight of the black rat perched on his shoulder intrigued the city guards. Is there still a practice of raising rats in these times? Inside the city, the streets were paved with blue stone, clean and tidy, bustling with countless pedestrians, merchants, and food stalls that filled the once spacious avenues with lively commotion. In a world teeming with demons and mystical arts, human towns were thriving in ways that far surpassed the ancient worlds governed by scientific principles. Qingshan casually selected an inn, requested a private room, and ordered some food and drink, indulging in solitary enjoyment. The great king of the Western Rats, having glanced around for a moment, could no longer suppress his curiosity and leapt onto the table to partake in the feast. Qingshan cast a brief glance at him, but chose not to say much. He needed to calm his mind, free himself from all distractions, and meticulously organize his thoughts. The blood pool, which had appeared prematurely yet had never been recorded in the storyline, filled Qingshan with a sense of foreboding. He sensed a veil of mystery shrouding the history leading up to the outbreak of the corpse puppet chaos. What he needed to do was to pierce through this fog using the vast information at his disposal. Firstly, the existence of the blood pool must hold significance. A demon cultivator would not have established it without purpose. Given that there was intent behind its creation, there would inevitably be a consequence, whether it succeeded or failed. The inception and progression of an event may be meticulously concealed. However, the outcome remains inescapably evident, for regardless of its nature, it invariably exerts a profound influence. Much like the ancient princes who conspired to usurp the throne, if their plans were executed with utmost precision, everything may transpire quietly until the results emerge. Yet, once the dust settles, be it failure or triumph, such occurrences are indelibly recorded in the annals of history. Reflecting upon historical narratives, one finds no mention of events associated with the blood pool situated 1,000 miles from the city of Xinjiang. Thus, only one possibility remains. It exists within the records in a somewhat obscure manner. This compels an exploration of the outcomes to deduce which event is linked to the blood pool. Qingshan dipped his finger into a bit of wine. Gesturing upon the table, he resolved to traverse the significant events that transpired near Yuanshan City over the past year. Upon his arrival at the inn, he had inquired with the innkeeper, confirming the current year, the 20,000th year of Chang'an, the final year of this era, mere months before the onset of the Corpse Puppet Rebellion. Following the conclusion of this upheaval, the master of the Heavenly Mechanism Observatory employed the Heavenly Mechanism Mirror to discern the celestial patterns. In an instant, the venerable master, with hair turned white and having attained the great ascension, faced the depletion of his lifespan and uttered his last words. The abyss has arrived. Henceforth, the firmament shall descend into turmoil. The subsequent year, the royal family of the Great Xia dynasty altered the era name to Xianyu. In that year, the collective attention was captivated by the Corpse Puppet Rebellion and the passing of the master of the Heavenly Mechanism, causing many intricate details to fade into obscurity within the vast river of history. However, Qingshan was different. He had delved deeply into the narrative of 9 heavens. Names flitted through his mind as he sifted through valuable information. Suddenly, a seemingly inconspicuous record emerged from the vast sea of historical accounts, quietly coming into view. According to the historical record, on the 15th day of the 7th month in the 20,000th year of Chang'an, one of the 7 great deist sects, the Heavenly Mechanism Observatory, lost a fragment of the Heavenly Mechanism Mirror, which was being guarded in Xinjiang. Following the Master's passing at year's end, the entire observatory was engulfed in mourning. As the year of Xianyu unfolded, significant events unfolded in succession, causing this matter to linger unresolved. The disappearance of the fragment of the Heavenly Mechanism Mirror became a lingering mystery. The Heavenly Mechanism Mirror, the sacred artifact of the Heavenly Mechanism Observatory, channels the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, discerning causality and enabling the detection of celestial patterns, as well as the ability to avert calamities. Furthermore, the mirror possesses the remarkable capacity to produce numerous fragments, each imbued with a fraction of the original's power. Due to its extraordinary nature, the royal family of the Great Xia allocated positions in every prefecture for guardians, appointing disciples of the Heavenly Mechanism Observatory who bore fragments of the mirror. The observatory oversaw the affairs of the world. Qingshan had long grappled with the understanding of this historical account. The guardian of Xinjiang Prefecture, a practitioner of the 4th tier of the nascent soul stage, inexplicably appears in the small county of Yuanshan City, losing such a significant fragment of the celestial mirror. Something is amiss. Coupled with the emergence of the blood pool nearby, Qingshan has begun to sense the faint aroma of conspiracy, a narrative concealed from sight. His eyes gradually gleam with insight as his thoughts crystallize. The celestial mirror serves to unveil the mysteries of fate, yet its enigmatic powers are fraught with limitations. Frequently, the insights gleaned from the celestial mirror manifest as ambiguous visions, necessitating careful analysis by the practitioner to decipher their meanings. This vulnerability can be exploited by those with ulterior motives, deliberately crafting illusions to mislead the wielder of the celestial mirror. Indeed, it is perplexing that such a pivotal element as the blood pool would find its protective illusions abruptly fail, with no guardian in sight. It is evident that the demon practitioners intentionally dismantled the formations, allowing the blood pool to emerge within the celestial mirror's scope, thus drawing the guardian of Xinjiang Prefecture to this location. To avoid revealing their identity within the celestial mirror's vision, the demon practitioners must distance themselves from the blood pool. Despite the bizarre nature of these events, how could the disciples of the celestial observation, as the guardians of the realm, remain indifferent? They would surely come to investigate. The motive is straightforward. Whatever the guardian of Xinjiang Prefecture has lost serves the interests of the demon practitioners. The fragment of the celestial mirror. Had the fragment remained intact, Xinjiang Prefecture would not have been caught unawares, leading to its devastation at the hands of the demon practitioners. Contemplating this, Qingshan's gaze deepens. He recalls a crucial detail. After the loss of the celestial mirror fragment, Xinjiang Prefecture dispatched numerous practitioners to various major counties. Thus, when the chaos of the corpse puppets erupted, their attacks on the major counties, though grand in scale, did not result in overwhelming slaughter. However, the city of Xinjiang was left littered with bones. Now, Qingshan comprehends the outcome. The guardian of Xinjiang Prefecture was likely misled by the blood pool's proximity, believing the demon practitioner's intentions were confined to the smaller counties. Little did they foresee that the demon practitioners harbored ambitions to strike at the prefectural city itself, and succeeded. Chapter 14. How to break the deadlock. If the machinations of the demon practitioners can be thwarted, might the tragedy of Xinjiang Prefecture be averted? Qingshan is uncertain, yet he is determined to attempt it. The tragedy of Xinjiang Prefecture is, in essence, a tragedy for all humanity. Qiyuan. Qingshan inscribes this name in ink upon the table. The guardian of the celestial mirror fragment, Qiyuan. Tap, tap, tap. His fingers incessantly drum upon the table. His brow furrowed. It is now the 13th of July. Only 2 days remain until Qiyuan's loss of the celestial mirror fragment. Time is of the essence. He must swiftly devise a strategy to break the deadlock. 3 critical questions demand resolution. First, he must discern how these demon practitioners seized the celestial mirror fragment from Qiyuan. Only by understanding the method to seize the mirror can one effectively counter its challenges. Furthermore, it is imperative to find a way to meet Qiyuan. However, as a grandmaster of the nascent soul stage, Qiyuan is a formidable guardian of the estate, and it is not within the reach of a mere second-tier Qi refinement cultivator to gain an audience with him at will. Additionally, after meeting Qiyuan, one must devise a means to earn his trust. Time dripped away like grains of sand. Suddenly, Qingshan recalled a matter from his past life. The professional player Tian Lingzi, ranked 7th on the player's spiritual cultivation leaderboard, was accepted as a disciple by the Tianji Temple after completing a hidden quest. Through relentless effort, Tian Lingzi quickly amassed enough sect contribution points, and upon gaining the attention of the Tianji Temple, he was bestowed with a fragment of the Tianji mirror. Tian Lingzi had once shared the attributes of this fragment on the player forum, thus creating quite a stir for himself. Tianji mirror fragment, level, Dao artifact, pseudo, description, the secrets of the heavens must not be revealed. Artifact effect, divination 4 ability, observing the heavens, passive, within the current area. If a calamity is imminent, the artifact's possessor will have a vague premonition. Active, sacrifice lifespan to observe the heavenly secrets. Cooldown, 15 days. The Tianji mirror is a peculiar artifact that offers no enhancement to one's combat abilities, yet its classification as a Dao artifact is undeniable, despite the pseudo-designation. Thus, even after the passage of time, Qingshan retained a clear recollection of its attributes. Qingshan's gaze sharpened as a thought emerged. Could it be? He glanced at the West Rat King, who was indulging in food with great delight, and suddenly inquired, "Do you recall how long ago it was when you last saw that blood pool?" The West Rat King, lost in the delights of human cuisine, lifted his head. Momentarily confused, after pondering and counting on his fingers, he shook his head, eventually plopping down at the table and fiddling with his toes. It should be 13 days ago. He finally concluded. 13 days prior marked the first day of July, when the demon cultivator released the signal of the blood pool to attract Qiyuan's attention. On the 15th of July, Qiyuan lost the Tianji mirror fragment in Yuan Mountain City. There was a full 15-day gap in between. Qingshan pondered deeply. Given the style of the disciples from the Tianji Temple, they would have undoubtedly rushed to Yuan Mountain City upon discovering the blood pool. The demon cultivator could have acted at that moment, yet they chose to delay their actions for an entire half-month, only springing into action on the 15th of July. Unless, for their plan, the 15th of July was the designated moment to act. What kind of plan could impose such stringent demands on timing? Recalling the attributes of the Tianji mirror fragment, the answer was becoming increasingly clear. Qingshan rose to his feet. The next step was to find a way to meet Qiyuan. He still lacked a concrete plan, but remaining idle would yield no solutions. It was better to wander the city for a while. Perhaps a change of scenery would inspire him. While reflecting on his own gains, Qingshan contemplated the possibility of acquiring a suitable sword technique. He lifted his gaze to the imposing pavilion before him, where the signboard was adorned with the ornate golden characters of Daxia Commercial House. This establishment was not only the largest trading house within Source Mountain City, but also the most significant in all of humanity, spanning countless human cities and steeped in history. It had accumulated an immeasurable wealth over the ages, in the realm of immortal heroes. A trading house of such affluence could not possibly sustain itself for so long without formidable backing. Indeed, the Daxia Commercial House was supported by a powerful force, the Daxia Imperial Clan. The Daxia Imperial Clan governed the realm, maintaining the spiritual formations of human cities and the armies of cultivators, tasked with safeguarding and uplifting humanity. Even the hierarchy of cultivation sects was determined by the Daxia Imperial Clan, whose influence and status were self-evident. Consequently, it was hardly surprising that the Daxia Commercial House, under the auspices of the Daxia Imperial Clan, had evolved into the largest trading entity among humankind. Behave yourself once we enter. Qingshan admonished the Western Mouse King perched on his shoulder. The Western Mouse King nodded vigorously in response. Given the significance of this location, security was exceptionally stringent. If Qingshan recalled correctly, the Daxia commercial house at the county level not only employed high-grade formations, but also stationed golden elixir cultivators within the pavilion year-round. Causing a disturbance here would be tantamount to courting death. The Daxia commercial house comprised 3 floors, the first for Qi refining cultivators, the second for foundation establishment cultivators, and the third for those of the golden elixir stage. At present, Qingshan's cultivation level permitted him only to wander the first floor. As he stepped through the grand entrance of the Daxia commercial house, he was greeted by an expansive hall capable of accommodating dozens. Featuring counters crafted from precious rosewood and several attendants clad in matching azure robes, all exuding an air of grandeur. A few patrons milled about, and Qingshan noted they were all cultivators of at least the 3rd layer of Qi refining. Several attendants in blue were engaged in discussions with these cultivators. At that moment, a smiling young attendant approached, his face beaming with warmth. "Esteemed guest, do you wish to sell items or purchase something?" "I wish to part with some items and also see if there are any suitable sword techniques available," Qingshan replied. The young attendant maintained his smile, responding respectfully. "If you wish to sell items, please follow me this way. The evaluation of a cultivator's items is beyond my authority. We must consult one of our esteemed experts for appraisal." Qingshan nodded in agreement. Of course, the attendant led him to a side counter, where an elderly man with a head of white hair sat, exuding an air of distinction. "Master Qin, this guest wishes to sell some items," the young attendant introduced. The elderly man nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. He glanced at Qingshan and spoke gently. "I am the manager of the 1st floor of the Daxia Trading Company. Pray tell, what items do you wish to part with? I assure you, I will offer the most reasonable price." Qingshan retrieved several jade slips containing martial arts techniques and spells from his storage bag. After a moment's contemplation, he also removed the earth spirit pendant from his waist and placed it on the table. Old Qin took the jade slips, using his spiritual sense to examine their contents briefly before setting them down quickly. He then picked up the earth spirit pendant, observing it for a moment. "The martial arts and spell jade slips you wish to sell are rather commonplace. While our Daxia Trading Company is willing to purchase them, the price will not be high. For these slips, I can offer you 20 grade 1 spirit stones. As for this pendant, the spell it carries is merely a rudimentary grade 1 earth skin technique, lacking in uniqueness. However, the pendant itself is crafted from grass-cold jade, which holds some value. Although our company typically does not exceed 20 grade 1 spirit stones for inferior artifacts, I can make an exception and offer you 25 grade 1 spirit stones. What say you?" Upon hearing this, Qingshan nodded slightly. As the largest trading company among the human race, their offer was indeed generous and fair. His own estimation had been around 40 grade 1 spirit stones. So he was pleasantly surprised by Old Qin's additional 5 stones, leaving no room for dissatisfaction. Chapter 15. The Sword Technique of Falling Light. Seeing Qingshan nod, Old Qin gestured to a waiting young attendant in a green robe, who promptly stepped away. Before long, the attendant returned, carrying a tray that held 45 grade 1 spirit stones and a blue jade slip, arranged neatly. "Here are 45 grade 1 spirit stones for your inspection. Additionally, I have heard you are interested in purchasing 1 or 2 sword techniques. This jade slip contains a list of the sword techniques available on our floor, along with detailed descriptions for your perusal. In the realm of cultivation, when selling techniques or skills, it is customary not to present the original content directly to practitioners. Instead, only rough introductions are provided. Once a practitioner selects a technique that satisfies them, the exchange is made hand in hand, payment for goods. This has long been the trading principle in the world of cultivation." Qingshan placed the spirit stones into his storage bag, marking a significant transformation in his total assets from 2 to 3 digits. He then picked up the blue jade slip from the tray and extended his spiritual sense to glean its information. Green Spirit Sword Technique. A wood attribute sword technique renowned for its continuous sword forms, causes a faint green glow to flicker upon execution, affecting the enemy's judgment. Price, 50 grade 1 spirit stones. Extreme Cold Sword Technique. A powerful close-range attack sword technique, imbues each strike with an underlying chill, its potency not to be underestimated. Price, 60 grade 1 spirit stones. Thousand Crane Sword Technique, created by Daoist Thousand Crane, is celebrated for its resplendent sword forms. During its execution, a faint crane shape can be discerned, stunning the enemy. Price, 65 grade 1 spirit stones. The Qingshan Sword Technique, a fire attribute sword art, strikes with a swiftness akin to flames and inflicts burning damage. Common Qi refinement cultivators find it arduous to withstand the might of this technique, priced at 71st grade spirit stones. The Zuiming sword technique, a functional sword art, possesses less lethal force but boasts capabilities to slow and bind foes, costing 101st grade spirit stones. The Juli sword technique presents a dazzling array of options. For sword cultivators in the Qi refinement realm, every sword technique introduced in the Jade Slip is a commendable choice. The wares of the Daxia commercial house are assuredly of high caliber. However, given Lu Qingshan's financial standing and experience, he currently intends to select only one sword technique for study. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qingshan set down the Jade Slip and spoke. Shopkeeper Qin, I wish to purchase the Zuiming sword technique. The Zuiming sword technique is one of the few control skills accessible to low-level sword cultivators and retains its utility even as cultivators ascend in rank. The formidable damage output of sword cultivators often means that even the simplest basic attacks are beyond the capacity of ordinary practitioners to endure. Thus, the more pressing concern for a sword cultivator is often the inability to engage rather than a lack of damage. A control skill can significantly enhance a sword cultivator's effectiveness, often surpassing many damage-oriented sword techniques. Consequently, in his previous life, the Zuiming sword technique was widely acknowledged by sword cultivator players as a minor divine skill in the early stages. Shopkeeper Qin smiled and said, Please hold on for a moment. He then turned and beckoned to a young attendant in a blue garment. The attendant promptly made his way toward the inner storeroom. Before long, he returned with the Jade Slip containing the Zuiming sword technique. Lu Qingshan exchanged 101st grade spirit stones, and the Zuiming sword technique became his own. Although his assets, which had just surpassed 3 digits, swiftly dwindled to 2. Nonetheless, Lu Qingshan felt immense satisfaction. The system prompted, detecting sword technique, Zuiming sword technique. Do you wish to spend 20 experience points to learn it? Zuiming sword technique, learning requirements, none. Description, functional sword technique, maximum level 10. Skill effect, damage equals strength x 11 at 101 skill level, and each sword strike incorporates a layer of shadow erosion power. Each layer can reduce speed by 1. Shadow erosion power is stackable, with a maximum of 3 layers. Upon reaching 3 layers, the user can voluntarily detonate the shadow erosion, temporarily binding the enemy. Each sword technique expends 2 spirit power, while detonating the shadow erosion costs 5 spirit power. The consumption of the Zuiming sword technique is substantial. At Lu Qingshan's current cultivation level, he can only perform a few strikes, and detonating the shadow erosion would consume 1/4 of his spirit power. For him at this moment, the technique is reserved for critical situations. Indeed, Lu Qingshan's remaining 30 experience points quickly diminished by 12 points, 30 experience points spent on innate sword affinity, 10 experience points spent on basic swordsmanship affinity. Profound and esoteric information inexplicably surfaced in Lu Qingshan's mind. In but a breath's time, he could not help but glance at his hands, for in that fleeting moment, the Zuiming sword technique had become second nature to him. He was certain that, should he now wield the peachwood sword, he could execute the Zuiming sword technique with practiced finesse. In the fleeting moment, the mastery of swordsmanship reached a modest completion. This epitomizes the advantage of players. With sufficient experience, they can swiftly acquire profound sword techniques. Lu Qingshan gathered his belongings and prepared to depart. Old Qin, with narrowed eyes, observed the king of the western mice, who had remained obediently perched on Lu Qingshan's shoulder since entering the merchant house. Suddenly, he inquired, Might you be interested in selling your spirit pet? I am prepared to offer 22nd grade spirit stones. Upon hearing Old Qin's unexpected proposition, Lu Qingshan could not help but marvel at the acumen of one who could manage the great Siam merchant house. The illusion mouse bloodline belongs to a 6th grade beast, and although the king of the western mice possessed only a faint trace of this lineage, it was undeniably remarkable. It was evident that Old Qin had discerned the extraordinary nature of the king of the western mice. Yet it would be implausible for him to recognize the presence of a 6th grade beast bloodline. The king of the western mice, caught unawares by this sudden scrutiny, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, clutching tightly to Lu Qingshan's collar. Observing the creature's fearful demeanor, Lu Qingshan chose not to intimidate it further and respectfully declined. Apologies, but I cannot part with this spirit mouse. Old Qin, slightly disappointed but not insistent, replied, A gentleman does not deprive others of their pleasures. Since you have no intention of selling your spirit pet, the great Xia merchant house shall not resort to coercion. As Lu Qingshan was on the verge of leaving the great Xia merchant house, 2 cultivators, a man and a woman, descended the staircase, exhibiting a notably close rapport. The woman, youthful and graceful, possessed an alluring charm, whereas the male cultivator appeared considerably older, resembling a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. This striking contrast presented an old man and young wife dynamic, which, while seemingly unusual, is quite common in the realm of cultivation. Female cultivators, regardless of their level of skill, often possess some mastery of beauty-preserving techniques, while their male counterparts typically focus on enhancing their cultivation, neglecting pursuits that do not directly contribute to their strength. Many male cultivators also perceive a youthful appearance as a detriment, leading to a prevalent scenario where female practitioners appear youthful, while their male counterparts are generally more mature. It is worth noting that in the cultivation world, many female practitioners who resemble young maidens may, in reality, be of an age that could rival that of one's great-grandmother. The two individuals descending the stairs likely possessed at least foundational cultivation skills. Qingshan cast a glance, but chose not to linger, intending to exit the merchant house. Some irascible cultivators might take offense if one gazes at them too long, perceiving it as a provocation. Suddenly, Qingshan paused. The woman's figure seemed oddly familiar, as if he had encountered her before. Without hesitation, he feigned a casual turn and discreetly cast a heavenly eye technique towards her. When a door can be opened, why overthink the matter? Wu-E, human race, profession, mage, primary, skill. Qi induction technique, LV4, 336400, rank, Qi refinement attributes, strength 1, agility 1, mana 3, soul 1, charisma 1, stamina 1 health points, 1111 spiritual energy, 4040 skills, Qi gathering technique, LV1. Talent. None. A familiar panel, along with a well-known name, brought a faint smile to Qingshan's lips. Although the information acquired through the heavenly eye technique on the middle-aged male cultivator beside Wu-E, it was merely a series of orderly question marks. Human race, profession, rank, extremely lethal attributes. Qingshan was acutely aware that this middle-aged male cultivator was most likely the foundational cultivator, the boss of the corpse refining dungeon, known as Blood Corpse Real Person. Is this not the opportunity to break the deadlock? Maintaining an unperturbed demeanor, Qingshan continued his path, exiting the Daxia Merchant Association. The spiritual perception ability of foundational cultivators is highly sensitive to the scrutiny of others. To avoid drawing the attention of Blood Corpse Real Person, Qingshan refrained from gazing at the two individuals any longer. Moreover, while Wu-E had not seen her own visage, since he could vaguely recognize her by her silhouette, what assurance did he have that she could not similarly identify him? Thus, it was prudent to minimize his presence before her. Beneath the seemingly tranquil facade of Yuanshan City, a tempest was quietly brewing. Strolling along the streets of Yuanshan City, Qingshan was in high spirits. The demon cultivators were plotting to seize the fragment of the heavenly machine mirror from Qingshan in 2 days. At the same time, the Blood Corpse Real Person, whose lair had been thoroughly dismantled, had made an appearance in Yuanshan City. The identity of the Blood Corpse Real Person, who concocted corpse puppets in his own stronghold, undoubtedly indicated that he was also a long-simmering demon cultivator. Once could be a coincidence, twice might also be deemed coincidental, but with 3 coincidences, there undoubtedly lay an intrinsic connection. With the information at Qingshan's disposal, the answer was readily apparent. This Blood Corpse Real Person was indeed a participant in the operation to seize the fragment of the heavenly machine mirror from Qingshan in 2 days. All the dots had aligned into a singular line. Grasping this line, Qingshan needed not sever it. He merely required the line's trajectory to deviate from the path initially plotted by the demon cultivators. Wanbao Tower in Yuanshan City, a renowned establishment within the city. At this moment, within the concealed basement of Wanbao Tower, 2 rows of chairs were neatly arranged, occupied by nearly 10 cultivators. Had Qingshan been present, he would have recognized one of the cultivators as the Blood Corpse Real Person he encountered at the Daxia Merchant Association. The atmosphere within the room was eerie and solemn. Seated at the head was an elderly man, his hair and beard white, resembling withered wood. The elder surveyed all the cultivators present and inquired, "With only 2 days remaining until we strike, I trust there have been no oversights in your assignments? I have no issues on my end. Lord Shura dispatched someone days ago to deliver the beast soldiers. I too am prepared, the banners are ready." The cultivators below are responding in unison. However, Lord Raxhasa Qi Yuan is a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, hailing from the celestial mechanism sect. His divination skills are unparalleled, especially in the art of auspiciousness and averting misfortune. Why do you dare to assert that he will recklessly approach the blood pool and venture to Yuan Mountain City? A robust cultivator interjected suddenly. Upon hearing this question, the other cultivators turned their gaze towards the elder, clearly perplexed. Indeed, the divination techniques of the celestial mechanism sect are second to none. Yet this very superiority often becomes a hindrance for its practitioners. The elder spoke with a hint of derision. How so? The practitioners of the celestial mechanism sect tend to place excessive faith in and rely on their divination skills. Thus, their instinct in times of trouble is to consult the oracle, often resulting in a loss of their own judgment. When Qi Yuan perceives the matter of the blood pool through the celestial mechanism mirror, he will undoubtedly employ his divination to ascertain whether his journey poses any danger. If the omens appear ominous, he will naturally refrain from approaching Yuan Mountain City recklessly. However, our plan this time revolves around the celestial mechanism mirror, with no consideration for Qi Yuan himself. Furthermore, we, at best, are of the golden core stage, posing no threat to Qi Yuan. Consequently, the omens he receives will surely indicate safety. Even if the blood pool matter is fraught with peril, the compassionate heart of a disciple of the celestial mechanism sect, combined with the misleading omens, grants Qi Yuan a 90% chance of venturing to Yuan Mountain City to investigate the blood pool affair. Techniques are lifeless, yet humans are alive. The elder chuckled coldly, his tone chilling. No matter how astute the celestial arts, they cannot fully grasp the depths of human nature. Lord Rakshasa, your strategy is commendable, came a chorus of admiration. The elder, referred to as Rakshasa, remained expressionless as he turned his gaze toward the corner where the blood corpse true man sat, suddenly furrowing his brow. Blood corpse. I heard that your disciple unexpectedly arrived at Yuan Mountain City looking for you yesterday. Is there an issue? The blood corpse true man's pupils constricted as he respectfully replied. Rest assured, Lord Rakshasa, there is nothing of great concern. The elder nodded and said, if that's the case, then all is well. With the impending chaos of the corpse puppets and the birth of the demonic progeny, your actions must be executed with utmost caution. Not a single misstep must occur. Should our endeavor succeed, our branch in Qingzhou will achieve unprecedented merit, and each of you will swiftly elevate your standing in the underworld. Return and prepare well. 2 days hence, when Qi Yuan employs the celestial mechanism mirror, it shall be our moment to act. Once we succeed, abandon the years of planning in Yuan Mountain City and flee. Understood. The elder waved his hand, prompting all the cultivators to rise swiftly and disperse through the underground passage of Wanbao Tower, vanishing into various locales of Yuan Mountain City. The blood corpse true man's countenance darkened, lost in thought, as he silently traversed the passage. Blood corpse, please wait. Someone called out to him. Turning back, the blood corpse true man frowned. Crying soul, what is it that you seek? Crying soul true man regarded him with a smile. I have heard that your corpse refinement cave has been visited by unidentified cultivators. Upon hearing the words, blood corpse Jinren's expression tightened as he fixated on crying soul Jinren, articulating each word with intent. What do you mean by this? Crying soul Jinren shook his head and clarified, I harbor no ulterior motives. If I wished to trouble you, I would have exposed you the moment Lord Rakshasa inquired about you. After a brief pause, crying soul Jinren smirked, if I am not mistaken, your female disciple is a prime candidate for a furnace, and as you are aware, I have recently been practicing the art of extraction, seeking exceptional female cultivators. I would like to borrow your disciple for this purpose. What do you think? Blood corpse Jinren remained silent for a moment before responding. After this matter concludes, I shall lend her to you. Crying soul Jinren expressed his gratitude for blood corpse Jinren's willingness to part with her. He nodded in satisfaction before turning to leave. As he watched crying soul Jinren's retreating figure, a shadow of unease flickered in blood corpse Jinren's eyes. Though he spoke of lending, the art of extraction required the absorption of a woman's yin energy, with Wu Yi only at the 4th level of Qi refinement. What would remain of her after crying soul's extraction? Blood corpse Jinren's heart was aflame with rage, yet tinged with concern. He had always been meticulous, sourcing the raw materials for crafting corpses from far-off places, far away from the corpse refining cave. This cave, nestled deep within the mountains and concealed by a second-tier formation, had nonetheless been breached by an unknown entity, leaving him with a nagging sense of foreboding, as if someone was lurking in the shadows, watching him. Chapter 17. The Knowledge Guardian Tower. This was a modestly sized, independent building hidden within an alley. The 2-story structure had its doors wide open, yet a black curtain veiled the entrance, obstructing the view of passers-by and preventing easy peering inside. There was no sign to indicate its purpose, rendering it indistinguishable. Lu Qingshan stood before the building, his gaze flickering. Having not originated from Yuanshan City in his previous life, he had traversed many alleys in search of this unassuming tower. Familiar with the narrative of 9 heavens, he understood well that this seemingly ordinary building was, in fact, the largest faction accessible to players in all of Yuanshan City. The Yuan Mountain Tower, the Knowledge Guardian Tower, served as a branch in Yuanshan City. The Knowledge Guardian Tower was the sole entity among the human race capable of rivaling the 7 great Dao sects. Furthermore, It boasted the longest history among human factions, predating even the establishment of the Great Xia royal lineage. After the Great Xia dynasty unified the human race, the Knowledge Guardian Tower aligned itself with the royalty, concealing its influence underground. Over the course of 20,000 years, the presence of the Knowledge Guardian Tower gradually faded within the human realm. However, Qingshan knew that this span of time had not led to its decline. Rather, with the full support of the Great Xia royal family, it had grown increasingly formidable. The branches of the Knowledge Guardian Tower spread across every human city like the Great Xia Trading Company. Yet while the trading company operated openly, the Knowledge Guardian Tower remained shrouded in secrecy. It was not until the version featuring the underworld's demonic shadow that this faction emerged from the shadows, formally unlocking its ranks for players. In a previous life, there existed a fortunate few who, by serendipitous circumstances, managed to unlock this Hishao Tower faction ahead of others. Owing to its obscure reputation and the discreet nature of its operations, those who joined this Hishao Tower at the time regarded it as a rather inconsequential sect. Little did they anticipate that with the advent of the Netherworld Shadow version, Hishao Tower would suddenly emerge as the preeminent human faction of the current era. Indeed, it was akin to drawing an SSR card in a game of chance. Before long, the exhilaration proved irresistible for some players, who eagerly shared their unique methods of accessing this Hishao Tower faction on player forums. Each player's journey to unlock this faction was distinct, with a plethora of extraordinary tales. Yet, they shared a common thread: enmity towards the practitioners of demonic arts. This was precisely the purpose for which Hishao Tower was established, to suppress and eradicate the influence of the demon clan within the realm of Daxia. Qingshan had never intended to be a solitary cultivator, as the world of Jushin teetered on the brink of chaos. The risks of choosing the path of a lone cultivator without the protection of a sect were exceedingly high. Countless solitary NPC cultivators had fallen victim to unforeseen plot twists throughout the various main storylines. Each time a major update occurred, upon logging back in, Qingshan would invariably find a line in the update notes stating, "Countless solitary cultivators have become victims of this calamity." Moreover, for a cultivator to achieve rapid advancement, an abundance of resources is imperative. The four fundamental elements of cultivation are law, companions, wealth, and environment. Firstly, advanced techniques and sword skills are invaluable, often unattainable even with substantial wealth, as they are seldom imparted. Consequently, the techniques practiced by solitary cultivators are typically of mediocre quality, and the spells they master lack potency. Conversely, by aligning oneself with a formidable sect, one can exchange accumulated contributions for various high-level cultivation methods. Companions do not merely refer to romantic partners, but also include fellow disciples and mentors. Those who pursue solitary study without companions are destined to remain isolated and uninformed. By entering a cultivation sect, one not only gains the camaraderie of fellow practitioners, but also benefits from the guidance and protection of seasoned mentors, resulting in a growth rate that solitary cultivators cannot hope to match. Wealth encompasses the myriad resources and materials necessary for cultivation, such as elixirs, magical artifacts, and spirit stones. Solitary cultivators often expend their time and energy scrounging for these resources, leaving them little opportunity to refine their techniques or delve deeper into spells. In contrast, sects routinely allocate cultivation resources to their disciples to foster their development. Moreover, many rare elixirs and artifacts are available to sect disciples at highly favorable prices. This disparity in resources swiftly translates into a gap in strength. Lastly, the environment refers to the sacred grounds of cultivation, as sects are established upon spiritual veins, where the concentration of natural essence far surpasses that of other locations, rendering them veritable sanctuaries for practice. A single day of cultivation in such places can yield the equivalent of 2 days, or even more, of practice in ordinary locales. Scattered cultivators roam freely across the world. Yet in the realm of cultivation, which has evolved to its current state, how many suitable places for practice remain undiscovered? It is not merely about finding a land of auspicious feng shui for cultivation. Many solitary practitioners often fall prey to malevolent intentions while in secluded meditation, ultimately facing dire consequences. Within established sects, such concerns are virtually non-existent. In the cultivation community, the elite practitioners, the overwhelming majority, hail from prestigious clans, while those of humble beginnings are exceedingly rare, underscoring the significance of sect affiliations. Although Qingshan possesses immense confidence in his own potential for growth, the impending chaos poses a significant threat, rendering him vulnerable in these tumultuous times. He requires the protection of a powerful force. The Knowledge Guard Tower is not the grand faction he envisaged, yet it holds a unique advantage. Unlike traditional sects, the Knowledge Guard Tower operates more like an official organization, imposing minimal restrictions on the freedom of its members. Members of the Knowledge Guard Tower are still permitted to join other sects without violating its regulations. Undoubtedly, it serves as an excellent secondary alliance. Qingshan lifted the black curtain at the entrance and stepped into the small building. The first floor was a hall, partitioned by several wooden support columns, creating distinct spaces. The windows were tightly shut, and the dimly lit interior, compounded by the shadowy depths of the building, gave off a rather gloomy atmosphere. "Who goes there? What is your purpose?" a somewhat somber male voice inquired. Qingshan peered inside, noticing a hollow staircase crafted from brown sandalwood leading to the second floor. Beside the staircase stood a counter where a disheveled middle-aged male cultivator, replete with stubble and appearing quite unkempt, sat. It was this middle-aged cultivator who had posed the question. "I seek the master of the Source Mountain Tower." A glimmer of insight flickered in the cultivator's eyes, and Qingshan sensed an unsettling scrutiny, realizing that the man was employing his spiritual awareness to assess him. "A mere second-tier Qi refining practitioner, the master is not someone you can simply meet," the cultivator retorted. "The underworld," Qingshan replied slowly, offering no further explanation. The middle-aged man's pupils contracted. "What have you discovered?" "This matter can only be conveyed to the master," Qingshan stated. After a brief silence, the cultivator's low voice resonated once more. "Very well, wait here." Qingshan nodded in acknowledgement as the cultivator departed from the counter and ascended to the second floor. Before long, a melodious female voice called down, "You may come up." Qingshan was taken aback to learn that the master of the Source Mountain Tower was a female cultivator, piquing his curiosity. Without hesitation, he swiftly ascended the staircase. Reaching the top, he was greeted by an elongated corridor, flanked by individual rooms on either side. At the far end of the corridor, he heard a voice, though the speaker remained unseen. Qingshan ambled to the end of the corridor and gently pushed open the door. Immediately, he was struck by the brightness of the room, a stark contrast to the dimness of the rest of the building. A pleasant yet subtle fragrance permeated the air, and within the room stood a strikingly beautiful woman. Chapter 18. Dantai Qingshan. The room was adorned with a horizontal table, upon which rested an incense burner, from which wisps of sandalwood incense gracefully ascended. Seated cross-legged behind the table was a woman, while the middle-aged man who had just entered stood respectfully behind her. Qingshan inhaled the faint fragrance of sandalwood that permeated the air, and instantly felt a refreshing sensation surge through his mind. Clarity enveloped him, and the myriad of distracting thoughts began to dissipate. This was the ancient incense, a remarkable treasure that aids in cultivation, allowing practitioners to enter a meditative state more swiftly and enhancing their efficiency in training. A mere ordinary stick of ancient incense fetches a market price starting at a third-grade spirit stone, making its users either affluent or distinguished. Given the identity of the woman before him, it was entirely reasonable for her to utilize ancient incense in her cultivation. The master of the Jisho building in the county city was indeed a golden elixir practitioner. The four realms of cultivation, Qi refining, foundation establishment, golden elixir, and nascent soul, each represent a qualitative leap in power. A golden elixir practitioner is already considered one of the highest tiers of combat strength in Yuanshan City. The master of Yuanshan building was a woman who appeared to be in her early to mid-20s, clad in robes as white as snow, with sharp yet exquisite features that were truly captivating. However, one cannot simply judge the age of a golden elixir practitioner by their appearance. She could very well be a figure from a previous generation. Qingshan pondered silently, recalling that his current body was merely 15 years old, a veritable fresh-faced youth among practitioners. The woman scrutinized Qingshan from head to toe, her countenance as calm as still water, her voice indifferent. "From where did you hear the name of the underworld?" Qingshan replied, "Neither servile nor arrogant, by a stroke of fortune." "A stroke of fortune?" The woman's tone rose slightly. "I am Qingshan, a descendant of the Lu family from Xinjiang Prefecture." Rather than directly answering her query, Qingshan continued, "Might I inquire the name of the esteemed master?" The Lu family is among the 36 prominent cultivation families in Xinjiang Prefecture. Although such influence might not warrant attention from Jisho building, Qingshan did not mind establishing a semblance of background for himself. "Dantai Qingshan," the woman replied, her brow furrowing momentarily. Yet she responded succinctly without any pretense or hesitation. "Master Dantai," Qingshan nodded and spoke. "The underworld is a malevolent organization of demons that has long lurked within the human realm, its influence sprawling across the 7 domains, exceedingly vast. Initially, the underworld infiltrated the human territories through demons adept at disguise and subterfuge, enticing or coercing numerous practitioners into their fold. nurtured by greed and desire. The underworld's power has burgeoned, committing countless atrocities without remorse. During the Great War 20,000 years ago, although the ancestral figure Xia led the human practitioners to repel the demons and severely cripple the underworld's forces, subsequently establishing the Daxia imperial clan to protect humanity. The underworld did not vanish, but instead persisted tenaciously. It has since stealthily re-emerged among the human populace, regrowing its influence like a malignant tumor. Thriving within the domains of humanity, Qingshan calmly articulated his understanding of the underworld. The realm of Jushin is vast, comprising 9 distinct worlds. The designation of Jushin stems from the existence of these 9 realms. However, prior to his transcendence, Qingshan was only aware of the names of 2. One was the current world, Qingshan, governed by the human race, where players first emerge. The other was the Abyss, the domain of the demon race. The Abyss and Qingshan are adjacent, and the demons have long sought to conquer Qingshan, aiming to subjugate humanity and turn them into their vassals and slaves in their quest for resources and the expansion of their kind. 20,000 years ago, during a full-scale invasion initiated by the demons, the human cultivation community, fragmented by sectarian divisions and moral dichotomies, fought amongst themselves and were utterly defeated by the demons, leading to devastation across the 7 domains of Qingshan. Just as Qingshan was on the brink of collapse and humanity faced enslavement, the ancestral master Xia transcended the 9 heavens tribulation, becoming a deist ancestor. With his formidable power, he turned the tide, repelling the demons back to the abyss. After the demons were driven away and humanity began to rebuild, the ancestral master Xia, having learned from the ordeal, established the great Xia imperial clan, unifying the human race while preserving the autonomy of the sects to protect humanity. This is why the existence of imperial clans persists in the realm of immortal heroes. The bloodline of the deist ancestor signifies imperial authority that demands respect. Following his victory against the demons, the ancestral master Xia constructed a grand city for humanity, Tianyi City, located at the border between Qingshan and the Abyss. Serving as a frontline base, it effectively kept the demons at bay, and with the deterrent power of the deist ancestor, humanity enjoyed a period of recuperation and gradual resurgence over the past 20 millennia. Yet, the forces of the underworld, as an extension of the demons, lurked within human territory like a ticking bomb, threatening to explode at any moment. Thus, the eradication of the underworld's influence has remained a unified objective among the major factions of humanity. Dantai Qingshan raised an elegant eyebrow, remarking, "You speak the truth. Yet such knowledge should be beyond the grasp of a mere second-tier Qi refinement cultivator, let alone one who can locate our Jisho tower." Her gaze turned cold, and a heavy pressure descended upon Qingshan. The mere release of mental energy from a golden elixir cultivator was enough to render Qingshan a second-tier Qi refinement cultivator. Immobile, struggling, he managed a slight smile. "The existence of Jisho Tower is precisely to combat the underworld. Are you certain you wish to silence me before I finish?" The middle-aged male cultivator, who had been silent until now, interjected, "Perhaps we should hear him out." Dantai Qingshan furrowed her beautifully shaped brows, contemplating for a moment before finally nodding. "Proceed." Qingshan felt the oppressive weight lift from his shoulders, the suffocating pressure dissipating. It was a classic interplay of roles, one assuming the antagonist and the other the ally, a somewhat cliché trope. With a chuckle, he suddenly declared, "The practitioner of demonic arts, the blood corpse true man, is currently located within Yuanshan City, at the Foundation Establishment realm, appearing as a middle-aged man in his 40s, accompanied by a female disciple at the 4th tier of Qi refinement." Dantai Qingshan fell silent for a moment, pondering, "What do you mean by that?" "First, allow me to present you with a small gift before we discuss the matters at hand. The affairs of the underworld carry immense weight. It is far wiser to regard them as plausible rather than dismiss them as mere fiction," the middle-aged cultivator remarked to Dantai Qingshan. A glimmer of insight flickered in Dantai Qingshan's eyes as she nodded in agreement, indicating, "Then I shall trouble you, Uncle Rome, to make the journey." The middle-aged cultivator cast a meaningful glance at Qingshan before turning to exit the room. Once he departed, only Qingshan and Dantai Qingshan remained, creating an atmosphere that felt somewhat peculiar. "Dantai, the master of the tower, is indeed a sword cultivator," Qingshan ventured, breaking the silence with a pointed observation. Dantai Qingshan regarded him with a keen gaze. "You seem to possess a wealth of knowledge." This acknowledgement implied her acceptance of the inference regarding the sword cultivator. Qingshan chuckled lightly, noting, given that Dantai, the master, is so youthful yet already occupies the esteemed position of the tower's leader, it is highly probable that she hails from a prominent family. As fate would have it, there exists a Dantai family in Qingzhou. The surname Dantai is quite rare. Thus, the likelihood of any disconnection between Dantai Qingshan and this illustrious family is rather slim. Moreover, the Dantai family is renowned as a formidable lineage of sword cultivators in Qingzhou. Dantai Qingshan scrutinized Lu Qingshan for a moment without furthering the conversation. Observing her reluctance to engage, he too fell into silence, yet his mind raced with contemplation. In his previous life within the game, he had never encountered the name Dantai Qingshan. This situation presented two possibilities. The first possibility was that Dantai Qingshan was merely an inconsequential NPC. However, upon entering the room, Lu Qingshan's first action was to use a divine eye technique on her. Human race, profession, rank, extremely lethal attributes, skills, talent, heavenly spiritual root. Due to the vast disparity in their strengths, the information yielded only a series of question marks, with the sole valuable detail being the talent listed as heavenly spiritual root. Heavenly spiritual root increases experience gained by 100 when cultivating techniques. A rare but not particularly coveted talent among players who traditionally favored monster hunting for leveling up rather than diligently advancing through cultivation. Thus, an enhancement to experience gained from cultivation techniques appeared rather superfluous to players. However, for an NPC, this talent was a mark of genius. NPCs do not engage in monster hunting to level up. They rely solely on the cultivation of techniques to enhance their prowess. Possessing a heavenly spiritual root equates to having a golden opportunity. In other words, this root possesses the essence of a nascent soul. With such a talent, Dantai Qingshan, if allowed to develop normally, would undoubtedly achieve remarkable heights. Coupled with her aloof demeanor, Lu Qingshan surmised that, based on his understanding of the masochistic players, Dantai Qingshan would certainly emerge as a highly popular NPC among them. It was evident that she could not possibly be an ordinary, inconspicuous NPC, yet she remained largely unrecognized. Thus, it can only be the second scenario. In the early stages of the game, Dantai Qingshan encountered trouble, and by the time players began to flood into Nine Heavens, this NPC had already vanished from existence. Contemplating this, Lu Qingshan couldn't help but cast a gaze laden with sympathy towards Dantai Qingshan. My dear girl, do you realize that despite your current prowess, your future may not be as bright as you imagine? Along a bustling street in the northern part of Yuan Mountain City, there stood a rather spacious residence. Its red tongue-wood door was firmly shut, devoid of any signboard. Not far across the street from this abode was a two-story tavern. Bustling with patrons, its lively atmosphere palpable. Seated by the window on the second floor was a somewhat disheveled middle-aged cultivator, Jiang Rong, the deputy master of Yuan Mountain Tower. The table before him was adorned with exquisite delicacies and 2 jugs of wine, suggesting he had been feasting for quite some time. Despite his unkempt appearance, Jiang Rong possessed a wealth of experience, having served in Yuan Mountain Tower for nearly a century, assisting 3 previous masters with various tasks. Dantai Qingshan marked his 4th master. The succession of tower masters may change like flowing water, yet the steadfastness of the deputy master remains unyielding. With a century of accumulated influence, Jiang Rong's power in Yuan Mountain City ran deep. Although the tower revered its master, out of respect for the elder, Dantai Qingshan addressed Jiang Rong as a junior. His authority and status were not to be underestimated. Jiang Rong observed the residents from his elevated vantage point, toying with a half-filled wine cup, lost in thought. Suddenly, a jade pendant hanging from his waist shimmered with a cerulean light. Jiang Rong, momentarily distracted, received the message conveyed by the pendant. Upon digesting the information relayed by his subordinates, a glimmer of vitality flickered in Jiang Rong's previously fatigued eyes. He raised his cup and drained its contents, placing it decisively upon the table. "Waiter, bring the bill." At that moment, an air of impending decisiveness emanated from Jiang Rong. Utilizing the intelligence provided by Lu Qingshan, coupled with the Yuan Mountain Tower's mastery over Yuan Mountain City, they pinpointed the location of the blood corpse real person within half an hour. In no time, they mobilized sufficient manpower. At this very moment, the small residence had been silently encircled by cultivators from Yuan Mountain Tower. Jiang Rong did not make a grand entrance. Instead, he broke through the door with a subtle finesse. The operations of the tower had always been discreet. After circling the courtyard, Jiang Rong transformed into a wisp of smoke, seamlessly entering the backyard. Smoke conjuring technique, one of the signature abilities of the dark cultivators. Employing this technique, Jiang Rong navigated the small residence with ease, and within moments, he had thoroughly explored the premises. Jiang Rong furrowed her brow. It was implausible. According to the intelligence, mere hours prior, she had distinctly observed the blood corpse master returning to this modest residence. How could it be that no one was present? Unless, realizing this, Jiang Rong disregarded any concern about alerting her quarry. A surge of formidable spiritual consciousness emanated from her brow, swiftly enveloping the entire abode. Indeed, within the dwelling, something obstructed her spiritual probing beneath the eastern room. Jiang Rong hastily made her way to the eastern chamber, surveying the area until her gaze settled upon a bookshelf in the corner. With a flick of her left hand, a sphere of black, mist-like spiritual energy shot forth, crashing directly into the bookshelf. With a resounding thud, the bookshelf splintered into fragments, debris scattering in all directions. Jiang Rong's eyes narrowed. Behind the wreckage lay an entrance to a subterranean passage, dark and foreboding, its destination unknown. Without hesitation, she ventured inside. As she descended the narrow passage, it suddenly opened into an expansive chamber spanning several dozen square meters. On the ground lay numerous spirit stones, still glimmering with a pearl-scent light, interconnected by strands of dark lines. The hidden spirit array, it concealed the energy fluctuations within and shielded against the probing of a cultivator's consciousness. Yet, the chamber was utterly devoid of any presence. Gazing around, Jiang Rong noted 5 additional passages, each leading to unknown destinations. The Blood Corpse Master had prudently arranged 5 escape routes. Cunning and wary, upon sensing an unfamiliar consciousness probing the residence, he had likely slipped away through one of these passages. Chapter 20. Cooperation. The destinations of the 5 passages varied greatly. If one could not promptly ascertain which route the Blood Corpse Master had taken, even the slightest delay would allow this cunning sorcerer to assume a different identity and meld into the vastness of Qingshan City. Should that occur, locating him would become a far more arduous endeavor. Yet, Jiang Rong faced this situation with an air of calm, standing still as if awaiting something. Before long, the jade pendant at her waist shimmered with a wave of azure light. Jiang Rong accessed the information conveyed by the light. The target had been apprehended. A subtle smile graced her lips. Cunning sorcerers invariably leave behind routes for escape at their hideouts. She had long been aware of the Blood Corpse Master's whereabouts. Why had she not acted immediately, but instead lingered at a nearby tavern, savoring a drink? It was to afford herself the time to ascertain all potential escape points of the Blood Corpse Master. Determining the exits of escape routes was no simple task, but it was evident they could not be too far from the residence, lest they risk detection. Furthermore, such vital escape routes would certainly warrant the Blood Corpse Master's inspection at their exits. Weighing these factors, Jiang Rong instructed her subordinates to gather information on locations where the Blood Corpse Master had previously been sighted near the residence. In the designated location, an intricate web was laid out to ensure that the Blood Corpse Master had no means of escape, rendering the operation infallible. Jiang Rong had occupied the position of Deputy Master at the Yuan Mountain Tower for nearly a century, contending against the demonic cultivators for just as long. His methods had become exceedingly shrewd. The demonic cultivators were cunning, yet he was even more so. A dilapidated courtyard, merely 2 miles from the small residence, had once been overrun with weeds due to neglect. However, it was now teeming with numerous cultivators clad in black robes. The deputy master has arrived, someone announced within the crowd. The throng swiftly parted, creating a passage that revealed the Blood Corpse Master bound tightly with a golden spirit binding rope. The spirit binding rope, classified as a top-tier mundane artifact, was one of the standardized tools provided by the guarding tower to all its members. Once infused with spiritual energy by a cultivator, it could extend at will, serving to ensnare foes and hinder their internal spiritual flow. This tool was essential for capturing demonic cultivators, who would seldom allow themselves to be taken alive. When escape became impossible, they often resorted to the most extreme measures, igniting their spiritual energy to self-destruct. For lower-tier demonic cultivators, self-destruction merely prevented the guarding tower from extracting information through interrogation. However, if a Yuan-stage demonic cultivator chose to self-detonate, they would undoubtedly perish. But the resulting devastation could claim the lives of numerous guarding tower members, inflicting substantial losses. To address this scenario, the spirit-binding rope was meticulously crafted. As Jiang Rong navigated through the crowd, he gazed coldly at the Blood Corpse Master, who lay helplessly on the ground, unable to struggle. His demeanor was devoid of warmth, imbued instead with a palpable sense of lethality. Yet, Jiang Rong remained composed. The captured demonic cultivator's greatest value lay not in his life, but in the intelligence he possessed. Thus, he could not be killed just yet. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Take him back to the tower for thorough interrogation." "Yes, Deputy Master," the black-robed cultivators replied. Soon after, they swiftly led the ensnared Blood Corpse Master away, leaving the courtyard utterly deserted in mere moments. Such swift and precise action exemplified the guarding tower, an organization distinct from many sections. Within the Yuan Mountain Tower, Dan Tai Qingrun and Lu Qingshan exchanged silence. Zhang Rong entered the room, and upon seeing him, Dan Tai Qingrun nodded. With a frosty tone, she inquired, "State your purpose." True to the efficiency of the guarding tower, they had determined the Blood Corpse Master's whereabouts and apprehended him within 2 short hours of receiving the intelligence. Lu Qingshan inwardly marveled at the tower's effectiveness. Stealing himself. He slowly articulated, "Collaboration." Collaboration? Are you suggesting that the guarding tower should partner with a mere second-layer Qi refinement cultivator? Dan Tai Qingrun remarked, shaking her finger lightly. Master Dan Tai, it is not as simple as that. My cultivation may be modest, but what I offer is not merely my person. I present valuable intelligence. After a brief pause, Lu Qingshan spoke again. I possess a wealth of confidential intelligence. With my assistance, you can execute precise strikes against the lurking forces of the underworld. Even if you do not harbor a profound sense of responsibility towards eradicating these forces, the merits of dismantling them will undoubtedly facilitate your swift ascendance within the Knowledge Guard Tower. Dan Tai Qingrun exchanged glances with Zhang Rong. We need to deliberate on this. Zhang Rong responded to Lu Qingshan. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lu Qingshan turned and exited the room, granting the two some privacy. As Lu Qingshan departed, Zhang Rong flicked his sleeve, releasing a gray mist that quickly expanded and enveloped the entire chamber. This was a soundproof barrier designed to prevent eavesdropping. What about the Blood Corpse True Man? Is the situation as reported? Dan Tai Qingrun inquired, furrowing his brow. Zhang Rong nodded. We are arranging for an interrogation of the intelligence, although nothing has been disclosed thus far. The identity of the demonic practitioner is indisputable. This Blood Corpse True Man has been concealed in Yuanshan City for over a decade, masquerading as a rogue cultivator, skillfully maintaining his facade without any flaws. Had it not been for Lu Qingshan, our intelligence network would have struggled to uncover his true identity. Lu Qingshan is indeed remarkable. Dan Tai Qingrun mused, lightly tapping the table. Have we clarified his identity? Yes, according to his assertions, he is indeed a scion of the Lu family. However, it is peculiar. 3 months ago, he was merely an ordinary mortal, managing the family's business in the secular realm. During a transport operation, his convoy was ambushed, and he subsequently vanished. Upon re-emergence, he was in Yuanshan City, having inexplicably transformed from a mere mortal to a second-layer Qi refinement cultivator. Zhang Rong replied gravely. 3 months to reach the second layer of Qi refinement. Fascinating, Dan Tai Qingrun pondered. Zhang Rong continued. The crux of the matter is that Lu Qingshan should not possess such extensive knowledge. Our intelligence system struggles to ascertain information regarding the underworld. How did he acquire it? Yet, he appears quite sincere. Prior to proposing collaboration, he provided us with a piece of intelligence. Zhang Rong nodded in agreement. Indeed, I believe we should initially engage in a preliminary collaboration with him. Dan Tai Qingrun shared her thoughts. After a moment of silence, Zhang Rong posed a question. What if Lu Qingshan is, in fact, affiliated with the underworld, feigning cooperation and subsequently providing us with false intelligence to mislead our actions? The likelihood of that is minimal. The underworld would not dispatch a second-layer Qi refinement cultivator for such a task, nor would they adopt such a suspicious approach. They possess far more plausible methods to relay false information to us. Zhang Rong replied coldly. A low probability does not preclude the possibility of occurrence, Dan Tai Qingrun countered. We could opt to control Lu Qingshan, compelling him to divulge his knowledge. Should he refuse to cooperate, we might even resort to soul-searching techniques to extract the information. Dan Tai Qingrun regarded Zhang Rong and clarified. However, such actions would inevitably provoke fierce resistance from him, and there is a risk of unforeseen complications arising from these coercive methods. Even though one could obtain information through the art of soul-searching, it is well understood that such information would merely consist of fragmented snippets, utterly uncontrollable, and may even prove to be utterly useless, with critical intelligence entirely overlooked. On the surface, Lu Qingshan appears to exhibit a genuine willingness to collaborate with us. It would not be prudent to dismiss what could be a valuable ally merely due to his unpredictability. Chapter 21. The camp unfolds. Zhang Rong observed the eloquent Dan Tai Qingrun and felt a sense of relief. I recall when you first arrived, your approach was particularly aggressive, quite unlike your current demeanor, which is methodical and composed. Dan Tai Qingrun paused momentarily, then responded with a hint of exasperation. Uncle Rong, here you go again. Zhang Rong had initially been inclined to accept Lu Qingshan's proposal for collaboration. Whatever thoughts Dan Tai Qingrun might entertain, Zhang Rong had surely contemplated as well. The multitude of suggestions he offered was merely to guide Dan Tai Qingrun towards making his own decision to partner with Lu Qingshan, regardless of his extensive experience. The master of Yuan Mountain Tower remained Dan Tai Qingrun, not Zhang Rong. The authority to decide ultimately rested with Dan-Tai Qingshan. Zhang Rong had no intention of overshadowing him. Should I let that young man in? Dan-Tai Qingshan nodded. Zhang Rong waved his long sleeves, and the black mist that enveloped the room dissipated instantly. After lifting the silence restriction, he opened the door and addressed Lu Qingshan, who stood outside. You may enter. Lu Qingshan followed Zhang Rong back into the room. How do you wish to collaborate? Dan-Tai Qingshan inquired, raising an eyebrow and getting straight to the point. What do you want? After a moment's contemplation, Lu Qingshan asked, You have captured the Blood Corpse Master, haven't you? Zhang Rong replied in a low voice. Based on the information you provided, we swiftly apprehended him, and he is currently held in the prison office of Yuan Mountain Tower. I want the Blood Corpse Master, Lu Qingshan said slowly, observing Dan-Tai Qingshan's cold countenance. We are still interrogating him. He has yet to divulge any information. Once he reveals what he knows, we can hand him over to you, Zhang Rong interjected. I want him now, Lu Qingshan stated resolutely, unaffected by Zhang Rong's words. Dan-Tai Qingshan's gaze flickered, pondering Lu Qingshan's thoughts. In response to Dan-Tai Qingshan's scrutiny, Lu Qingshan remained unperturbed. Finally, a glimmer of insight flashed in Dan-Tai Qingshan's eyes as he lightly tapped the table. The Blood Corpse Master was apprehended thanks to your information, if you desire him. He is yours. However, Dan-Tai Qingshan furrowed his brows slightly, speaking with a measured tone. I wish to understand why you are so eager to acquire this practitioner of demonic arts. Lu Qingshan replied with a composed demeanor. I merely wish for his life. Dan-Tai Qingshan cast a meaningful glance at Lu Qingshan, choosing not to dwell further on the matter of the Blood Corpse Master. Lu Qingshan reflected. I mentioned from the outset that the information regarding the Blood Corpse Master serves as a gift, a token of goodwill for you. Now that I have requested the Blood Corpse Guardian from you, I shall not allow you to suffer in vain. I will provide you with another piece of intelligence in exchange. Upon hearing Lu Qingshan's words, a flicker of brilliance ignited in Dan-Tai Qingshan's eyes. The Keeper Qi Yuan of Zhenjiang Prefecture is currently stationed in Yuanshan City, is he not? Lu Qingshan inquired. The Keeper is a spiritual cultivator of the Heavenly Machine Pavilion, possessing extraordinary abilities, and his actions have always been shrouded in secrecy, known only to a select few, Zhang Rong remarked, observing Lu Qingshan closely. Lu Qingshan refrained from commenting. The Heavenly Machine Pavilion is among the 7 great Dao sects and shares the closest ties with the Great Xia royal family. The Knowledge Keeper Tower, being affiliated with the Great Xia royal family, has maintained a long-standing cooperative relationship with the Heavenly Machine Pavilion. If anyone within Yuanshan City were to discern the movements of Keeper Qi, I believe it would only be you, Master Dan-Tai. Dan-Tai Qingshan did not deny this. Indeed, Keeper Qi, a fortnight ago, detected a blood pool in the vicinity of Yuanshan City through the Heavenly Machine Mirror's subsidiary lens, sensing an ominous presence, and thus personally came to investigate. He sought our full cooperation in surveying the area surrounding Yuanshan City, but thus far, we have found nothing. Qi's use of the Heavenly Machine Mirror revealed that the blood pool was indeed located nearby, yet despite our extensive manpower from the Yuanshan Tower, we have uncovered not a trace, which is exceedingly strange. We are all deeply concerned that the Netherworld may be orchestrating a grand conspiracy against Yuanshan City. Observing Lu Qingshan's placid demeanor, a complex expression flickered across Dan-Tai Qingshan's face. Do you know something? Lu Qingshan nodded and replied candidly. Yes. I not only know the location of the blood pool you seek, but I also understand that the true target of the Netherworld's machinations is not Yuanshan City, as you might presume, but rather Keeper Qi Yuan, or, more specifically, the subsidiary lens of the Heavenly Machine Mirror. A look of astonishment passed over Dan-Tai Qingshan's face. What do you mean? The Netherworld intends to devise a scheme to seize Keeper Qi's subsidiary lens of the Heavenly Machine Mirror, and this will transpire on the 15th day of the 7th month. When Keeper Qi utilizes the Heavenly Machine Mirror once more to observe the heavens, Lu Qingshan asserted. Why would the Netherworld wait until the 15th of the 7th month to act and seize the lens from Qi Yuan? Reflecting on the attributes of the Heavenly Machine Mirror's subsidiary lens, Lu Qingshan connected the dots. The lens must have already been refined by Qi Yuan as his personal artifact, typically residing in his danshan. To claim the subsidiary lens, there are but 2 methods. First, to eliminate Qi Yuan and then seize the lens. Second, to wait for Qi Yuan to employ the lens and then take it by surprise. Historical records indicate that on the 15th of the 7th month, Qi Yuan merely lost the lens while he remained alive and well. Clearly, the Netherworld must have opted for the latter approach. Since the subsidiary lens does not confer any combat advantages, Qi Yuan would generally refrain from using it except for the purpose of observing the heavens. When Qi Yuan first discovered the blood pool on the 1st of July, He utilized the lens once to investigate it. If the blood pool remains elusive in Qingshan City, Qi Yuan will undoubtedly resort to the celestial divination technique again to locate its whereabouts. The cooldown period for this technique is 15 days. Therefore, the next opportunity for Qi Yuan to employ this method will be on the 15th of July. It is evident that the underworld will take action to seize the mirror at the moment Qi Yuan invokes celestial divination for the second time. Standing beside him, Jiang Rong could hardly believe it. How do you know this? Such a grand scheme, given their understanding of the underworld, would not be easily disclosed. Yet, Lu Qingshan not only comprehended the intricacies of the plan, but could even pinpoint the timing of the action, as if he were a participant himself, which left Jiang Rong in a state of astonishment. Lu Qingshan chuckled lightly. I am merely responsible for providing intelligence. As for the source of this information, I must remain discreet. Whether you choose to believe it or not is entirely up to you. After a moment of hesitation, Dantai Qingran fixed her cold gaze upon Lu Qingshan and inquired, but where is the blood pool? Do you have a map of Yuanshan City? Lu Qingshan posed the question. Dantai Qingran nodded, producing a silken scroll that depicted all the terrain and locations surrounding Yuanshan City in exquisite detail. Lu Qingshan received the map from Dantai Qingran and laid it flat on the table, his finger lightly tapping a specific spot on the map. Here lies the blood pool. He did not conceal the information, directly pointing out its location. The blood pool is concealed by a high-grade illusion array, which is why you have been unable to find it. Qi Jinsho was able to easily discover the blood pool because it is merely a bait intentionally exposed by the underworld to lure him to Yuanshan City. The underworld's true target is the celestial mirror fragment belonging to Qi Jinsho. Having already provided the information regarding the blood corpse reel, Jiang Rong fell into silence for a moment before finally nodding. I will have my subordinates escort you to the place where the blood corpse reel is imprisoned. You have officially initiated a partnership with this Hishao Tower camp. You currently have a cooperative relationship with Yuanshan Tower, a branch of Hishao Tower. The favorability of the Yuanshan Tower organization has increased by 50, while that of this Hishao Tower organization has increased by 5. Yuanshan Tower, friendly, 50, initial cooperation. Zishao Tower, friendly, 5, collaborator of Yuanshan Tower. In the realm of Jushin, there are 8 levels of faction favorability, ranked from highest to lowest. Worship, over 2,000. Respect, 500 to 2,000. Enthusiasm, 200 to 499. Friendly, 0 to 199. Indifferent, 1 to 199. Rejection, 200 to 499. Disgust, 500 to 2,000. Hatred, below 2,000. Chapter 22. Blood Corpse Reel. Upon seeing the system notification, Lu Qingshan understood that he had effectively initiated his first faction. According to his recollection, many players had already established their connection with this Hishao Tower camp before the game transitioned into the Underworld Shadow version. This Hishao Tower is not only a faction with significant developmental potential, but also worthy of his investment of time and effort to enhance favorability and elevate his status. Moreover, the Jisho Tower is, in most circumstances, a remarkably trustworthy faction. During the fierce battles against the underworld, numerous cultivators from Jisho Tower selflessly sacrificed their lives to protect humanity. Lu Qingshan inclined his head respectfully towards Jiang Rong and Dantai Qingran and coldly declared, Esteemed sirs, I shall take my leave now to pay a visit to the blood corpse true person. He had done all that he could. The subsequent matters were beyond the purview of a mere qi refining cultivator. However, he held firm belief that Jisho Tower, having borne the banner of humanity and stood against the underworld throughout an entire version, would not disappoint him in capability. Jisho Tower is undoubtedly formidable. Given the detailed intelligence he had provided, the underworld was likely to suffer significant losses this time. As Lu Qingshan departed and stepped outside, he encountered a cultivator clad in a black robe waiting at the staircase. The deputy tower master has instructed me to escort you to the prison department to meet the blood corpse true person, the black-robed cultivator stated flatly, devoid of any emotion. Please, lead the way. Lu Qingshan nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Rong and Dantai Qingran exchanged glances, and after a moment of silence, Jiang Rong inquired, Should we immediately contact Supervisor Qi? Dantai Qingran shook his head. There is no rush. We have time. Uncle Rong, as a necromancer with exquisite evasion techniques, you should first investigate the location of the blood pool mentioned by Lu Qingshan to ascertain the truth of his claims. Jiang Rong agreed. Very well. After a brief hesitation, Jiang Rong asked, What do you believe is Lu Qingshan's motive for requesting the blood corpse true person? Dantai Qingran's gaze was clear as he slowly replied. Perhaps Lu Qingshan is akin to you, Uncle Rong. I can sense a heavy killing intent when he speaks of the blood corpse true person. As a sword cultivator adept in the art of killing, Dantai Qingshan possessed a particularly keen awareness of such murderous intent. Given Dantai Qingshan's assertion, it seemed undeniably true that Qingshan sought the life of the blood corpse true person. In his words, I too felt a profound loathing directed towards the underworld, though he differed from me. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Rong refuted Dantai Qingshan's perspective. He and I are not of the same ilk. My hatred for the underworld is rooted in the massacre incited by them during the beast chaos, a vendetta that cannot be forgiven. In contrast, I do not sense the same personal emotions fueling Qingshan's killing intent towards the underworld. His loathing appears to be purely a matter of principle. A century ago, the underworld had instigated a beastly upheaval in Qingshan, where beasts controlled by practitioners rampaged through human cities without restraint. In that chaos, 2 county cities were obliterated from the human domain, one of which was the city of Baishui, where Zhang Rong resided. At that time, Zhang Rong was fortuitously absent from Baishui and thus evaded the massacre, yet his entire family perished in that catastrophe, leaving no survivors. It was for this reason that Zhang Rong chose to join Jisho Tower, dedicating himself to avenging the wrongs inflicted by the underworld. Zhang Rong furrowed his brow. His animosity towards the underworld stems from another cause. However, according to the information we have gathered, Qingshan is merely 15 years old, with a life history that is clear and traceable. In the course of his past 15 years, there is no evidence of any intersection with the underworld. I cannot fathom the origins of his hatred towards it, nor can I comprehend the source of his intelligence. Dantai Qingshan, however, remained calm. Uncle Rome. It is worth noting that not all of Qingshan's experiences are easily traceable. Zhang Rong seemed to recall something. Are you suggesting that Qingshan went missing for 3 months after being attacked? The events of those 3 missing months remain a mystery even to the Jisho Tower. Since Qingshan has been an ordinary mortal for the traceable 15 years, all his current extraordinary abilities must stem from those 3 months of disappearance. Yet, it remains unclear what transpired during that time to effect such a profound transformation. Dantai Qingshan remarked thoughtfully. I even question whether he is still the same Qingshan. Possession? Zhang Rong immediately grasped Qingshan's implication. Only through possession could one undergo such a complete transformation. His manner of speaking bears no resemblance to that of a mere 15-year-old boy, especially considering his access to such confidential information. Possession is a technique accessible only to Yuaning practitioners, suggesting that this Qingshan might be a formidable Yuaning master. Dantai Qingshan nodded. That is highly probable. However, our immediate priority is to address the conspiracy against Qi Jianshou, as mentioned by Qingshan. Regarding his identity, we shall investigate thoroughly once this matter is resolved. Zhang Rong understood this clearly. Very well. I shall take action and investigate the location of the blood pool. With the plan set, Zhang Rong wasted no time. Utilizing the smoke transformation technique, he swiftly vanished like a wisp of smoke. The prison division serves as the confinement area for those who practice demonic cultivation. Such a crucial location is not displayed openly. In truth, the prison division is hidden deep beneath the Yuan Mountain Tower. The black-robed practitioner led Qingshan further inside, eventually halting before a wall. The black-robed figure formed several hand seals, and a dark, square seal of spiritual energy flew from his hand, merging into the wall ahead. A hazy light flickered on the wall, gradually becoming clearer, revealing a long downward passageway. The black-robed practitioner stepped inside, and Qingshan followed closely behind, trusting the man's intentions. The walls of the passage were constructed from green stone, emitting a faint, dim glow. After descending for a while, the previously dim environment suddenly brightened. Before them lay a vast underground base constructed by the power of practitioners. The Yuan Mountain Tower above seemed like a mere tip of an iceberg, while the true colossal structure remained concealed underground. This aligns perfectly with the Jisho Tower's philosophy of operating discreetly. Qingshan was already aware of this situation, so he was not particularly astonished. He also knew that the prison division should be located at the deepest part of this underground base. Follow me, and do not look around. The black-robed practitioner commanded in a cold tone. Under the guidance of the robed figure, Qingshan ventured deeper into the underground base. After traversing a certain distance, he encountered numerous dimly lit chambers, along with many other practitioners clad in similar black robes. Although the information gleaned from his heavenly eye technique was shrouded in ambiguity, Qingshan understood with clarity that each of these dark-clad figures was at least a foundational cultivator. Time seemed to stretch as the air grew increasingly murky. At last, 2 iron doors forged from cold iron came into view. A prison officer with somewhat clouded eyes halted their progress. The robed figure addressed him with utmost respect, presenting a jade pendant. The Vice Master has instructed me to bring this individual to meet the recently captured demon cultivator, the Blood Corpse Master, and has commanded that the Blood Corpse Master be handed over to him for his discretion. The prison officer accepted the pendant, probing its contents with his consciousness to verify the information within. Shortly thereafter, he returned the pendant to the robed figure, slightly stepping aside to grant passage. You may enter. The iron doors opened silently, devoid of the ominous creaks typical of mundane prison gates. Following the robed figure, Qingshan soon located the cell housing the Blood Corpse Master. Through the bars, he beheld the pallid visage of the Blood Corpse Master. A cold smile flickered across Qingshan's heart. Just a day prior, he had been but a material for the Blood Corpse Master's puppet-making. Now, the fate of the Blood Corpse Master rested in his hands. Such is the capriciousness of worldly circumstances. Chapter 23. The immense experience points the Blood Corpse Master had long since the arrival of new visitors. Since his capture, he had already endured inquiries from 2 separate groups, both yielding no results. Little did he expect that within merely half an hour, he would face yet another interrogation. Clearly, he was of significant interest. The Blood Corpse Master harbored bitter thoughts. Despite the various methods employed by the guards, he remained resolutely silent. Pondering how his identity had been compromised, he slightly raised his eyelids to peer beyond the bars, only to have his pupils constrict in shock. Standing there was not the expected prison officer, but rather a remarkably youthful boy. Such a position within the prison would not permit the presence of mere onlookers. This boy must be someone of importance. The robed figure discreetly unlocked the iron door of the cell, whispering to Qingshan, "We have placed numerous restrictions upon him. He possesses no strength to resist. Please proceed." Qingshan nodded and stepped into the cell. The Blood Corpse Master's face appeared devoid of color, yet bore no signs of physical harm. Clearly, the interrogation methods had targeted his spiritual essence. However, it seemed the Blood Corpse Master had maintained a resolute silence, which was to be expected. A faction like the Netherworld could not have endured for so long among humanity without being formidable. The tongues of its members would not be easily pried open. "Who are you?" The Blood Corpse Master gritted his teeth, enunciating each word with deliberation. Qingshan did not respond to the question posed by the Blood Corpse Master. Instead, he crouched before him, observing the shadowed gaze of the Blood Corpse Master. "Do you recognize me now?" The memory of a cultivator is inherently remarkable, especially considering their last encounter was not long ago. The Blood Corpse Master of the Great Xia Merchant House quickly regained his composure, recognizing Qingshan's visage. "It is you." "Indeed, it is I," Qingshan affirmed. The Blood Corpse Master fell silent for a moment, then suddenly chuckled. "I simply cannot comprehend how you discern my identity as one from the Netherworld. Given that we have never had any prior interaction, save for a brief meeting at the Great Xia Merchant House." Qingshan regarded the Blood Corpse Master with an expression of indifference. "Does it truly matter?" "Perhaps it does not matter to you, but it holds significance for me," the Blood Corpse Master retorted, scrutinizing Qingshan's refined features. "If you were to provide me with an explanation, I might divulge some information regarding the Netherworld." He continued. "Aside from this, there is no means by which you could extract any intelligence from me." The Blood Corpse Master spoke with venomous resentment. "From the moment I was captured, I abandoned any hope of survival. Now, I merely seek an answer." Qingshan shook his head, unmoved. "I did not come here to extract information from you." The Blood Corpse Master sensed a hint of understanding dawning upon him, swallowing hard. "That is inconceivable. You have gone to great lengths to capture me. So why would you readily relinquish the opportunity to extract information from me? The Jisho Tower may not easily execute you. Yet I am not a representative of the Jisho Tower," Qingshan replied calmly, fixing his gaze upon the Blood Corpse Master. His reasons for requesting the Blood Corpse Master from Jisho Tower as a reward for intelligence were threefold. First, the body of Qingshan had perished at the hands of the Blood Corpse Master. To not avenge this wrong would leave him unsettled. Second, the cultivators of Jisho Tower are inherently cautious. Fortune does not simply fall from the sky, and gifts often breed suspicion. Thus, although Qingshan's intention was to provide intelligence to the Yuanshan Tower to thwart the Netherworld schemes, he opted for a transactional approach rather than offering it freely. This, in turn, alleviated some of the skepticism from the 2 lords of Yuanshan Tower, as they perceived Qingshan as someone with motives, thereby justifying his disclosure of Netherworld intelligence. Third, and most importantly, Qingshan was in dire need of experience points to enhance his strength. Strength is the foundation of all. With chaos brewing in Qingshan, he urgently required a certain level of power to ensure his own safety amidst the turmoil. The experience gained from defeating foundational cultivators would be substantial enough to significantly elevate Qingshan's prowess. Without further ado, and under the reluctant gaze of the Blood Corpse Master. Qingshan gently pressed his palm against the Blood Corpse Master's forehead, unleashing his spiritual energy. Under Qingshan's guidance, this surge of energy surged toward the Blood Corpse Master's soul nestled within his brow. Bound by multiple restrictions, the Blood Corpse Master was utterly powerless to resist this seemingly trivial force. The spiritual energy tore apart the Blood Corpse Master's fragile soul in an instant. In that moment, the soul was extinguished and the man vanished. You have unleashed a lethal attack, inflicting 60 points of damage upon the Blood Corpse, LV-27. The target has perished. You have vanquished the Blood Corpse, LV-27. Having achieved a victory beyond your level, you are rewarded with experience points, totaling 2100 base experience, x2 multiplier, 4200 experience points. With a base experience value of 2100, the double reward for surpassing a level has granted Qingshan a remarkable 4200 experience points in this single encounter. This substantial amount of experience is sufficient for Qingshan to ascend directly to the 9th level of Qi refinement. Even the affluent players within the game, who invest heavily in leveling, cannot achieve such rapid progress. Qingshan felt a sense of satisfaction, observing the lifeless form of the Blood Corpse on the ground. He experienced no emotional turmoil and departed from the prison cell. Qingshan left the Source Mountain Tower and returned to the inn where he was temporarily residing. Next came the player's most anticipated phase of expenditure. After a brief contemplation, Qingshan devised a plan. He initially allocated his experience points to Qi Drawing Technique. Commencing his ascent in levels, Qi Drawing Technique upgraded to LV3, yielding a spiritual power of 10. Qi Drawing Technique upgraded to LV8, maintaining a spiritual power of 10, and granting 1 point of free attribute points. In total, he expended 2700 experience points to elevate Qi Drawing Technique from LV2 to LV8, enhancing his spiritual power limit by 60 points and acquiring 3 free attribute points. Without hesitation, Qingshan allocated all 3 attribute points to strength. With just 2 more levels to ascend, he would reach the upper limit of the Qi refinement stage, preparing for advancement to Foundation Establishment. Upon reviewing his status panel, he noted that he still possessed 1518 experience points. After spending 1350 experience points, he upgraded the Falling Light Sword technique to its maximum level of LV10, incurring a cost of 30 experience points for Innate Sword Seed and 10 experience points for Basic Swordsmanship Affinity. The importance of cultivation level is matched by the significance of skill level. Should one focus solely on elevating their cultivation while neglecting skill upgrades, the consequence would be a high level with insufficient combat prowess, a phenomenon often referred to as a high-level low combat player. Such players face a significant drawback, as their leveling speed is severely hampered. Without skill levels, they would struggle against NPCs of the same tier, relegated to preying upon lower-level minions. However, within the realm of 9 heavens, while there are rewards for defeating opponents beyond one's level, there exists a punitive experience mechanism as well. Targeting creatures of lesser levels yields pitiful experience points. Conversely, deliberately neglecting to enhance one's cultivation level in favor of boosting combat power does not guarantee success. After all, attribute values are fundamental to all combat strength. A Qi refinement practitioner with all skills at maximum level would still falter against a Golden Core practitioner whose skills are all at level 1. Thus, one must find a balance between the two. Yet, as long as one possesses ample experience, such concerns become trivial. Why bother over details? It is best to maximize everything. However, since Qingshan's arrival in this realm, he has been liberated from the constraints of level limitations imposed by previous versions. For instance, in the version of the Qingshan Rebellion, the player's level cap is set at 30, Foundation Establishment. The notion of reaching maximum capacity is thus rendered moot. The seemingly vast pool of experience points has rapidly dwindled, causing Qingshan a pang of regret. The meager amount of baseline experience he retains is reserved for the acquisition of new skills in the future. However, the investment proves worthwhile, as Qingshan's combat prowess surges. Qingshan, Human Race, Class, Sword Cultivator Technique. Qi Induction Art, LV8, 0800, Spiritual Power 80 rank. Qi Refinement Experience Points, 168 free attribute points, 0 personal attributes, Strength 5. Agility 1, Mana 1, Soul 1, Charm 1. Stamina 1 health points, 2020 spiritual power, 80 talents. Inborn Sword Seed, legendary as one endowed with an innate affinity for the sword, your talent surpasses that of ordinary individuals. As an intuitive master of the sword path, the experience required to learn and upgrade any sword technique is permanently reduced by 30. while you are unrestricted in wielding any sword weapon and learning any sword techniques. Tough skin and flesh, having been long immersed in a potent corpse liquid. While it has decayed your soul, it has significantly enhanced your physical constitution, granting an additional 10 health points and reducing damage from first-tier spells by 20. Specialization. Without specialization, one cannot succeed. A sword cultivator who specializes in swordsmanship will be unable to transition to any secondary profession. Charge into battle, with a determination to face death. The damage dealt by sword cultivators increases by rank x5. In compensation, sword cultivators will not receive any enhancement to their stamina attribute. Sword technique affinity. Beginner. The experience required for sword cultivators to learn and upgrade sword techniques is reduced by 10. While the experience required for learning and upgrading skills other than sword techniques increases by 10, and sword technique damage is augmented by 5. Skills. Heavenly Eye technique. Universal detects information about individuals. The greater the disparity in cultivation, the less information can be gleaned. Falling Bright sword technique. LV10. Max damage is calculated as strength x2, 101 skill level, and each sword strike carries an additional layer of shadow erosion power. Each layer capable of reducing speed by 1. The shadow erosion power can stack with a maximum of 3 layers. Once fully stacked, it can be detonated to briefly bind the enemy. Each sword technique requires 2 spiritual power, while detonating shadow erosion requires 5. Faction. Source Mountain Tower. Friendly, 50. Guardian Tower. Friendly, 5. Qingshan's current strength stands at 5, which means that with a single execution of the Falling Bright sword technique, excluding defensive mitigations and protective spells, the theoretical damage output is 11 points. 52110. Charge into battle. 5. Sword technique affinity 5. It is noteworthy that, aside from physical cultivators, a chi refining practitioner generally has a health point ceiling of merely 11. This is the essence of a sword cultivator. Chapter 24. The onset of chaos in the basement of the 10,000 Treasures Tower. All magic practitioners, except for the Blood Corpse True Man, have gathered. The actions of the underworld are conducted with utmost caution. Such meetings, despite being shrouded in secrecy, inevitably leave traces. Therefore, they typically communicate through discreet messages, avoiding congregations unless absolutely necessary. It has been merely a day since the last assembly, yet Lord Rakshasa has summoned us once more. One cannot help but wonder if something significant has transpired. The magic practitioners whisper among themselves. Alas, where has the blood corpse gone? A hint of suspicion arose among the gathered. The elder at the forefront lightly rapped his fingers against the table, interrupting the murmurings of the crowd. All eyes turned towards the elder, known as Rakshasa. He surveyed the assembly with a chilling gaze and spoke in a frosty tone. The identity of the blood corpse has been revealed. This afternoon, he was apprehended within the city by the cultivators of the guard tower and is currently imprisoned within the Department of Justice. A wave of apprehension swept through the crowd, with only the face of the crying soul real person reflecting deep disquiet. Noticing this, Rakshasa's eyes flickered, yet he refrained from further comment. The room fell into a heavy silence until someone finally broke the tension. The blood corpse has always been meticulous in his undertakings. Having operated in Source Mountain City for decades with a flawless disguise, how could he have been discovered? Rakshasa's gaze turned menacing. You speak wisely. If the intelligence network of the guard tower is indeed so astute as to see through the blood corpse's ruse, then all present here should have been eliminated as well. How could we possibly be gathered here otherwise? Thus, the exposure of the blood corpse's identity likely indicates something more sinister at play. Lord Rakshasa, are you suggesting that there is a traitor among us? A cultivator ventured cautiously. Instantly, the room erupted into a clamor. The implication cast a shadow of suspicion over everyone present. Those from the underworld were inherently self-serving, betraying humanity for personal gain, and trust among them was virtually non-existent. Upon hearing the possibility of a traitor, wary glances were exchanged among colleagues. When entering the underworld, each individual is implanted with a heart demon curse within their soul. Should anyone harbor treasonous thoughts, the curse will unleash its soul-devouring power, inflicting excruciating torment until the host is obliterated. Therefore, I still place my trust in your loyalty to the underworld. Rakshasa spoke slowly. The heart demon, one of the 8 supreme bloodlines of the demon race, possesses the unique ability to cultivate the heart demon curse. This curse, embedded within a cultivator's soul, grows alongside their cultivation. It possesses rudimentary intelligence. Should its host entertain thoughts of betrayal, the curse will swiftly activate its soul-devouring prowess, mercilessly consuming the host's essence until their soul is extinguished. The agony of soul consumption is among the most harrowing experiences known to man. Compared to such torment, the interrogation techniques of the guard tower no matter how sophisticated. Pale in comparison. Thus, it is rare for captured members of the underworld to betray their own under duress. Due to the inseparable bond between the heart demon curse and the cultivator's soul, only the one who planted the curse can extract it. The soul is the most vulnerable aspect of a cultivator. Without this curse, the underworld would never have thrived. Most members are traitorous humans pursuing their own interests. These individuals, willing to forsake their own race for personal gain, raise the question of whether they might betray the underworld again for profit. For such nefarious individuals, the only means of control is through the coercive power of the heart demon curse, employing force to counteract force. However, a cold gleam flashed in Rakshas's eyes. I believe you would not dare to betray the underworld, yet we cannot rule out the possibility of some fool acting recklessly, thereby implicating the blood corpse. Crying soul. Upon my mention of the blood corpse's capture, your demeanor shifted unsettlingly. Do you possess knowledge of this matter? The expression of the Rakshasa darkened like turbulent waters as he turned his gaze upon the true man of Crying Soul. Faced with the Rakshas's inquiry, the true man of Crying Soul felt a tightening in his heart, acknowledging the Rakshas's formidable presence. Indeed, I am privy to certain information, he admitted, no longer daring to conceal the truth. The true man of Blood Corpse, hidden within the depths of the mountains, had his lair raided by an unidentified cultivator not long ago. His female disciple sought him out for this very reason. Initially, I thought little of it. For within the Blood Corpse's lair, aside from a few pools of corpses, there was naught else. Although the crafting of corpse puppets is expressly forbidden by the Great Xia, many have continued this practice clandestinely over the years, thus the Blood Corpse was unlikely to be exposed. His disciples were oblivious to his identity as a demonic cultivator, believing him merely to be an evil practitioner. Therefore, I did not consider this a grave issue. When you inquired about the Blood Corpse, and he remained silent, I too chose not to reveal him. In retrospect, the exposure of the Blood Corpse's identity must be linked to the raid on his lair. After all, such coincidences are rare. His stronghold was breached one day, and the next, his secret was laid bare. Foolish beyond measure. The Rakshasa thundered. This Blood Corpse, so meticulous in his dealings, whom I held in high regard, dares to conceal such matters. Suddenly, a sensation stirred within the Rakshas's heart, transmitting a message directly to his mind's eye. He briefly closed his eyes, lowering his mental defenses to receive the information. The assembly of demonic cultivators fell into a profound silence, hesitant to speak. Moments later, the Rakshasa opened his eyes, his voice cold as ice. The heart demon goo within the Blood Corpse has perished. The heart demon goo coexists with its host. Since the heart demon goo is dead, it follows that the true man of Blood Corpse has also met his demise. Something is amiss, the true man of Crying Soul interjected, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Those captured by the Knowledge Guard Tower are typically detained for an extended period, during which various methods are employed to extract intelligence. The Blood Corpse has been apprehended for merely a few hours. How could the Knowledge Guard Tower act so swiftly against him? This occurrence is exceedingly strange, particularly at such a juncture. The true man's words plunged the gathered demonic cultivators into deep thought. Lord Rakshasa, shall we proceed with our plans as intended? Someone finally ventured to ask. The Rakshas's gaze wandered, lost in contemplation. The assembly fell silent, awaiting his decision. After a lengthy pause, the Rakshas's eyes ignited with a cold brilliance. Proceed as planned. Our Qingshan branch has been orchestrating the chaos of the corpse puppets for many years. Should we succeed, our Qingshan shall lead the many branches across the southern domain. The scheme to seize the heavenly mechanism mirror from Yuanshan City is a crucial component of the corpse puppet upheaval. We have no reason to abandon it. With the heart demon goo, the true man of Blood Corpse will certainly refrain from disclosing our actions to the Knowledge Guard Tower. Ironically, Qi Yuan may become even more resolute in utilizing the heavenly mechanism mirror to investigate the blood pool's heart due to the Blood Corpse's exposure. Regardless, for the grand undertaking of the underworld, I would not hesitate to face 100 deaths. This matter shall be temporarily set aside. Our immediate priority is to seize the mirror. Return and meticulously review the tasks assigned to you. Should any mistakes arise again, I assure you, I shall not be lenient. A faint crimson glimmer flickered in the eyes of the Rakshasa as demonic energy surged forth. The composition of the underworld's members is exceedingly intricate, encompassing a substantial number of human cultivators ensnared by the heart demon's curse, alongside numerous true demons and those of mixed blood, half demon and half human. The Rakshasa is, indeed, a demon. Unlike those human cultivators, he has transformed through the rebirth in the blood pool of the underworld, emerging with the bloodline of demons, and can thus be regarded as one of their kind. Many practitioners of demonic arts gradually retreated, Observing the now desolate basement, the Rakshasa rubbed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. This matter is of great significance. One must not harbor any illusions. The capture of the blood corpse is fraught with enigmas. It is prudent to prepare thoroughly. With this thought in mind, the Rakshasa directed his consciousness toward the writhing entity within his heart. A thread of thought imbued with information emanated from the pulsating being. Chapter 25. The beast of war Qingshan arose from his bed, stretching lazily. In the brief span of merely 2 days since his arrival in this realm, events had unfolded in rapid succession, leaving him utterly fatigued. Cultivators of Qi, to a considerable extent, are merely slightly more formidable mortals. Only upon establishing a solid foundation can one truly be deemed a practitioner of the Tao. Foundation-building cultivators possess the ability to abstain from food, maintaining boundless energy without the need for rest. It is indeed a most enviable state of being. Finally, with the current affairs momentarily settled, Qingshan seized the opportunity to rest. This slumber lasted an entire day. Upon awakening, it was the 15th of July. Qingshan's expression grew solemn. The narrative was about to commence. He pondered whether his intervention would instigate even the slightest alteration in history, or if, under the overwhelming inertia of historical forces, everything would revert to its original course. Lost in thought, a peculiar sound echoed through the quiet room, instantly capturing Qingshan's attention. He turned to investigate the source of the noise. A corner of the wooden, intricately carved window was cautiously pushed open, and a small, beady-eyed head peeked in. Indeed, it was the notorious Rat King. Qingshan was taken aback. What brings you back? From the outset, he had no intention of creating difficulties for the Rat King. In his eyes, whether one was a monster or a human was inconsequential. What truly mattered was their actions. Some individuals, despite being human, could be far more malevolent than any beast. The Rat King had never engaged in wanton slaughter, so what harm was there in his being a demon? The reason Qingshan had initially accompanied the Rat King was due to the potential utility he might possess. After all, the Rat King was the sole witness to the blood pool of Qingshan City. He was, indeed, a crucial witness. However, after encountering the blood corpse in the Daxia commercial firm, Qingshan had devised a plan that rendered the Rat King unnecessary. Thus, upon exiting the firm, Qingshan upheld his promise and allowed the Rat King to depart. At this moment, the king of the Western Mice, for reasons unknown, had returned. Upon spotting the figure of Qingshan, he patted his chest and let out a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "It is well that you remain here." Qingshan furrowed his brow and inquired, "What has transpired?" The king of the Western Mice, with a swift movement, transformed into a shadow and leapt from the window to perch upon the table. A grand discovery, he declared mysteriously. "The other day, I noticed your unusual interest in that female cultivator at the Great Xia commercial house, and after your encounter with her, you surprisingly allowed me to leave. Hence, I have taken a keen interest in that female cultivator." What the king referred to as undoubtedly Wu Yi. Indeed, the moniker of Mouse Spirit was aptly bestowed. For this mouse demon, though appearing simple-minded, possessed great cunning. Even the slightest change in Qingshan's expression had not escaped his notice. Qingshan sighed inwardly, but remained silent, patiently awaiting the king's next words. The king of the Western Mice began to recount his recent experiences. It turned out that after following Qingshan to Qingshan City and witnessing the splendor of the human realm, he found himself captivated and reluctant to leave. Instead of returning to his small village after being released by Qingshan, he mustered his courage and lingered in Qingshan City. With its vast expanse, the city could indeed accommodate a mouse demon. However, shortly after he began to wander and savor his newfound freedom, he fortuitously stumbled upon Wu Yi, whose movements were shrouded in mystery, as if she were headed to some unknown destination. Out of curiosity, the king of the Western Mice trailed her from a distance. Careful not to draw attention, he continued this way until he saw her enter a certain residence, from which she never emerged again. A residence? The king scratched his head. It seems to be called the Bitter Mansion. I am unfamiliar with your human characters, but that is what others called it. He waved his tiny paw dismissively. But let us not dwell on that. Can you guess what I discovered? The king beamed with pride. Qingshan, not one to indulge in suspense, rapped his finger sharply on the king's head, saying, "Do not keep me in suspense." The king clutched his head, looking up at Qingshan with a pitiful expression. "I, gathering my courage, secretly infiltrated the Bitter Mansion. Strangely, although I clearly saw that female cultivator enter, I wandered through the mansion several times and could not find her, as if she had vanished into thin air. Just when I was about to give up, I suddenly caught a whiff of a familiar scent." A familiar scent? The king elaborated. It was identical to the exotic fragrance emanating from the blood pool, albeit faint and almost dissipated. Yet, due to my profound memory of it, I was able to detect it. Following this scent, I ventured deep into the mansion and unexpectedly discovered a basement. To my astonishment, there was indeed another blood pool within that basement. However, it was significantly smaller than the one I had seen previously. The Great West Mouse King gesticulated animatedly, emphasizing that within the blood pool lay an exceptionally fearsome beast, resembling a lion yet entirely devoid of fur. Its eyes glowed a sinister red, and 3 protruding bones jutted from its spine, which appeared remarkably odd. The Great West Mouse King momentarily struggled to find an appropriate descriptor, feeling momentarily at a loss. Is it akin to a long sword embedded in its back? Interjected Qingshan. Indeed. How peculiar. I have never encountered such a beast. The Great West Mouse King fervently nodded in agreement. Suddenly, he became suspicious, eyeing Qingshan with doubt. How do you know what this beast looks like if you've never seen it? Qingshan shook his head. This is not a mere beast, it is a magical creature. A magical creature? Qingshan refrained from elaborating further. The term magical beast would not circulate among the human race until several versions later. By its very definition, a magical beast is a creature of the demon race, diverse in forms and endowed with various supernatural abilities. The creature observed by the Great West Mouse King was likely a soldier beast. Soldier beast, a creature possessing a faint bloodline of soldiers, 8th grade sacred demon bloodline. The spine of the soldier beast, resembling a long sword, represents its supernatural ability. Players refer to it as sword bone. When manifested, it can sever the connection between cultivators and their magical tools. The sword bone is a one-time ability. Once detached, it cannot be retrieved, diminishing with each use. 3 sword bones imply the capacity to execute the ability thrice. Qingshan fell into contemplation. Had the soldier beast appeared this early? Such a formidable display to seize this fragment of the heavenly mirror, even employing a soldier beast. Soldier beasts are scarce even in the abyss, let alone those specifically brought into the human realm by the demon race, making them exceedingly rare. When the Yuan Mountain Tower was capturing the Blood Corpse True Man, they did not detect Wu Yi. Qingshan had assumed that the Blood Corpse True Man had dismissed Wu Yi. Furthermore, since Wu Yi was merely a disciple taken in by the Blood Corpse True Man under the guise of a sinister cultivator, and not originally from the underworld, he was entirely unaware of any matters concerning it. Thus, both Qingshan and the Yuan Mountain Tower dismissed Wu Yi's disappearance. Little did they know that Wu Yi was intricately connected to such critical intelligence. The soldier beast's abilities are enigmatic and unpredictable, even with prior preparations. Qi Yuan and the Yuan Mountain Tower could easily fall victim to the soldier beast's powers and lose the fragment of the heavenly mirror. It all depended on whether they could capture the underworld denizens. Chapter 26. Sword/Foundation Establishment. The Great West Mouse King, noticing Qingshan's indifference, swallowed hard and continued. When I beheld the fearsome magical beast, I was unnerved and was about to flee when someone entered. The newcomer was an exceedingly lecherous male cultivator, who, with a spirit beast pouch, directly captured the magical beast from the blood pool. Seeing that the beast had been taken by that cultivator, I intended to seize the opportunity to sneak into the blood pool and pilfer some red spirit pearls. After consuming one previously, I transformed rather considerably. Perhaps if I consumed more this time, I might even achieve full transformation. Yet who could have known that a transparent veil enveloped the blood pool, not only isolating its scent, but also preventing my entry? Thus, I was compelled to return and seek your assistance. It seems that my endeavors in pursuit of affection have faltered, prompting my return to devise a plan. Qingshan understood this all too well. You possess quite a bold spirit, venturing into the abode of cultivators without having mastered any techniques as a mere little demon. Are you not afraid of being apprehended? Qingshan exclaimed in astonishment. The impression he had of the Western Mouse King was one of timidity. The Western Mouse King, with a hint of embarrassment, stammered. Ever since I consumed the spiritual pearl from the blood pool, I have sensed something dormant within me beginning to awaken. Consequently, I have been acquiring new abilities. Just the day before, I seemingly awakened yet another new power, hence my audacity. Oh, Qingshan could not help but feel a surge of interest. He had initially assumed that the Western Mouse King's Phantom Mouse bloodline had been fully awakened. However, according to the Western Mouse King, it was still in the process of mastering new capabilities, indicating that its Phantom Mouse bloodline had not yet completely revived and still held great potential. Qingshan employed his Celestial Eye technique once more on the Western Mouse King. Indeed, he discovered a brand new skill on its attribute panel. Stealth, an innate skill. When activated, the user can enter a room silently. Unless they launch an attack, all traces will vanish, making detection nearly impossible. Cooldown, 3 days. Stealth is one of the most enigmatic innate skills possessed by the Phantom Mouse clan and is also remarkably practical. A Phantom Mouse endowed with this stealth skill can move unseen, making it exceptionally adept at tracking, assassination, or the acquisition of confidential information. It was surprising that the Western Mouse King had awakened such a skill. It appears to be a true European mouse, Qingshan mused. Are there any other cultivators residing in that mansion? Qingshan inquired, genuinely intrigued to explore the depths of this bitter mansion, as unexpected rewards might await. Aside from that unsightly male cultivator, only some mortals remain, the Western Mouse King recalled, his tone somewhat peculiar. However, that male cultivator has not returned since he left with that magical beast last night. After pondering for a considerable time, Qingshan finally spoke, "Take me to that mansion. Today marks the 15th day of the 7th month. The infernal cultivators should all be mobilizing, commencing their long-planned actions." The absence of the unattractive male cultivator since his departure only served as further evidence. While the boss is away, it's the perfect time to pilfer. Such thievery was an art at which players excelled. As a seasoned player, Qingshan was no exception. His innate sword seed had been acquired through such cunning. This could even be deemed one of the most successful acts of theft in the history of the game Nine Heavens. Regrettably, before he could boast about it on the forums, he found himself in the game world, missing the chance to make the less fortunate players green with envy. Qingshan felt a twinge of regret. Under the guidance of the Western Mouse King, he swiftly arrived at the bitter mansion. It was a colossal estate spanning several acres. Above the ebony gates of the estate hung a plaque inscribed with the words Ku Fu. Beneath the plaque stood two burly guards, evidently the protectors of Ku Fu. Qingshan's expression twitched slightly. The audacity of this practitioner of demonic arts was striking. Most denizens of the underworld preferred to maintain a low profile. For instance, the Blood Corpse Master had chosen a secluded location for his residence, and the vast estate was occupied solely by him. Yet, the master of this Ku Fu had acquired an expansive property in the most bustling area of Source Mountain City. Upon reflection, there was a certain contrarian logic to this. Qingshan circled to the rear of Ku Fu, channeling his internal spiritual energy to vault over the wall and into the estate's backyard. The rear garden was quite spacious, filled with an array of peculiar flowers and herbs, exuding a fragrant aroma that enveloped him. Unable to resist, Qingshan inhaled deeply. "Ah," he exclaimed softly, taken aback. "What is it?" the cautious king of the West Rats inquired. With an unusual expression, Qingshan shook his head, signaling that all was well. The flora here possessed aphrodisiac properties, and merely a whiff of their scent left him feeling a touch overheated. Fortunately, it was merely a mundane effect. Qingshan summoned his internal energy, a wave of coolness emanating from his dantian, coursing through his meridians and dispelling the heat. Holding his breath, he dared not linger. And following the guidance of the king of the West Rats, he stealthily ventured deeper into the estate. Ku Fu proved to be exceedingly intriguing. With numerous mortal sentinels stationed throughout, appearing fiercely vigilant, yet to a cultivator, they were no more than mere decorations. Qingshan effortlessly evaded the many watchmen. He paused before a 3-story structure, where a dozen guards were stationed nearby. Such a display of caution suggested that something of great significance lay within. "What resides inside?" Qingshan inquired of the king of the West Rats. The king hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Observing this, Qingshan refrained from pressing further. Swiftly darting to the building's base, with a powerful leap, he ascended to the 2nd floor without a sound. Pressing himself against the wall of the 2nd-floor corridor, he peered inside. The room was shrouded in mist, and a faint whiff confirmed that the scent was akin to that of the herbs cultivated in the backyard, likely a concoction of aphrodisiac incense. In the center of the room stood a grand bed of sandalwood, draped in a sheer veil through which he could vaguely discern several women reclining upon it, unclothed, their delicate forms enticingly visible. Yet, Qingshan frowned. The women appeared feeble, their breaths barely perceptible. They had been drained of their vital essence through the art of absorption, and these mortal women were on the verge of death. No wonder the backyard was filled with aphrodisiac herbs. No wonder the king of the West Rats had hesitated to speak. This practitioner of demonic arts was indeed a sinister cultivator of the absorption technique. Within this small building resided a multitude of her cultivated furnace vessels. Shaking his head, Qingshan ascended to the 3rd floor. Having deduced the reason for Wu Yi's presence here, inside the 3rd floor, there lay another grand bed, but upon it reclined only one woman. The woman lay on her side, her back turned towards Qingshan, her elongated and graceful curves undulating like mountains. As if she had sensed a sound, the woman stirred slightly, turning to face him in a languid manner, her body unclothed. It was indeed Wu Yi. The Western Rat King had evidently realized that this building was filled with women who had been harvested and did not investigate the third floor before moving on elsewhere, which explained why he had yet to discover Wu Yi within the torture mansion. At the moment Wu Yi turned, Lu Qingshan had already drawn a peachwood sword from his storage pouch, its tip aimed directly at her throat. The once enchanting Wu Yi now appeared pallid, a hint of twilight shadowing her features. If a woman were to be harvested of her yin energy, she would age rapidly. In the face of the sword point at her throat, Wu Yi remained remarkably composed, seemingly unperturbed by her exposed form, and sat up slightly. "Who are you? I recognize you." Wu Yi caught sight of the Western Rat King perched upon Lu Qingshan's shoulder, and, before he could respond, she suddenly chuckled lightly. "At the Great Xia Merchants Guild, you carried this black rat with you. I found it quite peculiar that a cultivator would have a black rat by their side, so you left an impression on me. Who is the master here? You were once by the side of the blood corpse true man. How did you become a vessel for others' harvesting?" Lu Qingshan inquired. Upon hearing his question, a ripple of emotion flickered in Wu Yi's otherwise placid gaze. "Have you come to kill the crying soul true man?" she asked. "Yes, it must be so. I heard not a single sound before you appeared here. You must have evaded the guards. Your movements are so stealthy. You are either a thief or a bandit. If you were a thief, you would certainly avoid me and not reveal your presence easily." Lu Qingshan was noncommittal. "What if I were a lascivious thief?" Wu Yi shook her head. That is impossible. I can tell from your gaze that there is no desire within it. As for a woman like me, if a man gazes at me with even the faintest hint of lust, I can sense it. It cannot escape my notice. A woman's intuition can sometimes surpass a cultivator's spiritual awareness, especially in matters pertaining to gender. I merely cultivate qi. The crying soul true man you speak of must be a foundational cultivator. How could I possibly kill him? Lu Qingshan acknowledged his limitations. He was acutely aware that his current cultivation was insufficient to bridge the gap between the foundational and qi refining stages. Wu Yi understood this as well. Yet she resembled a drowning person grasping at any glimmer of hope. Now, with Lu Qingshan's words piercing through her bubble of hope, the light in her eyes gradually faded, succumbing to an encroaching silence. The greatest sorrow is that of a heart turned to stone. Observing Wu Yi's desolation, Lu Qingshan could not help but sigh inwardly. Shaking his head, he prepared to turn and leave. The Crying Soul Master is a sword cultivator, and his name is derived from his innate sword, the Crying Soul Sword. Suddenly, Wu Yi spoke, cautioning, "If you encounter the Crying Soul Master, remember to safeguard your spirit. The Crying Soul Sword possesses the power to instill terror. Should you fall prey to it, its deadly strike can end your life in an instant." Lu Qingshan calmly regarded Wu Yi and inquired, "Is the Crying Soul Master proficient in the art of flying swords?" Wu Yi nodded in affirmation. "Why do you suddenly share this with me?" She replied with a melancholic smile. "Though I am unaware of your intentions, I perceive that you are at odds with the Crying Soul Master. Even if this information cannot secure your victory, what if it could? The other day, the Blood Corpse Master sent me to reside temporarily in the Bitter Mansion, claiming that the proprietor, the Crying Soul Master, was his longtime friend. To my surprise, upon my arrival, I discovered that the Blood Corpse Master had delivered me to the Crying Soul Master as a vessel for his cultivation practices. I have served him for many years, enduring the horrors of the corpse refining cave without complaint, only to find myself treated as mere merchandise, devoid of any sentiment, easily given away." Wu Yi chuckled bitterly. "Indeed, men are the most unreliable entities in this world." Lu Qingshan found himself at a loss for words. One can only truly rely on oneself. Wu Yi gritted her teeth, her voice laced with venomous resentment. "If we speak of hatred, my loathing for the Blood Corpse Master surpasses that for the Crying Soul Master by hundreds, if not thousands, of times. I yearn for him to suffer 1,000 tortures and die a wretched death. You may be disappointed. The Blood Corpse is already dead, and his demise was quite swift," Lu Qingshan replied, pursing his lips. "Impossible. Who killed him?" Wu Yi exclaimed in disbelief. "Just 2 days have passed, and he is dead?" "I did," Lu Qingshan stated calmly. Wu Yi was momentarily stunned, but then her demeanor shifted as she erupted into maniacal laughter. How absurd. A qi refining cultivator killing the Blood Corpse Master, who was so cautious about his own life. Despite her incredulity, Wu Yi harbored no doubts about Lu Qingshan's claim of having slain the Blood Corpse Master. There was no rational explanation. It was simply an instinctual belief that the young man before her was not deceiving her. As she laughed, her laughter gradually faded, giving way to tears. Ultimately, she closed her eyes, her breath ceasing as she lay on the bed. Perhaps the Blood Corpse Master's death had become the final straw that broke her spirit. Wu Yi chose to sever her own heart's pulse. Lu Qingshan retrieved a garment from his storage bag and draped it over Wu Yi's lifeless form. The ever-silent king of the Western Rats gazed at Qingshan, whose expression remained serene, and suddenly asked, "Why didn't you stop her?" The surge of spiritual energy released by Wu Yi's self-inflicted demise was palpable. Qingshan could have intervened if he had chosen to. She had already resolved to end her life. What purpose would stopping her serve? After a brief pause, Qingshan murmured, "Moreover, having reached this point, it was her own choice, and the consequences must be borne by her alone. This is simply the way of the world." No further words were exchanged. Qingshan swiftly departed from the small building, heading directly towards the blood pool described by the king of the Western Rats. In the basement, Qingshan beheld the blood pool, mere inches away, yet safeguarded by a transparent protective barrier. Silver Frost Formation, a second-tier defensive formation. Under normal circumstances, a Qi refinement practitioner, even one skilled in offensive sword techniques, would find it utterly impossible to breach a second-tier defensive formation in a short span of time. However, the Crying Soul Master is indeed a sword cultivator. Typically, sword cultivators lack the inclination to delve into the intricacies of formations, and the Crying Soul Master is no exception. He possesses no understanding of the so-called formations. This particular formation was merely arranged using a set of purchased formation flags. In the absence of a master to oversee the formation would collapse if the flags were destroyed. Naturally, since the flags are of such paramount importance, the cultivators who craft them do consider their protection. To an untrained eye, Qingshan could not discern the presence of these flags. The flags are imbued with illusions, cleverly concealed within the formation, making them difficult to trace and constantly shifting in position. However, these ready-made flags, acquired from elsewhere, possess a significant flaw compared to formations personally arranged by a formation master. They lack flexibility. The flags are positioned in a rigid and standardized manner, and their movement follows a predictable pattern. The Silver Frost Formation is one of the most prevalent second-tier formations in Nine Heavens. As a high-level player who stands out among millions, Qingshan is intimately familiar with the placement of flags in most formations within the game. The gap between a master player and an ordinary player is far more substantial than most would anticipate. This disparity is not merely reflected in skills, levels, or techniques. The difference in knowledge is particularly pronounced. In any profession, the complexity far exceeds what the average person might conceive, and this holds true even in gaming. Qingshan narrowed his eyes, surveying his surroundings. He had identified one of the many flag points of the Silver Frost Formation. A flag point indicates where the flags are likely to appear. Brandishing a peachwood sword, Qingshan delivered a strike against the shimmering barrier before him. A tremendous ripple spread across the barrier's surface. Beyond that, there was no other phenomenon. The flag was not situated at this location. Breaking the formation through brute force was not so simple. Unperturbed, Qingshan shifted his position and struck again. Similarly, this sword strike produced yet another vast ripple. Tirelessly, Qingshan changed positions, attacking every potential flag point of the Silver Frost Formation, delivering blow after blow. Finally, after dozens of strikes, a silver glowing flag materialized within the barrier, only to vanish swiftly thereafter. He had found it. It was right here. Having located the position of the flag, Qingshan held nothing back. After yet another series of strikes, a sound akin to shattering glass echoed as the barrier collapsed. The radiance of the flag had now completely dissipated, falling to the ground. With the protection of the Silver Frost Formation lifted, an unusual fragrance wafted through the air. A viscous crimson pool, ominous in appearance, emanated an enticing scent. It was exceedingly strange. Qingshan approached for a closer inspection. In the midst of a blood pool, dozens of red spirit orbs rolled about. This blood pool, though modest in size, was a second-tier pool, presumably established specifically for the temporary habitation of war beasts. As creatures of the purest demonic lineage, war beasts held a position of considerable esteem, certainly higher than that of the Weeping Soul practitioner. Qingshan retrieved a spirit orb from the blood pool, and a piece of data materialized before his eyes. Blood Spirit Orb, Grade, Second-Tier Description, formed from the concentration of vital blood energy gathered within the blood pool. Effect: consuming it can enhance one's physical attributes and offers a slight chance of augmenting the innate bloodline power. The combat prowess of the demon race heavily relies on the strength of their bloodlines. The Blood Spirit Orb possesses the potential to fortify the bloodline within demons, rendering it a precious item. For the beast kin, consuming the Blood Spirit Orb may facilitate the awakening of their own bloodlines, with higher-tier orbs yielding greater effects. The Blood Spirit Orb consumed by the Great Rat King last time, if Qingshan's conjecture is correct, was likely a third-tier orb. Due to its unique ability to elevate the quality of beasts, the blood spirit orb would become an exceedingly coveted treasure among beast cultivators in subsequent versions. However, the crafting of such pools remains an arcane knowledge exclusive to the demon race, making blood spirit orbs exceedingly rare before the forces of the underworld unveil their claws. Qingshan, without hesitation, collected all 50 second-tier blood spirit orbs from the pool, a substantial bounty. The great Rat King gazed at him with longing eyes, full of pity. The blood pool was discovered by you, and the formation was unraveled by me. Thus, the division of these orbs shall be 7-3 in my favor. Qingshan declared. Satisfied with this arrangement, the great Rat King did not contest it, nor did he dare to. Chapter 28. Sword Cuts Foundation Establishment 3. Within the bright and spacious hall of the Lord's Mansion in Yuanshan City, Qi Yuan observed. I have dispatched my subordinates to scour the vicinity of Yuanshan City as per your instructions, yet we have found nothing. Lord Luo Yan of Yuanshan City looked at Qi Yuan with an expression of helplessness. Qi Yuan waved his hand and replied, that day, the celestial mirror alerted me to a grave omen about to unfold within Xinjiang Prefecture. Subsequently, I utilized observing the heavens to probe the celestial mechanisms. Within the celestial mirror, I beheld a crimson blood pool and the visage of Yuanshan City. Undoubtedly, the underworld has devised plans in this region. Luo Yan's countenance grew solemn. The abilities of the celestial mirror in discerning celestial phenomena are well known throughout the Great Xia. I have no doubt regarding your assertions, Lord Monitor. However, he cautiously ventured. Given the significance of the blood pool, the underworld will surely establish formidable defenses. It seems nearly impossible for us to glean any information. After all, even Yuanshan Tower has yielded no trace. Qi Yuan pondered for a few moments and concurred. I share your sentiments. The vast expanse of Yuanshan City allows the underworld's practitioners to cloak the blood pool with concealed formations. Searching for it through sheer manpower would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Therefore, today I intend to employ observing the heavens once more to locate the blood pool. A hint of elation appeared on Luo Yan's face. The celestial mirror possesses celestial capabilities. I believe that even the underworld, no matter how secretive, cannot evade its scrutiny. Qi Yuan nodded slightly, his mind focused. A golden light flashed through the air, revealing an ancient mirror suspended before Qi Yuan. This was the divination mirror's fragment, which possessed dual aspects of yin and yang. The back of the mirror was crafted from a darkened bronze, adorned with mysterious engravings, while the front featured a flawless glass surface, untouched by dust, appearing hazy and devoid of visible objects. This mirror did not reflect the human visage, but rather offered a glimpse of the heavens. The visions displayed upon the glass could only be perceived by Qi Yuan, the mirror's master. With both hands, Qi Yuan formed an unusual hand seal. In the void, a faint line emerged, originating from Qi Yuan's hand and connecting to the divination mirror. This line represented Qi Yuan's life force. A vibrant green light surged along this thread, continuously flowing from his hand into the mirror. Through the act of observing the heavens, he exchanged his lifespan for insights into the cosmos. This green luminescence symbolized Qi Yuan's vitality. The technique of observing the heavens bore numerous restrictions. The mightier the entity he sought to investigate, the more precise the information required. Consequently, the cost to his life force escalated. Although the blood pool Qi Yuan intended to probe was merely of a lower grade, pinpointing its exact location would still necessitate a sacrifice of his lifespan, even as a nascent soul cultivator. As these green lights streamed towards the divination mirror, some strands of Qi Yuan's long black hair rapidly began to fade, gradually turning gray, ultimately transforming into white. Unfazed, Qi Yuan had mentally prepared himself upon taking possession of the divination mirror's fragment to protect the human race and ensure their continued peace. The masters of the divination sect were all individuals willing to sacrifice their lives. A veil of misty white light gradually enveloped Qi Yuan's pupils. Through this luminous haze, he gazed at the glass surface of the divination mirror. While it appeared to others as shrouded in clouds and fog, Qi Yuan perceived the mist slowly dissipating, revealing clarity beyond. Just as Qi Yuan was on the verge of uncovering the scene hidden behind the fog, a resounding roar erupted. An immense black spiritual light shot upwards, breaching the roof with force. Upon reaching a certain height, it transformed into a colossal curtain that enveloped the entire city lord's manor. Simultaneously, countless tendrils of black mist materialized, intertwining in the air to form 3 massive black serpents. These serpents, each measuring several dozen meters in length, exuded a swirling black fog and writhed continuously. This was a third-tier formation, the 3-spirit demon array. The array could manifest 3 spiritual serpents, each possessing 3 distinct abilities: barrier, attack, and entrapment. Just when this unfolded, 3 black-robed cultivators emerged from the black mist, their faces similarly obscured by fog. Each of the 3 wielded a small black flag. In a flash, they activated the flags, controlling the 3 serpents. With a hissing sound, the serpents, under the influence of the flags, raised their heads and let out piercing howls. Qi Yuan's complexion paled. The serpents' cries were imbued with sound wave attacks targeting the soul. Caught off guard while employing the observing the heavens technique, Qi Yuan was momentarily stunned, leaving him vulnerable to the impending threat posed by the underworld cultivators. 3 ebony serpents, under their control, swiftly lunged toward Qi Yuan, ensnaring him tightly. As these massive serpents, each several dozen meters thick, coiled around him, Qi Yuan became engulfed by a shroud of black mist, rendering him invisible from the outside. Save for the resplendent golden glow of the Tianji mirror, which continued to shimmer brilliantly amidst the darkness. Upon witnessing this scene, Luo Yin chuckled sinisterly. His grand scheme having come to fruition, the master of the Tianji temple, capable of accessing heavenly secrets, could not evade my machinations. At that moment, a crisp clang echoed, a clear sound of a sword unsheathing. Dozens of cool azure sword beams surged forth like a mighty army advancing. They glimmered brightly within the black curtain, charging directly towards the 3 black-robed cultivators holding banners. Their imposing presence struck terror into the hearts of the 3 black-robed figures, who turned pale and hastily activated their secret techniques, employing defensive artifacts and spells in an attempt to thwart the overwhelming sword beams. However, all their efforts proved futile. Under the might of the azure sword beams, the 3 black-robed cultivators, along with their defensive spells and artifacts, disintegrated as if melting away like snow under the sun. The ferocity of the sword beams was unmistakable. With the demise of the 3 black-robed cultivators, the serpents that had ensnared Qi Yuan could no longer hold him captive. The golden core sword cultivator, Qi Yuan, manifested the sword beams, and it was Dan Tai Qingshan. Luo Yan's eyes widened in fury. The dozens of azure sword beams were the exclusive technique of the Dan Tai clan, the crescent moon sword art. Within the confines of Yuanshan City, only the master of Yuanshan Tower, Dan Tai Qingshan, could wield it. Indeed, beneath the black veil, in mid-air, it was as if a door had swung open. A square golden halo expanded, revealing a figure clad in white, gracefully suspended in the air. It was none other than Dan Tai Qingshan, the master of Yuanshan Tower. Her frosty, piercing gaze swept across the mist-enshrouded city lord's mansion. "Rascal, you possess remarkable prowess," she remarked, her voice ethereal and chilling. It was no wonder that since taking charge of Yuanshan Tower, she had felt an unseen hand thwarting their attempts to investigate the netherworld, leading to various misfortunes. Who could have imagined that the rascal within the netherworld would be none other than Luo Yin, the city lord of Yuanshan City? Dan Tai Qingshan's killing intent surged, mingled with a touch of concern. Had the netherworld's infiltration into the human realm reached such depths? Luo Yan's expression shifted as he observed Qi Yuan, who had been ensnared by the serpents. After the 3 netherworld cultivators controlling the serpents were slain by Dan Tai Qingshan, Qi Yuan had quietly extricated himself from their grasp. Beyond the black curtain, a multitude of cultivators from Yuanshan Tower had gathered, assaulting the 3 spirits' demon formation. Even though the formation was a 3rd-tier array, it could not withstand the combined might of so many cultivators for long. Within the formation, a nascent soul spirit cultivator and an adept golden core sword cultivator faced off against a group of netherworld cultivators, whose highest rank was merely golden core. They could neither fight nor flee. An inescapable doom awaited them. Chapter 29. The sword that slays the Foundation establishment 2 days prior. Within Yuanshan Tower, the master spoke. "I have investigated as instructed. What Lu Qingshan said is not unfounded. There is indeed a high-grade illusion array set up there. While it remains uncertain whether a blood pool lies within, the probability is exceedingly high." Zhang Rong reported the specific circumstances she had investigated to Dan Tai Qingshan. Dan Tai Qingshan raised an eyebrow, pondering for a considerable time before ultimately deciding. Contact Qi Jianshou and refrain from addressing the high-grade illusion array for the time being, lest we alert the enemy. Zhang Rong concurred, stating, "Very well, I shall reach out to Qi Jianshou at once." Thus it was decided. Dan Tai Qingshan calmly conveyed all she knew to Qi Yuan. Summoned by Dan Tai Qingshan, Qi Yuan listened attentively to her account, appearing to gain insight. "The underworld and my Tianji observatory have been long-standing adversaries, and they are familiar with our various methods. It is no wonder that they have been so careless this time, allowing me to detect even the faintest hint of their intentions. It seems their true motives lie beneath the surface." How does Qi Jianshou plan to respond? Dan Tai Qingshan inquired with concern. Qi Yuan, deep in thought, posed a question. There lies a mystery in this matter. If the underworld aims to seize the TNG mirror's submer when I intend to use it, how could they possibly know when I will activate it? Unless there is a traitor among us. Dantai Qingshan provided an affirmative response, having already deduced this point. To seize the TNG mirror at the moment Qi Yuan employs its submer, the underworld must ensure their personnel are present at that precise moment. To wrest the TNG mirror from the hands of someone at the Yuan-ing cultivation level, like Qi Yuan, is no simple feat given the underworld's manpower in Yuanshan City. They would undoubtedly require extensive preparation. Lacking sufficient strength, they would resort to external forces. Arrays would be their primary choice, as only the power of arrays could enable lower-tier cultivators to contend with higher-tier ones in a short span. However, arrays require time to set up, making it impractical to deploy an array after determining Qi Yuan's location. Thus, the most feasible course of action would be to prepare an array in advance at a specific location and find ways to compel Qi Yuan to utilize the TNG mirror within the array's confines. This would facilitate the underworld's subsequent plans. In summary, this traitor holds a significant position and will undoubtedly devise means to incite the Jianshou to employ Guantian. Dantai Qingshan asserted. Qi Yuan naturally concurred with Dantai Qingshan's assessment regarding the current matter in Yuanshan City. I have only informed the Yuanshan Tower and the city lord, Luo Yan. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Dantai Qingshan's bright eyes. Could it be? It is still too early to draw conclusions. Qi Yuan intoned solemnly. Let us observe the developments. Any actions from the underworld will inevitably reveal their flaws. The underworld believes they have ensnared Qi Yuan as a fat fish drawn in by bait. Little do they know, at this moment, both Qi Yuan and Dantai Qingshan are willingly taking the bait. As anticipated, the city lord's residence was enveloped by the prearranged array. Qi Yuan also cooperatively activated the Guantian technique within the city lord's residence. They aim to lure all of the underworld's personnel in Yuanshan City into the open before capturing them all at once. Under the effects of Qi Yuan's Xiantian Ling Shu, Dantai Qingshan followed him in an exceedingly concealed manner. Once the underworld made their move, she would act as well. Dantai Qingshan was resolute in her strategy. Observing the current situation, Luo Sha felt a chill in her heart. Although the means by which the action plan was exposed remain a mystery, the ensuing calamity was inevitable. What are we waiting for? We must act swiftly. Without the luxury of further contemplation, the only thought occupying Luaka's mind was to fulfill the mission at hand. Under Luaka's urgent prodding, a fearsome behemoth materialized unexpectedly from the black mist, adorned with 3 menacing spines upon its back. Beneath this gigantic creature stood a cultivator, the esteemed Ku Hunjin Ren. According to their strategy, he unleashed the war beast contained within the spirit beast pouch. In a flash, one of the spines detached from the beast's back. A jet-black projectile resembling a longsword, darting with astonishing speed towards Qi Yuan, who stood before it, slicing through the void with a subtle arc. Countless tendrils of dark energy erupted, and in that moment, a golden thread shimmered in the emptiness. Subsequently, under the force of the sword's essence, the thread snapped. Qi Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. The connection with the mirror of heavenly secrets had abruptly severed. No longer could he effortlessly reclaim the heavenly mirror as before. Reacting swiftly, Qi Yuan summoned the spiritual energy within him, preparing to forcibly retrieve the heavenly mirror. Yet it was too late. In the instant the sword essence severed the golden thread, the mirror of heavenly secrets had vanished into thin air. At the site where the mirror had disappeared, a hazy shadow emerged, an ethereal figure of a golden core realm ghostly cultivator, who had long been lying in wait in the shadows of the underworld. After such a prolonged vigil, this moment had finally arrived. Once the war beast severed the link between Qi Yuan and the mirror, he would seize the opportunity to claim it. At last, the mirror was in his grasp. Witnessing the golden core ghostly cultivator secure the mirror within his storage ring, a flicker of delight crossed Luaka's face. Do you truly believe you can escape? Qi Yuan's voice carried a hint of fury. With both hands extended forward, he pressed down forcefully. In an instant, the winds surged and the fog roiled. Within the void, the black mist that had once belonged to the 3 spirits' demonic formation coalesced into 2 shadowy hands, manipulated by Qi Yuan as they descended upon the golden core ghostly cultivator and the war beast. Though the spiritual cultivator may not excel in offensive prowess, Qi Yuan was, after all, a nascent soul practitioner. His capabilities far surpassed those of mere golden core denizens of the underworld. The weight of his palm was immense, causing the golden core ghostly cultivator to spit out blood and collapse to the ground, utterly incapacitated. However, the war beast, confronted by the looming black palm, ignited with a golden pattern across its ebony skin. In that moment, its already colossal form expanded even further, resembling a prehistoric titan. With a thunderous roar, the war beast thrust its claws upward, sending soil and stone flying. The ground beneath it caved in significantly under the force of its might. Remarkably, it withstood the pressure of the black palm, resulting in a standstill between the two formidable forces. A flicker of surprise crossed Qi Yuan's eyes as he let out a soft snort. The creature before him, merely a third-grade entity akin to a golden core human cultivator, had managed to endure his spell. Qi Yuan felt a profound sense of humiliation, with his left hand forming a series of intricate seals. A crimson fire ring materialized in response, swiftly launched towards the war beast under Qi Yuan's command. This was his treasured artifact, the Vermilion Bird Ring. The beast of war gazed at the approaching Vermilion Bird Ring, its pitch-black eyes brimming with a savage intent. In an instant, the two remaining sword bones from its spine launched forth. One sword bone cleaved towards the Vermilion Bird Ring, while the other aimed at Dan Tai Qingrun's life sword. At that precise moment, as Qi Yuan made his move, Dan Tai Qingrun, unwilling to yield, wielded the Lingian sword, its azure light surging magnificently, attacking the Rakshasa in the form of a flying sword. Having suffered a setback before, both Qi Yuan and Dan Tai Qingrun were not easily caught off guard again. The Vermilion Bird Ring faced the descending sword bones, erupting with a crimson radiance that soared into the heavens, sparks flying in all directions. At that moment, the Vermilion Bird Ring resembled a blazing fireball, and under Qi Yuan's mental command, it boldly met the two sword bones head-on. Qi Yuan intercepted the sword bone originally aimed at Dan Tai Qingrun, allowing her to strike unimpeded, and the Lingian sword ultimately thundered towards the Rakshasa. As the Lingian sword approached, a blood-red glow erupted from the Rakshasa's eyes. Terrifying crimson patterns manifested upon his visage. In that fleeting instant, the Rakshasa's entire body ignited, flames bursting forth. He activated his demonic bloodline, transforming into a demonic form. Empowered by the demonic bloodline, the Rakshasa braced himself against Dan Tai Qingrun's sword attack. The flames swirling around him dispersed under the sword's might, filling the air with sparks, mingling with the black mist, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption. A resounding crash echoed as a massive gash appeared on the Rakshasa's chest from the Lingian sword strike. Even with the activation of his demonic bloodline, he could not easily withstand the assault of a golden core realm sword cultivator. The Rakshasa had initially planned to seize the fragment of the heavenly machine mirror and, with the power of the three spirits' demonic array, temporarily ensnare Qi Yuan before making a swift escape. However, outside the three spirits' demonic array lay numerous cultivators from the Source Mountain Tower. Stepping out would mean walking into a trap. This plan was no longer feasible. The Rakshasa's gaze shifted, and he saw the master of crying souls wielding his sword, directly severing the right index finger of a golden core cultivator who lay unconscious on the ground. On that finger rested a storage ring, containing the fragment of the heavenly machine mirror. The master of crying souls retrieved the storage ring, and the Rakshasa felt a sense of determination arise within him. Chapter 30. Sword slashes the Foundation Establishment 5. The heavenly machine mirror was in hand, yet we had fallen into an ambush and could not extricate ourselves. The Rakshasa sent a mental message directly to the pulsating entity within his heart. He had taken precautions. Ever since the demise of the Blood Corpse Master, the Rakshasa had felt a sense of unease. After much deliberation, he set aside other concerns and contacted the leader of the underworld forces in Zhenjiang, Shura. After detailing the situation, Shura arranged a contingency plan for the Rakshasa. Initially intended as a precaution, it now seemed to be a lifeline. The moment the message was dispatched, a singular eye abruptly opened in the void above the city lord's mansion. The eyelids were a deep purple, and the pupils exuded an icy chill, as if a celestial demon were gazing upon the myriad of worldly affairs. Qi Yuan sensed the dire situation. Without sparing a glance at the struggling beast warriors, he once again gestured with his right hand, performing a spell. The black palm dissipated, and the mist reformed into a sharp spear, hurtling toward the crying soul, true man. Yet, it was too late. At the moment the black mist spear was about to strike, a layer of violet luminescence enveloped both the crying soul, true man, and the Rakshasa. Subsequently, they vanished into thin air, leaving only the beast warriors within the formation and several other underworld cultivators, each engaged in their own tasks. Only the Rakshasa and the crying soul, true man, had escaped. The others had been forsaken. Dan Tai Qingrun landed before Qi Yuan, her expression grave. "The Void Demon Child," she exclaimed. Qi Yuan nodded, acknowledging. "I never anticipated that the underworld would take such risks to awaken the Void Demon Child in their pursuit of my fragment of the heavenly machine mirror." The demon race revered bloodlines, and the Void was one of the most esteemed among the 8 sacred demon bloodlines. Those possessing the Void bloodline require no cultivation or comprehension. They are innately attuned to the true essence of space, and as their power escalates, so too does their mastery of spatial truths. It is an extraordinarily formidable bloodline ability. The violet luminescence that had enveloped the Rakshasa and the crying soul true man was the unique spatial displacement ability of the Void. In the Qingshan underworld, the Void Demon Child led the charge. To avoid detection by the Heavenly Machine Observatory, the Void Demon Child had remained in a dormant state, cloaked in obscurity. However, with the Void Demon Child's reckless intervention, it was certain that traces of their actions could never be entirely erased, regardless of how adeptly they managed the aftermath. Through these remnants, perhaps humanity could uncover the whereabouts of the Void Demon Child. Although the fragment of the Heavenly Machine mirror was lost, the Void Demon Child had been compelled to act. It remains uncertain who truly holds the advantage in this encounter. In a secluded area within Qingshan City, a swirl of violet luminescence suddenly materialized. As the violet light gradually dissipated, it revealed the figure of the crying soul true man, who had narrowly escaped thanks to the Void Demon Child's abilities. He coughed, a mouthful of fresh blood spilling forth. Though he had successfully executed the spatial displacement technique at the last moment, Qi Yuan's final strike had still managed to inflict some residual power upon him. Even a mere fraction of an attack from a nascent soul cultivator was beyond the endurance of a Foundation establishment practitioner. He was gravely wounded. However, this was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that only he and the Rakshasa had emerged from this endeavor unscathed. Reflecting upon this, a self-satisfied smile crept across the crying soul true man's face. In the instant he realized they had been ambushed, he comprehended one crucial fact. Had the Rakshasa been unprepared, they would surely have met their demise within the formation. Conversely, if the Rakshasa had contingencies in place, it would be impossible for everyone to escape unscathed. Thus, upon witnessing the fall of the Golden Core Underworld Cultivator, the crying soul true man decisively seized the opportunity to snatch the storage ring containing the fragment of the Heavenly Machine mirror. The ultimate objective of this operation was now firmly in his grasp. Regardless of the circumstances, he was undoubtedly the most deserving individual among all the underworld cultivators present to be saved. Indeed, even the beastly soldiers had been forsaken, yet he remained unabandoned. The crying soul master glanced at his current location, still within the confines of Source Mountain City. The Void Demon Child, despite the considerable distance separating them, had diminished the potency of his divine abilities. This spatial displacement was not only limited in distance, but also lacked precise control over the destination. Thus, although he and the Rakshasa were simultaneously displaced, their landing points differed. However, there was no cause for concern, as long as he could escape the encirclement. The underworld had long since prepared a transmission array within the city. With this thought, the crying soul master hastened to the location of the teleportation array. Qingshan and the Western Rat King, having thoroughly plundered the Bitter Mansion, left with a sense of satisfaction. Just as they exited the Bitter Mansion, a black spiritual light shot skyward, capturing Qingshan's attention. It emanated from the location of the city lord's mansion. Qingshan murmured to himself, realizing that the underworld must have begun its operations. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head. In this battle, with his Qi refinement cultivation, there was little he could contribute. Better to refrain from meddling and await the outcome, he thought. Qingshan, that figure ahead seems somewhat familiar. The voice of the Western Rat King reached his ears. Qingshan looked ahead and saw a man clad in a deep purple brocade robe, hurrying along, seemingly anxious about something. This person was unfamiliar to Qingshan. It is your first time in Source Mountain City. How could you know anyone here? Qingshan chuckled softly. Suddenly, both Qingshan and the Western Rat King reacted simultaneously. Could it be? The Western Rat King nodded vigorously. It is he. The lecherous male cultivator from the Bitter Mansion, the Crying Soul Master. Indeed, aside from this Crying Soul Master, it appeared that the Western Rat King had no other acquaintances in Source Mountain City. A thought flickered in Qingshan's mind. At this particular moment, what was this individual doing here? Disregarding everything else, Qingshan first cast a Heavenly Eye technique. Crying Soul Master, Human, Occupation, Sword Cultivator Techniques, Qi Induction Technique, LV10, Max. Soul Departure Sutra, LV16, 20004600. Rank, Foundation Establishment Attributes, Strength 22. Health Points, Severely Injured, Spiritual Power. Skills. Talent. This was a Sword Cultivator with a total level of 26. Having reached the late stage of Foundation Establishment, the moment Qingshan glimpsed the Crying Soul Master's attributes, he resolved decisively. he would kill this crying soul master. Firstly, the vast experience points from defeating a Foundation establishment cultivator were enticing. Secondly, the mere presence of the crying soul master here suggested that sparing him would lead to remarkable gains. Most importantly, he yearned for blood. After witnessing the numerous female furnace stings nurtured by the crying soul master within that small building in the Bitter Mansion, a murderous intent arose within Qingshan. He instructed the Western Rat King and then feigned the demeanor of an ordinary passerby, casually approaching the crying soul master. He was now within striking range. Qingshan retrieved the peachwood sword from his storage pouch, channeling the full force of thunderous energy imbued within it. A substantial violet-blue sword light shot forth towards the crying soul master. In a hurry, the crying soul master donned a different outfit, disguising himself as an ordinary cultivator, and was preparing to stealthily venture to a clandestine stronghold in the underworld within the Source Mountain City. Unexpectedly, while traversing the path, he was suddenly beset by an inexplicable attack. A chill gripped his heart, leading him to believe he had been discovered. Yet, instinctively, he summoned his life sword from his danshin to cleave the oncoming sword light. Without any effort, the violet-blue sword light was instantly vanquished beneath the might of the crying soul master's flying sword. Only then did he realize that his assailant was merely an exceedingly young boy, a chi refinement practitioner at the 8th level. The crying soul master felt a sense of bewilderment. However, witnessing Qingshan brandishing the peachwood sword, seemingly intent on confronting him, he found it somewhat absurd yet amusing. Who granted him such audacity? Nevertheless, without further contemplation, he focused his thoughts, and after shattering the thunderous sword light, his flying sword surged towards Qingshan. As a chi refinement cultivator, the boy could be effortlessly dispatched with the simplest flying sword attack. A radiant glow enveloped Qingshan. The golden light shield of the golden essence ring artifact was activated. Now was the moment, Qingshan exclaimed. The Western Rat King understood. Soul dispersal technique. Merely a level 1 soul dispersal technique. Even with the crying soul master unprepared, its efficacy was limited. Under the effect of the soul dispersal technique, the crying soul master was momentarily dazed for less than a breath. However, for Qingshan, this fleeting moment was sufficient. He released the peachwood sword, gathering spiritual energy in his palm, and then seized the crying soul sword that was about to strike his face. The crying soul master, regaining his senses, found the situation absurd. The crying soul sword was his life sword. If Qingshan believed he could disarm him so easily, then what was the point of a sword cultivator's training? Did he not see that in the underworld, to seize the chi source mirror's fragments, one had to deploy war beasts to sever the connection between chi source and the mirror, thus obtaining it? Moreover, a sword cultivator's connection with their life sword was exponentially more profound. As the crying soul master prepared to manipulate the crying soul sword to strike at Qingshan, he suddenly froze. The sword, which he could usually command effortlessly, now felt ensnared in a quagmire, its control inexplicably obscure. He was ready to exert more force, but it was too late. The sword's edge gleamed menacingly. A blinding cold light flickered before the crying soul master. Qingshan, wielding the crying soul sword, had already brought it down in a decisive strike towards the crying soul master's face. Falling bright sword technique. Chapter 31, Unexpected Gains. A series of data appeared before Qingshan's eyes. You have acquired the attributes of Crying Soul Sword. The Crying Soul Master was attempting to manipulate the Crying Soul Sword with innate sword seed. In effect, undergoing a judgment. Judgment passed. Manipulation failure. The Crying Soul Master was commanding the Crying Soul Sword. You activated the sword weapon skill, Soul Shock. The successful strike has rendered the target momentarily disoriented. The Soul Reaping Master has been interrupted in his swordplay. You have employed the Descending Radiant Sword technique against the target, inflicting 10 points of damage. With an additional 1005 points of critical damage, totaling 15 points of damage inflicted upon the target. The target has succumbed to death. You have slain the Soul Reaping Master, LV26, achieving an extraordinary kill and earning an experience reward totaling 2,000 base experience, x2 coefficient, for a total of 4,000 experience points. With a single stroke, the foundation of the sword is established. The blade has carved a substantial gash across the face of the Soul Reaping Master, blood oozing forth in a gruesome display. Even in his final moments, confusion and bewilderment lingered in his gaze. How could he perish at the hands of a mere chi-refining cultivator? And why was it his own lifebound sword that dealt the fatal blow? The lifebound sword of a sword cultivator is intrinsically linked to them. None but the cultivator may wield it, a well-known axiom within the realm of 9 heavens. Yet today, Qingshan has shattered this ironclad rule. Innate sword seed. You shall wield any sword without restriction. Any sword, including the life-bound sword of a sword cultivator. A legendary talent, truly deserving of its name. From the moment he initiated the attack to the instant the soul-reaping master fell, barely a few breaths elapsed. It appeared perilous, bordering on reckless. However, all unfolded according to Qingshan's foresight. The sword cultivator, by nature, is a class with limited vitality. Even a foundational sword cultivator cannot escape this reality. Although the disparity in levels rendered the Heavenly Eye technique incapable of precisely assessing the soul-reaping master's health, a crucial piece of information lingered amidst the myriad question marks on the attribute panel. An additional status was indicated behind the health bar of the soul-reaping master, severely injured. A blood-deficient sword cultivator, still in a state of severe injury, likely had a health pool of around 10 points. Qingshan, at present, could unleash 11 points of damage with the descending radiance sword technique. Yet, this figure was insufficient. This calculation disregarded any defensive techniques or artifacts. Fortunately, Qingshan recalled what Wu Yi had mentioned. The soul-reaping sword possesses the ability to instill fear. This was the soul-reaping master's signature skill. Soul-reaping sword, life-bound sword water. Description: a sword forged from soul stones. Swordmaster, soul-reaping master level, LV2, 131, 2000. Sword effects: sword speed 5, sharpness 1. Sword light division 1. Sword skills: fear, launches a fear-inducing technique against the target, with a chance to briefly plunge the target into a state of disorientation. Note: this sword is exclusively for the swordmaster's use. The moment Qingshan grasped the soul-reaping sword, he unleashed the fear skill upon the soul-reaping master. In the realm of spiritual techniques, whether defensive or offensive, such skills are exceedingly rare. Lower-tier cultivators are unlikely to possess such abilities. This explains why the soul-reaping master thrived in battles against peers, leveraging the fear-inducing capabilities of the soul-reaping sword to carve out a formidable reputation. As a low-level sword cultivator in the foundational stage, the crying soul true man had similarly never practiced the secret techniques of soul defense. Consequently, he was unable to withstand the terrifying abilities of his own life sword. In a state of disorientation, he was incapable of responding to Qingshan's onslaught. In truth, the majority of a sword cultivator's skills rely on the sword itself to be executed. The skill he most adeptly wielded, the shock of the soul, was intended to control and ensure the accuracy of his flying sword. Qingshan returned the favor by employing the same method against him. Concerned that the attack might not inflict sufficient damage, Qingshan aimed for the crying soul true man's head. Before reaching the nascent soul realm, the head of a cultivator is considered a vital area. Striking a critical point would result in a 15-fold increase in damage, with multiple layers of assurance. This strike would undoubtedly lead to the demise of the crying soul true man. Observing the body of the crying soul true man sprawled in a pool of blood, Qingshan felt nothing but disdain. Although seizing the sword appeared effortless, the risks involved were considerable. Regardless of how formidable the innate sword seed was, he was merely a chi-refining cultivator, engaging in a contest for a sword against a foundational sword cultivator of a higher rank. Qingshan greatly risked failure in the judgment. Should he fail, his act of wielding the opponent's life sword would be in vain. However, a sword cultivator who resorts to lowly techniques such as sword supplementation would likely invest little effort in sword nurturing. Furthermore, having previously inquired with Wu Yi, he learned that the crying soul true man excelled in the art of flying swords. The flying sword is one of the hallmark skills of sword cultivators, and mastering it is no simple feat. The crying soul true man was not a player. He could not quickly advance his skill level through experience points. If he wished to excel in the flying sword technique, he would need to dedicate an immense amount of time and effort to arduous training. In such circumstances, it was improbable that the crying soul true man had any surplus time to devote to sword nurturing. As a sword cultivator, one must naturally focus on refining their own life sword. Once a sword cultivator identifies their life sword, they must invest considerable time and energy into its nurturing. A sword that is well cared for grows stronger, establishing a closer bond with its master, and consequently, its power increases. If translated into gaming terminology, the life sword would be akin to a sword cultivator's evolving equipment. The significance of sword nurturing to a sword cultivator is undeniably paramount. Considering all these factors, Qingshan was confident that the crying soul true man's control over his life sword would not be formidable. Qingshan held a 90% certainty that he could at least succeed in the initial judgment when seizing the sword. Thus, he chose to act. The moment he acquired the attributes of the crying soul sword, Qingshan realized his success. At level 26, the foundational sword cultivator's life sword was merely at level 2. indicating that the crying soul true man's negligence in sword nurturing was even greater than he had anticipated. It is worth noting that in the game 9 Heavens, a sword cultivator of average skill would have their life sword at least at level 4 by level 26. It is indeed a most ironic fate for a sword cultivator to perish beneath their own life sword. Yet, for the crying soul true man, such a demise seemed all too fitting. Qingshan ceased his musings, shaking his head as he began to tally his spoils. This venture not only yielded a substantial influx of experience points, but also promised a considerable fortune from the possessions of the foundational cultivator. He bent down to examine the corpse, and moments later, a soft exclamation escaped his lips. In his grasp were 2 storage rings retrieved from the body of the crying soul master. Unlike storage bags, the space within these rings was remarkably spacious. Thus, the assertions made by the beggar gang regarding elders' bags did not extend to storage rings. The capacity of a single storage ring suffices to fulfill the storage needs of the vast majority of players. Yet, why did the crying soul master possess 2? There were 2 possibilities. Either he was exceedingly extravagant, or, upon contemplating this, Qingshan began to scrutinize the 2 rings in his possession. A faint smile graced his lips. Chapter 32. The nascent soul old monster. The Western Rat King stared at the crying soul master, who was now undeniably deceased, his eyes wide with disbelief. The events had unfolded too swiftly. Qingshan had merely instructed him to activate the soul loss technique in tandem with him when needed, and without hesitation, he charged at the crying soul master. The rat had barely registered what was happening, instinctively cooperating with Qingshan to unleash the technique. By the time it comprehended the situation, the crying soul master had already become a lifeless corpse. How could a foundational cultivator have been slain by a single sword strike? The Western Rat King began to harbor doubts about the very essence of his existence, while simultaneously feeling relieved that he had chosen to back down swiftly. Otherwise, he too might have met a similar fate. Let us depart, Qingshan called to the dazed Western Rat King. The rat snapped back to reality and promptly leaped onto Qingshan's shoulder, adopting a docile demeanor. In a flash, Qingshan vanished from the scene. Within the inn where Qingshan temporarily resided, the Western Rat King pondered aloud, "What brings us here now?" Observing Qingshan sipping tea, a sense of curiosity enveloped him. Clearly, Qingshan had some purpose in mind. "We are waiting," Qingshan explained. "Waiting for whom?" The Western Rat King's curiosity deepened. "Do not fret, they should arrive shortly." Qingshan poured himself another cup of tea. A knock echoed through the room. The Western Rat King felt a jolt of surprise. Could it be that someone was indeed here? Was Qingshan inside? The voice that followed was cold, yet melodious. "Come in." The door swung open, revealing 2 cultivators, a man and a woman. The woman, clad in white, possessed an unparalleled beauty and an ethereal demeanor, reminiscent of a Qingshan snow lotus. It could only be Dantai Qingshan. The man, though appearing middle-aged, bore hair that was a striking mix of black and white, as if it had been intentionally dyed. Dantai Qingshan, evidently noticing the unlocked door, cast a meaningful glance at Qingshan. "Have you been waiting for us long?" Qingshan shook his head. "Not at all. Your movements are quite swift. Not only did you fail to conceal anything, but you deliberately left behind the corpse of the crying soul master. If we cannot swiftly discern the origins and trajectories of this matter, how can the Source Mountain Pavilion be distinguished from mere waste?" Despite the praise from Qingshan, Dantai Qingshan remained unmoved. The destructive power unleashed by cultivators in battle is terrifying, often endangering innocent lives. Thus, the royal family of the Great Xia strictly prohibits cultivators from engaging in combat within human cities, and even more so, forbids them from taking lives at will within the city walls. After slaying the crying soul master, Qingshan did not dispose of the body, leaving it in situ to facilitate the swift arrival of the Source Mountain Pavilion. Qingshan did not respond to Dantai Qingshan's remarks, instead retrieving an object from his storage ring and placing it on the table. He then turned to the middle-aged male cultivator and said, "Qi, you came here for this item, did you not?" Each use of the heavenly insight incurs a toll on one's lifespan, causing those who wield the mirror of heaven's secrets to often be grizzled at a young age. Such an evident trait, combined with his ability to stand alongside Dantai Qingshan, makes the middle-aged cultivator's identity easy to deduce. Of course, Qingshan did not rely solely on these clues to discern Qi Yuan's identity. Qi Yuan is a significant NPC in the chaotic narrative of the corpse puppet incident. As a seasoned player, how could he not recognize him? Qi Yuan's gaze flickered with a barely perceptible glimmer of delight as he observed the item casually placed on the table by Qingshan. The object in question was indeed the mirror fragment of Heaven's secrets. Among the 2 storage rings obtained from the crying soul master, one contained the mirror fragment. "What do you desire?" Qi Yuan inquired in a somber tone. Spirit stones, techniques, or magical artifacts? Qingshan replied nonchalantly, no compensation is necessary. It is merely the return of what belongs to its rightful owner. Upon receiving the mirror fragment of heaven's secrets, Qi Yuan regarded the exceptionally youthful visage of the boy before him, falling into silence for a moment before saying, "Let it be known that I owe you a favor this time. Should you require assistance in the future, I shall do my utmost to help you." This implied that he owed Qingshan a debt of gratitude. Exchanging a fragment of the mirror of heaven's secrets, which holds no value for sword cultivators, for a favor from a governor overseeing the mirror's wielders, was undoubtedly a profitable transaction. Qingshan did not engage in further pleasantries with Qi Yuan, nodding in acceptance. His refusal of any reward from Qi Yuan held a hint of strategic retreat. Moreover, there was a significant reason behind his decision. He currently lacked for spirit stones. The storage ring containing the mirror fragment harbored treasures beyond his expectations. Such a wealth of items could not possibly belong to a mere Foundation establishment cultivator. If he was not mistaken, the ring likely belonged to a golden core cultivator. Qi Yuan stowed away the mirror fragment and departed. His visit was solely for the purpose of reclaiming the mirror fragment. Once Qi Yuan left, only Qingshan, Dantai Qingshan, and a trembling black rat remained in the room. My heavens, who are these people? The astonishing instincts of the beast made the Western Rat King sense a profound and terrifying aura emanating from Dantai Qingshan and Qi Yuan. It dared not move. Dantai Qingshan remained silent, fixating her gaze upon the Western Rat King. The Western Rat King shivered involuntarily. Suddenly, I recalled my appointment with Ah Fong in the kitchen and decided to attend to it. The Western Rat King chuckled nervously and hastily retreated, thoughtfully closing the door behind him. Qingshan regarded Dantai Qingshan with a bemused expression. Might it be that Master Dantai has some pressing matters to attend to? Who are you? Dantai Qingshan inquired coldly. Did I not mention? I am Qingshan of the Lu family, with the capabilities of Yuanshan Tower. Verifying my identity should pose no challenge, should it? Why then does Master Dantai pose such a question? Qingshan replied, his smile fading into seriousness. 8 layers of Qi refining. Just 2 days ago, you were merely a 2-layer Qi refining practitioner. How do you account for this? Dantai Qingshan shook her head and pressed on with her inquiries. Moreover, setting aside your sudden leap in cultivation, how did you, an 8-layer Qi refining practitioner, manage to slay the late-stage Foundation establishment practitioner, the crying soul real person, without sustaining any injuries? Qingshan waved his hand dismissively, raising an eyebrow. Just luck. Nothing worth mentioning. Seeing Qingshan's nonchalant demeanor, Dantai Qingshan scrutinized him with a piercing gaze. The atmosphere turned somewhat peculiar. Before your possession, were you at the nascent soul stage or higher? Dantai Qingshan abruptly shifted the topic with this question. Qingshan was taken aback, soon realizing that Dantai Qingshan regarded him as a possessed nascent soul entity. He chuckled, what possession? I am merely Qingshan. Since you are unwilling to share, I shall not press you. However, our collaboration has been quite pleasant. Should you possess any further intelligence, feel free to seek out Yuanshan Tower. With this remark, Dantai Qingshan turned and departed. Regardless of Qingshan's true origins, at least for the present, he stood in alignment with Yuanshan Tower, and the tangible benefits to be gained from him were evident. She had no reason to decline cooperation with Qingshan, nor any justification for antagonizing him recklessly. Yuanshan Tower's organizational favorability increased by 150. Seixiao Tower's organizational favorability increased by 15. The Tianjiguan faction was unlocked. Tianjiguan's favorability increased by 10. Yuanshan Tower, enthusiastic, 200. Seixiao Tower, friendly, 20. Tianjiguan, friendly, 10. Chapter 33. Reactions from all sides. Half an hour earlier, in a concealed location within Yuanshan City, the expression of Loaka was grave. The surrounding underworld cultivators fell silent, fearful of incurring the wrath of Lord Loaka. The crying soul real person, carrying the split mirror of the Tianji mirror, had yet to return, and they harbored a foreboding sense of dread. All personnel, evacuate Yuanshan City and abandon all arrangements within, Loaka suddenly commanded, rising to his feet. The hearts of the underworld cultivators plummeted. It was inconceivable to withdraw entirely without waiting for the crying soul real person, who bore the Tianji mirror's split piece. Unless, Loaka's expression darkened like stormy waters. For just moments ago, he sensed that the heart demon curse on the crying soul real person had perished. After years of meticulous planning, he did not hesitate to expose his identity as the Lord of Yuanshan City, even deploying beastly soldiers and risking the involvement of the void demon child. Yet, the outcome was a complete failure, a dismal defeat. He could already foresee how the other members of the Netherworld would perceive their faction in Yuanshan City after this debacle. Everything had appeared to be within the confines of his strategy, yet the final result was utterly contrary. It seemed that events began to spiral out of control after the capture of the Blood Corp's true man. Was it possible that the Knowledge Guard Tower had extracted some vital intelligence from the Blood Corpse? The Rakshasa found it hard to believe, but he could no longer afford to dwell on such matters. The immediate priority was to mitigate losses. He needed to evacuate the remaining members of the Netherworld from Yuanshan City. The scale of this operation had left indelible traces that were impossible to conceal. Failure to withdraw would equate to a death sentence. Under the Raksasa's orders, several Netherworld cultivators swiftly sent out spiritual messages to inform the others. One of the cultivators produced a circular disc, entirely black gold in hue. This was an array plate, used to activate the formation. The cultivators placed spirit stones into the array plate. Soon, intricate patterns illuminated the ground beneath them, weaving together to form a hexagram array, a small-scale teleportation formation. Let us depart. The Netherworld cultivators and the Rakshasa stepped into the hexagram array. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted. When the radiance dissipated, all those within the array had vanished without a trace. In Qingshan City, within a secluded residence, the teleportation formation radiated with brilliance. The Netherworld cultivators, who had just been in Yuanshan City, appeared within the formation. Through the teleportation array, the Rakshasa and his companions were swiftly transported 1,000 miles away to Qingshan City. Dismantle the teleportation formation, commanded the Rakshasa. Promptly, a Netherworld cultivator received the order and moved to dismantle the formation. Thus, even if Yuanshan Tower discovered the teleportation array in Yuanshan City, they would remain oblivious to its true destination. Within Yuanshan Tower, Jiang Rong observed Dantai Qingshan, who had been sullen since returning from Lu Qingshan's presence, and found it exceedingly amusing. Could it be that Lu Qingshan has offended our Tower Master Dantai? Dantai Qingshan shot a glare at Jiang Rong, retorting, Uncle Rong, it seems you are quite idle to have time for such jesting. Unfazed, Jiang Rong replied, Indeed. I find myself quite at leisure. Following this encounter, the Netherworld's influence in Yuanshan City has diminished significantly, an unprecedented victory for Yuanshan Tower. If the Netherworld possesses any sense, they must have already evacuated entirely from Yuanshan City. Given this situation, not only am I free now, but I suspect I shall have little to do for quite some time to come. Dantai Qingshan felt a sense of helplessness at Jiang Rong's words and decided to be forthright, stating, You still refer to Lu Qingshan as a boy? In my view, calling him an old monster would be more fitting. Merely 2 days ago, he was a second-layer Qi refinement cultivator. Do you know what level he attained when I visited him today? After a brief pause, Dantai Qingshan elevated his tone slightly. He has reached the 8th layer of Qi refinement. In just 2 days, his cultivation has surged so dramatically. I dare assert that this Lu Qingshan must be a vessel of possession. Otherwise, how could such an extraordinary phenomenon exist in this world? Upon hearing this, Jiang Rong was momentarily taken aback, deep in thought as he remarked, We had previously entertained this speculation, and it now appears to be substantiated. Dantai Qingshan, with a tone of indignation, retorted, Yet when I inquired about it, he offered countless evasions, persistently asserting that he was Lu Qingshan of the Lu family. With a disdainful snort, Dantai Qingshan added, One would think he is an ancient monster of considerable age, still possessing such a lack of shame. Perhaps there is more to the story? Jiang Rong mused after a moment of contemplation. More to the story? Jiang Rong nodded, elucidating. Consider this. After seizing a body, one must start anew. Even with prior experience, regaining one's former realm is no simple feat if there were not dire circumstances. Which cultivator would willingly choose to seize a body? While the method of body seizing appears to offer numerous advantages, it is fraught with significant limitations. There are 2 immutable rules governing this practice. Firstly, there is a restriction on cultivation level. Only those who have reached the nascent soul stage or higher may attempt body seizure. And regardless of their cultivation, a cultivator may only seize a body once in their lifetime, as decreed by the heavenly laws. Without this restriction, high-level cultivators could easily evade the constraints of their lifespan by repeatedly seizing bodies, leading to chaos in the world. Secondly, the act of body seizing can only succeed when a higher-level cultivator seizes the body of a lower-level one, with a greater disparity in cultivation ensuring a higher likelihood of success. Indeed, body seizing is not guaranteed to succeed, and the probability of failure remains considerable. To enhance the chances of success, cultivators typically prepare corresponding auxiliary formations and elixirs. For failure in body seizing results in complete annihilation, leading to the soul's dispersion and eternal damnation. Consequently, many cultivators would rather choose to perish in battle. seeking a chance for reincarnation, rather than gamble on the precarious method of body seizing. Dantai Qingshan quickly grasped this point. So you mean, Qingshan was compelled by hostile cultivators to seize a body and begin anew. His reluctance to acknowledge the act stems from a fear of revealing his identity and attracting the attention of his enemies. Zhang Rong nodded in affirmation. Moreover, his adversaries are likely practitioners from the Netherworld. Firstly, he possesses knowledge beyond even what we, in the Guardian Tower, are aware of regarding the Netherworld. Secondly, we have witnessed his intense animosity towards Netherworld cultivators. He sought only the blood corpse of the true man from us, without any further conditions, which is akin to offering it for free. If he did not harbor deep-seated enmity towards the Netherworld, how could he be so generous? Dantai Qingshan agreed wholeheartedly. You speak truly. Though we remain unaware of Qingshan's true identity, the enemy of our enemy is indeed our ally. Given this, we should strive to cultivate a favorable relationship with Qingshan. Setting aside all else, cultivating a connection with a nascent soul cultivator, even if he has lost his powers, would certainly not be a loss for us. Zhang Rong laughed heartily. Master Dantai, what you should be most concerned about now is what reward the Guardian Tower will bestow upon you, having uprooted the Netherworld's arrangements in Yuanshan City. Such a monumental achievement means your time in Yuanshan City may soon be limited. The Guardian Tower has never been an organization that operates based on seniority alone. Within the Jisho Tower, the ascension of positions is entirely contingent upon one's capabilities. Although Dantai Qingshan has only recently held the esteemed title of the Lord of Yuan Mountain Tower for 3 years, the remarkable achievements in this recent conflict suggest that her next promotion may not be far off. Chapter 34. Before departing, Qingshan remained oblivious to the fact that the 2 Tower Lords of Yuan Mountain Tower, after a meticulous analysis, had classified his identity as that of a Yuanian cultivator harboring a deep-seated enmity with the underworld. Of course, even if he were to become aware of this, he would neither acknowledge nor refute it. At this moment, Qingshan found himself in the bustling streets of Yuan Mountain City. Across the thoroughfare, he gazed at the edifice adorned with the insignia of the Demon Hunter Alliance. The Alliance is a vast yet loosely structured organization, comparable to the Great Xia Merchants and the Jisho Tower, with a presence that spans nearly all major cities inhabited by the human race. Its loose structure is apparent as the scattered cultivators do not belong to any singular faction. Rather, its management is constituted through negotiations among multiple forces. Initially, the Demon Hunter Alliance was established by a group of powerful cultivators originating from scattered backgrounds, with the primary objective of uniting the numerous scattered cultivators. Indeed, among human cultivators, the majority is comprised of these seemingly inconspicuous scattered practitioners. Lacking the support of sects, these cultivators often risk their lives in pursuit of cultivation resources, only to find themselves empty-handed. Hunting demon beasts has consistently been a vital avenue for scattered cultivators to acquire such resources. However, due to their scarcity of resources, scattered cultivators generally possess lower combat prowess. Conversely, demon beasts often rely on their formidable physiques and various innate abilities, enabling them to contend with multiple cultivators of the same tier. This disparity frequently results in the scattered cultivators facing dire consequences during their hunts, with many meeting their demise at the hands of these beasts. The high mortality rate among scattered cultivators can largely be attributed to the threat posed by demon beasts. Nevertheless, even under these circumstances, scattered cultivators persistently charge forth against the demon beasts. The rationale is straightforward. Without their efforts, these solitary practitioners would have no means to obtain resources for their cultivation. Thus, forming teams to hunt demon beasts has emerged as a commendable strategy. However, this raises a pressing question. How can unfamiliar scattered cultivators effectively form teams? Furthermore, how can they ensure that their chosen allies are trustworthy and would not betray them? It is crucial to recognize that in the realm of cultivators, humans can often be more terrifying than the very demons they pursue. Understanding the arduous journey faced by scattered cultivators, those few powerful individuals resolved to create the Demon Hunter Alliance. Through this platform, cultivators can post team formation requests, seeking suitable scattered companions to join them in their hunts. Upon the successful completion of a hunting task, participants are rewarded with points and have their achievements recorded in their personal histories. When searching for allies, cultivators need only review these records to ascertain their trustworthiness. Each day, thousands of cultivators flock to the Demon Hunter Alliance in search of suitable tasks. The Alliance caters to all human cultivators, whether scattered practitioners or disciples of sects, allowing them to both post and undertake tasks. As a result of these factors, the Demon Hunter Alliance has gradually flourished and expanded. Ultimately, The transformative shift within the Hunter Alliance was instigated by the Daxia royal family, who perceived the Alliance's model as significantly beneficial for enhancing the overall combat prowess of the human cultivators. Consequently, they intervened and robustly supported the development of the Hunter Alliance. With the backing of the Daxia royal family, the Hunter Alliance rapidly expanded within human cities, swiftly evolving into a colossal entity. Presently, the Hunter Alliance is no longer confined to merely issuing group hunting tasks. Its scope has broadened to encompass various facets of cultivator endeavors. Whether it involves seeking spiritual herbs, spiritual materials, or assembling teams to explore ancient ruins, corresponding tasks can be posted within the Hunter Alliance. Naturally, having reached such a scale, the Alliance could no longer be subordinate to a select few cultivators. It is now jointly governed by powerful rogue cultivators, various local cultivation families, and sects, each restraining one another. The Daxia royal family serves as the supreme authority of the Hunter Alliance, but refrains from participating in its management. Amidst these contemplations, Qingshan traversed the street, arriving at his destination and entering the grand hall of the Hunter Alliance. At that moment, the hall was relatively devoid of patrons, which was quite typical. Given the long lifespan of cultivators, their perception of time stretches considerably. To a cultivator, a month may often feel akin to a single day in the mortal realm. Thus, in most instances, the Hunter Alliance in a small county like Qingshan City remains rather desolate. Qingshan needed to register as a hunter. There were no stringent requirements to become a hunter, nor was there any form of strength assessment. Cultivators, being the most insecure and suspicious individuals, are unlikely to divulge their capabilities easily. To become a hunter, one merely needs to pay 10 first-grade spirit stones. With his substantial wealth, Qingshan was unconcerned by this trivial expense. After dutifully paying the 10 first-grade spirit stones and registering his basic information, Qingshan received a spiritual seal from the young female cultivator in charge of reception, symbolizing his identity as a hunter. This seal, crafted from spiritual jade, would record all of Qingshan's activities within the Hunter Alliance. Delving into the seal with his consciousness, he discovered his details. Qingshan, first-grade hunter, points, 0 experience, none. A first-grade hunter represents the lowest tier within the Hunter Alliance. The classification of hunters is entirely based on the quantity and quality of tasks they complete, rather than their individual strength. Each completed task yields points based on its difficulty, and accumulating a certain number of points allows for the advancement of a hunter's rank. For instance, progressing to a second-grade hunter requires 100 points. For foundation-building cultivators who are diligent, ascending to the rank of a second-grade hunter is not particularly arduous. Even many chi refining cultivators have amassed enough points for such a promotion. The higher the rank of a hunter, the greater their corresponding privileges. Tasks with higher rewards often come with specific rank requirements. Are there any tasks available for me, with the destination being Xinjiang City? Qingshan inquired. The graceful receptionist was exceedingly polite. In accordance with Qingshan's request, she diligently sifted through the myriad of tasked jade slips to find one that met his criteria. Found it, she exclaimed softly, presenting a jade slip to Qingshan. A surge of joy welled up within him. Xinjiang City, situated 1,000 miles from Qingshan City, typically hosted tasks of a higher caliber, ones beyond the reach of an ordinary first-grade monster hunter. Presently, he lacked the time to elevate his rank to second grade. He had merely approached this endeavor with a tentative spirit, not expecting to discover such an opportunity. Qingshan accepted the jade slip. Task details. The Lin family requires the transportation of a batch of goods to Xinjiang City. To ensure the safety of the journey, they are seeking to recruit 10 monster hunters for assistance. Task reward, 31st grade spirit stones. Task evaluation, simple, completion yields 10 points of merit. Chapter 35. Departure. Though the remuneration was modest and the points awarded were few, the simplicity of the task was appealing. Qingshan was not motivated by monetary gain when he registered as a monster hunter. After slaying the Crying Soul Master and acquiring 2 storage rings, his wealth was now equivalent to that of a small sect's entire assets. His sole purpose in registering as a monster hunter was to seek companions capable of escorting him to Xinjiang City. Indeed, Qingshan was preparing to depart from Qingshan City. After all, Qingshan City was merely a novice village, too diminutive for his aspirations. Moreover, he had already reaped ample benefits from his time there. If not now, when would he leave? He certainly could not linger like the sword god of Shilly Slope, leveling up in a novice village before venturing out. His next destination was Xinjiang City. Yes, the very city that would face a massacre 5 months hence. However, a pressing issue loomed before Qingshan. There was no teleportation array established within Qingshan City. Such arrays not only demanded exorbitant construction costs, but the spirit stones required for a single use were beyond the means of an ordinary cultivator. Consequently, one would not find teleportation arrays in county-level human cities. If such an array were established in a county city, it would scarcely be utilized throughout the year, rendering it impractical. The distance between Qingshan City and Xinjiang City spanned a daunting 1,000 miles. Thus, embarking on a journey to Xinjiang City was not as simple as blindly walking out. Players benefit from a vast map to view their current coordinates and can respawn infinitely, allowing them to traverse with reckless abandon. Qingshan, however, lacked such conveniences. He possessed but one life and needed to tread carefully. If he were a foundational-level cultivator, the journey would be manageable, as he could soar directly to Xinjiang City on his sword, unencumbered by various terrains. Should he become lost on a straight path, he would have no recourse. Yet, he remained merely a Qi refinement practitioner, relying on his own two legs for travel. To set out recklessly could lead to disorientation in the complex landscape, and even minor accidents along the way could prove fatal. Thus, he needed to find a team of cultivators or a merchant caravan intimately familiar with the route between the two cities to accompany him to Xinjiang City. This would at least provide mutual support and prevent the awkward situation of inadvertently wandering into a den of demon beasts. Qingshan toyed with the task Jade Slip for a while before ultimately deciding, I shall undertake this mission. Very well, I will register your participation at once. This task is quite sought after, and you are fortunate to be the last to secure a spot. The receptionist, a female cultivator, immersed herself in her records before looking up to remind him, the timeline is rather pressing. You must gather at the East City Gate by noon tomorrow. Do not be late. Qingshan nodded in understanding. Departing tomorrow afternoon? The urgency was palpable. Before leaving Qingshan City, he still had matters to attend to and preparations to make. After exiting the Demon Hunter Alliance, Qingshan swiftly vanished into the throng of people. Upon returning to the inn, he found the king of the Western Rats in a dazed state, seemingly still half asleep. Ever since consuming 2 blood spirit pearls, the king had remained in such a condition. Qingshan recognized that this was the effect of the pearls enhancing the bloodline power, revealing that the king's innate bloodline talent was far greater than he had anticipated. I am preparing to leave Qingshan City. Qingshan stated plainly to the king of the Western Rats. Where are you going? The king inquired, suddenly alert. To Xinjiang City. Where's that? A flicker of confusion crossed the king's eyes. The capital of Xinjiang Prefecture, quite a distant place, over 1,000 miles from Qingshan City, Qingshan elucidated. The capital of Xinjiang Prefecture. The king's eyes sparkled with excitement. I want to go with you. You cannot leave me behind. Are you certain you wish to accompany me? It may be perilous, Qingshan cautioned, not intending to frighten the king, as the tasks awaiting him in Xinjiang City indeed bore considerable risk. Regardless, I shall follow you. You cannot abandon me, Qingshan. I have fought alongside you to slay a Foundation Establishment cultivator. We share a bond of life and death. The king of the Western Rats gazed at Qingshan with a look of deep grievance, as if Qingshan were a heartless scoundrel about to forsake his family. Qingshan regarded the king with a bemused expression. You have a point. If that is the case, then you may join me on my journey. Seeing Qingshan acquiesce to his request, a glint of cunning flashed in the king's usually muddled eyes. Do you truly think me foolish, your majesty? I may not have understood you before, but now it is clear to me. You certainly possess the ability to embroil yourself in perilous situations. Moreover, as a Qi refining cultivator, you have not only slain a Foundation Establishment master, but can converse nonchalantly with those 2 terrifying cultivators. Which Qi refining cultivator can boast of such audacity? Though I am unaware of your full capabilities, it is evident you are a substantial ally, and I must cling to you tightly, even if it is just to brush against your leg hair. Furthermore, you possess so many blood spirit pearls. I am tormented by the desire to acquire them. The king of the Western Rats felt a surge of pride in his heart. Of course, Qingshan was fully aware of the king's intentions. The reason for not exposing the Western Mouse King and allowing him to perform is that Qingshan has also taken an interest in him, awakening the sneaky nature aside. Judging by the situation, with the consumption of a few more blood spirit pearls, the bloodline of the illusionary mouse within him would likely advance. He is undoubtedly a promising prospect and quite simple-minded, making him easily manipulable. Indeed, he has been coaxed into accompanying me to the perilous den of tigers and wolves in Xinjiang City, all the while appearing to believe he is reaping great rewards. This is the epitome of being sold while counting the money for oneself. On the following day, Qingshan meandered his way towards the eastern gate of Qingshan City. There, a dozen large carts were parked, surrounded by a significant number of people, including members of the Lin family and demon hunters undertaking tasks from the Demon Hunting Alliance. You must be Qingshan, a dark-skinned middle-aged cultivator approached him. Qingshan nodded and presented the spiritual seal that represented his identity as a demon hunter. The middle-aged cultivator accepted the seal, inspected it, and then returned it to Qingshan, introducing himself. I am Lin He, the leader of this convoy. If any issues arise during our journey, feel free to seek me out. Now, please hurry and rejoin your group. We are about to depart. Qingshan pocketed the spiritual seal and blended into the crowd of the convoy. Meanwhile, within one of the convoy's carriages, Lin He stepped forward and, peering through the carriage's curtain, quietly addressed the inside. Miss, everyone has arrived. Then let us not delay any further. Prepare for departure. A voice, laced with a hint of allure, replied. Chapter 36. A strange discovery in Yuanshan City. At Yuanshan Tower, an elderly man clad in a gray dairist robe entered the building. Senior Feng Xingzi, Dantai Qingshan greeted him respectfully. I must trouble you with the matter of the illusion formation. Feng Xingzi is a highly esteemed 4th grade formation master within the tower. Not only would Dantai Qingshan, as the tower master, show him respect, but even the tower master of Xinjiang would do so. Feng Xingzi waved his hand dismissively and replied, no need for formalities. I happened to be passing through Yuanshan City when I heard that your tower encountered a high-grade illusion formation that you cannot resolve. I was sent to assist you. Quickly, take me to the location of the illusion formation. I am eager to see what kind of illusion the practitioners of the underworld can devise. Feng Xingzi, full of enthusiasm, did not engage in further pleasantries with Dantai Qingshan. Naturally, she bore no dissatisfaction with his urgency. It is quite common for formation masters with such temperaments. If they were not genuinely fascinated by formations, they would not be so engrossed in the tedious and complex study of formation arts. Dantai Qingshan nodded in agreement, preparing to lead Feng Xingzi to the blood pool outside Yuanshan City. Just then, a jade pendant at her waist shimmered with a verdant light, a spiritual message from Jiang Rong. Dantai Qingshan's consciousness sank into it to read the content of the message. Subsequently, her expression grew somewhat frosty. Is there an urgent matter, Master Dantai? Although Feng Xingzi was engrossed in formations, he was not obtuse. Noticing Dantai Qingshan's reaction, he spoke up. If there is something pressing, simply instruct a subordinate to take me there. Master Dantai's matters are of utmost importance. Dantai Qingshan's expression regained its tranquility. It is not of great consequence. How could I neglect the assistance offered by the esteemed Feng Xingzi in my endeavors at Yuanshan Tower? Today at noon, Qingshan departed the city alongside the Lin family's caravan, bound for Xinjiang City. This intelligence was conveyed through a spiritual message from Jiang Rong. Xinjiang City, do you truly believe you can escape from my grasp? Dantai Qingshan chuckled inwardly, a flicker of satisfaction dancing in her eyes. Outside Yuanshan City, 3 hours had elapsed since Qingshan's departure. The Lin family's caravan was remarkably swift, having wasted not a moment along their journey. The beasts pulling the cargo were not horses, but rather black rhinoceroses, possessing a faint trace of beastly bloodline. These creatures were entirely black, with impressively robust limbs, exuding immense strength. A singular horn adorned each of their foreheads, glimmering with a dark, ethereal sheen under the sunlight. Despite their formidable appearance, these black rhinoceroses were exceptionally docile, devoid of any ferocity. Endowed with a slight beastly heritage, these creatures not only exhibited tremendous strength, but also remarkable endurance and speed. In just 3 hours, the caravan had traversed a considerable distance. The road had transformed from the broad thoroughfare outside the city to a rugged mountain path. Qingshan sat atop the front of a cargo wagon, his eyes half closed, appearing remarkably relaxed and content. After receiving his assignment, he had prudently gathered intelligence regarding his employer. The Lin family, a modest cultivation clan in Yuanshan City, managed a vein of azure light stones. While these stones were not particularly rare, they were frequently utilized in the crafting of magical artifacts, rendering them a sought-after resource. Thus, through the exploitation of this azure light stone vein, the Lin family had prospered. The patriarch of the Lin family was a foundational level cultivator, though his lifespan was nearing its end. Should the Lin family fail to produce a second foundational cultivator before the patriarch's demise, their decline would be inevitable. Without a foundational cultivator, safeguarding the azure light stone vein would prove impossible. The Ma family, not far from the Lin family, had long coveted their azure light stone resources. As for why the Lin family was tasked with transporting such a substantial quantity of goods to Xinjiang City, one must delve into the Lin family's history. The Lin family in Yuanshan City was a branch that had separated from the Lin family in Xinjiang City many years ago. Despite their division, some tenuous ties had been maintained over the years. For instance, every 3 years, The Yuanshan Lin family was obliged to tribute a significant quantity of azure light stones to the main family in Xinjiang City in exchange for certain protections. This caravan, laden with numerous carts, was transporting these azure light stones as tribute to the Lin family in Xinjiang City. Given the large quantity and the relatively low individual value of each stone, it was necessary to employ mundane means of transport rather than relying on storage artifacts, which would far exceed the worth of the stones themselves. In previous years, the Lin family was able to escort the luminous stones to Xinjiang City solely with their own manpower. However, due to the imminent demise of the family patriarch, the Lin family was eager to cultivate a second foundation-building cultivator. Not long ago, the family patriarch, accompanied by several clan elders, ventured out to slay a second-tier demon beast in hopes of exchanging it for a few foundation-building pills. Although they succeeded in slaying the beast, the patriarch and the few elders capable of leading the family sustained significant injuries and were now confined to their abodes for recuperation. The matter of tribute was of great importance, and in desperation, Lin Yao, the patriarch's daughter who had never shown her face in public, had to personally lead the escort of the luminous stones to Xinjiang City. Due to a shortage of personnel and the urgency of the situation, they were compelled to post a hiring task with the Demon Hunter Alliance. The rise and fall of such small families are but commonplace occurrences in the world of cultivators. A trivial matter that does not concern Lu Qingshan. As long as he could be taken to Xinjiang City, that sufficed. The convoy had been traveling for a day. The journey was exceedingly calm, so much so that Lu Qingshan felt somewhat at a loss for what to do. Given the current circumstances, the 31st tier spirit stones seemed to be easily within reach. Perhaps for this reason, the other demon hunters accompanying the convoy appeared to be in good spirits, engaging in light-hearted conversation and laughter. Lu Qingshan glanced back. There was a carriage where the enigmatic Lin Yao, the daughter of the Lin family patriarch, resided. Throughout the day, Lin Yao had remained hidden from view, with Lin He managing the affairs. Occasionally, Lu Qingshan could see Lin He quietly reporting to Lin Yao through the carriage's curtain. Suddenly, someone knocked on the cargo box of the cart where Lu Qingshan was situated. He turned to see a middle-aged demon hunter named Mu Shan. "Is there something you need?" Lu Qingshan inquired, frowning. The audacity of Mu Shan suggested a hint of provocation. "But why? Kid, you've been silent all along, looking quite pent-up." Mu Shan's voice was rough, and his tone was rather presumptuous. As fellow Qi refining cultivators, not addressing Lu Qingshan as a fellow cultivator, but referring to him as kid carried an implication of disdain. Lu Qingshan cupped his hands and replied, "I am naturally reserved. If I have disturbed you in any way, I hope you will forgive me." Though this sounded polite, the underlying translation conveyed, "Your concerns are irrelevant to my silence." Taken aback by Lu Qingshan's response, Mu Shan momentarily faltered, noticing the laughter of the Lin family cultivators around him, feeling a sense of embarrassment. "You, with your youthful ignorance, think you can stand among us? Perhaps you are merely a novice in the first stage of Qi refining, unaware of your own limitations." Lu Qingshan smiled serenely, his expression calm as he regarded Mu Shan. Seeing that Lu Qingshan was impervious to provocation and unwilling to escalate the confrontation, Mu Shan could only retreat in humiliation. Watching Mu Shan's departing figure, Lu Qingshan felt a flicker of suspicion. If he were merely a boorish heir from a prominent family, it could be understood. However, Mu Shan's appearance and status as a demon hunter suggested he was a rogue cultivator. The solitary cultivators have always been synonymous with caution and prudence. How could one like Mu Shan, for reasons unknown, provoke unfamiliar cultivators? How could a solitary cultivator with such a disposition survive until now? It seemed rather peculiar. Contemplating this, Lu Qingshan instinctively cast a heavenly eye technique towards Mu Shan. Mu Shan, a human cultivator, possessed the following attributes: profession, body cultivator, technique, eternal spring formula, LV7, 345700, spiritual power, 70, life recovery, 1, rank, Qi refinement, personal attributes, strength 1, agility 1, mana 1, soul 1, charm 1, endurance 4, health, 4848, spiritual power, 7070, skills, segment intent, LV3, single target attack skill. 8 extremes collapse, LV1, single target attack skill with control effects. Upon observing the data before him, Lu Qingshan's gaze sharpened. He seemed to have discovered something unusual. A thought surfaced in his mind. Could it be? Lu Qingshan employed his heavenly eye technique on the remaining demon hunters within the convoy, seeking to validate his hypothesis. Subsequently, he could not help but let out a wry smile. Indeed, those 31st grade spirit stones were not easy to earn. Chapter 37. Green Orchid Goo. After Mu Shan had suffered a setback at Lu Qingshan's hands and retreated in dismay, He feigned nonchalance and approached another demon hunter. Brother, that fellow is quite slippery. I followed your instructions and attempted to provoke him to expose his true capabilities, but to my surprise, not only did he reveal nothing, but I also lost face. Mushan whispered bitterly to the cultivator beside him. Had an outsider overheard their conversation, they would undoubtedly be astonished. For the cultivator, whom Mushan referred to as brother, was also a demon hunter named Wu Zinyuan. Their exchange made it evident that they shared a deep bond, despite having previously acted as strangers to one another. Upon hearing Mushan's words, Wu Zinyuan furrowed his brow, a look of contemplation crossing his face. Mushan, gritting his teeth, continued, Brother, I know you are cautious, but how formidable can a mere youth be? He looks no older than 17 or 18. Even if he possesses a chi refinement level of 4 or 5, that is already overestimating him. What is there to fear? Does he truly have the potential to stir up any significant trouble? Feeling humiliated before Lu Qingshan, Mushan harbored a deep resentment, wishing he could flay Lu Qingshan alive. Noticing Wu Zinyuan's hesitance, he hastily urged, upon reflection, it seems that I may have been overly cautious. Though cultivators may employ techniques to maintain their youthful appearances, age cannot be judged solely by looks. However, such techniques are typically associated with high-level cultivators. In the case of chi refinement cultivators, one's age is usually reflected in their appearance. A youth who appears to have yet to mature cannot possess much strength. Perhaps he simply stumbled upon a fortunate cultivation method, and, with a chi refinement level of 1 or 2, dares to venture recklessly. The years of living on the edge have indeed rendered one somewhat overly sensitive. In his heart, Wu Zinyuan self-deprecatingly mused, Brother, when shall we commence our plan? After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately resolved, let us act tonight, lest we prolong our anxieties. Throughout the day, he had thoroughly ascertained all the pertinent details. The Lin family was accompanied by a total of 11 cultivators, aside from Lin He, who was at the 8th level of chi refinement. The others were all minor cultivators beneath the 5th level. Additionally, there was the Lin family's young lady, Lin Yao, who had remained concealed within the carriage and had not yet made an appearance. Although Lin Yao had never revealed herself in public and thus retained an air of mystery, Wu Zinyuan was aware of her age, 18. At such a tender age, how formidable could her cultivation be? On the side of the demon hunters, there were 10 in total, of which 8 were allies. All 8 possessed a minimum cultivation of the 6th level of chi refinement, and with his own prowess at the 10th level, he felt confident in his ability to dominate the field. The remaining 2 demon hunters included one whose level had already been ascertained to be the 5th, an inconsequential opponent, while the last was an unknown young cultivator. The disparity in strength was so pronounced that, coupled with their calculated advantage, it seemed that once they engaged, victory would be effortlessly secured. Wu Zinyuan was resolute, convinced of their impending triumph. Though the distinction between day and night held little significance for cultivators, the black rhinoceros transporting the entire load of, or would still require rest. Lin He meticulously surveyed the terrain and selected a sheltered slope, devoid of any signs of beast habitation, as their encampment. While it was termed a camp, it was essentially a circle formed by surrounding the cargo cart. Soon, under Lin He's instructions, the Lin family's cultivators began to set up warning formations around the perimeter, utilizing array flags. Should any beast intrude, the formation would immediately signal an alert. Once the formations were established, the cultivators leaned against the cargo cart for a brief respite. The chosen route for the caravan had been previously traversed, and any beast that might have posed a threat had been eradicated. Thus, it should have been quite safe. However, to adopt such an assumption and recklessly wander through the wilderness often led to dire consequences for the unwary. Low-tier beasts possessed a weak territorial instinct and would frequently roam in search of prey. Thus, even a place that had seemed perfectly safe yesterday could very well harbor a beast or two today. Consequently, despite the apparent tranquility, everyone remained on high alert, acutely aware of the slightest rustle of grass or whisper of wind. Not only did the black rhinoceros require rest, but the cultivators themselves had also expended considerable mental energy and were in need of recuperation. Wu Zinyuan approached Lin He, holding a pouch of spirit wine, and jovially called out, Manager Lin, I have a flask of spirit wine that invigorates the spirit. Would you care for a sip? Lin He, smiling, waved his hand in polite refusal, saying, No, thank you. Spirit wine is rather costly. My friend should keep it for himself. It was wise to maintain a degree of caution around unfamiliar cultivators, and Lin He was not willing to indulge recklessly in the offered drink. Wu Zinyuan did not take offense at Lin He's refusal and turned to depart. At that moment, Mushan approached from the side, clapping Wu Zinyuan on the back and boisterously scolding. Well, Wu Zinyuan, how ungracious of you. Why do you only inquire about Manager Lin and not us? Do you look down upon us common cultivators? Perhaps startled by the sudden movement, Wu Zinyuan dropped the water pouch he was holding, causing it to fall to the ground. The spirit wine within spilled out, filling the air with a rich aroma. Wu Zinyuan gazed regretfully at the spilled spirit wine, lamenting to Mushan. This pouch of spirit wine costs 5 first-grade spirit stones. Now it is all wasted. Mushan hurriedly bowed in apology. Lin He caught a whiff of the fragrant air and exclaimed in astonishment, "What kind of spirit wine is this? Its aroma is remarkably rich." A glint of malice flashed in Wu Zinyuan's eyes. This wine is called Mengpa soup. The old fool can drink to his heart's content in the underworld. Upon hearing this, Lin He's expression changed dramatically. "You," Wu Zinyuan chuckled. "Only now do you react? It is too late." As he spoke, Lin He suddenly froze. A shimmering green light flickering across his face. Green rattan goo. A first-grade goo worm that emits an unusual and unmistakable aroma of wine. Special effect. Once it parasitizes a cultivator, it can release the green rattan poison, rendering the host unable to utilize spiritual power for a period. Among first-grade goo worms, the green rattan goo is considered quite formidable. Its ability to restrict lower-tier cultivators, who possess limited means, is akin to a death sentence. However, this goo has a distinct drawback. It naturally exudes a potent aroma of wine, making it difficult to utilize in ordinary circumstances. With even a slight precaution, such a fragile poison goo cannot approach a cultivator. Wu Zinyuan cleverly concealed the scent of the green rattan goo with the fragrance of the spirit wine, catching Lin He completely off guard. Wu Zinyuan is a goo cultivator, a branch of beast cultivation, known for their cunning and treacherous methods, which are often insidious and hard to defend against. Chapter 38. Illusory Sound Boom. Just as Lin He fell victim to the trap, Mushan unleashed a sudden strike. His fist enveloped in a layer of delicate green light, accompanied by a fierce punch that hurtled toward a nearby Lin family cultivator at the 4th level of Qi refinement. The Lin family cultivator, taken by surprise, had no time to react and was struck aside, spitting out a mouthful of blood, severely injured. Like a chain reaction, the moment Mushan attacked, the other 6 hunters simultaneously targeted the Lin family cultivators beside them. It seemed these hunters had naturally positioned themselves in close proximity to each Lin family cultivator, maintaining a strategic distance from one another. Given their superior cultivation levels, coupled with the element of surprise, the majority of the Lin family's cultivators suffered considerable injuries in an instant. "I have captured Lin He. If you surrender, you may spare your lives," Wu Zinyuan shouted across the battlefield, slapping his spirit beast pouch. Buzzing, accompanied by a cacophony of annoying sounds. A swarm of densely packed yellow-brown goo worms materialized beside Wu Zinyuan. These worms resembled wasps, covered in dense fur. With 2 pairs of jet-black wings, the front pair larger than the rear, and an hourglass-shaped waist. Most striking were their sharp mandibles, which glimmered with a dark golden sheen in the light. Dark mace golden bee goo. Unlike the green pothose goo, the dark javelin golden bee goo is an aggressive insect. Its sharp mouthparts akin to silver needles, easily piercing the defenses of cultivators. Upon hearing the threat posed by Wu Zinyuan, the demon hunters momentarily paused their incantations, refraining from further assault on the Lin clan's practitioners. The Lin clan members exchanged glances. The most powerful among them, Lin He, had succumbed to the green pothose goo. Rendered powerless, the demon hunters, each formidable in their own right, found themselves unable to withstand the dark javelin golden bee goo. Perhaps surrender was the wisest course of action? Doubts began to creep into some minds. "I surrender. I know nothing. I have no ties to the Lin clan." As silence enveloped the cultivators present, suddenly, a voice pleaded for mercy. It was Lu Ai, the sole demon hunter not affiliated with Wu Zinyuan, aside from Lu Qingshan. "Fellow cultivator, I merely seek to earn 30 first-grade spirit stones. If you allow me to leave, I shall immediately depart for distant lands, never to return to Yuanshan City. I swear I will reveal nothing of this affair." Lu Ai's demeanor was obsequious. He was not foolish and quickly made a promise, ensuring he would never return to Yuanshan City, for only by being absent could he guarantee silence to the Lin clan. "Do you think that by choosing to surrender, Wu Zinyuan will spare you?" The curtain of the carriage was suddenly drawn back. A figure emerged, a woman of striking elegance, enveloped in an indescribable aura. Clad in a sky-blue gown, the slightly narrow hem barely concealed her long, slender legs, though her graceful form was veiled by the fabric. Her enchanting curves were still perceptible in her movements. As one's gaze traveled upward, it met a delicate veil covering her face, revealing only her captivating, water-like autumn eyes. She was none other than Lin Yao, the enigmatic daughter of the Lin clan's patriarch. At that moment, the cultivators present, including those from the Lin clan, found themselves momentarily entranced. It was not merely Lin Yao's beauty that captivated them. Such a level of allure, while certainly extraordinary, could not render one utterly speechless. Rather, it was the ethereal quality of Lin Yao's voice that bewitched them, though the sound emanated from Lin Yao above in the carriage. It resonated as if carried by the winds from all directions, imbued with a peculiar enchantment that rendered listeners spellbound. Even the incessantly buzzing dark javelin Golden Bee Gu fell silent for a fleeting moment, caught in this enchantment. Yet, this trance was but brief. Wu Zinyuan swiftly regained his composure, vigilance etched upon his face as he regarded Lin Yao. What kind of sorcery is this? A sonic attack? Wu Zinyuan. Or should I call you Ma Yuan? Lin Yao observed Wu Zinyuan with an unwavering gaze. You are indeed skilled in Gu techniques, and it is unmistakably you. I never expected your return. Upon hearing his lady's words, Lin He suddenly recalled something, exclaiming in surprise. Ma Yuan glared at Lin Yao. His face twisted in malice. I had not anticipated you to be so well informed. Indeed, it is I. Did you ever think I would dare to show my face again? Years ago, you defied the great Xia's edicts, concocting malevolent goo, and were subsequently cast out by the Ma clan, vanishing from sight. Everyone assumed you had fled to another estate. Who could have imagined that all these years, you had not truly departed, but instead quietly assumed a new identity? Remaining in Yuanshan City and maintaining contact with the Ma family? A faint voice emerged from Lin Yao. Subsequently, Lin Yao, with her shimmering watery gaze, turned to the surrounding cultivators. Ma Yuan concocts malevolent goo, which is intolerable to the great Xia, to prevent his identity from being exposed. How could he easily let us go? Ma Yuan's expression shifted continuously. Indeed, he had never intended to spare these individuals. His attempts to persuade them to surrender were merely to compel the Lin family cultivators to abandon their resistance, thereby minimizing losses. The Lin family cultivators were not foolish. Awakened by Lin Yao's words, they summoned their magical artifacts, preparing for a desperate fight. Humans are driven by their blood and spirit. If there were an opportunity to survive, it would be one thing, but faced with certain death, the Lin family cultivators resolved to fight fiercely. They were determined to extract a price from Ma Yuan. Martial friend, I shall lend you my strength, and we shall surely capture all these Lin family cultivators. After a moment of internal struggle, Lu Ai, who had initially sought mercy, finally made a choice. The disparity in strength between the two factions was glaringly apparent. Aligning with the Lin family meant certain demise. However, choosing Ma Yuan's side offered a glimmer of hope for survival. If he participated in the assault against the Lin family cultivators, it would be akin to signing a pact of allegiance. Thus perhaps Ma Yuan would spare him. Well, Lu, you are indeed a wise man. Ma Yuan laughed triumphantly upon witnessing this turn of events. Miss Lin, your eloquence is commendable, but alas, in the face of absolute strength, your struggles are futile. With that, Ma Yuan focused his thoughts, commanding the dark goo wasp he had nurtured with his essence to charge towards the Lin family cultivators and the temporarily incapacitated Lin He. First, eliminate this old fool, lest the night grows long with dreams. Just then, a crimson glow erupted as a fiery serpent appeared from thin air, flicking its fiery tongue and darting towards Ma Yuan's dark goo wasp. The sound of sizzling echoed ominously. Although the goo wasp possessed certain defensive capabilities, the ferocity of the fire serpent's assault was overwhelmingly formidable. In an instant, more than half of Ma Yuan's carefully nurtured dark goo wasp was charred, its body blackened and resembling a piece of charcoal as it fell to the ground. How could this be? Ma Yuan's pupils constricted, his expression one of disbelief. Chapter 39. The beginning and the end time rewinds to 3 hours prior. Lu Qingshan gazed intently at Mu Shan's attributes panel, his attention fixated on a small detail. In the NPC names section, the demon hunter named Mu Shan was displayed with the characters for Ma Shan. It was merely a false name, which was not surprising. In the world of martial arts, who does not have a few aliases for protection? The issue lay in the surname. Mu Shan's true name was indeed Ma. Curiously, the Lin family's long-standing rival in Yuanshan City was the Ma family. Coincidence? Lu Qingshan was not quite convinced. The gaming experience in Nine Heavens imparted a profound realization to him. Seemingly coincidental events are merely traps laid by the game designers for the players. To validate his intuition, Lu Qingshan employed his celestial eye technique to probe each of the remaining demon hunters. Strangely enough, apart from one named Lu Ai, all the other hunters possessed cultivation levels exceeding the 6th layer of Qi refinement. During Lin He's routine inquiries earlier, the highest cultivation level reported was merely the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Lu Qingshan himself had concealed his true level from Lin He. Among these cultivators who misrepresented their abilities, the most conspicuous was the one who called himself Wu Zinyuan, but was actually Ma Yuan, a practitioner of gu cultivation, boasting a remarkable 10th layer of qi refinement. One could only wonder why a cultivator of such stature would deign to accept a menial task worth merely 31st-grade spirit stones. In light of his suspicions, Lu Qingshan observed closely and easily discerned that these deceptive hunters had prior connections, with Ma Yuan seemingly at the helm. The situation was quite evident. As Lu Qingshan's gaze flickered, half an hour prior, Lin He was preparing to survey the terrain in search of a suitable encampment. Lu Qingshan casually approached Lin He's side. Noticing him out of the corner of his eye, Lin He courteously inquired, "Do you require anything, fellow cultivator?" "Manager Lin, I have a question. Has the Lin family recently offended anyone?" Lu Qingshan inquired with a smile, yet his words were strikingly astonishing. Lin He sensed the underlying significance of Lu Qingshan's query, his heart quaking. "Why do you ask, fellow cultivator?" Lu Qingshan responded jovially, "Oh, it's nothing of great import, merely that I find it implausible to hire such high-level demon hunters for a mere 31st-grade spirit stones." Lin He furrowed his brow. Qi refinement cultivators had yet to master the ability of external consciousness projection. Thus, without special spells, they could not ascertain the levels of their peers. "What do you imply?" Lu Qingshan nodded. "I possess a divination technique that allows me to sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy, thereby gauging a cultivator's level. With nothing pressing to do, I tested this technique on the demon hunters and discovered that they all had considerable prowess, while the spiritual energy emanating from Wu Xinyuan exceeded that of Manager Lin significantly." Lin He's expression shifted. The implication of Lu Qingshan's hints was crystal clear. Should he fail to grasp the gravity of the situation now, he would have wasted his many years of life. Lin He slightly inclined his hand towards Lu Qingshan. "I appreciate your alert, fellow cultivator." Lu Qingshan cast a discreet glance at the furtive movements of Ma Shan and Ma Yuan nearby, nonchalantly replying, "You are too kind, Manager Lin." He then turned to depart. Lin He pondered for a moment, appearing as though nothing had transpired, and walked toward the carriage, whispering something inside. To an onlooker, it seemed entirely normal, likely reporting to the young lady of the Lin family. Shortly after, the young lady handed a storage bag out from within the carriage. Lin He accepted the storage bag and retrieved several formation flags, instructing the Lin family cultivators to set them up. "It is merely a rudimentary defensive formation." Ma Yuan, who had been closely observing Lin He, slightly retracted his gaze upon witnessing the scene. Lin He, who should have been utterly defenseless, now wielded a formation flag, commanding the fire serpents to wreak havoc upon his concealed golden bee weapon. Several beams of crimson light surged skyward from all directions. This was the prearranged first-tier formation known as the Fire Serpent Array. Ma Yuan was incredulous. He had entirely failed to notice when Lin He had set up this formation. Suddenly, a realization struck Ma Yuan, as he shivered involuntarily. The formation flags you had your subordinates deploy were not mere alert formations, but rather the very flags of this formation. Lin He nodded in affirmation. "Your deduction is astute. Your Ma family has certainly plotted deeply. Were it not for the prior warning from my friend Lu, I might have fallen into your trap." A chill coursed through Lin He's heart as he considered this. The Ma family had coveted the Lin family's Qingwang stone mine for quite some time, a fact that the Lin family was well aware of. However, despite the Ma family's overall superiority, they, like the Lin family, possessed only a single foundation establishment cultivator, which deterred them from acting recklessly. After all, with both sides being foundation establishment cultivators, the outcome of a confrontation was uncertain. Should both suffer losses, it would merely serve to benefit other families, resulting in a fruitless endeavor. Additionally, there was the deterrent presence of the Lin family in Xinjiang City. Thus, the Ma family had kept their restless ambitions in check over the years. Yet now, with the head of the Lin family nearing his end, severing the connection between the Lin family of Xinjiang City and that of Yuanshan City would render the Qingwang stone mine virtually assured for the Ma family. The Lin family in Xinjiang City boasted dozens of foundation establishment cultivators and several golden core cultivators, making them a formidable entity in the eyes of the Ma family. If the Lin family of Yuanshan City were to firmly ally with their Zhanjiang counterparts, even with 100 times their courage, the Ma family would not dare to entertain any reckless thoughts. Alas, the Lin family of Yuanshan City was not even a mere branch of the Lin family in Xinjiang City. Their patriarch, Lin Qingshan, was originally the son of an elder from the Zhanjiang City Lin family. After committing certain transgressions against family rules, Lin Qingshan was expelled from the clan. After wandering to Yuanshan City, he managed to establish a modest enterprise over the years. With a small degree of success, Lin Qingshan sought to reconnect with his roots, bringing along the Qingwang stone as a means of entry back into Xinjiang City to re-establish contact with the Lin family there. The Lin family of Xinjiang City wealthy and influential, would not dismiss the Qingwang stone outright, but they certainly would not allow a trivial stone to restore Lin Qingshan's standing within the family. However, under the persuasion of his elder father, although they never officially recognized Lin Qingshan's identity, they begrudgingly accepted the tribute from the Lin family of Yuanshan City. Every 3 years, Lin Qingshan would present a large quantity of Qingwang stones to the Lin family of Xinjiang City, who, in turn, would provide the Lin family of Yuanshan City with rare alchemical pills and magical artifacts as a form of resource support. Such was the arrangement. The patriarch's venerable father had long since departed from this world. Within the Lin family of Xinjiang, no one remained to lend their voice to their cause. Should this tribute encounter further obstruction, the tenuous connection between our Lin family of Yuanshan and the Lin family of Xinjiang, sustained by the meager supply of azure stones, would likely sever completely. Contemplating this, a flicker of trepidation and relief swept through Lin He's mind. Fortunately, it was Lu Qingshan who discerned the anomalies among these demon hunters. Otherwise, this endeavor would surely have met with disaster. Chapter 40. Ma Yuan's demise. Lu, my friend? Ma Yuan was taken aback, momentarily unable to grasp who Lin He referred to as Lu, my friend. Brother, it is that yellow-haired wretch, Ma Shan remarked bitterly from the side. Subsequently, Ma Shan surveyed the assembly of cultivators present, only to uncover a detail he had previously overlooked. Where's Lu Qingshan? He questioned, perplexity evident in his voice. Indeed, while the cultivators around them were clearly identifiable, Lu Qingshan was conspicuously absent. It was only upon Ma Shan's mention that Lin He realized Lu Qingshan had vanished into the throng at some point unbeknownst to them. However, the immediate priority remained to deal with Ma Yuan and his entourage. With a flourish of his formation flag, Lin He summoned a fiery serpent that unleashed a torrent of flames, finally ensnaring all of Ma Yuan's hidden golden bee puppets, leaving none behind. As Ma Yuan beheld the corpses of his fallen puppets strewn across the ground, a pang of anguish pierced his heart, and a glimmer of ferocity began to surface upon his countenance. Witnessing the fiery serpent converge upon his group, Ma Yuan could no longer contain himself. Old bastard, you have forced my hand, he bellowed, and in that instant, a vibrant crimson aura enveloped his body. With a series of tearing sounds, his garments erupted as if he were a balloon inflating, exposing his well-muscled physique. Sinister, blood-red patterns emerged upon his bare skin, reminiscent of molten lava coursing over a parched earth. Lin He, who had believed victory was within his grasp, was now struck with astonishment at Ma Yuan's transformation. The blood frenzy puppet. You have truly refined this puppet. Blood frenzy puppet, a first-grade puppet. Description: requires a human child as the primary material for its refinement, taking several years to cultivate. Once completed, its power is insurmountable. Refinement conditions: charisma attribute must exceed 5. Puppet effects: activates the blood frenzy puppet, allowing the cultivator to enter a frenzied state, immune to most first-grade spell damage, with strength equating to N being the charisma attribute, and health of 30. Duration: 3 minutes. Cooldown: 60 days. This puppet is nearly invincible once refined within the Qi refinement stage. The process of creating the blood frenzy puppet is exceedingly brutal, necessitating a human child as the primary material, complemented by 100 varieties of venomous insects, all sealed within a container for years of cultivation. During this period, not only must the child's survival be ensured, but the puppet master must also continuously nourish it with their own blood. Years ago, Ma Yuan was discovered during this very refinement process. Under pressure from the Daxia, the Ma family had no choice but to cleanse their lineage. Little did anyone suspect that Ma Yuan feigned flight, subsequently adopting a new identity to infiltrate Yuanshan City. After taking refuge, Ma Yuan did not abandon his pursuit of concocting the blood frenzy goo. Rather, he continued his previous endeavors and ultimately succeeded in crafting the blood frenzy goo. The failure rate in the creation of the blood frenzy goo is exceedingly high. Upon activating the blood frenzy goo, Ma Yuan, now infused with a ferocious spirit, faced an oncoming fire serpent without flinching. He boldly extended his swollen hands and forcefully grasped the fiery serpent, which had materialized from spiritual energy. With a sinister grin directed at Lin He, the crimson patterns on his hands shimmered intensely, and before the astonished crowd, he savagely tore the fire serpent in two. Sparks flew, landing upon Ma Yuan, yet he remained entirely unaffected. It is known that under normal circumstances, when a first-tier array is presided over by someone, an ordinary Qi refining cultivator would have no power to retaliate. However, at this moment, fortified by the might of the blood frenzy goo, Ma Yuan exhibited no fear of the fire serpent's array power. The terror of the blood frenzy goo is indeed formidable. Miss, you must flee. I will hold him off. The Ma family, shielding Ma Yuan's creation of the sinister goo, could not escape reproach from the great Xia should this be reported. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin He understood that surviving under the hand of the now dreaded Ma Yuan was likely impossible. His sole thought was to leverage the power of the Fire Serpent Array to delay Ma Yuan, thus granting Lin Yao the opportunity to escape. Lin Yao bit her lip, uncertain of what to do. In a daze, Ma Yuan had already vanished from sight, charging directly at Lin He. If he were to eliminate Lin He and seize the array flag, the remaining Lin family cultivators would be nothing more than lambs awaiting slaughter. Miss Lin, use your illusory sound to restrain Ma Yuan for just a moment. I can take him down. A strange man's voice suddenly resonated in Lin Yao's ear. His tone was calm, yet the content of his words left her incredulous. In that moment, Ma Yuan, in his current state, was almost invincible among Qi refining cultivators. Who would dare claim they could slay him? Nevertheless, the unwavering conviction in the man's voice compelled Lin Yao to instinctively follow his command. Command. Lin Yao gently parted her lips. Command Soul, Wave Secret Technique. Though the enraged Ma Yuan could withstand most first-tier spells, this immunity pertained only to physical attacks. His spiritual defenses had not been enhanced in the slightest by the blood frenzy goo. However, the Command Soul wave cast by Lin Yao specifically targeted his spirit. Ma Yuan felt a jolt in his soul, and for a brief moment, he lost consciousness. Observing this, Lin Yao sighed inwardly. Soul attack techniques were far too precious for a small family like the Lins to possess. The Command Soul wave she unleashed, while aimed at the spirit, did not qualify as a true soul attack. It bore no lethal force. It merely served to momentarily daze Ma Yuan's spirit. Still, even a technique devoid of any destructive power like the Command Soul Wave was a treasure her father had procured from the Lin family of Xinjiang City. Such arts were non-existent in Source Mountain City. At the very instant Lin Yao unleashed the Command Soul Wave, a fleeting shadow darted past. It was Lu Qingshan. The enigmatic man who had commanded Lin Yao was none other than Lu Qingshan, who had mysteriously vanished into the crowd. He had disappeared without a trace, only to reappear as if summoned by fate. Ma Yuan, just recovering from the assault of Lin Yao's soul command soundwave, was suddenly met by a glint of cold light. His spirit trembled once more. Again, in the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, Ma Yuan thought this. The Crying Soul Sword, Panic Soul, a technique of terror that even foundational cultivators struggle to withstand. Ma Yuan clearly had no reason to believe he could defend against it. The Falling Bright Sword Technique. The Crying Soul Sword, sharp enough to breach defenses. Lu Qingshan moved with astonishing speed, his blade striking like the wind, his form ghostly. Within the lingering effects of terror, two glimmers of cold light flashed past. Lu Qingshan unleashed two strikes in quick succession. By the time Ma Yuan regained his senses, he was already overwhelmed by a searing pain that felt as though his body was ablaze. A sense of dread gripped Ma Yuan's heart. Years of combat experience prompted him to instinctively lean to the side in a bid to evade Lu Qingshan's incoming blade. Even in a state of fury, the damage from Lu Qingshan's sword techniques was not something he could ignore. Yet, the swift sidestep he envisioned to avoid the strike did not unfold as anticipated. It was as if he had sunk into a quagmire. His movements had inexplicably slowed. The Falling Bright Sword Technique. Each sword maneuver carried with it a layer of dark corrosion, each layer capable of reducing speed by one, stackable. At that moment, Ma Yuan bore two layers of dark corrosion, his speed diminished by two. Unprepared for this sudden impediment, he found himself ensnared by another of Lu Qingshan's sword techniques. Boom. With a mere thought, Lu Qingshan ignited the three layers of dark corrosion afflicting Ma Yuan. Ma Yuan was ensnared in binding. Lu Qingshan showed no mercy, striking again. A sequence of data flashed. You have activated the sword skill, Panic Soul. Panic Soul has successfully hit. The target is now in a temporary state of disorientation. You used the Falling Bright Sword technique, inflicting 10 points of damage. X3. You detonated the dark corrosion. The target is briefly bound. You used the Falling Bright Sword technique, inflicting 10 points of damage, with an additional 1005 critical damage, totaling 15 points of damage. The target has perished. You have slain Ma Yuan, LV10, earning 100 experience points. Chapter 41. The Phantom Divine Vein, Part 1. In a flash of sword light, Ma Yuan's head was severed. In the blink of an eye, the once mighty Ma Yuan had lost his head, leaving Lin Yao utterly shocked. Was this the Falling Bright Sword technique? Why was it so formidable? The Falling Bright Sword technique was not a rarity. Lin Yao had witnessed numerous sword cultivators wield it. However, she had never seen anyone, like Lu Qingshan, execute this technique to such an extraordinary degree, as if reaching the pinnacle of mastery. Such a powerful swordsman. On the other side, Lin He was even more astonished than Lin Yao, murmuring in a daze. Having lived to such an age, his experience surpassed that of Lin Yao, allowing him to grasp the profound depth of Lu Qingshan's sword technique. The Falling Bright Sword Technique LV10 Max, the fully mastered sword art of the falling light, to the eyes of others, appeared as an enigmatic pinnacle of swordsmanship, each strike embodying unparalleled finesse. How could a youth of such tender years delve into swordplay to such an extraordinary extent? Lin He's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. How could it be that Ma Shan witnessed his elder brother, whom he had always regarded with disdain, being effortlessly vanquished by a mere yellow-haired boy? His mind was in a daze, lips trembling, unable to fathom the reality. From then on, the resolution was left to the capable hands of the steward Lin. Lu Qingshan cast a glance at the disoriented Ma Shan, choosing not to act hastily, but instead entrusted the cleanup to Lin He. After vanquishing Ma Yuan, no one among the demon hunters on the field could withstand the might of the fire serpent array that Lin He had meticulously arranged. It was thus a trivial matter for Lin He to subdue these hunters. Although Lu Qingshan would have gained a substantial amount of experience points had he personally dealt with the demon hunters, he opted to delegate their disposition to the Lin family. After all, this was a conflict between two families, and retaining these individuals would undoubtedly serve the Lin family better. Moreover, he currently possessed over 4,000 unused experience points, rendering the acquisition of these few points inconsequential. Prompted by Lu Qingshan's reminder, Lin He regained his composure, once again commanding the fire serpents to soar towards the remaining demon hunters on the field, including the defector Lu Ai. Lu Qingshan leisurely approached Lin Yao. In her crystalline eyes, a tumult of emotions stirred as she slightly bowed to Lu Qingshan, expressing her gratitude. Thanks to young Master Lu's timely assistance, the Lin family will surely remember this kindness. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to ask. We shall do our utmost to fulfill your needs within our capabilities. Lin Yao's voice was gentle, her words exceedingly courteous, yet they conveyed a subtle inquiry. The demon hunters, including Ma Yuan, had concealed their true strength to accept the tasks posted by the Lin family in the Demon Hunter Alliance, not for the sake of the purported rewards, but driven by ulterior motives, seeking to intercept their tribute in pursuit of the Lin family's Qing Wang stone vein. Likewise, you Lu Qingshan, have concealed your own strength in accepting tasks from the Lin family, which clearly cannot be merely for the trifling reward of 31st grade spirit stones. Therefore, what is your true intention? Should it be within their means, they would willingly offer it as a token of gratitude for your assistance. Lu Qingshan, well aware of the underlying implications in Lin Yao's words, replied with an air of nonchalance and a smile. Miss Lin, you may have misunderstood. My initial intention was merely to hitch a ride to Xinjiang City with your esteemed Lin family. There is nothing of value to me within your household. Upon hearing this, Lin Yao showed no signs of annoyance, instead responding with a light laugh. With such cultivation at such a young age, young Master Lu must surely hail from a prestigious lineage. Indeed, my humble Lin family possesses nothing that would pique your interest. Lu Qingshan shook his head, his gaze appraising Lin Yao's graceful figure, and remarked casually, however, that has changed now. Noticing the peculiar glint in Lu Qingshan's eyes, Lin Yao seemed to grasp something, her brow slightly furrowing as she inquired, what do you mean by that, young master? Upon observing Lin Yao's demeanor resembling that of a wary hedgehog, Lu Qingshan realized that she must have misunderstood something, which struck him as somewhat amusing. He clarified, you are overthinking it. I harbor no interest in your beauty. Lin Yao felt a twinge of embarrassment from Lu Qingshan's words, yet simultaneously experienced a slight sense of relief. Maintaining her composure, she responded with poise, it seems I have been overly sentimental. How could a young gentleman of your caliber be one to indulge in frivolities? Lu Qingshan noted the naturalness in Lin Yao's speech and demeanor, her adaptability and calmness evoking a silent nod of approval from him. Though still somewhat inexperienced, she appeared to be an astute woman with considerable potential, one that, with proper guidance, would not squander her innate talents. With a light chuckle, Lu Qingshan remarked, however, I do hold an interest in you as a person. The illusory body divine vein is an extraordinary gift. Despite the veil that obscured Lin Yao's expressions, Lu Qingshan sensed a significant shift in her emotions through her eyes. Illusory body divine vein, Lin Yao murmured, are you implying? Lu Qingshan nodded. Your unique constitution is indeed the illusory body divine vein. What is the illusory body divine vein? Lin Yao's eyes sparkled with curiosity. This peculiar trait had troubled her for quite some time, prompting her father to consult numerous high-ranking cultivators and scour extensive records, all to no avail. To her astonishment, she was finally hearing something about her own constitution from the youth before her. The illusory body divine vein is categorized into 4 levels: illusory sound, illusory eye, illusory countenance, and the ultimate realm of illusory body. You currently reside in the first level of illusory sound. After a brief pause, Qingshan continued. Illusory sound enhances the power of the sound wave techniques you wield significantly. Moreover, it grants you a crucial ability, the power to transform your voice into any sound you have ever heard, seamlessly. Lin Yao was momentarily taken aback. While she may have demonstrated the first ability of illusory sound, the ability to alter her voice was something she had never showcased before others. The fact that Qingshan could articulate this left no doubt that he was indeed aware of the specifics of her constitution. Lin Yao pressed her lips together and inquired, "How can I awaken the higher levels of the illusory body divine vein? What other mysteries does it hold?" Rather than directly addressing her question, Qingshan countered, "Initially, were you unable to control your voice properly?" Lin Yao nodded gently, acknowledging his observation. In her early years, she struggled to manage her illusory sound abilities, often inadvertently voicing the sounds of others in her family, which frightened her father, leading him to believe she had fallen into madness. Consequently, her father forbade her from appearing in public, for who would not find it strange if a young girl suddenly spoke in the voice of an elderly male cultivator? "Since you began your cultivation, have you gradually gained control over your abilities?" Qingshan asked, to which Lin Yao nodded once more. Subsequently, Lin Yao's gaze flickered with realization. She quickly grasped the implications of Qingshan's words. "Are you suggesting that as my cultivation progresses, the illusory body divine vein will automatically awaken the next realm?" Lin Yao's lips parted slightly as she voiced her conjecture. She had already discerned that with her increasing mastery of cultivation, her control over the illusory sound had become increasingly adept. However, she had not anticipated that beyond the illusory sound, there existed a subsequent realm: illusory pupil, illusory countenance, and illusory body. Chapter 42, The Illusory Body Divine Vein, Part 2, Illusory Body Divine Vein, Legendary Talent. Description: a growing legendary talent that automatically awakens new talent effects as cultivation improves. Talent effects, divided into 4 stages. 1. Illusory sound, Qi refining stage, skill level, 5 in sound wave-based techniques. Can transform one's voice into any sound. Note: the transformed sound must be one that has been previously heard, not conjured from imagination. 2. Illusory pupil, foundation establishment stage, skill level, 5 in eye techniques. Can transform one's eyes into the pupils of any creature. Note: the transformed pupils must be from those previously witnessed, not imagined. 3. Illusory countenance, golden core stage, can morph one's visage into that of any creature. Note: the transformed face must be one that has been seen before, not imagined. 4. Illusory body, nascent soul stage, can alter one's form into that of any creature. Note: one must possess an object of the creature intended for transformation to perform the illusory body technique. The illusory body divine vein is a relatively obscure yet unique talent, which explains why Lin Yao's father was unable to ascertain the specifics of her constitution. In her previous life, players had compiled a comprehensive list of all known legendary talents within the game Nine Heavens and created a detailed video presentation. Naturally, Qingshan had watched it and, having done so, committed most of the attributes of the legendary talents in Nine Heavens to memory. His remarkable memory was indeed one of the reasons he distinguished himself among countless players, earning him the moniker of Encyclopedia of Nine Heavens. This is also why Qingshan possessed such an in-depth understanding of the illusory body divine vein. The illusory body divine vein is a growable legendary talent, and Qingshan was well aware of the value of legendary talents. He understood that, at any other point in time, encountering an unknown young lady from the Lin family possessing a legendary talent would be utterly improbable. However, during the design phase of Nine Heavens, an essential design philosophy emerged: heroes are forged in chaotic times. The Great Xia is on the brink of unprecedented turmoil, an era that should witness the rise of heroes. As such, the game developers significantly increased the likelihood of NPCs possessing legendary talents. Since the version concerning the Zombie Puppet Rebellion, NPCs among humanity with legendary talents have become increasingly prevalent. Qingshan harbored no reservations regarding the capabilities of the illusory body divine vein and conveyed all that he knew to Lin Yao in detail. Lin Yao appeared lost in thought, her gaze unfocused. After a moment, she regained her senses and turned to Qingshan, murmuring, "Only by reaching the Yuaning stage can one awaken the 4th layer of the illusory body. Unlike Qingshan's innate sword seed, the talents of the illusory body divine vein do not activate all at once. Instead, The effects of the illusory body divine vein will gradually unfold as Lin Yao's level of cultivation increases layer by layer. It is only when the illusory body effects are activated that the illusory body divine vein can truly be considered a legendary talent. To unlock the fourth layer of the illusory body, one must possess the cultivation of the Yuaning stage. In the vast town of Xinjiang, there are only a handful of Yuaning cultivators. For Lin Yao alone, the path to becoming a Yuaning cultivator is fraught with difficulty. The power of the illusory body divine vein is functional in nature. While it provides some enhancement to Lin Yao's combat prowess, the benefits are minimal, merely reflected in the levels of her sound wave techniques and eye techniques, both at level 5. Moreover, it offers no advantage in her cultivation progression. The illusory body divine vein does not significantly assist Lin Yao in attaining the Yuaning stage. Qingshan spoke calmly. At your age, having only reached the 5th layer of qi refinement, your cultivation talent can only be described as mediocre. Without external assistance, attaining the Yuaning stage is utterly impossible. He had already employed his heavenly eye technique to assess Lin Yao's attributes and was aware of her current cultivation level. Qingshan was not speaking without basis. He had never heard of Lin Yao, indicating that, according to the original historical trajectory, she had not become a Yuaning cultivator. Otherwise, with a fully awakened illusory body divine vein, she could not remain obscure. This was the nature of reality. Good talent merely facilitates a cultivator's rise, but does not guarantee their success. Numerous factors determine a cultivator's achievements, with talent being merely one aspect. Seeing that Lin Yao did not refute his words, Qingshan continued, however, I can help you reach the Yuaning stage, or even higher. In return, you must serve my interests when the time arises. Qingshan was forthright. He was not merely coveting Lin Yao's physical form. In his plans, he undoubtedly needed to establish his own network of influence in the future. In times of chaos, it is impossible to effect change without strength. Lin Yao was undoubtedly the greatest potential ally he had encountered. Failing to find a way to bring her into his fold would be a grave waste of opportunity. Lin Yao paused, then remained silent for a considerable time. Finally, with a slight furrow of her brow, she gazed at Qingshan's face and shook her head with a light laugh, saying, Young Master Liu, I truly appreciate your assistance. But to think that you could persuade me to sell myself with mere words may be a bit presumptuous. I am well aware of my own cultivation talent. Even a true Yuaning cultivator would not dare to guarantee my ascent to that stage. While your swordsmanship is extraordinary, you are still merely a qi refinement cultivator. The path to Yuaning is determined by myriad factors, including chance, talent, and will. The assertion made by Qingshan regarding the necessity for Lin Yao to cultivate to the nascent soul stage may seem utterly absurd to anyone who hears it. After all, you are merely a qi refinement practitioner. How dare you utter such grandiose claims? Naturally, Lin Yao harbors skepticism towards his words, yet, regardless of the circumstances, Qingshan is her savior, prompting Lin Yao to decline his proposal with utmost politeness. Qingshan understands this implicitly. To merely paint a picture with words and expect to win over a practitioner of legendary talent is a naive endeavor. In the realm of gaming, to elevate the favorability of a legendary NPC to the point of worship, one must undertake a multitude of consecutive quests. Lin Yao's disbelief is thus entirely justifiable. However, Qingshan is not in haste. Time is on his side. He knows Lin Yao cannot escape his grasp. Therefore, he takes no offense at her gentle refusal and agrees. What Miss Lin says is indeed true. With a charming smile, Lin Yao responds, If Mr. Liu can truly fulfill his words, I would not hesitate to offer my allegiance. Her meaning is quite straightforward. Should Qingshan prove his claims, she would willingly submit to him. The temptation of becoming a nascent soul practitioner is one that few can resist. If Qingshan could indeed assist her in reaching that stage, what weight do his conditions carry? Lin Yao is a prize Qingshan is determined to secure. The capabilities of the illusory body divine pulse, when wielded effectively, could surpass any other power under certain circumstances. To harness the potential of the illusory body divine pulse, the primary and fundamental requirement is for Lin Yao to ascend to the nascent soul stage. Furthermore, she must possess sufficient mental acuity to utilize the powers of the illusory body divine pulse effectively. The uniqueness of the illusory body divine pulse results in an extraordinary disparity between its potential upper and lower limits, entirely contingent upon how its bearer chooses to wield it. In the game world of 9 heavens, there exists a saying, there are no inferior abilities, only inferior players. While Qingshan does not wholly subscribe to this notion, recognizing its partial validity, he finds it overly extreme. However, if one were to invert this statement, he would wholeheartedly agree. There are no supreme abilities, only supreme players. Thus, the efficacy of the illusory body divine pulse ultimately hinges on Lin Yao's application of it. Fortunately, thus far, Lin Yao has left a remarkably positive impression on Lu Qingshan. Chapter 43. Town of Xinjiang. While Lu Qingshan conversed with Lin Yao, Lin He, bolstered by the power of the formation, had successfully subdued the remaining 8 demon hunters. Observing Lu Qingshan engaged in dialogue with his young mistress, Lin He wisely chose to wait silently at a distance. Fellow deist Lu, he interjected. Finally approaching once their conversation had concluded, Lin He presented a wooden box crafted from sandalwood. Upon receiving it, Lu Qingshan opened it to discover 5 third-grade spiritual stones within. Lin He clarified, "Please do not misunderstand, fellow deist Lu. These 5 third-grade spiritual stones are hardly sufficient to repay your life-saving grace. Rather, they serve as remuneration for escorting my Lin family's caravan to the town of Xinjiang." Lu Qingshan's prowess was clearly evident to Lin He after their recent skirmish. They still had a considerable journey ahead, and should they encounter any demonic beasts along the way, they would undoubtedly have to rely on Lu Qingshan's strength. Given Lu Qingshan's cultivation level, the 31st grade spirit stones offered as a reward seemed rather meager. Understanding this, Lu Qingshan politely declined Lin He's kind offer, returning the sandalwood box and stating, "Since I have accepted the task issued by the Demon Hunter Alliance, escorting the convoy to Xinjiang City is inherently my responsibility, and there is no need for additional compensation." Lin He, seeing that Lu Qingshan refused the spirit stones, did not press the matter further and could only take back the sandalwood box into his storage bag. Lu Qingshan surveyed the situation at hand. Considering the severe lack of personnel within the convoy, it would be unwise to leave too many captives, as they could not be adequately monitored. Thus, Lin He showed no mercy. Of the remaining 8 demon hunters, only Ma Shan and Lu Ai were spared, while the rest were reduced to ashes beneath the fire serpent array. Ma Shan and Lu Ai were retained as witnesses. If the connection of the Ma family to the crafting of sinister curses could be substantiated, the Ma family would undoubtedly face annihilation. The night swiftly passed. Despite the upheaval, the number of cultivators within the Lin family convoy had halved, and those who remained were mostly injured. Nevertheless, the convoy pressed onward to Xinjiang City. Fortunately, they had that sword cultivator with them. The Lin family cultivators, reassured by this thought, cautiously glanced at Lu Qingshan, who was resting atop a cart laden with goods. Instantly, they felt a sense of relief. Leaning against the cart, Lu Qingshan appeared to be dozing lightly, prompting the entire convoy to instinctively quiet their movements, fearful of disturbing him. This was a mark of respect for a powerful individual. In the Yuanshan Tower, the master, Dantai Qingshan, the deputy master, Jiang Rong, and the various responsible individuals gathered together. 2 days had elapsed since the battle at the city lord's mansion. Given the efficiency of Yuanshan Tower and their influence in Yuanshan City, 2 days were ample time to thoroughly investigate all the underworld forces involved in the matter. Wanbao Tower, the Ku Mansion, the Earth Fiend Pavilion, and the city lord's mansion, all of these were underworld forces within Yuanshan City. Jiang Rong reported to Dantai Qingshan, "We have dispatched cultivators to apprehend all these forces. The individuals in charge are currently detained in the prison department, where they are being interrogated by the prison cultivators. In a day or 2, we should have results. None who colluded with the underworld will escape." Dantai Qingshan snorted coldly. The cultivators of Yuanshan Tower fell silent, hesitant to speak further. Within the Xinjiang region, comprising 108 counties, Yuanshan City was undoubtedly the city where the underworld invested the most resources. Otherwise, they would not have chosen Yuanshan City as their operational base, luring Qi Yuan to it. "What of the blood pool?" Dantai Qingshan inquired, raising an eyebrow. A middle-aged male cultivator responsible for that matter stood up to respond. "Rest assured, master. Once the esteemed Fengxingzi dismantled the illusion array, we completely obliterated the blood pool." Dantai Qingshan nodded gently, then turned to Jiang Rong. "Jiang Rong, diligently interrogate these cultivators associated with various factions. Leave no guilty party unexamined." "Yes, master of the tower." "Very well, let us conclude our meeting for today." "Understood," replied the disciples of Yuanshan Tower. Soon, the cultivators of Yuanshan Tower began to disperse, leaving only Dantai Qingshan behind. Dantai Qingshan retrieved a blank jade slip, her consciousness probing into its depths. After a moment of contemplation, she meticulously chronicled the events surrounding the battle at the city lord's mansion of Yuanshan. Notably, the name Lu Qingshan was conspicuously absent from her account. Upon completing her record, she appeared to recall something of significance. After a brief hesitation, she inscribed an additional note within the jade slip. "The city lord of Yuanshan is affiliated with the underworld. revealing the insidious infiltration of our human race by the netherworld. It is advisable to conduct a thorough investigation of the upper echelons of each city to prevent such absurd incidents from occurring. Satisfied with her addition, Dantai Qingshan nodded approvingly and summoned the black-clad cultivator awaiting outside, entrusting him with the jade slip. Deliver this promptly to Zhenjiang Tower, she instructed. Just as the black-clad cultivator turned to leave, Dantai Qingshan felt a surge of inspiration and called him back. Zhang Rong is exceptionally capable and fiercely loyal to our kind. He is fit for great responsibility. Retrieving the jade slip from the black-clad cultivator, Dantai Qingshan added another line. The merit of this endeavor is substantial. She understood that this accomplishment would inevitably lead to her promotion. With her advancement, the position of Master of Yuanshan Tower would become vacant. Although she had only worked alongside Zhang Rong for 3 years, Dantai Qingshan was well aware of his abilities and character. She believed he could maintain the current favorable state of affairs in Yuanshan City. Thus, she aspired to elevate Zhang Rong's prospects. The likelihood of Zhang Rong ascending to the position of Master of Yuanshan Tower, while not absolute, seemed exceedingly promising. As for herself, Dantai Qingshan smiled softly. She was already the Master of Yuanshan Tower. Her next promotion would likely involve a transfer to Zhenjiang Tower, leaving little else for her to pursue. In the wilderness, the Lin family's convoy journeyed onward. The ensuing days unfolded with an uncharacteristic calm. For the cultivators of the Lin family, the absence of disturbances was an auspicious sign. In the unpredictable wilderness, unforeseen events often heralded trouble and even potential death. Hence, when the Lin family's convoy approached the vicinity of Xinjiang City, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. At this juncture, Qingshan was to part ways with the Lin family's convoy, which was destined for Huoyun Peak. Situated 100 miles from Xinjiang City, the stronghold of the Lin family. Meanwhile, Qingshan's destination was Xinjiang City. Here is the voucher. Young Master Lu may use it to settle tasks with the Demon Hunting Alliance. Lin Yao handed him a jade slip. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Yao pursed her lips and said, although my Lin family is humble, we are taught the virtue of gratitude. The life-saving grace bestowed by young Master Lu cannot be repaid adequately. Should you ever find yourself in need, do not hesitate to command me. Qingshan chuckled lightly in response. Of course. Miss Lin, should you encounter any troubles, feel free to seek me out in Xinjiang City, for I shall be within its bounds for some time. As he took his leave, Qingshan's words lingered in Lin Yao's mind, causing her brow to furrow. While his statement seemed merely a courteous remark, she could not shake the feeling that there was a deeper significance behind it, as if Qingshan anticipated her impending troubles. Chapter 44. A hidden task. Xinjiang City, as the capital of Zhenjiang Prefecture, is undoubtedly grander than any modest town. Even from a distance, Qingshan could behold the city. The towering city walls stood like majestic mountains before him, constructed from dark, iron-like rock that exuded a cold, metallic sheen. A familiar sensation welled up within him as memories of Zhenjiang City resurfaced from long ago. Alas, such a magnificent city could not shield itself from the realm of the underworld. Hastening into the city, Qingshan's first order of business was to settle his task with the Demon Hunter Alliance. For failure to do so would leave his task record marred by an unfinished assignment. In the western part of Xinjiang City lay an enormous estate, replete with countless pavilions and throngs of servants. Given the premium nature of land in the capital, the owner of such a lavish residence must undoubtedly hold a distinguished status. And indeed, this was the case. The estate's proprietor was none other than Kai Hong, a foundational cultivator and steward of Xinjiang City. A seemingly ordinary middle-aged man hurriedly approached the study, standing outside the door to respectfully inquire, "What is it?" A male voice responded from within, "What news do you bring?" Reporting to the master, "There is a young cultivator seeking an audience," the middle-aged man cautiously ventured, aware that the master had recently been somewhat volatile, rendering the servants wary in their tasks. "Who is the visitor?" queried the voice from inside, tinged with surprise. "The young cultivator has not revealed his name, but he claims to possess the means to alleviate the master's current troubles. I did not dare to make a decision, so I hasten to inform you." After a moment of silence, the voice within finally made a decision. "Invite him in. Bring him to the study." "Understood," the middle-aged man replied, proceeding to the entrance. Outside stood none other than Qingshan. "Please, young master, follow me," the man beckoned, leading Qingshan into the Kai residence. The middle-aged man led Qingshan to the study, respectfully announcing, "Master, the person has been brought in." "Come in," came the response. Qingshan pushed open the door and stepped inside. The study contained a sturdy tongue-wood desk, upon which lay a stack of jade slips, indicating that the master of this room was engaged in official business. Seated there was an elderly cultivator with graying hair, meticulously arranged, sitting upright like a resilient pine tree. The aged cultivator scrutinized Qingshan for a moment before finally speaking. You claim you can resolve my current troubles? Qingshan regarded the elderly steward, Kai, who was nearing the end of his days, and nodded slowly, replying, Indeed, Steward Kai seeks to locate his only lost heir, does he not? In a few months, Xinjiang City will transform into a hell on earth. At this very moment, the city conceals numerous malevolent practitioners from the underworld, as one can easily imagine. Why would I dare to venture into such perilous territory? Am I foolish enough to walk into the jaws of a tiger? Qingshan was not so naive. He had two compelling reasons to risk coming to Xinjiang City. Firstly, he had amassed sufficient experience points to break through to the foundation establishment stage. However, to become a foundation establishment cultivator, he required a suitable foundation cultivation technique. During his qi refining stage, he had been left with no choice but to adopt the commonly known qi induction technique due to dire circumstances. Fortunately, the impact of this method was not overly significant. Yet, when it came to foundation cultivation techniques, he could not afford to be so indiscriminate. For someone in his position, only in Xinjiang City could he encounter high-level foundation techniques that aligned with his aspirations. Moreover, it was critically important for Qingshan to establish a specialized combat system. He needed to acquire new skills to enrich his arsenal. The game Nine Heavens placed no restrictions on the number of skills players could learn. However, players' experience points were finite. They had to be allocated not only for leveling up, but also for upgrading skills, and sword cultivators even needed them to nurture their destined swords. Thus, it was advisable for players to manage the quantity of skills they learned while striving to elevate their skill levels. The skills available in small counties like Yuanshan City were utterly inadequate to meet his demands. Only a major human city like Zhenjiang could offer the formidable skills he sought. Furthermore, the steward Kai was linked to a hidden quest, with the reward being a secret sword technique. In his previous life, Qingshan had merely heard of this quest, but had never obtained such an opportunity. Now, without competitors, the reward was rightfully his to claim. The quest's background was not complicated. Steward Kai was nearing the end of his lifespan, yet publicly, he appeared without a partner and had no offspring. However, Qingshan was aware that in his youth, this steward had indeed experienced a romantic relationship. At that time, Kai had taken a woman from a minor family as his partner, which should have been a joyous affair. Unfortunately, a malevolent cultivator had violated the prohibitions of the Great Xia, senselessly slaughtering innocent citizens and crafting sinister artifacts. At that time, Deacon Kai, as a member of the Great Xia's pacification office, led a group of cultivators to eradicate the nefarious practitioners. Unexpectedly, through a moment of carelessness, the malevolent practitioner managed to escape. Harboring resentment, the escaped practitioner seized an opportunity to annihilate the entire family of Deacon Kai's partner. Fortunately, his partner, who was already with child, evaded the massacre while seeking Deacon Kai in the city. Upon discovering that it was due to Deacon Kai's actions that her family had been slaughtered, she was overwhelmed with grief and unable to accept the reality. Ultimately, she chose to disappear, concealing her identity. Although Deacon Kai later personally vanquished the wicked practitioner, the irrevocable fate of his broken family remained unchanged. Now, at over 170 years of age, Deacon Kai, aware that his time is drawing near, harbors a singular wish to reunite with his estranged partner and offspring. In a previous life, a sword cultivator embarked on an arduous quest, navigating through numerous intricate tasks to finally locate Deacon Kai's descendants. Naturally, such a challenging endeavor yielded exceptional rewards. The ultimate prize was a secret sword technique, hailed as a divine skill, which granted the sword cultivator a fleeting period of glory. Unlike that sword cultivator, Qingshan did not need to engage in the tedious and time-consuming chain of tasks. He already knew who Deacon Kai's descendants were and their current whereabouts. Deacon Kai's hidden task was competitive in nature, although it did not limit the number of participants. Only one individual could claim the reward. Once the task was completed by someone, it would vanish permanently. Thus, after successfully finishing the task, the sword cultivator generously shared his experience on the forum. Although time had dulled the specifics of the process for Qingshan, he retained a clear memory of the task's outcome. Chapter 45. The Search for a Wife. The map of Nine Heavens is vast, illustrating the boundless territories of humanity, with mountains stretching endlessly, inhabited by fierce beasts. In addition to the numerous cities established by the Great Xia, where many humans congregate, there exist countless cultivation families and sects that have established their strongholds in areas rich with spiritual veins in the wilderness. The Ziyang mountain range, though not extensive, lies over 100 miles north of Xinjiang City. Within the Ziyang mountain range, numerous small spiritual veins thrive, enhancing the concentration of spiritual energy in the vicinity, which offers modest benefits to cultivators' training. Nurtured by these small spiritual veins, the Xiang mountain range is also home to many unharvested spiritual herbs. While major sects might overlook these minor veins, they represent a treasure trove for independent cultivators and smaller cultivation families. As a result, the Xiang mountain range gradually attracted many low-level qi refinement cultivators. Xiang Town, a small settlement, was established in reliance on the Xiang mountain range. Nestled within the primordial mountains, the pathways connecting Xiang Town to the outside world are fraught with wild beasts and fierce birds of prey. Consequently, the population of Xiang Town is modest, numbering only 3,000 to 4,000, the majority of whom are cultivators, with mere mortals being a rarity. However, the tranquility of Xiang Town was abruptly shattered today. A piercing cry reverberated through the sky, its terrifying resonance causing the townsfolk to wince in pain. The cultivators of Xiang Town instinctively looked upwards. High above, amidst howling winds, a colossal bird emerged into view. Measuring 5 to 6 meters in length, with a wingspan of 11 to 12 meters, its feathers glistened with a metallic sheen, and its curved, sharp beak was dark and menacing, instilling great fear. "Oh no!" someone exclaimed in terror, for the giant bird, after circling in the sky, began to dive towards Xiang Town with alarming speed. Its intimidating presence was undeniable. Although the town was home to many cultivators, they were predominantly of low rank. And among the thousands present, not a single one had reached the foundation establishment stage. The aura emanating from this beast was unmistakably that of a second-grade monster, a being corresponding to the foundation establishment cultivators of humankind. With its formidable physique, should the giant bird target Xiang Town, no cultivator would possess the strength to resist. Even more daunting was the fact that this creature was a giant avian. Should the situation turn dire, it could effortlessly take flight with a mere flap of its wings. The ability to soar through the skies was a skill reserved for foundation establishment cultivators, meaning that even if the entire town united their strength, they would be powerless against this beast. How could such a terrifying creature appear in the Xiang mountain range? The hearts of the townsfolk quaked with dread. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed, reminiscent of a meteor crashing down, as the giant bird landed forcefully in Xiang Town, stirring a tempest that engulfed the area in dust. As the dust settled and the scene came into focus, the residents of Xiang Town collectively exhaled in relief. For upon the massive form of the bird sat an elderly cultivator with a head of white hair and a young boy. This was not a vicious beast, but rather a tamed companion. The townsfolk were filled with astonishment. While the resources within the Xiang mountain range were relatively abundant, they were primarily low-grade spiritual herbs. Treasures only cherished by destitute wandering cultivators. Those of a noble lineage would scorn them. Yet, the individual before them had managed to subdue a second-grade beast, indicating that he was at least a foundation establishment cultivator. Why then would he come to their humble Xiang Town? "Is this the place?" inquired the elderly cultivator. It was none other than Elder Kai Hung, and the young companion was, of course, Lu Qingshan. Lu Qingshan surveyed his surroundings and nodded affirmatively. Xiang Town was indeed the secluded locale of Elder Kai's Dao partner. It was only in such a remote place that Elder Kai had searched in vain for many years. Elder Kai's gaze reflected his urgency as he scanned the silent cultivators of Xiang Town and solemnly asked, "Is there anyone in your town by the name of Kai Xingqiao?" Xiang Town, Kai Xingqiao. This was the final outcome of the quest announced by the Sword Cultivator player in the forum from a past life. The cultivators exchanged wary glances, none daring to respond. Kai, the steward, furrowed his brows as he observed the expressions of fear on the faces of the cultivators from Xiang Town. Understanding the gravity of the situation, he contemplated for a moment before retrieving a third-grade spirit stone from his storage ring, proclaiming loudly, "Whoever provides me with information first shall claim this spirit stone as their own." For these wandering cultivators, a third-grade spirit stone could be equivalent to their entire fortune. The allure of such wealth was irresistible. Despite their trepidation of potential retribution, a bold cultivator clad in yellow stepped forward and spoke, "Senior, I am aware of a young cultivator named Kai Xingqiao in the town, though I cannot ascertain if he is the person you seek." Kai's expression darkened. "Lead the way." Under the guidance of the yellow-clad cultivator, a dilapidated courtyard came into view. "This is the home of Kai Xingqiao," the cultivator stated cautiously. Observing the gloomy courtyard before him, Kai felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. "Tell me about the circumstances of the owner here," he demanded in a low voice. The yellow-clad cultivator glanced at Kai, uncertain of their exact relationship, and hesitantly began to explain, "The owner of this place has a rather tragic tale. Originally, it was home to a couple and their son, all three of whom were cultivators." At the mention of the family, Kai's eyes twitched slightly. However, 3 years ago, while venturing deep into the Xiang mountain range to gather spiritual herbs, they encountered a demonic beast known as the Jiangju snake. Although they managed to slay the creature, both the husband and wife were grievously injured. Merely 2 days after their return, the husband succumbed to his injuries, while the wife, poisoned by the snake, has been bedridden for 3 years. Their son, Qingshan, a mere 3rd-level cultivator, has repeatedly risked his life to enter the depths of the Xiang mountains to gather herbs, trading them for medicine to sustain his mother's life. The yellow-clad cultivator's voice gradually diminished, noticing that with each word, the powerful figure before him grew paler, his lips quivering uncontrollably. Sensing the shift in Kai's demeanor, the cultivator hesitated, unsure if he had overstepped, and fell silent in trepidation. Junior, how could it come to this? Kai nearly wept. Unable to contain his sorrow, he forcefully pushed open the courtyard door and stepped inside. The yellow-clad cultivator stood frozen, uncertain of what to do. Observing this, Qingshan produced a 3rd-grade spirit stone from his storage ring and handed it to the yellow-clad cultivator. This is your reward. Your presence is no longer required. You may leave. The cultivator's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gratefully accepted the spirit stone, repeatedly expressing his thanks. Thank you, young master. Thank you. Chapter 46. This is your grandson. Filled with grief and indignation, Kai strode into the room, his gaze falling upon an ancient bed where lay a woman whose face resembled yellowed parchment, her breath faint and her eyes void of vitality. Beside her stood an exceedingly young man, appearing barely 20 years old. Upon the sudden intrusion of the unfamiliar elder, both were taken aback, eyes wide with surprise and caution. Who are you? Why have you invaded my home? The young man demanded. Kai's expression stiffened. The frail woman lying in bed, with a pallid complexion and an air of melancholy, was certainly not his partner. Jun's steward Kai turned to look at Qingshan, who had just entered after dismissing the yellow-robed wandering cultivator, his eyes filled with inquiries. Although Qingshan was not entirely aware of the details, a mere glance at the woman on the bed and the young man beside her allowed him to surmise the situation. Thus, he felt no urgency to elucidate in response to Steward Kai's questioning gaze. Pointing towards Steward Kai, Qingshan politely inquired about the woman on the bed. I apologize for the sudden intrusion. This individual is a family member of Jun. Might you be acquainted with her? Upon hearing this, the woman on the bed struggled to rise. Qingshan, standing nearby, hurriedly assisted his mother, exclaiming, Mother, please be careful. I am Shiyuling. May I ask how this esteemed elder is related to my mother-in-law? Mother-in-law? Steward Kai was momentarily taken aback. Qingshan, understanding the situation, gestured towards the bewildered Qingshan and clarified for Steward Kai. This is your grandson. As a foundational cultivator with a lifespan of 200 years, Steward Kai was nearing the end of his days. His partner had not established her own foundation. Thus, it was implausible for her to still be alive. Long ago, Jun had already perished from the depletion of her lifespan. The child Jun carried during her seclusion in Xiang town was none other than Kai Xingqiu's father. So much time had passed since those events. Steward Kai's son had long since matured, established a family, and fathered children. This Shiyuling was the partner of Steward Kai's son, making her his daughter-in-law. Caught in confusion, Steward Kai, driven by urgency, initially failed to grasp the situation. However, being a perceptive individual, he quickly connected the dots after Qingshan's explanation. This is the partner of your mother-in-law, Qingshan remarked, casting a glance at Shiyuling. Shiyuling was taken aback. Although she had harbored suspicions, the confirmation stirred a tempest within her. Her mother-in-law had come to Xiang town while pregnant and had subsequently raised her husband with great difficulty. She had always held a measure of respect for this mother-in-law. Yet, according to her husband, whenever he inquired about his father, she would claim that he had perished at the jaws of a monstrous beast. Now, the very father presumed dead at the hands of such a beast had seemingly resurfaced, leaving Shiyuling in astonishment. Nevertheless, she trusted Qingshan's words. To mitigate the effects of the Jiangju snake venom within her, their family was currently destitute. What benefit could there be in impersonating her father-in-law? Do you possess any tokens that could validate your identity? Qingshan inquired, even if she was already inclined to believe. The most crucial step in confirming kinship, exchanging tokens, could not be overlooked. Shiyuling reacted swiftly, immediately grasping Kai Xingqiu's hand and rolling up his sleeve. Upon the wrist of Qingshan rested a lustrous and exquisitely crafted jade bracelet, a precious relic bequeathed by his grandmother. Kaiji's eyes were suffused with emotion as he gazed upon it. Junior, he murmured, slowly extending his left hand to roll up his sleeve, revealing a matching jade bracelet upon his own withered wrist. This was the token that had once sealed their bond. The entirety of the situation became crystal clear. Shi Yuling, with urgency, performed a respectful bow to Kai Ji. Father-in-law, she addressed him. Observing Kai Xingqiu's dazed demeanor, Shi Yuling tugged at his sleeve, urging, "This is your grandfather. Come forth and greet him." With a vacant expression, Kai Xingqiu, under her insistence, resembled a marionette, struggling to utter the word grandfather. Kai Ji, taking in Kai Xingqiu's countenance, which bore a resemblance to his own youth, lifted his arm and reached forward, his hands trembling as he finally made contact with Kai Xingqiu's. Good child, he lamented, "I have wronged you." The elderly Kai Ji clasped Kai Xingqiu's hand firmly with his rough palm, tears streaming down his cheeks uncontrollably. He, Kai Hong, served within the Xinjiang City's enforcement office, tasked with overseeing and suppressing those who defied the edicts of the Great Xia. His methods were stern, yet it was his duty that led to the tragic downfall of his beloved's family, a torment that remained an indelible scar upon his heart. Gazing at Kai Xingqiu, he was filled with affection and remorse, his chest heaving as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. "Grandfather, can you save my mother?" Kai Xingqiu suddenly recalled something, his eyes brimming with desperation and hope as he looked at Kai Ji. "Isn't it merely the venom of the minor Jiangju serpent? How difficult can it be to treat?" In that moment, Kai Ji's tone carried a hint of renewed vigor. "Come with me back to Xinjiang City. I shall ensure your mother's poison is cured." The Jiangju serpent, a first-class demon beast, possessed a venom of fierce potency. For those at the Qi refinement stage, succumbing to its poison meant relying on elixirs merely to suppress the effects, as completely purging the toxin was arduous. However, for Kai Ji, given his current cultivation and status, alleviating this poison, while not trivial, was indeed within his grasp. Addressing the immediate need to cure Shi Yuling, Kai Ji acted swiftly. "What is this?" Kai Xingqiu exclaimed, supporting his mother as he beheld the imposing figure of a formidable beast before him. "This is grandfather's demon pet, the black-feathered eagle. You must help your mother aboard. We shall hasten back to Xinjiang City to treat her wounds and poison." The black-feathered eagle, immense in size, bore no burden even with 4 passengers, maintaining its swift flight. Without delay, the group swiftly returned to Xinjiang City. Within the study, Kai Ji inquired, "How did you come to know of my affairs? And of Xiao Qiao and his mother? Even I could uncover no trace of them. How did you manage to locate them?" "I possess my own means," Lu Qingshan replied nonchalantly, disinterested in elaborating further on the matter. "How does one explain a fortuitous turn of events?" Kai Ji remained silent for a moment before continuing. "Since you are unwilling to divulge, I shall not press. However, regardless, it was you who saved the life of Xiao Qiao's mother. The venom of the scarlet pearl snake within Shi Yuling has reached a critical level. If further delay ensues and the poison infiltrates her heart, even a golden elixir cultivator would be powerless to save her." In a previous life, the Sword Cultivator player likely met a similar fate due to the tardiness in completing the quest, resulting in Shi Yuling's demise from the snake venom before she could be rescued, leaving only Kai Xingqiu behind. Fortunately, with Lu Qingshan intervening at this juncture, the protracted task of running errands was circumvented, allowing for the precious time needed to locate them before the venom reached her heart. Thus, Shi Yuling's life was spared. Chapter 47. Secret Sword slashing the wind. This turn of events could be seen as a minor alteration in history due to his influence, albeit not as profound as the impact of the battle at the Lord's Manor of Yuanshan City. However, witnessing the situation unfold favorably through his involvement brought considerable joy to Lu Qingshan. As a steward of the pacification office, Kai Hong, a man of unwavering integrity, was unlike the average cultivator. Most practitioners prioritize personal gain above all else, yet for cultivators like Kai Hong, the pursuit of their beliefs often leads them to sacrifice their own lives for righteousness. Such individuals are particularly averse to accepting favors from others. Kai Hong, now acknowledging the immense debt he owes to Lu Qingshan, found himself deep in contemplation about how to repay this kindness. As the end of his days approached, he felt a sense of closure upon finally locating his daughter-in-law and grandson, alleviating a long-held concern. Resolutely, Kai Hong retrieved a jade slip from his storage ring, placing it upon the wooden desk and gently nudging it towards Lu Qingshan. In a solemn tone, he declared, "Though this item holds little value for me, it represents the most significant treasure I possess." Lu Qingshan recognized that a reward for the quest was forthcoming. This was a secret sword technique, a coveted method for sword cultivators. My ancestors were once formidable sword practitioners, and this was the technique they bequeathed to us. Regrettably, as the generations passed, our Kai family diminished in stature, and I stand as the sole remaining practitioner in my line. Lacking the talent for sword cultivation, I pursued the path of beast cultivation, leaving this ancestral sword technique to gather dust. Although the secret sword technique is notoriously challenging to master, its power is unmatched once perfected. Thus, every sword cultivator regards it as a treasure, whether you choose to keep it or sell it. Consider this your reward for assisting me in finding Xiao Qiao and her child. A flicker of reluctance and regret shone in Kai Heng's eyes, for he lamented that he would not have the opportunity to witness the revival of this ancestral secret sword technique. The secret sword, a divine ability belonging to sword cultivators, is essentially an ultimate technique. The Heaven and Earth One sword, mastered by Qingshan in his previous life, is a prime example of such a secret sword technique. As Qingshan accepted the jade slip, his consciousness delved into its depths. Before him, a sequence of data materialized: secret sword slashing the wind, learning requirements, agility greater than 20, mastery of a faint sword intent. Casting conditions: this skill can only be unleashed through a sword. Skill effect: consumes a maximum of 10 spiritual energy. The next attack will deliver 2 additional strikes, with the second strike inflicting damage equal to 60 of the original value, and the third strike dealing 30 of the original damage. Additional effect: the extra strikes will each carry attack effects. Cooldown time: 3 minutes. Additional note: learning this secret sword technique requires 1,000 experience points. Detected sword technique: secret sword wind slash. Would you like to spend 1,000 experience points to learn it? Learning: the conditions to learn secret sword wind slash have not been met. The skill cannot be learned. Detected talent: innate sword seed. Currently learning secret sword wind slash. Learning progress 155099. Qingshan's head suddenly swelled as a myriad of knowledge flooded into him in that instant. A breath later, the technique for casting secret sword wind slash was indelibly imprinted in the depths of his mind. Spending 600 experience points, you have mastered secret sword wind slash LV1 02000. The formidable burst of the secret sword wind slash has granted Qingshan an immediate advantage. His damage per second has surpassed the life force threshold of practitioners in the Qi refinement stage. This implies that, at this moment, Qingshan, wielding the secret sword wind slash, can eliminate the majority of peers at his level with a single strike. Moreover, its skill effects can synergize with numerous other skills. For instance, under the effects of the secret sword wind slash, Qingshan can instantaneously stack 3 layers of the dark corrosion force from the falling bright sword art upon his enemies, thereby unleashing its binding effects. This is a technique that Qingshan can utilize from the Qi refinement stage all the way into higher realms of mastery. Success. Qingshan felt a surge of elation. His first objective upon arriving in Xinjiang City had proceeded remarkably smoothly. Qingshan stored away the jade slip containing the secret sword art. As a sword practitioner, this secret sword art is extraordinarily precious to me. I will not consider selling it. Qingshan assured Elder Kai that he would diligently study this secret sword art and not let him down. Qingshan pledged resolutely. Elder Kai was momentarily taken aback, then smiled with relief. Though you are somewhat mysterious and I know not your origins. To possess such cultivation at a mere young age, level 8 of Qi refinement, suggests you are indeed exceptionally gifted. Perhaps you truly can master this secret sword art and restore the glory of my Kai family's wind slashing technique. Alas, my time is limited. I fear I may not witness this moment. Elder Kai spoke with a carefree demeanor, unreserved in discussing his own mortality. Exiting the study, Qingshan prepared to leave the Kai residence. Young Master Lu, wait. Just as he reached the doorway, an urgent voice called from behind. Qingshan paused and turned to see Kai Xingqiao approaching hurriedly. My mother asked me to give this to you. Kai Xingqiao handed Qingshan a lustrous jade bracelet, the very artifact left behind by Elder Kai's partner, Si Jun. Qingshan furrowed his brow, pushing the jade bracelet back and declining. Elder Kai has already compensated me as a form of gratitude. Moreover, this is indeed a relic bestowed by your grandmother. You and your mother have refrained from selling it even in the direst of circumstances. How could I then have the audacity to claim it for myself? Kai Xingqiao scratched his head, visibly anxious, and said, My mother mentioned that while my grandfather would undoubtedly reward you as a token of gratitude, that gesture originates from him and does not pertain to us. You are my mother's savior, and we must express our appreciation. We possess little else. This jade bracelet artifact is our sole offering, and I sincerely hope you will not decline it. Task completion, excellent. Bonus reward received. He merely provided a piece of information that allowed for their recognition, having done nothing more. Yet, both Kai Heng, an official of the Jinfa division, and the humble duo of Shi Yuling and her son presented their most treasured possessions in gratitude. Qingshan was momentarily at a loss for words and could only accept the jade bracelet artifact that Kai Xingqiao handed him. Bai Shui bracelet, grade Supreme Common Artifact Description. Nourishing the stomach. It is transmitted through the lungs. Artifact Special Effect. Bai Shui Tao Tian. You can store a certain amount of spiritual energy within the Bai Shui bracelet and release it when needed to rapidly restore your own spiritual energy. Stored spiritual energy. 100-100. This artifact is incredibly practical for sustaining one's energy, as the 100 points of restored spiritual energy surpasses Lu Qingshan's current upper limit. In the presence of Kai Xingqiao, Lu Qingshan solemnly donned the Bai Shui bracelet upon his left wrist before taking his leave. Chapter 48. Comprehensive Advancement even in Xinjiang City. The Daxia commercial firm remains the most conspicuous establishment in the entire city. Spanning a vast area, it boasts 4 floors. One more than the Daxia commercial firm in Yuanshan City. The 4th floor caters specifically to nascent soul cultivators. After departing from the Kai residence, Lu Qingshan headed directly to the Daxia commercial firm. Upon entering the Daxia commercial firm, he was greeted by an expansive first floor stretching nearly 100 meters, with dozens of attendants in blue robes and a considerable number of patrons. No wonder it is regarded as the largest and most trustworthy commercial establishment in all of Xinjiang City, having slain the Crying Soul Master and seized 2 storage rings. Lu Qingshan's wealth is beyond what others can fathom. He currently possesses over 24th grade spiritual stones and more than 100 3rd grade stones. As for the scattered 1st and 2nd grade stones, Lu Qingshan hardly paid them any mind. The significance of retaining these spiritual stones is minimal. He needs to convert them into his combat power. As Yuanshan City is merely a county city, it lacks the means to procure superior artifacts, elixirs, or talismans. Thus, Lu Qingshan had been waiting to arrive in Xinjiang City to indulge in substantial expenditure. Upon entering the Daxia commercial firm, Lu Qingshan did not linger on the 1st floor. Proceeding directly to the 2nd, the items on the 1st floor held little relevance for him at this moment. In contrast to the bustling 1st floor, the 2nd floor was markedly quieter. This level is aimed at foundation establishment cultivators, who are not as commonly seen, even in Xinjiang City. In the realm of qi refinement, Lu Qingshan, though merely at the 2nd level, swiftly attracted the attention of several patrons. Which prominent family does he belong to? A cultivator murmured inwardly. It was customary for qi refinement practitioners frequenting the 2nd level to be affluent scions of esteemed families. Young master, may I inquire what you require? A respectfully attired servant, at the 5th level of qi refinement, approached with deference. Lu Qingshan cast a glance at the attendant and replied nonchalantly, I wish to procure magical artifacts along with some talismans and elixirs. However, I desire only the finest offerings available on this level. The servant paused momentarily, taken aback by Lu Qingshan's demand, but upon scrutinizing him and confirming he was not jesting, his face blossomed into a wide smile. A significant patron had arrived. It remained a mystery which noble family he hailed from. Please, this way, young master. Allow me to escort you to a private chamber, and I shall summon the manager to discuss your needs in detail. The servant promptly guided Lu Qingshan into an elegant private room on the 2nd level. Numerous guests had already taken notice of the unfolding scene. As Lu Qingshan was ushered into the lavishly appointed chamber for esteemed patrons, some whispered conspiratorially, while others observed with keen interest, their eyes glinting with unspoken calculations. Inside the chamber, the antique furnishings exuded an air of elegance and comfort. A fragrant incense burner in the corner emitted a delicate scent of sandalwood, enveloping the room in a soothing atmosphere. Shortly after Lu Qingshan settled in, a composed middle-aged man, accompanied by a maidservant, entered. The maid carried a teapot and several cups. I am the manager of the 2nd level of the Great Xia Trading House. May I ask how to address you, young master? The middle-aged man inquired with a warm smile. Lu Qingshan, he replied. Ah, so it is young Master Lu. The manager responded, turning to the maid. Quickly, pour tea for young Master Lu. Once the tea was served, Lu Qingshan graciously lifted his cup, savoring a sip. Excellent tea. The manager, still smiling, remarked, I have heard that young Master Lu seeks the finest magical artifacts and talismans on this level. I have already instructed the servant to retrieve several long-preserved treasures from our vault, which will surely meet your expectations. Please, bear with us for a moment. Lu Qingshan nodded slightly in acknowledgement. After a short while, 6 or 7 servants entered, each bearing a tray adorned with ancient brocade boxes. The manager placed the boxes on the table and opened them one by one, introducing the contents to Lu Qingshan. The sealing needle of the benevolent king, a low-grade spiritual artifact, crafted from icy cold iron. Lu Qingshan waved his hand dismissively. I have no interest in this artifact. He glanced at the glimmering needle-like item, for he already possessed the Crying Soul sword and had no need for offensive artifacts. Besides, what sword cultivator would resort to a needle-like artifact? That would be quite embarrassing. Unfazed, the manager opened another brocade box, revealing a talisman. Qingshan's eyes brightened, for he recognized it. A beast talisman. He picked up the talisman, which read, Beast Talisman, Spirit Leaf Ape, Grade, 2nd Grade Beast Talisman Description, crafted by a talisman master. This talisman is imbued with the essence of a demonic beast's spirit. Effect, summons the spirit of a 2nd Grade demonic beast, the Spirit Leaf Ape. Duration, 30 minutes. Usage count, 11. Spirit Leaf Ape basic attributes, Strength 20, Agility 5, Talents, Abnormal Strength, Health 100, Spirit Body, Physical Damage Reduction 20. Increased spell damage taken 20, Skills, omitted. The Beast Talisman is among the most practical and precious of talismans. Upon summoning the Beast Spirit using the talisman, it will instinctively attack under the practitioner's command, akin to a low-tier demon pet. This explains why, despite being merely a 2nd-tier talisman, it is treated with utmost seriousness by the great Xia merchants, encased in a brocade box. Without awaiting the middle-aged man's explanation, Qingshan declared, I shall take this beast talisman. The middle-aged man's expression twitched slightly. Young Master Lu is truly generous. He then opened another brocade box, revealing yet another talisman. This was the breath-concealing talisman, one of the few 3rd-tier talismans available on our 2nd floor. Breath-concealing talisman, level, 3rd-tier talisman effect. This talisman allows one to conceal their presence, making it difficult to detect. It also provides significant shielding against the spiritual senses of foundation-building practitioners. After using this talisman, even foundation-building practitioners will find it challenging to probe one's presence with their spiritual consciousness. Qingshan nodded inwardly. I shall take this breath-concealing talisman as well. After some time, Qingshan emerged from the great Xia merchants, fully equipped with spirit stones. He felt as if he radiated an aura of opulence. In addition to the beast talisman Spirit Leaf Ape and breath-concealing talisman, he purchased numerous attack talismans inscribed with 2nd-tier elemental spells. He did not acquire many medicinal pills. Common healing or spirit-replenishing pills were already in the possession of the Crying Soul real person within his storage ring, so he had no need for replenishment. The only medicinal pill he procured was the Snow Lotus Pill. Snow Lotus Pill, level, 2nd-tier medicinal pill description, crafted from Snow Lotus, which can heal soul injuries. It provides a certain enhancement to a practitioner's soul. Medicinal pill effect. After consumption, within 3 hours, the soul will receive a protective layer, granting some resistance against soul attack secret techniques. Anything related to the soul significantly increases in value. This bottle of Snow Lotus Pill is no exception. Although it is merely a 2nd-tier pill, Qingshan spent 5 times the usual price for such pills to acquire it. However, it is worth it. Although few practitioners at lower levels master soul attack techniques, this Snow Lotus Pill may not be needed often. Yet, Qingshan never harbored any illusions. He considered this a precautionary measure against potential soul attacks. Until he learned soul secret arts, he must rely on these external items to counter soul attacks from other practitioners. He purchased only one magical artifact. Water Cloud 8 Gates Shield Level, low-grade spirit tool description, cut from a complete piece of Water Cloud stone, refined into 8 segments. It is incredibly sturdy and unbreakable. This magical artifact is composed of 8 facets of the Water Cloud Shield, which, once activated, can encircle the user for protection. Artifact Effect, Fortitude 4. Active Special Effect, 8 Gates Shield Armor, allows the 8 Water Cloud shields to coalesce into a single armor, which possesses a durability value. Durability, 100100. Note, once the durability is depleted, the 8 Gates Shield Armor can no longer be utilized, and the artifact's effects will cease. With the Water Cloud 8 Gates Shield, Qingshan finally gained a semblance of security for his meager health. A fortitude of 4 ensures that even foundational cultivators would find it quite formidable. The skill effect of the 8 Gates Shield Armor, in simpler terms, is akin to granting Qingshan an additional 100 points of defense. Furthermore, Qingshan invested a substantial amount in 13 small purple Thunder Pearls. Thunder Pearl, description, a consumable, crafted by magical cultivators employing unique techniques to condense the essence of thunder and lightning from the heavens, possessing immense power. Effect, releases compressed, thunderous energy, resulting in catastrophic damage. The potency of the Thunder Pearl is exceedingly great. Even a foundational cultivator who unwittingly withstands a Thunder Pearl will be obliterated instantly. Additionally, the Thunder Pearl is remarkably simple to use, requiring merely a slight exertion of spiritual energy to detonate, effectively incurring no cost. However, it is not without its drawbacks. Although the Thunder Pearl boasts great power, there is a brief delay of 3 breaths from activation to explosion. For mortals, 3 breaths, is inconsequential, but for cultivators, this delay provides ample opportunity to evade the blast radius. Each Thunder Pearl costs 5 third-grade Spirit Stones. Lavishly, Qingshan unhesitatingly purchased all 13 Thunder Pearls. These 13 pearls could serve as trump cards. The acquisition was significant, yet the cost was equally substantial, nearly depleting Qingshan's vast reserves of Spirit Stones. After organizing his gains, Qingshan turned his gaze to the attributes panel. Without hesitation, he released the long-accumulated experience points. Qi Induction Technique, advanced to level 9. Spirit Power, 10. Qi Induction Technique, advanced to level 10, 01000. Spirit Power, 10. Qi Induction Technique, reached level 10, 10001000 max. This technique has attained its highest level and gained a special effect, Spirit Power, 50. It has been detected that you have reached the upper limit of your current stage level. You have received the advancement task, Foundation Establishment. Foundation Establishment. Learn a foundational cultivation technique. After half a month's effort, he was finally poised to break through to the Foundation Establishment realm. Qingshan was filled with emotions. It had not been an easy journey. Qingshan, human race, occupation, Sword Cultivator technique, Qi Induction technique, LV10, max. Spirit Power, 150 rank, Qi Refinement experience points, 968 spirit value, 150150 talents. Innate Sword Seed, legendary talent, specialization, Vanguard, swordsmanship affinity, beginner, sturdy physique, skills, heavenly eye technique, universal. Falling Radiance sword technique, LV10, max. Secret Sword Wind slash, LV1, 02000. Faction, Source Mountain Tower, passionate, 200, Guardian Tower, friendly, 20, Heavenly Mechanism Observatory, friendly, 10. The next step is to acquire a foundational cultivation method, and then prepare for advancement to Foundation Establishment. Chapter 49. Mistral River Town surrounding Xinjiang City. There are countless cultivation families, numbering in the hundreds. Yet, only 36 families possess golden elixir cultivators. Known as the 36 Great Cultivation Families of Xinjiang. The Lu family, to which Qingshan belonged in his previous life, is one among these esteemed families. The Lu family resides atop the main peak of the Qianzhou mountain range, known as Mistral Peak. Even among cultivation families, a connection to the mundane world is often necessary. Mistral River Town is a small mundane settlement located at the foot of Mistral Peak, under the jurisdiction of the Lu family. Due to the family business overseen by his former self, Qingshan frequently traversed the route between Mistral River Town and Xinjiang City, becoming quite familiar with the roads. Following the contours of his memory, Qingshan navigated with ease, arriving in Mistral River Town after a day's journey. The Lu family has occupied Mistral Peak for many years, and through sustained development, Mistral River Town has flourished remarkably. The streets are paved with blue stones. Not only clean and tidy, but also wide enough for 2 horse-drawn carriages to pass side by side, bustling with pedestrians and vibrant activity. The buildings along the streets are predominantly 2 to 3-story structures, many adorned with intricate carvings and splendid decorations, showcasing opulence. In the western district of Mistral River Town, numerous businesses thrive in a safe and elegant environment. Among them is a clothing workshop under the Lu family. Given you such a simple task, and yet you dawdle. How can I entrust the clothing workshop to you in the future? A familiar voice of reprimand echoed from within, bringing a smile to Qingshan's face. Peering through the door, he observed an elderly man with graying hair, turned away from him, wielding a feather duster and passionately scolding a boy no older than 14 or 15. The boy, with his head bowed in apparent obedience, was internally rolling his eyes, clearly not absorbing the elder's admonishment. Suddenly, the boy's wandering gaze caught sight of Qingshan at the entrance, his pupils widening in surprise as he stammered, Lu. Lu, what Lu? Noticing the boy's distraction amidst the reprimand, the elder glared fiercely, raising his voice. Lu's son, you rascal. Do you dare to lose focus? Grandfather, it's Qingshan. Lu's son finally managed to catch his breath. What Qingshan? The elder instinctively turned in the direction Lu's son was pointing, and upon seeing the smiling face of Qingshan at the door, he dropped the feather duster with a clatter. The elder's name is Lu Ji, a distant relative of the Lu family, possessing a cultivation level at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. In his later years, he retired from the mountains to manage this clothing workshop. Lu's son is his grandson, merely an ordinary mortal devoid of any cultivation. Qingshan previously worked in this garment workshop. Qingshan's father, Lu Bei, is one of the 3 rare golden core cultivators in the Lu family. Thus, despite Qingshan's lack of any cultivation talent, being an ordinary mortal, He held a respectable position as a mid-level manager within this expansive workshop. In the rear courtyard of the garment workshop, a pressing question looms. What transpired 4 months ago? We all believed you to be dead. Lu Sun, the young lad, mourned for quite some time. Lu Ji gazed at Lu Qingshan's face, scarcely able to fathom the reality before him. For months prior, Lu Qingshan, accompanied by 3 assistants from the workshop, was tasked with transporting a substantial shipment of fabrics to Xinjiang City, only for the 4 to mysteriously vanish along the way. He promptly reported the incident to the family, which dispatched members of the Elders' Hall to investigate, yet they found no trace. As days turned into weeks, they had resigned themselves to the grim assumption that Lu Qingshan had met with misfortune. To their astonishment, he now stood before them, very much alive. Grandfather, you criticize me? Who was it that spent those days sequestered in his room, drowning his sorrows in solitude? Lu Sun retorted, a look of disdain on his face. You little rascal. As if you are the only one capable of such behavior. Grandfather is conversing with Qingshan. Mind your own business. Lu Ji admonished, delivering a light slap to the back of Lu Sun's head. The familiar faces and surroundings evoked a surge of inexplicable emotion within Lu Qingshan's chest. It was a sentiment belonging to the world of Lu Qingshan. His father, notorious for his promiscuity, left him feeling insignificant among his many siblings. He had never laid eyes on his father since birth. His mother passed away when he was merely 5 years old, leaving him with little memory of his parents. He grew up in this garment workshop, where Lu Ji, despite lacking any blood relation, treated him as a beloved grandson. And Lu Sun regarded him with the respect of an elder brother. They were the 2 individuals most dear to him in his memories of this world. Brother Qingshan, indeed. How could you have vanished for so long? What of Along and the others? Why have you returned alone? Lu Sun inquired, scratching the back of his head with concern. Along and the others were assistants who had accompanied Lu Qingshan on the delivery. With a light chuckle, Lu Qingshan replied, it is a long story. We encountered an ambush by rogue cultivators who flouted the prohibitions of the Great Xia, capturing innocent civilians to create corpse puppets. Corpse puppets. Lu Ji's expression shifted, for as a cultivator, he was well aware of the infamous reputation of such abominations. What are corpse puppets? Lu Sun asked, bewildered. Do not interrupt. Lu Ji chastised, then turned his gaze back to Lu Qingshan. How did you escape from the clutches of such malevolent cultivators? The rogue cultivators were active near Yuanshan City, and somehow, they were discovered by an organization known as the Jishou Lu. The cultivators from Jishou Lu eradicated the rogues and subsequently rescued me. However, Aaron and his companions did not endure until that time. I, having sustained severe injuries, spent a considerable period recuperating in Yuanshan City and only recently returned to Xinjiang City with a merchant caravan. This is also the narrative that Lu Qingshan has prepared to deal with the family cultivators. Lu Sun listened, flabbergasted, while Lu Ji, being a cultivator himself, grasped the perilous nature of the situation and felt immense relief. Fortunately, if that cultivator from the Knowledge Guard Tower had arrived any later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Brother Qingshan, grandfather has insisted you are not dead since he has not seen your body, and he has reserved your position as steward for you. Lu Sun suddenly recalled this matter, speaking with pride. Lu Qingshan turned to Lu Ji, who nodded affirmatively in response. Lu Sun is correct. I have kept your steward position for you. Rest for a few days, then you may resume your previous duties. Lu Ji intended for Lu Qingshan to eventually co-manage the garment workshop with Lu Sun. Lu Qingshan gently shook his head. Grandfather Lu, I may no longer be able to continue working at the workshop. Lu Ji was taken aback. What do you mean by that? Lu Qingshan extended his right hand, channeling his internal spiritual energy, and soon a layer of ethereal white light enveloped his hand. As a cultivator, Lu Ji recognized what this was. Spiritual energy. Qingshan, have you become a cultivator? Lu Qingshan pursed his lips. Yes, I fortuitously cultivated spiritual energy. Good, good, good. Lu Ji exclaimed excitedly, repeating the word good thrice. Surviving great calamity surely brings future blessings. Beside him, Lu Sun's face was also filled with excitement. Brother Qingshan, you have become a cultivator. The status of a cultivator is vastly different from that of a mortal. After becoming a cultivator, Lu Qingshan could enter the family's blessed land for cultivation. Should he succeed in his training and secure a position as a family steward, he would hold significant influence in Maiki Town. Even if he did not become a high-level cultivator, like Lu Ji, who lacked ambition for cultivation, he would still be assigned to manage the family's enterprises. Chapter 50. The Steward Hall. You have traveled a great distance, so take a good rest for the night. Tomorrow, you shall accompany me up the mountain to report in detail about your ambush incident, and subsequently, you will register your cultivator status at the outer hall. Lu Ji thoughtfully arranged. A night passed without incident. and on the following morning, the Lu family's blessed land was located atop Mikey Peak. Lu Qingshan followed Lu Ji along the mountain path, ascending for half an hour until they reached a point where clouds and mist obscured the way ahead, prompting them to halt. Lu Qingshan understood that this mist was the family's gatekeeping illusion array. Lu Ji produced an ancient bronze token from his bosom, upon which the character for Lu was intricately engraved in a dragon and phoenix style. This was the Lu family's communication token. Lu Ji tossed the token into the mist. With his spiritual energy's guidance, the token transformed into a stream of light, vanishing into the clouds. In a short while, a young cultivator emerged from the mist, presumably the guardian of this gatekeeping illusion array, commonly referred to as the gatekeeper. "Who comes, and for what purpose?" inquired the young cultivator, holding the token that Lu Ji had just thrown in. "Outer Hall, Lu Ji, I have matters to report to the steward hall." The young monk nodded slightly and turned his gaze towards Lu Qingshan. "What about him?" he inquired. "His name is Lu Qingshan, and he has recently cultivated spiritual energy. I brought him here to register at the outer hall." The young monk's eyes flickered with curiosity, and he couldn't help but glance at Lu Qingshan a few more times. He appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old. Although he had only just become a monk, it seemed somewhat late in the game. However, as long as one could cultivate spiritual energy before the age of 18, they would be eligible to enter the outer hall of the Lu family. This meant that he would be a future colleague. With this in mind, the young monk's tone softened a bit. "Very well, please proceed inside." With a wave of his hand, the mist dissipated, revealing a narrow path. The young monk slightly turned to the side, granting passage to Lu Ji and Lu Qingshan. Lu Ji expressed his gratitude to the young monk and led Lu Qingshan into the hall. Initially, the path was exceedingly narrow, accommodating only one person at a time. After walking several dozen steps, they were suddenly greeted by a vast expanse. Here, clouds floated in the sky, encircled by lush greenery, and the air was significantly fresher than outside. Lu Qingshan could not help but take a deep breath, feeling remarkably invigorated. This was due to the abundant spiritual energy present in this area. The Lu family's blessed land was established atop a third-grade spiritual vein. The energy output of a third-grade vein is inherently limited, and to avoid depleting it, the Lu family has always controlled the number of individuals within the blessed land. Many elders like Lu Ji, who have little chance of advancing to the next realm, are dispatched to the Mihi town to manage the family's enterprises, thereby preventing the wastage of spiritual energy in the blessed land. This was Lu Qingshan's second visit to the Lu family's blessed land. His first visit was for the testing of his spiritual root. All descendants of the Lu family undergo a test at the age of 5 to ascertain their spiritual root. The test reveals the innate spiritual root within them. If the results indicate a strong spiritual root with excellent potential for cultivation, the child is granted the family's favor and allowed to remain in the blessed land for further training. Conversely, those with lesser spiritual roots are not permitted to stay. However, this does not signify a complete severance from the path of cultivation. While talent is indeed a crucial aspect of cultivation, it is not the sole determinant. Many practitioners with average spiritual roots have ultimately risen to prominence as powerful cultivators. The Lu family is not short-sighted and is willing to provide their descendants with an opportunity to prove themselves through hard work. Those with inadequate cultivation talent can take home a manual of cultivation techniques and practice on their own. If they can cultivate spiritual energy before the age of 18 and become a monk, they may enter the outer hall of the family. Lu Qingshan's first test of his spiritual root yielded disappointing results, which is why he did not remain in the Lu family's blessed land. Although he occasionally found time to practice the techniques, he ultimately struggled to successfully cultivate spiritual energy and had not re-entered the blessed land since. The entire architectural complex within the blessed land is built facing east and nestled against the mountains, harmonizing with the natural landscape. The surrounding mountains rise like a jade dragon, forming a terrace structure. A silver stream winds down from the mountaintop, known as the Mihi. Lu Ji guided Lu Qingshan along the Mihi, and soon a 3-story small building came into view. Here lies the Hall of Stewards. Shortly, upon entering, you will provide a detailed account of the attack to the steward monks, who will duly record your testimony, Lu Ji instructed. Lu Qingshan naturally had no objections. Upon entering the Hall of Stewards, a stern-faced monk clad in black approached immediately and inquired, "What brings you here?" He was a practitioner at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Even among the Lu family, foundation-building monks held a position of great esteem, which is why most of the members engaged in affairs of various halls were Qi refinement practitioners. Lu Ji explained the purpose of their visit. The black-clad monk understood immediately and said no more, leading Lu Ji and Lu Qingshan into a side chamber. Within the side chamber, the walls were lined with large cabinets. each segmented into numerous compartments. Each compartment housed a jade slip, which recorded all tasks of the Hall of Stewards. On what date did the attack occur? The black-clad monk inquired. The 13th of April, Lu Ji replied respectfully after a moment of recollection. The monk scanned the cabinets with keen eyes, his fingers deftly tapping on one jade slip after another. Here. Soon, he retrieved a jade slip from one of the compartments. On the 13th of April, during the transportation of goods, Lu Qingshan, son of Liu Bei, mysteriously vanished, and this has been reported to the family, seeking clarification of the matter. Reporter, Lu Ji from the Outer Hall. Report date, April 17th. Status, unresolved. The Hall of Stewards dispatched personnel for investigation on April 18th, yet found nothing and lacked eyewitnesses. It remains a cold case. The black-clad monk read aloud from the jade slip. Upon noticing the notation regarding the son of Liu Bei, the monk could not help but glance at Lu Qingshan with greater interest. It was precisely due to Lu Qingshan's identity as the son of the Golden Core practitioner Liu Bei that the Hall of Stewards would diligently investigate the circumstances surrounding his attack. Otherwise, were an ordinary mortal from the Liu family to go missing, the Hall of Stewards would hardly have the capacity to take on such a case. Is this the one? Lu Ji nodded affirmatively. Indeed, my lord. Very well, please recount the details to me, the monk instructed. Lu Ji turned to Lu Qingshan, who without hesitation recounted the explanation he had previously given to Lu Ji. Following Lu Qingshan's account, the black-clad monk updated the status from unresolved to resolved, and subsequently added more information to the jade slip. I have duly recorded everything. This matter is now concluded, he stated after Lu Qingshan finished his narration, placing the jade slip back into its compartment and looking up at the two men. Evidently, the black-clad monk did not grasp the significance of the name Zhishou Lu. Otherwise, he would not have dismissed the matter so lightly. Chapter 51. Son of Liu Bei. The Hall of Stewards handled many trivial affairs within the family and held a relatively modest position within the Liu clan, situated at the lowest point of the family's auspicious grounds. With the matter resolved, Lu Ji led Lu Qingshan out of the Hall of Stewards, continuing along the winding river. After a brief walk, they entered the core architectural complex of the Liu family. It was evident that the surrounding structures, adorned with intricately carved beams and jade columns, were far more exquisite than those encountered earlier. Most importantly, the spiritual energy surrounding us has become ever more abundant and rich. All those from the Liu family who initially failed the spiritual root test, but successfully cultivated their own spiritual power, will be classified as members of the Outer Hall. The sheer number of individuals in the Outer Hall is indeed considerable, underscoring its significant status within the Liu family. Lu Ji himself hails from the Outer Hall. Leading Lu Qingshan into the complex housing the Outer Hall, Lu Ji encountered no obstacles along the way, until they arrived before a grand hall adorned with the plaque of the ancestral name. Lu Ji paused and said, I will wait for you outside. You may enter on your own. Once inside, follow Elder Lu's instructions, and when all is concluded, you shall be a member of the Outer Hall of the Liu family. Lu Qingshan nodded and stepped into the ancestral hall. Within the ancestral hall, Lu Qingshan met the elder responsible for guiding Liu family members into their ancestral lands. An elderly man clad in a blue robe with white beard. Lu Ji had previously introduced him to Lu Qingshan. The elder's name was Lu Yong'an, a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator who had already lived for over 190 years, an exceptionally long lifespan among Foundation establishment practitioners. After inquiring about Lu Qingshan's purpose, Lu Yong'an handed him a roster to fill out with his personal details, including name, lineage, spiritual root aptitude, and the time of spiritual sensing. Lu Qingshan diligently completed the roster and returned it to Lu Yong'an. Taking the roster, Lu Yong'an casually began to review the information provided by Lu Qingshan. Upon seeing that Lu Qingshan identified himself as the son of Liu Bei, a flicker of surprise crossed the elder's murky eyes. Truly, he was the son of the esteemed Qingling Genren, and there were already 3 of his offspring in the Outer Hall. It was unexpected to see yet another. Lu Yong'an mused to himself. Liu Bei was one of the only 3 golden core cultivators in the Liu family, known as Qingling Genren. Liu Bei possessed the highest aptitude and strongest cultivation among this generation of Liu family descendants. Among the 3 golden core practitioners, Liu Bei was the youngest, merely in his 60s, yet he had already reached the mid-golden core stage. The other 2 golden core practitioners were the family head, who was at the early golden core stage and over 250 years old, and the grand elder, also at the early golden core stage, nearing 400 years of age. This illustrates that, at least in Xinjiang Prefecture, it is not an exaggeration to describe Liu Bei as a prodigy. With a golden core lifespan of 500 years, a cultivator in their 60s is indeed considered very young. The members of the Liu family regard Liu Bei as the hope for the family's resurgence, believing he has the potential to achieve nascent soul. However, it is astonishing that, contrary to the common expectation that high-level cultivators devote themselves solely to the path of cultivation, Liu Bei, despite his exceptional talent and formidable cultivation, is notoriously fond of women and lives a life of indulgence. Yet, intriguingly, although he is drawn to the pleasures of the flesh, he has never engaged in practices of pill refinement or dual cultivation, nor does he recklessly indulge in debauchery relying solely on his own strength. Human nature often inclines towards desires. Thus, a gentleman may appreciate beauty, but he must do so with propriety. This is the principle upheld by Liu Bei. While others may find such behavior disagreeable, Liu Bei, as the most formidable cultivator of the Liu family and the future head of the household, stands on a different pedestal due to his status and strength. Moreover, Liu Bei does not place excessive importance on so-called blood relations. Thus, the family need not allocate resources preferentially to his progeny. Consequently, Liu Bei's flamboyant actions do not impede the family's interests. In the absence of conflicting interests, his conduct has become a curious anecdote in the eyes of many. Unperturbed by these considerations, Liu Yong'an continued to read on. Everything seemed to be in order. Ultimately, after verifying the information, Liu Yong'an extended his spiritual sense towards Liu Qingshan. Although the likelihood of deception in this matter was minimal, due process must be followed. Liu Yong'an needed to confirm that Liu Qingshan had indeed succeeded in cultivating his spiritual energy and had become a cultivator. With a sudden snap, Liu Yong'an involuntarily loosened his grip, allowing the roster to fall onto the table with a crisp sound. 10 levels of qi refinement. Liu Yong'an exclaimed. At his age, usually composed and steady, his reaction revealed the magnitude of his astonishment. Liu Qingshan appeared to have anticipated Liu Yong'an's response, maintaining a demeanor of calm assurance. Liu Yong'an once again projected his spiritual sense, wandering around Liu Qingshan several times, yet the outcome remained unchanged. He hastily picked up the roster filled out by Liu Qingshan. In the section indicating when he began cultivating, it clearly stated 3 months prior. 3 months to achieve 10 levels of qi refinement? How could that be possible? Liu Yong'an had never heard of such an outrageous claim. Even Liu Bei, recognized as the most promising candidate for the nascent soul among the Liu family, took 5 years to progress from the initial stages of cultivation to the 10th level of qi refinement. You claim you began cultivating 3 months ago? Liu Yong'an asked incredulously. Indeed, Liu Qingshan affirmed with a nod. Liu Yong'an's expression darkened. Are you aware of the consequences should you be deceiving me? At your age, possessing the cultivation of 10 levels of qi refinement, regardless of how much time it took, would earn you the family's favor and resource allocation. Do not mislead yourself. Liu Qingshan shrugged. Elder Liu, if you do not believe me, you are welcome to investigate. My experiences in the secret river town are transparent and traceable. Liu Yong'an gazed at Liu Qingshan's composed face, remaining silent for a considerable time before slowly rising. Stay here and wait a moment. This matter is of great significance. I must report to the true authorities within the family. The best-case scenario would be that everything is genuine, devoid of any deceit, which would indicate that the Liu family might have another disciple with even greater potential than Liu Bei. That would constitute a major event for the Liu family. However, if there is indeed a hidden agenda, then a Golden Dan cultivator would need to adjudicate. Without further delay, Liu Yong'an promptly exited the Hall of Names, utilizing his flying technique to ascend the mountain. Inside the Hall of Names, only Liu Qingshan remained, exhibiting an air of nonchalance. He had anticipated such a scenario long ago, even suggesting that if Liu Yong'an had not noticed his cultivation level at the 10th stage of qi refinement, he would have found a way to divulge this matter. Chapter 52. The summons. Liu Qingshan waited for quite some time in the Hall of Clan Names, until Liu Yong'an reappeared within. Come with me. The clan leader and others are waiting for you in the Qingping Hall, Liu Yong'an said upon seeing Liu Qingshan. The Qingping Hall is one of the 3 main halls of the Liu family, situated at the very heart of the clan, atop the peak of the secret river mountain, where the spiritual vein originates. In the past, it was a place for discussions among the 3 golden core cultivators. Now, however, it was to be the venue for summoning Liu Qingshan, indicating the significant stir he had caused within the family. The clan leader and others? Liu Qingshan noted the wording of Liu Yong'an. In response to Liu Qingshan's inquiry, Liu Yong'an did not hold back. The clan leader, the elder, and your father are currently awaiting you in the Qingping Hall. You must understand that petty tricks are utterly transparent before the 3 golden core cultivators. He added with a meaningful glance. What a grand affair, with all 3 golden core cultivators summoned. Liu Qingshan mused, smiling in silence. Upon exiting the Hall of Clan Names, Liu Ji, who had been anxiously waiting at the door, saw Lu Qingshan emerge, his face lighting up with joy as he prepared to approach, only to halt upon noticing Lu Yong'an beside him. "Lu Elder, please don't delay," Lu Qingshan remarked to Lu Yong'an. Lu Yong'an nodded in agreement, as swiftly as possible. If Lu Qingshan truly was the so-called prodigy of heaven, then decades hence, he would be the pillar of rejuvenation for the Lu family. Thus, it was only natural to extend him a modicum of favor, under normal circumstances, when summoned by the 3 golden core cultivators, which Lu family scion would not rush over immediately. Seeing Lu Qingshan approach, Lu Ji anxiously grasped his sleeve. "Qingshan, what is going on? Why is Lu Elder accompanying you? Where are you headed?" He had been waiting outside the Hall of Clan Names for quite a while, first witnessing Lu Yong'an hastily exiting, casting a flying spell towards the mountain. Meanwhile, Lu Qingshan, who had entered earlier, had yet to emerge, causing him considerable unease. After some time, when Lu Yong'an returned and soon after brought Lu Qingshan out, it seemed they were headed somewhere, further fueling Lu Ji's anxiety. Could it be that Qingshan has committed some transgression? Lu Qingshan patted Lu Ji's hand reassuringly. "It's nothing serious. You need not worry. My father wishes to speak with me. You should return for now, and I will explain everything in detail later." "Master Qingling?" Lu Ji was taken aback. Although Lu Qingshan was the son of Liu Bei, how could anyone in the Liu family be unaware of Liu Bei's reputation? In his mind, it was questionable whether Liu Bei even knew he had a son named Lu Qingshan. He never anticipated that it would be Liu Bei seeking a conversation with Lu Qingshan. Lu Qingshan smiled. "Indeed, it is him. Is everything truly all right?" Lu Ji clearly could not set his mind at ease. "Everything is truly fine. If there were an issue, would Lu Elder be so courteous to me? Indeed, if Qingshan had truly committed some transgression, how could Lu Yong'an allow him to return and explain himself?" Contemplating this, Lu Ji felt a slight easing of his previously anxious heart. "Once you have spoken with your father, promptly send me word," Lu Ji instructed. "That will suffice for now. Hurry along, and do not keep your father waiting." Nodding, Lu Qingshan turned and approached Lu Yong'an. "Elder Lu, let us proceed." Lu Yong'an cast a meaningful glance at Lu Qingshan, but chose not to elaborate further. Observing that Lu Qingshan had completed his explanations, Lu Yong'an wasted no more time. With a wave of his left hand, a gust of verdant wind enveloped Lu Qingshan, sweeping him away as they soared towards the summit of Mihi Peak. Lu Ji watched as Lu Yong'an departed with Lu Qingshan, a flicker of disorientation in his gaze. He felt an inexplicable sense that Lu Qingshan, upon returning after a 3-month absence, had transformed in subtle yet profound ways. There was now a distinctive, ineffable demeanor about him. Lu Yong'an's flight spell was remarkably swift, and in mere moments, they alighted upon a vast azure stone plaza at the peak. This plaza, known as Xinyu Plaza, served as a congregation point for the Lu family during clan competitions or significant announcements. The clan competition, renowned for its grandeur, sparked a flicker of mischievous intrigue within Lu Qingshan. To the north of the plaza stood the Qingping Hall. Lu Yong'an led Lu Qingshan to the entrance of Qingping Hall. The grand doors, towering over 10 zhang and crafted from ancient bronze, exuded an air of magnificence, with the characters Qingping Hall inscribed at the top. However, the bronze doors were firmly shut at that moment. "Master, Lu Qingshan has arrived," Lu Yong'an respectfully announced towards the doors. As soon as the words left his lips, the doors opened silently, yet there was no one to be seen on the other side. "Enter," a faint voice echoed from within the hall. "Then I shall go in," Lu Qingshan replied, glancing at Lu Yong'an, who seemed unprepared to accompany him inside. "Go ahead," Lu Yong'an urged, casting a quick glance at Lu Qingshan, unconsciously offering another piece of advice. "Be mindful of your words in the presence of the family head. Take care not to offend." Lu Yong'an had overheard the conversation between Lu Qingshan and Lu Ji, as their discussion had not been conducted with any attempt at secrecy. Regardless, Lu Qingshan's respect for his elders was sufficient to endear him to Lu Yong'an, softening his demeanor towards him. Once Lu Qingshan stepped into Qingping Hall, the doors closed quietly behind him. The main hall was grand and luminous, constructed from black mystic stone, imparting an air of solemnity and stability. Upon the elevated platform, 3 golden core cultivators were seated. As Lu Qingshan entered, his gaze instinctively settled on the figure seated to the left of the principal seat. This individual donned a long robe of a deep purple hue, cinched at the waist with a stone blue belt adorned with intricate patterns. His long hair cascaded like flowing water, framing a pair of captivating peach blossom eyes. Tall and strikingly handsome, he radiated an extraordinary charm. At this moment, the monk, with his striking peach blossom eyes, gazed at Lu Qingshan with great interest. Lu Qingshan understood that this must be his biological father, Liu Bei. Given that his mother was a mortal, It was only natural for a golden core cultivator like Liu Bei to be drawn to her beauty. However, he was surprised to discover that Liu Bei, as a golden core practitioner, appeared to be such a dashing and youthful man. No wonder his own visage was so pleasing. It was evidently a result of superior genetics. Lu Qingshan found this amusing. As he observed his father, the air around him seemed to solidify. A golden core cultivator seated nearby was scanning him with their divine sense. Chapter 53, Quota of the Ruins. Lu Qingshan had met the family head, Lu Yuan, and the elder, Qingling Jinren. He disregarded the probing divine sense lingering on him and respectfully saluted the 3 golden core cultivators one by one. However, when addressing Liu Bei, he hesitated momentarily before ultimately opting to use Liu Bei's title. The monk presiding over the assembly was Lu Yuan, the current head of the Liu family. For a lengthy period, Lu Yuan had been the foremost figure in the family until Liu Bei's emergence altered that dynamic. Lu Qingshan, at merely 15 this year, had once tested with an exceedingly mediocre mortal spiritual root at the age of 5. For many years, he had failed to cultivate. Yet, after disappearing for 3 months, upon his return to the Liu family, he had already reached the 10th level of qi refinement. Lu Yuan's gaze pierced through Lu Qingshan like a sharp blade, seemingly capable of seeing through him. Among all the descendants of the Liu family over the past few centuries, your history stands out as unparalleled. What could it be? Is it that the Liu family's fortunes are unfavorable, causing a prodigy like you, who could achieve full qi refinement in merely 3 months, to languish in obscurity until now? Only after leaving the Liu family did your potential finally shine forth, illuminating the mountains and rivers? Though there was no direct inquiry, the questioning tone was unmistakable. Lu Qingshan remained unfazed and replied calmly, "Head, please do not jest. It is merely that I encountered some opportunities during my time away. My prior inability to cultivate was simply due to my lack of talent. I would never dare to blame the Liu family's fortunes. Nor do I deserve to be called a genius as you suggest." "Ah, merely encountered some opportunities, you say?" Lu Yuan scoffed. "To enable a mortal to achieve full qi refinement in 3 months is no ordinary stroke of luck. I am quite intrigued. Might you share this with me? I would like to ascertain if there is anything worthwhile that I could emulate to benefit the cultivation of the Liu family's descendants. Should that be the case, I would certainly commend you for your significant contribution. Opportunities, indeed, are serendipitous and cannot be sought after. My encounter with such fortune was a matter of timing and fate. To expect a second chance is unlikely," Lu Qingshan replied, unfazed by Lu Yuan's derisive tone. "Since it cannot be replicated, what merit is there in your inquiry? Do not adopt such a nonchalant demeanor. Answer the head's questions honestly. Do not think you can deceive him with trivial tricks." Seated in the lower right corner of the main seat, the elder suddenly erupted in anger. This was Elder Lu Zhou, the eldest of the Liu family and the oldest living member. In terms of lineage, one might trace his ancestry back several generations to Liu Qingshan's forefathers. Liu Qingshan's expression grew serious as he fixed his gaze on Elder Lu Zhou, retorting, "Is it customary within the Liu family that if a junior encounters an opportunity, they must report it? I do not recall such a stipulation in our family rules. If that were the case, should I then relinquish any opportunity that might benefit the elder?" Liu Qingshan's words were sharp, devoid of any apprehension towards the golden core cultivator, Lu Zhou. Showing no sign of retreat, Elder Lu Zhou's countenance darkened at this rebuttal, and an odd tension permeated the hall. Suddenly, a gentle laughter broke the silence. Liu Bei glanced at Lu Qingshan, who remained composed in the presence of 3 golden core cultivators, and remarked, "He is correct. Do we lack the grace as a prominent family to allow a junior to seize an opportunity? If a distinguished family cannot accommodate the fortunes of a younger member, what is the purpose of its existence? What can be said of our cohesion?" He then turned to the furious Elder Lu Zhou, saying, "Elder, I believe this matter should be laid to rest." Liu Bei's tone was gentle, devoid of any imposing authority or arrogance. However, the previously enraged Lu Zhou's expression shifted through various emotions before he ultimately chose to forego further questioning. The family head, Lu Yuan, cast a glance at Liu Bei, ultimately refraining from further comment. It seemed that my father held considerable influence, as both the family head and the elder were reluctant to oppose his words. Lu Qingshan observed this dynamic with understanding. Suddenly, a jade slip materialized in Lu Yuan's hand. Simultaneously, a misty spiritual light appeared upon it as Lu Yuan delicately tapped the slip with his fingertip. Instantly, the information contained within the slip manifested in the air. This jade slip was the one previously used by the cloaked cultivator in the Deacon Hall to record Lu Qingshan's account. After displaying the information for Lu Qingshan to see, Lu Yuan waved his sleeve, causing the words to vanish. "You claim your disappearance was due to an attack by malevolent cultivators, and that it was the Jishou Tower that saved your life? Lu Yuan inquired slowly. Indeed, Lu Qingshan affirmed, unwilling to refute his own statements. Are you aware of what the Jisho Tower is? Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened as he countered. Given Lu Yuan's status, he was certainly aware of the existence of the Jisho Tower and its formidable nature. Thus, upon learning of Lu Qingshan's connection to it, he felt compelled to inquire further. Initially unaware, I later learned of its immense power, Lu Qingshan replied with a light smile, intentionally revealing this information. The questions posed by Lu Yuan were well within his expectations. A glimmer of insight flickered in Lu Yuan's eyes as he suddenly asked, "Is the opportunity you mentioned related to the Jisho Tower?" In a sense, yes, Lu Qingshan responded. Lu Qingshan pondered for a moment before responding in a solemn tone. Indeed, had it not been for the Source Mountain Tower and the substantial experience points from the Blood Corpse real person and the Crying Soul real person, it would have been impossible for him to achieve such progress. If the Tower of Guardians were to be involved, nurturing a practitioner of the Qi refinement stage within 3 months would naturally not be a daunting task. Upon hearing Lu Qingshan's reply, Lu Yuan appeared contemplative, his gaze shifting back and forth as he scrutinized Lu Qingshan, momentarily unable to decipher the nature of their relationship with the Tower of Guardians. Should Lu Qingshan indeed possess any connection to the tower, they would be most reluctant to offend him, even regarding him as a cornerstone of the family. Observing the head of the family lost in thought, Lu Qingshan took the initiative to speak. I understand your concerns, esteemed head of the family. Nevertheless, I, Lu Qingshan, am undeniably a member of the Lu family. The underlying implication of his words was to convey his stance to Lu Yuan. He was a scion of the Lu family, and regardless of how he transformed from a mere mortal to a practitioner of the 10th layer of Qi refinement within 3 months, it was ultimately a positive development for the Lu clan. In terms of bloodlines, the Lu family was his kin, a fact that could not be altered. Furthermore, in this world, Lu Qingshan had spent 15 years living within the Lu family, and he had never encountered the melodramatic scenario of being mercilessly bullied due to his mediocre talents. Thus, barring exceptional circumstances, Lu Qingshan was disinclined to provoke conflict with the Lu family. You have not sensed Qi for many years, and according to your account, you fortuitously encountered some opportunity that allowed you to traverse a path that would typically take a decade or longer in just 3 short months. However, how can we ascertain the duration and extent of this opportunity? Lu Yuan posed the most critical question. Logically speaking, for someone as young as Lu Qingshan to attain the 10th layer of Qi refinement, especially considering he achieved full mastery in merely 3 months, the Lu family would be compelled to invest all available resources into nurturing him vigorously. However, the dilemma arose from the fact that if Lu Qingshan were akin to Liu Bei, possessing exceptional innate talent and rapid progress from a young age, the family would have no hesitation in allocating significant resources for his development. Yet, Lu Qingshan had previously been an ordinary mortal, who had only recently become a practitioner due to certain fortuitous circumstances. This led to a possibility. What if Lu Qingshan's opportunity was limited to this extent? If the family were to invest substantial resources into him, only for Lu Qingshan to fail to maintain this remarkable performance and advance to the foundation establishment stage, and then to the golden core stage, it could prove detrimental. Indeed, even if he were to reach the foundation establishment stage, it might hold little significance. For the Lu family, while foundation establishment practitioners constituted the backbone of the clan, it was the higher-tier golden core practitioners who truly determined the family's standing. Resources within the family were always finite. Should they allocate a considerable amount of resources towards Lu Qingshan, only for him to fail to realize his potential, the Lu family could find itself in a prolonged period of stagnation. Therefore, Lu Qingshan needed to demonstrate that he was worthy of the family's investment in resources before they would earnestly embark on nurturing him. Regarding this matter, Lu Qingshan merely waved his hand nonchalantly, asserting that his cultivation did not require the support of his family's resources. He had but one request. He desired a quota for the Su realm from the family this year. He had no need for the Lu family's resources, nor did he aspire to them. His return to the Lu family was motivated not only by a wish to visit Lu Ji and Lu Sun, but primarily by the significance of that Su realm quota. At present, he required a foundational cultivation method to facilitate his advancement in establishing a solid foundation. Coincidentally, this Su realm was intrinsically linked to a foundational cultivation technique, a Dao-level foundational cultivation method. Chapter 54. The token of Yuanshan Tower. The territory inhabited by the human race is vast, encompassing a complete heavenly Dao, with both the 5 elements and their dualities present. Such a realm is referred to as the world. However, within the human realm, countless spaces, both great and small, coexist. These spaces, lacking a complete heavenly Dao, are designated as minor realms. Nevertheless, minor realms are independent spaces that are exceptionally suitable for various purposes, be it for dueling, testing disciples, or serving as spiritual plantations and beast gardens for nurturing spiritual flora and fauna. In summary, the applications of minor realms are incredibly diverse. Moreover, when cultivators reach advanced stages, possessing the ability to alter the very fabric of reality, they can even create a minor realm through their own power. Consequently, many powerful sects possess their own exclusive minor realms. During the Holy War 20,000 years ago, the demon race launched a full-scale invasion of the celestial sphere. In that conflict, countless formidable ancient sects were annihilated overnight, severing their legacies. These powerful sects, to varying degrees, possessed several minor realms. Some of these realms were plundered entirely by the demon race, while others were concealed by the adept leaders of those sects, who, driven by the desire not to let the demon race benefit, employed various formations or restrictive spells to hide them. However, as time passed, the formations or restrictions used to conceal these minor realms gradually lost their efficacy, leading to their reemergence before the public eye. The Su realm is one such minor realm. It originally belonged to an ancient sect known as the Shanhai Pavilion. During that cataclysmic holy war, the Shanhai Pavilion became one of the many sects that were utterly destroyed overnight. Yet, before its annihilation, the sect's leader, with the hope of preserving a sliver of its legacy, discreetly concealed the Su realm, which was designated for testing lower-tier disciples and bestowing legacies. It was not until 3 years ago, when the high-grade concealment barrier safeguarding the Su realm depleted its spiritual energy, that the realm re-emerged into the world, appearing within the region of Xinjiang Prefecture. Upon its emergence, a multitude of followers flocked to it. The 36 major cultivation families of Xinjiang City convened to form a Su realm alliance, forcefully claiming dominion over the realm, a rather tyrannical and overbearing act. Those cultivators not belonging to the Su realm alliance expressed their dissatisfaction with the behavior of Xinjiang City's 36 major cultivation families. Yet, what could be done? Mere words of condemnation held little weight. These cultivation families remained indifferent to such grievances. The cultivation world is inherently one of survival of the fittest, where the strong thrive and the weak are oppressed. This has always been the unyielding law of existence. It is well understood that those cultivators who vocally condemn the actions of the Suja Alliance are merely lacking in strength, resorting to moral denunciation in private. If their power were sufficient, they would undoubtedly act similarly to the Suja Alliance, seeking to monopolize and dominate the realm. The strong prey upon the weak, and the cycle of predation remains unchanged. The Suja is a secret realm utilized by the Shanhai Pavilion to test its disciples. Divided into 2 layers, the first allows only Qi refining cultivators, while the second admits only foundation establishment cultivators. Indeed, among the prominent cultivation families, foundation establishment cultivators hold significant standing. Yet within the Shanhai Pavilion, they are regarded merely as low-tier disciples, reflecting the pavilion's formidable might. The Suja opens once a year, permitting 180 Qi refining cultivators and 48 foundation establishment cultivators to enter, with these quotas distributed among the 36 major cultivation families. You claim you require no familial resources, merely a spot in the Suja? Lu Yuan expressed his skepticism. It is crucial to understand that while the inheritance from the Suja is invaluable, it is contingent upon your exceptional performance within the realm. The Shanhai Pavilion, as an ancient sect, sets exceedingly high standards for its disciples, based on the performances of disciples who entered the Suja over the past 2 years. Those who seem impressive in our eyes often receive only mediocre assessments within the realm. Lu Yuan kindly cautioned. Moreover, in cultivation, resources such as techniques, elixirs, and spirit stones are indispensable. I urge you to consider your decision carefully. Though Lu Qingshan perceived Lu Yuan's goodwill, he remained unmoved. This is the decision I have pondered for quite some time. Lu Yuan was taken aback by Lu Qingshan's resolve, momentarily at a loss for words. His gaze fell upon Liu Bei, who appeared entirely at ease, as if watching a performance. Angered, he posed the question to Liu Bei, "How do you suggest we handle this matter? Your son, you shall manage." Liu Bei did not shy away, and seeing Lu Yuan's insistence to make the decision himself, he turned to Lu Qingshan and spoke coolly. "Since he desires only a spot in the Suja, grant it to him. You fear providing him with resources, yet now that he wishes to forego the family's support, you suddenly hesitate? What is this? A young girl playing coy in romance?" Liu Bei took the opportunity to jest at Lu Yuan's expense. Lu Yuan's expression stiffened, and with a decisive gesture, he acquiesced. "Very well, if you seek a position in the Suja, you shall have it. As for family resources, that is a choice you have made. Do not blame the Lu family for being unsparing in the future." Lu Qingshan bowed to the 3 golden core cultivators. That is only natural. Very well. You may leave now. This matter shall be set aside for the time being. Lu Yuan nodded, signaling for their departure. Lu Qingshan bowed once more to the 3 golden core cultivators before turning to leave. Once outside the Qingping Hall, Lu Qingshan stood still, as if struck by a thought, and retrieved an item from his storage ring, examining it closely in his hands. This is a token resembling a droplet, round at the top and tapering below. The reverse side is intricately carved with a dragon coiled around a sword, surrounded by symbols of thunder. The front bears the simple yet profound inscription Yuanshan. This token represents membership in Yuanshan Tower. As Lu Qingshan departed from Yuanshan City, he had already resolved to acquire his foundational cultivation method from the Void Realm. However, access to the Void Realm is restricted to those affiliated with the Void Realm Alliance, rendering entry impossible for outsiders. Fortunately, he still possessed his identity as a member of the Lu family. Yet, even within the Lu family, the quota for entering the Void Realm is limited. If he cannot demonstrate sufficient value, what right does he have to secure such a coveted opportunity? His cultivation at the 10th level of Qi refinement serves as his key to this door. He understands that while he could extend his period at the 10th level of Qi refinement from half a month to 3 months, the difference is negligible. Both feats are remarkably astonishing. He must consider that the Lu family intends to interrogate him about his progress from a mere mortal to the 10th level of Qi refinement within 3 months. He does not place his safety in the goodwill of the Lu family's golden core cultivators. Nor does he assume that mere words will suffice to persuade those in charge of the Lu family. Thus, after receiving a mission from the Demon Hunting Alliance and departing, Lu Qingshan prepared to seek out Dantai Qingran at Yuanshan Tower to obtain this token. Token of Yuanshan Tower. Description: this token symbolizes the holder's membership in Yuanshan Tower. Had Lu Zhou insisted on interrogating Lu Qingshan, he would have produced this Yuanshan Tower token to assert his identity, which would suffice to protect him. While there are those who can disregard the influence of Yuanshan Tower, it is clear that the Lu family is not among them. Unexpectedly, thanks to Liu Bei's intervention, this matter was resolved with surprising ease, rendering Lu Qingshan's prepared token unnecessary. Reflecting on this, Lu Qingshan tucked the token away and cast a glance at the magnificent Qingping Hall, feeling an inexplicable surge of joy. Chapter 55. The Opening of the Void Realm, Part 1. Inside Qingping Hall, the formerly stern Lu Zhou, after Lu Qingshan's departure, transformed as if a mask had been lifted, his eyes sparkling with amusement as he spoke to Liu Bei. Qingling, your son bears a striking resemblance to you, exuding that same reckless bravado you displayed in your youth. Liu Bei maintained his composure, retorting, I wonder if the Grand Elder finds his villainous act to be as enjoyable as ever? You failed to intimidate me back then, and it seems my son is equally unfazed. After all these years, you have made no progress at all. 30 to 40 years ago, his talent had begun to manifest, yet he showed little interest in cultivation. At that time, he too had been summoned to Qingping Hall for a discussion with Lu Yuan and Lu Zhou. The scene mirrored the present, with the Grand Elder playing the role of the villain, scolding and intimidating him, while the family head, Lu Yuan, took on the role of the good cop. Unfortunately, he had been utterly unafraid, leaving both golden core cultivators at a loss. The Grand Elder Lu Zhou's expression stiffened. You are now over 60 years old. Why do you still behave so frivolously, looking as if you deserve a good thrashing? As Lu Yuan observed the verbal duel between the two, which concluded with a slight victory for Liu Bei, he promptly interjected with a question. What do you think the young man means by stating that he requires no resources from the family for support? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Zhou replied, perhaps someone will provide him with the necessary cultivation resources. Lu Yuan quickly grasped the implication. Are you suggesting the Knowledge Guardian Tower? Lu Zhou nodded. If the Knowledge Guardian Tower were to offer him cultivation resources, he would naturally look down upon the resources of our Lu family. Lu Yuan hesitated for a moment before inquiring, but why would this young man attract the attention of the Knowledge Guardian Tower? With such a formidable force, why would they take note of an ordinary mortal with mediocre talent? He could not fathom it, despite being in the presence of 3 golden core cultivators. This junior spoke with confidence and composure, unfazed by my reprimand. Such demeanor, why would the Knowledge Guardian Tower overlook someone like him? Lu Yuan, do not allow his youth to blind you to his merits. If you approach the leadership of the Lu family with such an entitled mindset, you will inevitably encounter significant setbacks, Lu Zhou admonished sternly. Lu Yuan remained silent for a while before finally nodding slowly. The elder's words resonate. It is indeed my mindset that requires adjustment. Lu Zhou pondered for a moment and then instructed. Although this young rascal claims to need no support from the family, it is our duty not to neglect our own kin. Please arrange for someone to deliver to him the resources he is entitled to. In accordance with the standard allocation for a 10th tier Qi refinement disciple, without any special privileges. Qingshan had timed his return to the Lu family with the opening of the Void Realm. Thus, following the discussions in the Qingping Hall, he rested at the garment shop for merely 2 days before receiving a message summoning him to gather at the Xianyu Square within the Lu family's blessed land, preparing to depart for the Void Realm. After leaving behind a storage bag filled with spirit elixirs and spirit stones, Qingshan bid farewell to Lu Ji and Lu Sun. He would not be returning for an extended period. At Xianyu Square, upon Qingshan's arrival, he found 7 other Lu family cultivators already gathered there. Among them were 6 Qi refinement cultivators and 1 foundation establishment cultivator, including Qingshan. There were a total of 8 individuals that constituted the entirety of the Lu family's contingent to the Void Realm. Each time the Void Realm opens, it can accommodate 180 Qi refinement cultivators and 48 foundation establishment cultivators. The Void Realm Alliance comprises 36 cultivation families, making it impossible to evenly distribute the quotas. In truth, even if distribution were feasible, it would not be so. Though all are labeled as the 36 great cultivation families, a hierarchy based on strength exists among them. If you were to allocate the same quota to the top-ranking cultivation family and the lowest, would that family consent? The quotas for the Void Realm are allocated based on the strength of each family. The Lu family ranks in the middle among the 36 cultivation families, thereby receiving 7 quotas for Qi refinement cultivators and 1 for a foundation establishment cultivator. This allocation is quite standard, closely aligning with the average. Upon Qingshan's arrival, the other cultivators turned their attention toward him. The allocation of entry slots to the Suja had long been determined for the Lu family. Just 2 days prior to the opening of the Suja, Qingshan unexpectedly interjected himself, consequently displacing a cultivator who originally possessed a slot. Naturally, curiosity ensued among the onlookers, eager to discern who could warrant such preferential treatment from the family. It is only human nature. Thus, Qingshan paid little heed to the gazes of others. The wait was not prolonged. In less than half an hour, a flash of spiritual light appeared, followed by the arrival of the Grand Elder, Lu Zhou, before the assembly. He was the leader of the expedition. Lu Zhou scanned the crowd, noting that everyone had arrived. "The time has come, let us depart," he declared, casting a subtle glance at Qingshan, his tone indifferent. As he spoke, Lu Zhou produced a diminutive ship-shaped mold from his storage ring, and with a flick of his hand, infused it with spiritual energy. The mold expanded into a magnificent wooden vessel, manifesting before the gathered assembly. The Qingshan wooden boat, a specialized flying artifact for multiple passengers, was now ready. Lu Zhou ascended aboard. "Everyone, please board," he instructed. Following his command, the remaining cultivators eagerly leapt onto the vessel. Once all were aboard, the wooden boat soared into the sky under Lu Zhou's guidance, swiftly traversing the distance toward their destination. The entrance to the Suja was still quite a distance from the Lu family's residence in the Qianzhou mountain range. After approximately 2 hours of flight, a majestic mountain range came into view, the Dian mountain range, the very location of the Suja entrance. Lu Zhou skillfully maneuvered the Qingshan wooden boat to descend before a vast, mist-shrouded celestial pit. Once all had disembarked, he returned the wooden vessel to its miniature form, storing it within his ring. To secure dominance over the Suja, each family within the Suja alliance had dispatched several cultivators to this site, ensuring no outsiders could enter. A Lu family cultivator stationed there had received word in advance and had been waiting for Lu Zhou's arrival. Upon seeing Lu Zhou, the awaiting Lu family cultivator approached with respect. "Grand Elder, there's no need for formalities. How many families have arrived?" Lu Zhou inquired. "Reporting to you, Grand Elder. A total of 23 families have arrived. We are the 24th. Lu Zhou nodded. "Not early, not late, just right. Let us proceed." He pointed towards the mist ahead, which parted to reveal a narrow path. Lu Zhou led the way, with Qingshan and the others hastily following. As they entered the celestial pit and beheld the scene within, a Lu family cultivator beside Qingshan could not suppress a soft gasp. The sight before them was indeed extraordinary. A vast, obsidian passageway, seemingly swirling in motion, loomed before them. Meanwhile, the area before the passage was already bustling with over 100 cultivators. Only Qingshan maintained an air of calm, for he was quite familiar with this place. At this moment, they stood at the entrance to the Suja. In the game 9 Heavens, the full name of the Void Realm is Void Realm Instance, Ordinary Elite. The ordinary difficulty permits only Qi refinement stage players, while the elite difficulty is accessible solely to Foundation Establishment stage players. This Void Realm Instance has been traversed by him no fewer than 10 times. According to the unfolding narrative, the The Void Realm Alliance's dominance over the Void Realm will last only 3 years. This implies that this time marks the final opportunity for the Void Realm Alliance to monopolize the quotas of the Void Realm. By the year's end, when the corpses and puppets chaos arises, the major cultivation families will be preoccupied with their own predicaments. Some families, beset by ill fortune, will suffer severe losses, with several high-tier golden core cultivators perishing, rendering them incapable of continuing their hold over the mountainous lands rich in high-grade spiritual veins. Conversely, certain families will assimilate the severely affected sects, rising to prominence amidst the turmoil. At that juncture, it will be a time of reshuffling among the various powers, as families vie for spiritual veins and other resources, engaging in mutual intrigues. Consequently, the Void Realm Alliance will naturally disintegrate, fading into oblivion. Chapter 56, The Opening of the Void Realm, Part 2, Master Lu Zhou, is this the descendant of your Lu family who is entering the Void Realm this time? Upon the arrival of Lu Qingshan and his entourage, a frail, withered elder accompanied by several cultivators approached them. Lu Zhou nodded and introduced to Lu Qingshan and the others. This is Master Lu Ning from the Lu family. The group promptly paid their respects. We have met Master Lu Nan. There is no need for excessive formalities. Lu Ning gestured with his hand. The Lu family and the Lu family have been allied for many years. Thus, upon seeing Lu Zhou leading the group, Lu Neng immediately came to offer his greetings. Lu Neng cast a glance at Lu Qingshan, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. Who might this be? I have never seen him before. At such a young age, he has already attained the 10th level of Qi refinement. Surely, the Lu family is not about to produce another Master Qingling? Lu Zhou beamed like a blossoming chrysanthemum, yet spoke with utmost humility. Ah, this is Lu Qingshan, a descendant of Qingling. However, we cannot dare to compare him with Qingling. It is already quite rare for our Lu family to have produced one such as him. To have another? Such fortune is not something we could ever hope for. Though Lu Zhou often displayed a disapproving attitude towards Liu Bei, he secretly took great pride in the fact that the Lu family had produced a Master Qingling. Meanwhile, Lu Ning and Lu Zhou engaged in casual conversation, reminiscing about old times. On another side, the young members of both families naturally struck up a conversation. As allied families, the cultivators from the Lu family and the Lu family had numerous interactions, making their familiarity with one another unsurprising. Who is that? He seems somewhat unfamiliar. I do not recall seeing him in your Lu family, inquired Lu Yongyan, a Qi refinement cultivator from the Lu family, casting a glance at Lu Qingshan and quietly asking Lu Xian. Lu Xian was the only female cultivator accompanying the Lu family on this journey, and both she and Lu Yongyan were at the 10th level of Qi refinement. Given the high difficulty of the Void Realm trials, the disciples brought by each family were predominantly at the completion of Qi refinement. Lu Xian shook her head, murmuring softly, "We are not entirely sure either. This is our first time meeting him. Originally, it was not he who was meant to come, but rather Li Ren. However, just 2 days prior, the family had unexpectedly conveyed a message, requesting him to take Li Ren's place. The individual in question was known as Lu Qingshan, rumored to be a descendant of the esteemed Qingling Genren. One could only wonder if Qingling Genren had intervened to secure this coveted spot in the Suja for him. Could it truly be so? Was it not said that Qingling Genren, known for his leniency and numerous progeny, seldom concerned himself with his descendants? Yet, given that Lu Qingshan was a practitioner at the 10th level of Qi refinement and so remarkably young, surely there must be some expectation from Qingling Genren towards him. Suddenly, Lu Qingshan became the focal point of conversation among the two families. The surrounding mist began to dissipate. Subsequently, a large contingent of cultivators entered the vicinity. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that this single family alone boasted a staggering 17 members, more than double the number from the Lu family. With such a multitude of Suja spots at their disposal, it was indisputable that they were among the most formidable families within the Suja alliance. Indeed, this was the Ku family. Lu Yongyan muttered softly, expressing his astonishment at the grand spectacle, pondering how the Ku family had surged to prominence in a mere few decades. Indeed, the Yi family had long dominated the 36 major cultivation families, their influence deeply entrenched alongside the Shao, Qin, and Su families. The Ku family had once been a rather inconspicuous clan, previously even less notable than the Lu family. Who could have anticipated their meteoric rise, surpassing the Shao, Qin, and Su families, and even displacing the Yi family from their esteemed position? Lu Xian couldn't help but agree. As time passed, the number of cultivators present continued to swell. The lively chatter among the throngs of practitioners created an atmosphere brimming with excitement. At that moment, the Suja was opening. A voice rang out from within the crowd. Lu Qingshan turned his gaze towards the passageway, where the previously impenetrable darkness began to glimmer with scattered silver light, ripples dancing across its surface. This was the unmistakable sign of the Suja's commencement. The leader of the Ku family's cultivators stepped forward, channeling his spiritual energy into the passage. After a brief moment, he announced, "The spatial passage is now remarkably stable. All may enter." It was well known that the spatial passage of a small realm could become increasingly unstable over time, potentially collapsing entirely. Thus, each time the Suja opened, higher-tier cultivators would first assess the stability of the spatial passage to ensure safety before allowing the younger generations to enter and undergo their trials. This was a practice initiated by the Ku family, known for their meticulous and prudent nature. Soon, cultivators from each family began to enter the passage in an orderly manner. Once all the lower-tier practitioners had crossed into the Suja, the silver light within the passage gradually faded, and the rippling waves came to a standstill. This indicated that the maximum capacity for entrance into the Suja had been reached, resulting in the closure of the passageway. Following the entry of the lower-tier cultivators, the once vibrant scene fell into a sudden and profound silence. Only 36 golden core cultivators remained on the field, each representing their respective families. Typically, golden core practitioners maintain a dignified demeanor, refraining from the boisterousness exhibited by lower-tier cultivators. However, exceptions do exist. At that moment, Fang Qian, the leader of the Fang family, stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "The betting is open. Who wishes to place a wager?" Lu Zhou observed Fang Qian's antics with a touch of exasperation, thinking, "This old fellow, despite his advanced years, still behaves like this." Lu Neng chuckled, "Isn't it customary for the Fang family to act this way? The reputation of Fang Dehe is not unfounded." Fang Qian continued to shout, "The old rules apply. For the Qi refining stage, the odds are 5-1 for the Xiao family and 6-1 for the Qin family." Indeed, numerous golden core cultivators gravitated towards the scene, eager to participate. "I think I'll place a bet on the Ku family. Care to join me?" Lu Ning proposed, intrigued. Waiting idly was rather dull, and joining in the excitement seemed preferable. Lu Zhou instinctively wanted to decline, but just as the words were about to leave his lips, an image from the Qingping Hall flashed into his mind. Lu Qingshan calmly requesting a spot in the market from the 3 golden core cultivators. Could it be? Lu Zhou pondered, feeling a stir of interest. "Then let us go and see." "I knew you wouldn't resist," Lu Neng remarked, momentarily taken aback as he gazed at Lu Zhou. During the previous 2 openings of the market, Fang Qian had made similar announcements, yet Lu Zhou had always chosen not to engage. This time, Lu Neng had merely asked casually, never expecting Lu Zhou to acquiesce, yet he had deviated from his usual stance and decided to participate. "Let's go," Lu Zhou stated calmly. Walking towards Fang Qian, Lu Neng quickly followed suit. Upon reaching Fang Qian, Lu Neng inquired, "Fang Qian, what are the odds this time?" Fang Qian exclaimed, "Is that not the esteemed Lu Neng?" As before, for the Qi refining stage, the odds for the Ku family are 2-1, and for the Yi family, 3-1. In the previous trials of the market, the most highly rated cultivators had all emerged from the Ku family, making their low odds quite reasonable. Fang Qian retrieved 2 4th-grade spirit stones from his storage ring. For the Qi refining stage, a wager on the Ku family to win costs 2 4th-grade spirit stones. For golden core cultivators, 2 4th-grade spirit stones are not particularly precious, yet they are not easily acquired either. It was a fitting amount for a bit of entertainment. "Excellent." Fang Qian beamed as he accepted the 2 spirit stones, noting the wager. "Would you care to place another bet on the foundation establishment stage? What are the odds for my Lu family to win in the Qi refining trial?" Lu Zhou interjected unexpectedly. Fang Qian hesitated, clearly caught off guard by the inquiry. He had prepared odds for only the more popular families, and Lu Zhou's sudden question left him momentarily at a loss. "What? Is there no wager for my Lu family?" Lu Zhou asked, a hint of displeasure in his tone. Fang Qian maintained a broad smile. "Of course not. The Lu family's odds are 20-1. Initially intending to suggest 50-1, Fang Qian instinctively raised the odds upon sensing something amiss. After all, when circumstances deviate from the norm, one must remain cautious. Lu Zhou curiously pondered this matter, wondering if perhaps he had accumulated an excess of spirit stones and wished to bestow some upon himself. However, he was not so naive. Thus, he ultimately adjusted the odds for the Lu family to 20-1, a figure that was nearly the lowest conceivable. Any further reduction would be unreasonable, given that the Lu family's performance in the previous market trial was rather mediocre, placing them around the 20th position among 36 families. Nodding in agreement, Lu Zhou produced 2 4th-grade spirit stones, declaring, "With these 2 4th-grade spirit stones, I wager that the Lu family shall seize victory in the Qi refinement realm." He wondered if that old fellow had any significant tricks left up his sleeve. as he had not heard of any recent prodigies emerging from the Liu family in the realm of Qi refinement. Fangqian, upon receiving the 2 4th-grade spirit stones from Liu Zhou, felt a slight foreboding. Chapter 57. The Hall of Mountains and Seas. The night was as cool as water, reminiscent of the calm before a tempest, enveloping the world in a profound silence as it brewed the final storm. Towering mountains loomed endlessly, scattered like ancient behemoths in slumber. Dense mists billowed forth, resembling a vast sea of fog. This was the sacred domain of the ancient sect, the Hall of Mountains and Seas. Situated atop one of its colossal peaks, at the summit, an expansive platform was crowded with thousands of cultivators. Strangely, the gazes of these cultivators appeared somewhat vacant, akin to the eyes of the deceased. Suddenly, at a particular moment, over 100 streaks of luminescence flashed through the sky. Subsequently, among the multitude of cultivators on the platform, a few individuals exhibited a glimmer of awareness in their eyes, regaining clarity as if a soul had been breathed into their lifeless forms. Thus commenced the market trial. Qingshan returned to his senses, slowly opening his eyes. He first assessed his current state. Although he was adorned in the uniform robe of a disciple of the Hall of Mountains and Seas, and his appearance had transformed, both his cultivation level and artifacts remained unchanged from when he had entered. Surveying his surroundings, Qingshan noted that all around him were fellow cultivators clad in blue robes of the Hall of Mountains and Seas. He understood that among the thousands of these Qi refinement practitioners, only 179 were truly alive. The rest were mere illusions conjured by the market realm. Silence enveloped the crowd as they awaited something. Qingshan remained in a similar state of anticipation. After a brief moment, amidst the swirling mists in the distance, a dazzling blue streak of light flickered. In the darkness, it resembled a shooting star, heading straight towards the mountain where Qingshan stood. Soon, the streak of light halted above the cultivators, revealing a figure cloaked in a white robe, a middle-aged man whose weary visage bore a profound aura. "Master!" All the disciples of the Hall of Mountains and Seas exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with reverence. The white-robed figure, referred to as the Master, surveyed the assembly of cultivators, sighed deeply, and began to speak slowly. "I believe you are all aware of what is to come. At this moment, the Mountain Sea Pavilion has been encircled by the Lord of 10,000 poisons and numerous fiends. The Lord has dispatched envoys to negotiate with us, seeking the submission of the Mountain Sea Pavilion to his demonic kin. He has granted us a night to contemplate this matter. However, there is no need for deliberation. The cultivators of the Mountain Sea Pavilion can only stand and face death, for there is no honor in kneeling to survive. After a millennium of heritage, it seems that the existence of the Mountain Sea Pavilion may falter after this night. As the last sect master of the Mountain Sea Pavilion, the only course of action left for me is to rally the cultivators and engage in a desperate struggle against the fiends, ensuring that the name of the Mountain Sea Pavilion remains untainted. I can only hope that the ancestors of the Mountain Sea Pavilion will not blame this unworthy descendant." The sect master of the Mountain Sea Pavilion fell silent for a moment, seemingly lost in thought. The disciples below all fell silent, and finally, faint sobs began to emerge. Like the fuse igniting a powder keg, the weeping gradually spread through the assembly. Having grown up in the Mountain Sea Pavilion, they all regarded it as their home. Now, this home is on the brink of destruction. Who could not feel a profound sorrow? The sect master gazed upon his weeping disciples, his eyes filled with deep sorrow. "You, my disciples, are still but in the Qi refinement stage. The Mountain Sea Pavilion was meant to nurture and protect you for centuries, allowing you to mature into great cultivators who would uphold our legacy. Yet now, before you have fully developed, and with the pavilion having provided you scant resources, you are faced with such calamity. Now, I present you with a choice, to leave or to remain and face death alongside the Mountain Sea Pavilion. Should you choose to stay, the fiend's cruel methods promise no chance of survival. Certain death awaits. If you choose to depart, the fiends have already amassed countless forces outside the Mountain Sea Pavilion, sealing off the space, rendering ordinary teleportation arrays useless. Only the Destiny teleportation array may still function, but its destination cannot be controlled. It operates randomly. The Elders are currently constructing the Destiny teleportation array at the Flying Peak. At present, the fiend's capabilities remain unknown, while the array may still possess teleportation power. The risk of error is substantial. Moreover, the area within 1,000 miles is swarming with fiends. Even if you escape via the teleportation array, you may find yourself emerging from the wolf's den only to enter the tiger's lair. Thus, even opting for the Destiny teleportation array is a perilous endeavor. Yet it is preferable to the certainty of death that awaits those who choose to remain. Do not feel ashamed for choosing to flee. As cultivators in the Qi refinement stage, Your presence here holds little significance for the Mountain Sea Pavilion, even if you choose to stay. However, should you escape and manage to survive, you may yet preserve a glimmer of hope for the continuation of our legacy. If this is the case, you shall be hailed as heroes of the Mountain Sea Pavilion. Reflect carefully on your decision, to depart or to remain. With a wave of his sleeve, the sect master conjured a deep blue light that lingered above the cultivators. Those who choose to stay shall stand to the right of this blue light, while those who opt to flee shall stand to the left. The voice of the sect master began to tremble, growing ever softer, gradually descending into silence. For just as he finished speaking, those who chose to remain stood to the right of the blue light. The vast throng of people seemed to be under some unseen control, moving without debate or hesitation, all shifting toward the blue light on the right. In the darkness, these thousands of low-tier Qi refining practitioners congregated, some even sobbing softly. The shadows obscured their faces, rendering it difficult for the master of the Shanghai Pavilion to discern their expressions. An inexplicable sensation surged within his chest. The practitioners of the Shanghai Pavilion were resolute in their willingness to face death alongside the mountains and seas. Amidst the crowd, someone was the first to cry out. And soon the chant reverberated, growing more synchronized. The voices soared towards the heavens. To die with the mountains and seas. To die with the mountains and seas. To die with the mountains and seas. At Phila Peak, several masters of formations from the Shanghai Pavilion, along with disciples well-versed in array techniques, were diligently sketching formation patterns to construct the heavenly transmission formation. Suddenly, one of the masters lifted his head as if he had heard something. What sound? Don't speak, listen. A faint, ethereal sound drifted through the mist, intermittent, yet gradually clarifying. To die with the mountains and seas. The master's eyes brightened as he turned toward the source of the sound. It was. He quickly retrieved the Shanghai Pavilion token from his storage ring, which shimmered with light. He probed his consciousness into it, and the gentle voice of the master resonated. Upon receiving the message from the master, the formation master was invigorated. Everyone halt. All heads turned to the formation master. Dismantle these array patterns. He commanded. But it's almost complete, came the puzzled reply. Dismantle these array patterns and use the materials to set up a killing formation to eliminate more of the demon race. This time, we of the Shanghai Pavilion shall face death together, battling against these demonic beasts. Chapter 58. The Dian Formation during this tumult. All practitioners entering the void realm from the outside seemed to be ensnared, as if their souls were bound, like puppets on strings. Their consciousness was trapped within the bodies of the Qi refining practitioners of the Shanghai Pavilion, rendering them mere spectators, unable to choose their course. In gaming terms, this could be likened to a cut scene, meant to convey the narrative backdrop of this instance. During the time, they could not control their current bodies. Qingshan mentally reviewed the pertinent information regarding the Void Realm instance, recalling a long-ago gaming experience. The Void Realm trial reenacted the entire process of the Shanghai Pavilion's extermination, with those undergoing the trial embodying the roles of the Qi refining practitioners of the Shanghai Pavilion. Their objective was to perform to the best of their abilities from the onset of this battle until their own demise. Should they die within the Void Realm, the trial would conclude. Upon its conclusion, the Void Realm would evaluate each individual's performance and bestow corresponding rewards based on their ratings, which range from A to D. The highest level of evaluation, bestowed with a legacy reward, is a Tao-level foundational cultivation technique from the Mountain and Sea Pavilion. This reward is singular in nature. Once it has been claimed by an individual, subsequent aspirants, regardless of their performance, can only aspire to receive a secondary level evaluation, never again attaining the esteemed primary level. In a previous existence, this Tao-level foundational technique was not awarded to any player, but rather claimed by an NPC, as it was acquired by a non-player character. No player comprehended the precise strategies required to achieve the highest accolade. The actions of that NPC within the realm of ruins remain a mystery to Qingshan. However, as a top-tier player, he stands apart from novice players who can only navigate the game by following guides or emulate the actions of esteemed experts. Frequently, he himself is the author of such strategies, the so-called expert. Relying solely on his own abilities, he is capable of flawlessly completing a dungeon. In his previous life, Qingshan engaged in the ruins dungeons over a dozen times. He developed his own flawless approach to conquering the challenges therein, yet ultimately fell short of verifying the feasibility of his methods, a source of deep regret for him. Nevertheless, the pinnacle evaluation in the realm of ruins still hangs in the balance. At last, he has the opportunity to test his previous concepts and see if following his own logic could indeed lead to the highest primary evaluation. In Qingshan's perspective, to achieve the highest possible evaluation, one crucial aspect must be considered. He must find a way to transcend the threshold of the Qi refinement stage. In this battle to annihilate the sect, Qi refinement cultivators are scarcely more than cannon fodder, with only foundational cultivators deserving of such a title. For the disciples of the Mountain and Sea Pavilion at the Qi refinement stage, should the demonic forces invade, there exists no sanctuary. Qingshan is acutely aware that relying solely on the combat prowess of a Qi refinement cultivator, no matter how exceptional his efforts, will yield little in terms of evaluation. He must possess greater strength. For cultivators, the swiftest route to manifest power that surpasses their own is undoubtedly through formations. At last, Qingshan has seized control of his current physical state. He raised his head to see the sect leader of the Mountain and Sea Pavilion standing majestically above the crowd. The sect leader, poised in the sky, lifted his robe sleeves, summoning a multitude of spirit stones that floated in the air, accompanied by countless formation plates and flags. With a grand gesture, the sect leader dispersed these spirit stones and formation flags, sending them towards all Qi refinement disciples of the Mountain and Sea Pavilion. These are the flags of our pavilion's great transformation formation. Each of you shall hold a flag. With 36 individuals, a formidable great transformation formation can be established. You may form your own teams. Under the power of the great transformation formation, you shall be able to contend against lower-tier demonic entities. A flag and several high-grade spirit stones soared towards Qingshan. Qingshan reached out to take the banner, and the information about the formation flag appeared before his eyes. Dain formation flag, 136, description, holding this formation flag. A minimum of 36 individuals can form a Dain formation. Formation effect. The Dain formation can consolidate the spiritual energy of the 36 cultivators within into a singular force, with the damage sustained being equally distributed among the 36 cultivators. This is an exceptionally powerful battle formation. Battle formations are specialized arrays designed for combat. Unlike ordinary formations, which require a certain amount of time for preparation, battle formations can be established at any moment as long as the cultivator possesses the formation flag. Furthermore, battle formations are dynamic and can be moved and altered infinitely. Even in ancient times, battle formations were exceedingly rare, mastered only by ancient sects like the Mountain and Sea Pavilion. Under the influence of this formation, the 36 Qi refinement cultivators would possess the combat strength of foundation establishment cultivators, barely able to contend with lower-tier demon races rather than being mere fodder. However, if one were to follow this course of action, attaining a high evaluation would be impossible. This is because the Dain formation merely qualifies Qi refinement cultivators to serve as cannon fodder. Therefore, regardless of how well they perform, it is evidently impossible to achieve a high evaluation as mere cannon fodder. Qingshan shook his head as he gazed at the formation flag in his hand. The formation he intended to rely upon was not this Dain formation. His ambition lay with the Mountain and Sea Pavilion's protective grand formation, the 8th grade formation, Mountain and Sea formation. The challenge, however, was that the overseers of the Mountain and Sea formation were all formation masters and high-ranking cultivators of the Mountain and Sea Pavilion. How could a mere Qi refinement cultivator like him possibly participate? After the sect master of the Mountain and Sea Pavilion distributed the formation flags and spirit stones to the Qi refinement cultivators, he transformed into a streak of blue light and swiftly departed for the next peak. As the sect master, he was to traverse all peaks of the Mountain and Sea Pavilion that night, meeting every cultivator of the sect before resolutely facing his demise. The Qi refinement cultivators of the Mountain and Sea Pavilion, upon receiving the formation flags, quickly began to seek familiar individuals to form teams. After witnessing the sect master depart, a glint of determination flashed in Qingshan's eyes as he silently vanished into the crowd. The Mountain and Sea formation, as an 8th grade formation, possesses near celestial power. Such a formidable formation cannot simply be arranged with mere formation flags and spirit stones. The Mountain and Sea formation utilizes the countless spiritual mountains of the Mountain and Sea Pavilion as its formation points, with the boundless misty seas serving as its formation patterns, drawing the necessary spiritual energy from the spiritual veins of the Mountain and Sea Pavilion. Once the Mountain and Sea formation is activated, it will harness the full power of the mountains and seas. At this moment, Qingshan stood on the towering peak known as Wea Peak. The spiritual vein of Wea Peak is a 4th grade vein, considered one of the lower-tier veins within the Mountain and Sea Pavilion. This is hardly surprising, as Wea Peak serves merely as a training ground for Qi refinement disciples of the pavilion. Although it is only a 4th grade vein, it will nonetheless serve as one of the power sources when the Mountain and Sea formation is fully activated. The demon race is not foolish. On the contrary, they are exceedingly astute. In fact, the spiritual vein will be the primary target of their aggressive endeavors. The space of the mountain and sea pavilion has already been sealed by the demon race. In the absence of powerful cultivators to lead the way, all Qi refinement disciples on Wei Feng will be unable to depart from the peak. It is evident that the most crucial object atop Wei Feng is the 4th grade spiritual vein, which provides spiritual power to the mountain and sea array. Even with the power of the Dian array, eliminating numerous low-level demons pales in comparison to preserving this 4th grade vein. Thus, to achieve a first-class evaluation, it is imperative, in Lu Qingshan's view, to rely on this spiritual vein. Upon Lu Qingshan's arrival at the spiritual vein site on Wei Feng, the barrier that had previously sealed it was already lifted, and a virtual refinement cultivator was leading numerous nascent soul and golden core practitioners stationed there. Virtual refinement is a level above the nascent soul, representing the 5th tier of cultivation. As Lu Qingshan approached, a golden core cultivator stepped forward to block his path. The significance of the spiritual vein is well understood by both the mountain and sea pavilion and the demon race. Therefore, even though Lu Qingshan is a disciple of the mountain and sea pavilion, he was halted before he could draw too close to the vein. I am Lu Qingshan, a Qi refinement disciple, here to assist my esteemed seniors in guarding the spiritual vein, he declared. The golden core cultivator frowned, poised to refuse. However, before he could utter a word, Lu Qingshan quickly added, though my cultivation is modest, I possess some knowledge of the demon race's tactics, which may prove beneficial to my seniors in safeguarding the vein. The golden core cultivator paused, scrutinizing Lu Qingshan. Some knowledge of the demon race's tactics? He inquired skeptically. Lu Qingshan nodded affirmatively. How can you prove that? The methods of the demon race are obscure even to the sect master of the mountain and sea pavilion. Why should he trust a mere Qi refinement disciple? Bold claims. Senior, please inspect your own soul, and you shall see that my words ring true, Lu Qingshan urged. The golden core cultivator was taken aback. Instinctively, he followed Lu Qingshan's advice, quickly examining his soul within the palace of his brow. What is this? He exclaimed in shock. It turned out that the seemingly unblemished soul was now shrouded in a faint layer of black mist, which could not be dispelled. The soul separation miasma, a technique of the 10,000 poison demon lord, Lu Qingshan stated gravely. What is the soul separation miasma? The golden core cultivator regarded Lu Qingshan with a solemn expression. What else do you know? I suspect that not only you, senior, but also the other guardians of the spiritual vein have likely fallen victim to this miasma, Lu Qingshan cautioned. The golden core cultivator's expression darkened as he grasped the gravity of the situation. Please wait here for a moment. He then turned and hurried inside, needing to report this information to the leading virtual refinement cultivator. Lu Qingshan stood in place, patiently awaiting news. It was certain that, with this development, he would be able to join the ranks guarding the spiritual vein on Wei Feng. He had already validated the feasibility of this approach multiple times in the past life's ruins. As for the black mist within the divine souls of the golden core cultivators, it is indeed, as he described, the soul-severing miasma of the Lord of 10,000 poisons. How did he come to know this? The answer is not complicated. During the initial opening of the Abyssal Realm instance, Nine Heavens released background information about the Shanghai Pavilion on their official website. Among this information was a detailed account of the extermination of the Shanghai Pavilion. In this annihilation, not a single cultivator from the Shanghai Pavilion chose to flee. The entire sect faced death together. Once a formidable force, the Shanghai Pavilion perished in less than a day at the hands of the Lord of 10,000 poisons, not only due to the strength of the demonic clan, but also because of their insidious tactics. The Lord of 10,000 poisons, cunning in thought, feigned to grant the Shanghai Pavilion a night to contemplate their submission, seemingly providing ample time for the sect to organize a final resistance. In reality, he never believed the Shanghai Pavilion would choose to submit to the demonic clan. This ruse was merely to allow sufficient time for his soul-severing miasma to permeate the entire sect. The miasma is colorless, odorless, and non-toxic, spreading extensively. The Shanghai Pavilion was largely unaware of the Lord of 10,000 poisons methods, resulting in almost the entire sect being afflicted. In the eyes of Lu Qingshan, this was akin to the official strategies disclosed by game developers to players in Nine Heavens. However, the information was not presented explicitly, requiring players to analyze and extract useful insights for their application. Regrettably, most players lack the inclination to delve into the tedious textual background provided by the officials. Even those who do take a look seldom grasp these deeper implications. Most merely skim through the information, and few, like Lu Qingshan, engage in profound research and contemplation. For 90% of players, the approach to dungeon runs is simply to charge in recklessly, without enduring a fair amount of hardship. They do not comprehend the necessity of strategic gameplay. due to the unique non-toxic nature of the soul-severing miasma and their unpreparedness. Even the high-level cultivators of the Shanghai Pavilion remained oblivious to the silent infiltration of the miasma throughout their ranks. The effect of the miasma is to increase the magical damage received by cultivators by 20%. This is one of the signature skills of the Lord of 10,000 Poisons and a significant factor in the rapid collapse of the Shanghai Pavilion. As one of the ancient sects that first confronted the demonic invasion, the Shanghai Pavilion was, from beginning to end, manipulated by the demonic clan due to their ignorance of their tactics. You come with me. When he reappeared before Qingshan, the expression of the Golden Core Cultivator had darkened considerably. Clearly, he had validated the truth of Qingshan's words. Under the guidance of the Golden Core Cultivator, Qingshan traversed past numerous high-ranking cultivators, heading deep into the spiritual vein. Eventually, Qingshan's attribute panel reflected a new status: abundant spiritual energy. Experience gained from practicing techniques here will receive a significant boost. You are Qingshan? Inquired a middle-aged male cultivator, his brow furrowed with worry. This was the refinement void cultivator, Yuanyang Jinzun, of the fourth-tier spiritual vein guarding the Wei Feng. Upon Qingshan's nod, Yuanyang Jinzun pressed further. What exactly is this soul-severing miasma you speak of? Qingshan candidly conveyed the effects of the soul separation mist to the esteemed Master Yuanyang. Is there a way to dispel this soul separation mist? The mist itself is devoid of toxicity. Thus, cultivators need only to utilize their own spiritual power to gradually dissipate it. The soul separation mist excels in its concealment and widespread transmission. I estimate that at this very moment, a significant number of cultivators within our Shanghai Pavilion have already succumbed to its influence. Therefore, I implore Master Yuanyang to promptly notify the sect leader. Moreover, the soul separation mist is not inherently domineering. With proper precautions, one can easily prevent its invasion into the spirit. Time is of the essence, and Qingshan did not linger for further inquiries from Master Yuanyang. He proceeded to elaborate on the intricate details regarding the mist. Upon hearing this, Master Yuanyang recognized the urgency of the situation. Without further ado, he retrieved the sect's token from his storage ring. The token shimmered, emanating a divine thought. He was eager to relay this information swiftly. His status did not allow for direct communication with the sect leader. Thus, he could only transmit the message through intermediaries, layer by layer, which would consume additional time and leave no room for delay. He commanded that everyone hasten to expel the soul separation mist. Master Yuanyang, regaining his composure, instructed in a hushed tone. He cast a meaningful glance at Qingshan and ultimately refrained from further inquiries. Since you possess some understanding of the demonic clan's methods, it is prudent for you to remain here, as you may yet prove useful. The situation was dire, and he could not afford to squander any more time. Chapter 60. The Power of Shanghai, Part 1. At Master Yuanyang's command, the cultivators stationed at the spiritual vein promptly seated themselves cross-legged, mobilizing their spiritual power to begin expelling the soul separation mist that clung to their spirits. This was, in fact, a deliberate strategy by Qingshan. As he made his way to the spiritual vein, he deliberately slowed his pace to allow sufficient time for the Shanghai Pavilion cultivators to dispel the mist, while ensuring they had little opportunity for further questioning. Thus, without any hindrances, he successfully remained at the spiritual vein. A hush fell over the gathering, permeated by a palpable tension. All cultivators exerted their utmost efforts to rid themselves of the soul separation mist within. Gradually, one by one, individuals opened their eyes and rose to their feet. Once everyone had stood, Qingshan gazed towards the horizon, where a glimmer of dawn began to manifest. The sky was about to brighten. Atop the Wea Peak, Qingshan surveyed her companions. In this pressing situation, she swiftly located her allies for the formation. From the array, someone shouted, brandishing a formation plate from their central position. Qingshan promptly produced her formation flag, channeling her inner spiritual energy into it. A stream of white spiritual light emanated from the flag in her hand. Simultaneously, the Shanghai Pavilion disciples beside her also released a similar white spiritual light from their formation flags. The beams of white light swiftly intertwined, converging towards the cultivator holding the formation plate at the center. As 35 streams of white light coalesced, they gradually faded. Yet, Qingshan felt an inexplicable bond forming with her companions. The Dian array had been established. Is this truly the Dian array? What a wondrous formation! Qingshan could not help but marvel. Although the practitioners from the Liu family had previously received detailed information about the trials of the Suja from their predecessors, the sensation of hearing about it and experiencing it firsthand are ultimately disparate. Meanwhile, Yu, one of the Qi refinement practitioners from the Yi family participating in the assessment, gazed at the formation plate in his hand and the 35 disciples of the mountain and sea pavilion surrounding him, feeling an immense sense of pride. This time, the Qi refinement trial in the Suja would undoubtedly lead to victory for the Yi family. The Dayan formation required 36 individuals to establish, with 35 wielding formation flags and one holding the formation plate, occupying the central position known as the formation eye. The formation eye is the essence of the Dayan formation. Should the practitioner at the formation eye perish, the formation would collapse without any external force. Hence, the individual holding the formation plate would inevitably become the primary target during combat. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy of the 36 practitioners coalesced into a singular force, necessitating a commander to orchestrate this energy. The practitioner at the formation eye would be responsible for directing the spiritual energy of the Dayan formation practitioners. The weight of responsibility resting upon the formation eye practitioner is evidently profound. Therefore, this individual must be the most seasoned in combat among the 36. Although Yu initially possessed merely a formation flag, he volunteered to hold the formation plate after locating his teammates, as anticipated, in a moment of collective resolve and unity. When he declared his extensive combat experience and expressed his desire to assume the position at the formation eye, the original holder of the formation plate hesitated only slightly before relinquishing it to him. At such a critical juncture, it is unlikely anyone would misunderstand the gravity of the situation and choose to act recklessly. With someone stepping forward voluntarily, it was reasonable to assume they possessed a degree of confidence. Yu's heart surged with excitement as he held the formation plate. After the Qi refinement practitioners from the Yi family, who had participated in the Suja trials over the past 2 years, detailed their experiences, he discerned a crucial point. Although these entities were mere illusions of the Suja, their operational logic was anything but rigid. They behaved almost like real beings capable of interaction. In that moment, a subtle idea began to take root in his mind. Upon entering, he decided to give it a try, and to his surprise, he succeeded. Other practitioners participating in the assessment were merely ordinary members of the Dayan formation, while he positioned himself at its core. In terms of ultimate performance evaluation, they could not possibly compare to him. In such trials, the importance of intellect outweighs raw strength. Yu thought, brimming with confidence. But what was that? Lu Xian's pupils constricted as he observed a thick, gray-black mist rolling in from afar, swiftly engulfing the once ethereal sea of fog. The sky was filled with dark, swirling mist. The ominous demon horde relentlessly pressed forth from within the gray fog. They have arrived. The demons. Countless demons surged towards the peaks of the mountain and sea pavilion, launching an all-out assault. Since the mountain and sea pavilion refused to yield, they would face annihilation. A venomous voice echoed throughout the pavilion. Subsequently, from a distance, numerous beams of celestial light flared up, signaling the powerful practitioners of the mountain and sea pavilion preparing to confront the high-ranking demons. Lu Xian was unable to observe the distant battlefield, for at this moment, numerous low-tier demon clans had already surged upon the peak of Weifeng. The higher-tier demons had been valiantly held at bay by the advanced practitioners of the Shanghai Pavilion. However, given the vast disparity in strength, it was impossible to sustain this defense for long. According to the accounts of practitioners who had participated in previous assessments, this was the critical moment to strive for a superior evaluation, as they were still contending with low-tier demons that were manageable. Soon, the high-tier practitioners of the Shanghai Pavilion, who were suffering from successive defeats, would no longer be able to contain the onslaught of the high-tier demons. At that point, any high-tier demon that slipped through would easily dispatch them in an instant, and the breach would only widen. Attack! Roared the individual wielding the formation disc within the Dayan array, commanding the others to charge towards a menacing demon resembling a spider. This was a second-tier spider demon, armed with 6 spider spears protruding from its back. The battle at the spiritual vein of Weifeng was even more intense. Fiery rain cascaded from the heavens, and the air was thick with embers. A multitude of demon refiners relentlessly assaulted the spiritual vein of Weifeng. These refiners, engulfed in flames and with steam rising from their bristling manes, sported sharp horns reminiscent of a bull, and their eyes blazed with fire. Towering in stature, their bodies were adorned with crimson patterns that shimmered like flowing lava. Qingshan concealed himself deep within the spiritual vein, casting his gaze towards the location of the true master Yuanyang. At this moment, the greenish-blue and blue radiance emanating from true master Yuanyang intertwined continuously, while he was besieged by 7 fifth-tier demon refiners. The odds were overwhelmingly against him. However, the situation was not as dire as it appeared. The aura surrounding true Master Yuanyang far surpassed that of an ordinary void refining practitioner. He had summoned the power of the Shanhai array, channeling a fraction of its might for his own use. Though his combat prowess had not reached the level of a transformation god practitioner, it had significantly exceeded the limits of a void refining practitioner. Utilizing this small portion of Shanhai power, he engaged in a fierce battle against the 7 fifth-tier demon refiners, showing no signs of yielding. Suddenly, amidst the clash, true Master Yuanyang seized an opportunity, activating his magical artifact, a resplendent fan, crafted from an unknown material, and directed it towards the 2 demon refiners he had just repelled with his spell. A grayish-yellow spiritual light surged forth from the fan, swiftly splitting into 2 beams, aimed at the 2 demon refiners. To the astonishment of the fire-wreathed and aggressive demon refiners, they were transformed into immobile stone statues under the spell of true Master Yuanyang. An experienced combatant, true Master Yuanyang would not let such an opportunity slip away, withstanding the assaults of the other 5 demon refiners. He exerted all his strength to cast another spell at the temporarily petrified demon refiners. With a crack, the 2 stone-like demon refiners crumbled as if weathered by time, dispersing into dust that floated away into the air. Having endured the assault of 5 formidable magical beings, the esteemed Yuanyang Jinren, although significantly weakened and spitting blood, was propelled back several meters. Yet, it was evident that he had not sustained grave injuries. This exemplifies the terrifying potency of the 8th-tier formation, the Shanhai array. Even a minuscule fraction of its might bestows upon the Yuanyang Jinren such formidable combat prowess. Chapter 61. The Power of Shanhai, Part 2, atop the summit of Weifeng. With a decisive slash, a colossal sword forged from spiritual energy descended under the guidance of the Formation Master, cleaving a 2nd-tier spider demon before him. A deafening crash reverberated through the air as the menacing spider demon was instantly severed in twain, its remnants forcefully tumbling backward due to the overwhelming might. Lu Xian took a deep breath, assessing the meager spiritual energy remaining within her. Despite her continuous consumption of spiritual pills and stones since the onset of battle, the scant recovery was but a drop in the ocean amidst such fierce combat. At this juncture, her internal spiritual energy had nearly depleted, leaving her with little recourse. While the Dian array could endow them with the combat capacity of elite foundation-building cultivators, the spiritual energy within their dantians remained at the level of chi refining practitioners, a limitation the array could not transcend. Consequently, their effective combat duration was alarmingly brief. Surveying her surroundings, Lu Xian noted that the demonic horde, far from diminishing under their relentless assault, continued to swell in numbers, stirring a poignant sense of helplessness within her. She could almost empathize with the despair faced by the Shanhai Pavilion during their confrontation with the demonic forces in years past. Summoning the last vestiges of her spiritual energy, she resolved to vanquish one more demon. The resolute voice of a Shanhai Pavilion cultivator echoed in her ears. Promptly following the command, Lu Xian rallied her scant remaining energy. The cultivators participating in this trial within the Void Realm did not face true demise, however, as they launched a final assault alongside their comrades against the demons. A wave of melancholy and sorrow inexplicably surged within her. This was a tragic saga belonging to the Shanhai Pavilion. Yet in the brief span of less than a day within the Void Realm trial, she found herself resonating with their plight. Meanwhile, Yiyu, sensing the dwindling spiritual energy within him, was nonetheless overwhelmed with excitement. One cannot grasp porcelain without a diamond drill. As he asserted, he was indeed adept at martial combat. Under his commanding leadership, before the spiritual energy of the Shanhai Pavilion's chi refining disciples was entirely expended, they had successfully slain 7 second-tier demons, an exceptionally commendable feat moreover. As the Formation Master, he anticipated additional accolades in the final assessment, eagerly contemplating what rewards awaited him. Suddenly, Yiyu's expression shifted dramatically. Before his eyes appeared a humanoid demon, its arms resembling sickles and cloaked in darkness. This was a blade demon, radiating an aura far surpassing that of the previous demons. A 3rd-tier demon. Yiyu was taken aback. He realized that the defensive line of the high-ranking cultivators at the Mountain Sea Pavilion had been breached. As Yiyu gazed into the distance, he indeed witnessed a continuous emergence of 3rd-grade demons. In such circumstances, their trial in the ruins realm was nearly at an end. However, he also found that the spiritual energy within him was dwindling. Even without the arrival of these high-tier demons, their capacity to fight was limited. As expected, one of the blade demons flashed into motion, transforming into a faint afterimage, charging directly towards them. With its arms as weapons, a cold glint flashed. Although Yiyu summoned a spiritual energy shield at the first moment, It crumbled instantaneously under the assault of the third-grade blade demon's arms, as fragile as paper. Subsequently, Yi Yu's waist was severed in two. With his demise, the Great Yin formation collapsed. The blade demon disregarded the remaining 35 Qi refining cultivators and surged towards the other side. Without the Great Yin formation, the second-grade demons could easily handle these Qi refining practitioners. The blade demon's task was to decapitate the core cultivators of the Great Yin formation, dismantling their formation. When Yi Yu regained his senses, he found himself in a loft. Surrounding him were numerous cabinets, each enveloped in a transparent shield. Countless jade slips were displayed on these cabinets. Heart racing, he cautiously touched his waist, confirming it was unharmed, and sighed in relief. Although he understood it was merely an illusion, the vividness of the scenario left him shaken, even as he faced a severing of his waist. Then, scenes began to materialize in the air before him, visions of all his experiences in the ruins realm. These images played rapidly, and in no time, he reached the moment of his severing. The scene froze, and several lines of text appeared, stating, Final evaluation, C rank lower. Reward, freedom to choose a mundane level cultivation method. Yi Yu's expression turned exceedingly grim. C rank lower? How could this be? If his memory served him correctly, the last time a member of the Yi family participated in the Ruins Realm trial, they achieved a C rank middle evaluation after slaying nearly 6 second-grade demons. He had defeated 7 second-grade demons this time, and not only that, but he had accomplished this as a core cultivator of the Great Yin formation. Why had he not only failed to attain a higher evaluation, but received a lower one than C rank middle? Was there some mistake? Provide me with an explanation. Yi Yu's face darkened with fury, and he shouted in anger. Yet, no response came. At last, having vented his frustrations, Yi Yu calmed down and glanced at the surrounding cabinets. On a few of them, the protective shields had vanished. This signified that he could select the jade slips atop those cabinets. Despite his reluctance, he gritted his teeth and approached the cabinets to make his choices. In a similarly styled loft, Lu Xian appeared out of thin air. She couldn't help but wipe her eyes, staring at the traces of moisture on her hands. Unbeknownst to her, her eyes had already grown misty. It was merely an illusion. Lu Xian self-deprecatingly remarked, I actually took it seriously. Yet, the sensation was remarkably vivid. Although it was the tragic weight of epics spanning tens of thousands of years, her heart was still ensnared by that emotion. She pondered that if one day her family, the Lu clan, were to face such a predicament, she would likely react in a manner akin to those cultivators of the mountain and sea pavilion. Similarly, the recollections of all her experiences within the ruins realm unfolded before her eyes, the scenes playing out at an astonishing speed. Ultimately, the images froze on the final act. The blade demon, renowned for its swiftness and ferocity, beheaded the core cultivator of the Great Transformation Array who wielded the formation plate. With the core cultivator gone, their Great Transformation Array naturally ceased to exist. Even though the remaining 35 cultivators swiftly regrouped to mount a vigorous resistance. Deprived of the array's enhancement, they were quickly slaughtered by the second-tier demons. For second-tier demons, this was her final tally. 2 lines of characters materialized. Final rating, C. Reward, the freedom to select one spiritual level technique. As Yi Yu and Lu Xian concluded their trial in the Ruins Realm, an increasing number of cultivators participating in the assessment were also wrapping up their own evaluations. At the spiritual vein of Wea Peak, only 3 of the 7 fifth-tier demon refiners besieging the true master Yuanyang remained. Correspondingly, the high-ranking cultivators guarding this spiritual vein had suffered severe losses. Lu Qingshan had concealed himself deep within the spiritual vein for quite some time. As the gas-refining cultivators participating in the Ruins Realm assessment finished their trials, his record remained at 0. Chapter 62, The Power of Mountains and Seas, Part 2. However, Lu Qingshan appeared devoid of urgency. Instead, he seemed to be waiting for something, his gaze wandering as he constantly observed his surroundings. Clang! A sharp sound rang out. Not far in front of Lu Qingshan, a white barrier manifested, erupting with a dazzling white light that flickered intensely. Simultaneously, a faint shadow emerged outside the barrier. This shadow wielded a weapon akin to a spear, which, like its form, was also somewhat ethereal. The previously sharp sound had been the collision noise from the spear striking the defense array protecting the spiritual vein. Lu Qingshan's eye sharpened. They had arrived. This was a shadow demon from the demon clan, adept at stealth and capable of explosive power. The true master Yuanyang, harnessing the power of the mountains and seas, was currently at the pinnacle of the void refinement realm. If the demon clan were not foolish, they would not choose to engage in a protracted battle against the true master Yuanyang, bolstered by the power of the mountains and seas. In a shift of perspective, The optimal choice at this juncture would undoubtedly be to devise a means to entangle the true master Yuanyang in direct confrontation while simultaneously dispatching others to destroy the spiritual vein, the source of the array's power. Qingshan had considered this, which was why he had consistently hidden in the depths of the spiritual vein within the defense array. Apart from the fact that the current intensity of battle far exceeded his cultivation level, he could hardly withstand the residual force and could only seek refuge within the defense array. Another significant reason was to wait for the demons preparing to strike at the spiritual vein. In the distance, the esteemed Yuanyang observed the defensive formation of the spiritual vein teetering precariously under the onslaught of the shadow demons. Realizing the dire situation, he hastily prepared to rush to its aid. Naturally, the demonic entities would not allow Yuanyang to have his way. The remaining 3 fifth-tier demon cultivators, who had previously been evasive in their attacks, were now engulfed in flames, charging recklessly towards Yuanyang. They merely needed to delay him for a moment. The power of the mountains and seas that Yuanyang wielded was sustained by the spiritual vein. Should the vein be destroyed, his formidable strength would dissipate. The demon cultivators were acutely aware of this fact. Yuanyang scanned his surroundings, seeking anyone capable of thwarting the shadow demons. However, the disparity in power between them and the demons was stark. The other cultivators were already preoccupied with their own survival, lacking the strength to assist the spiritual vein. Was this the end? A fleeting thought crossed Yuanyang's mind. If the spiritual vein were to be destroyed, their annihilation would soon follow. With a heavy sigh, he resolved to unleash a final surge of power to eliminate the 3 demon cultivators before the vein succumbed. Uncle Yuanyang, lend me a portion of the power of the mountains and seas. At that moment, a voice from the direction of the spiritual vein resonated, Qingshan, who had been forgotten amidst the chaos. In that instant, he was the closest cultivator to the shadow demons and the only one capable of intervening in time. Yet, a flicker of hesitation crossed Yuanyang's eyes. While the power of the mountains and seas could dramatically enhance a cultivator's might, could Qingshan truly harness such strength? Bestowing an overwhelming power upon a nascent cultivator could result in a catastrophe. He might not even be able to wield a fraction of it effectively. If Yuanyang were to share this power with Qingshan, his own strength would diminish significantly, rendering him incapable of vanquishing the 3 fifth-tier demons within this brief window. Should Qingshan fail to halt the shadow demons with the power granted, it would be a grievous miscalculation. Yet if he succeeded, the continuous supply of power from the spiritual vein could enable him to vanquish even more demons, far beyond just these 3. To gamble or not, Yuanyang found himself in a state of uncertainty. Uncle Yuanyang, trust me. Qingshan seemed to understand Yuanyang's apprehensions and shouted once more. Very well. As a disciple of the mountain and sea pavilion, I shall place my faith in him this once. At worst, we perish together. With a resolute heart, Yuanyang directed his thoughts, channeling half of the power from the Huia Peak's spiritual vein to Qingshan. Instantly, the radiance enveloping Yuanyang dimmed considerably, while a swirling aura of green and blue enveloped Qingshan. You have received the blessing of the power of the mountains and seas. During the duration of this power, your rank will be elevated to Refining Void. Your primary attribute has been enhanced, Strength 500. Your maximum health has been enhanced, Health 2000. During the duration of the power of mountains and seas, the damage you receive will be reduced by 80. This damage reduction cannot exceed your maximum health. Otherwise, the effect will be nullified. During the duration of the power of mountains and seas, your spiritual energy will be contingent upon the reserves of the spiritual vein. As long as the vein is not depleted, your spiritual energy will remain inexhaustible. Countless streams of data cascade down like a waterfall. An overwhelming number of enhancement effects flood the screen, rendering Qingshan unable to comprehend them all. He has no time to scrutinize this data. Grasping the Crying Soul sword from his storage ring, Qingshan gently waved it, savoring the familiar strength coursing through him at this moment. Clang, clang, clang. With a slight lift of his eyelids, he gazed at the shadow demon still assaulting the spiritual vein formation, letting out a soft sigh. Though he had not yet reached his peak state, it was sufficient to vanquish you. Sword in hand, Qingshan's figure flickered and he soared out of the formation. Upon seeing Qingshan emerge, a hint of disdain flickered across the shadow demon's face. If it believed that the enhancement of the power of mountains and seas could secure its victory, it was woefully naive. The reason the true master of Yuanyang appeared so unstoppable, even with the power of mountains and seas, was not solely due to the might of the mountain-sea formation, but also because the true master of Yuanyang was formidable in his own right. An Chi refinement practitioner, even with the power of mountains and seas, was hardly worth its notice. The shadow demon felt a shift within, and its previously revealed forms swiftly faded, inexplicably vanishing from sight. This was the Shadow Demon's innate ability, Shadow Escape. However, Qingshan remained utterly unperturbed. He turned his body slightly, gripping his sword with both hands, and closed his eyes as if attuning to something. A faint tremor resonated. "Found you," Qingshan murmured softly. Secret sword, wind slash. Descending light, sword technique. In an instant, the power of mountains and seas enveloping him surged forth, converging at the tip of Qingshan's sword. In but a moment, the momentum at the sword's tip ascended to its zenith. Roiling spiritual energy surged upon the long sword. Qingshan slashed to the left of his body. There, an expanse of emptiness lay, devoid of anything. Yet, at the moment the crying soul sword descended, a faint shadow seemed to be extricated from the void, revealing its corporeal form, gazing in astonishment at the incoming strike. Boom. At the instant the sword struck the shadow demon, spiritual energy erupted uncontrollably. In an exceedingly brief moment, two sword shadows seemed to explode simultaneously upon the shadow demon. This was the additional attack effect of wind slash. Boom. Qingshan bellowed fiercely. Under the effect of secret sword, wind slash, this strike had already accumulated 3 layers of corrosive power upon the shadow demon, bolstered by the power of mountains and seas. The corrosive power within Qingshan's sword was magnitude stronger than during his chi refinement stage. The shadow demon found itself ensnared in place. Qingshan's spiritual energy rapidly coalesced upon the sword, and with a thrust forward, he pierced through the head of the immobilized shadow demon. As the potent spiritual energy surged within the shadow demon's body, it culminated in a cataclysmic explosion, radiating a brilliant white light. The shadow demon disintegrated into a cloud of fine ash amidst a deafening roar, utterly vanishing from existence. Such formidable power was the hallmark of a sword cultivator. An ordinary chi refining practitioner, upon suddenly receiving such overwhelming strength, would typically find it impossible to control. It would be akin to an average person whose strength multiplied 100-fold or even 1,000-fold. A mere step could create a deep pit in the ground, rendering movement nearly impossible. According to Qingshan's expectations, in his previous life, achieving a top-tier rating in the Suja dungeon would hinge upon swiftly mastering and acclimating to this sudden surge of power within a limited time frame. This demanded an exceptionally high level of skill. Even he could not guarantee success. Yet now, this challenge had paradoxically become the most easily surmountable issue. In the prime of his past life, he was a consummate sword cultivator, and the mere power of the Shanhai realm was trivial for him to command. Chapter 63, Foundation Establishment, Part 1. Ignoring the astonished expressions of the demon race and the true monarch of Yuanyang. Qingshan leaned forward and dashed towards the 3rd and 4th grade demons besieging the golden core and nascent soul practitioners of the Shanhai Pavilion. Seizing an opportunity presented by the shadow demon's carelessness, Qingshan swiftly dispatched it. However, he did not let this victory inflate his ego. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. Although he could perfectly harness his newfound strength, it did not alter the fact that he was fundamentally still a chi refining practitioner. He lacked the advanced techniques such as sword control, flying sword, sword intent, and sword radiance diversion that only high-ranking sword cultivators could wield. Facing 5th grade demons directly, he would indeed find himself at a disadvantage, not due to a disparity in strength, but rather in skill and cultivation level. Nonetheless, against the 3rd and 4th grade demons, empowered by the Shanhai force, he could undoubtedly prevail through sheer might, effortlessly overpowering them. The true monarch of Yuanyang, bolstered by the Shanhai force, was evidently capable of battling 3 5th grade refining demons. Thus, there was no immediate urgency to assist him. A flurry of sword light flickered continuously. Qingshan weaved through the sea of demons, launching leftward and charging forward. At that moment, he resembled a vengeful specter, cruel, resolute, and brimming with murderous intent. His movements were clean and precise, devoid of any superfluous actions. Each strike of his sword targeted the demon's vital areas such as their necks and heads. Wherever his sword traversed, blood and flesh were scattered. The damage inflicted by a refining sword cultivator, even with a simple slash, was beyond what these 3rd and 4th grade demons could endure. Exhilarating. The metallic scent of blood clung to Qingshan, intensifying with each passing moment. His murderous intent surged, his pupils shimmering a deep crimson, yet his mind remained increasingly lucid. This was the essence of a true sword cultivator, a cold-blooded machine of slaughter. As his desire to kill heightened, his heart grew ever more composed. Soon, the seemingly endless tide of demons began to falter under Qingshan's relentless onslaught, revealing a moment of weakness. Qingshan did not pause. Sensing that the situation had momentarily been brought under control, He surged forward with an imposing presence and a fierce intent to kill, directing his assault towards the location of the true Master Yuanyang, where 3 fifth-grade demonic beasts still lingered. As Qingshan, embodying the distinctive and sharp aura of a sword cultivator, entered the fray, true Master Yuanyang found himself at a loss for how to respond. The prowess displayed by Qingshan exceeded all his expectations. Even he could not guarantee a performance superior to that of Qingshan. However, this was not the moment for astonishment. Recognizing Qingshan's support, the seasoned true Master Yuanyang swiftly adapted and coordinated his efforts with him. Initially engaged in a 1 versus 3 struggle, the tide of battle quickly turned in their favor with Qingshan's arrival. Within 10 breaths, a colossal head was severed, showering the battlefield with a rain of blood. The 3 fifth-grade demonic beasts lay defeated. Qingshan stood still, surveying his surroundings, and was astonished to discover that the area had been cleared. Despite the exhaustion etched on his face, true Master Yuanyang could not suppress a smile. Just as he was about to approach Qingshan to utter a few words, a thunderous roar echoed from a distance. Both Qingshan and true Master Yuanyang turned their gazes towards the source of the sound. In the far distance, atop a towering peak already shrouded in black mist, an incredibly intense and blinding light pierced through the darkness. In that instant, the heavens and earth were filled with dazzling spiritual radiance. Suddenly, the natural order became chaotic, and a towering vortex, resembling a black hole, materialized from thin air. This vortex unleashed an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy that, while abundant, was unattainable, dissipating swiftly into the surrounding environment, merging with the cosmos. It was a grand yet tragic spectacle, a manifestation of the Tao vanishing from the heavens. Such phenomena occur only when exceptionally powerful cultivators meet their demise. These cultivators, having grown to such formidable heights, have undoubtedly absorbed countless amounts of spiritual power from the world. If this power is not returned, the spiritual essence of the world will gradually diminish, ultimately leading to desolation. Thus, upon their death, these mighty cultivators return the spiritual essence to the universe. Adhering to the laws of the heavenly Tao, the mountain and sea pavilion experiences such a remarkable phenomenon only upon the death of a single individual. Both Qingshan and true Master Yuanyang understood the implications. The leader of the mountain and sea pavilion has fallen from between the towering peaks. The ominous voice of the Lord of 10,000 Poisons reverberated, attempting to shatter the fighting spirit of the remaining disciples of the mountain and sea pavilion. Qingshan glanced towards the distance, where waves of the demonic horde surged toward them. He exchanged a resolute glance with true Master Yuanyang. Far from diminishing in resolve due to the loss of their leader, their fighting spirit intensified. Confronted with the approaching tide of demonic entities, Qingshan and true Master Yuanyang advanced rather than retreated, closely followed by all the surviving cultivators safeguarding the spiritual veins. When Qingshan regained his senses, he found himself transported from the battlefield of the boundless peak, rife with demonic entities, to an empty attic. Surrounded by nothingness, Qingshan was taken aback, for this scene was at odds with his recollections. The final instance of the dungeon's conclusion should have been filled with cabinets brimming with jade slips of techniques and spells. As he surveyed his surroundings in confusion, a middle-aged man in a white robe quietly materialized before him. Upon gazing at the man's visage, Qingshan seemed to grasp something and offered a slight bow. Sect Master. Indeed, the figure before him was the Sect Master of the Shanghai Pavilion, whom Qingshan had glimpsed from afar atop the boundless peak. The Shanghai Pavilion had long since met its demise. What claim did he now have to the title of Sect Master? With a voice imbued with gentleness, the Sect Master remained unfazed by Qingshan's silence. He extended a hand, and with a delicate gesture, images that had never graced the realm of the void began to materialize in the air. That night, the Sect Master had traversed every peak of the Shanghai Pavilion, encountering all of its disciples. Before dawn, he stood motionless in the sky, lost in contemplation. After what felt like an eternity, as the first light of day approached, he finally regained his focus, as though a decision had been made. With a subtle grasp towards the void, a sphere of black light appeared in his hand. The Sect Master contemplated this orb for a moment, and upon solidifying his resolve, he lightly traced his finger across his brow, manifesting a faint soul entity before him. Concurrently, his expression turned ashen. He had severed a small fragment of his own spirit. The detached soul, gazing at the Sect Master, nodded with an almost human-like understanding before plunging into the black orb in his palm. Observing this, the Sect Master inclined his head slightly. He then levitated the black sphere into the air, forming seals with his hands, imbuing the orb with a series of incantations. At the very moment dawn broke, he swept the black sphere away, sending it deep beneath the Shanghai Pavilion, where it instantly vanished without a trace. Chapter 64, Foundation Establishment, Part 2, Qingshan remained silent. If he was not mistaken, the black sphere concealed by the sect master of the Shanghai Pavilion was indeed the realm of the void. This sequence of images likely depicted the very reasons for the realm's continued existence. As for the lingering soul of the sect master before him, it could be viewed as the sect master himself from another perspective, for this fragment of spirit, separated by secret arts millennia ago, retained all the memories and thoughts of the sect master, possessing an independent consciousness. At last, the mysteries that had perplexed Qingshan found resolution. It was no wonder that such a seemingly trivial illusion of a dungeon could feel so authentic, and that the narrative of the void would be so dynamically intricate. The unfolding of the narrative within the realm of Sujie is not dictated by a preordained, rigid trajectory, but rather guided by a fragment of a soul endowed with independent consciousness. The existence of the Mountain and Sea Pavilion's Master S-Soul fragment allows the Sujie storyline to exhibit subtle variations, contingent upon the diverse actions of the participating cultivators. The reason my remnant soul persists to this day is merely due to the haunting of my obsessions. The Master of the Mountain and Sea Pavilion expressed. The millennia-old legacy of the Mountain and Sea Pavilion was obliterated in a single night, and my heart harbors discontent. Thus, that fateful evening, I concealed the Sujie within an elusive barrier and bifurcated a fragment of my soul, the very presence before you now, tasked with overseeing the realm. I harbor the hope that if humanity does not succumb to the demonic forces, a millennium hence, when Sujie reemerges into the world, it may serve as a crucible to perpetuate the legacy of the Mountain and Sea Pavilion. Even at the pinnacle of the Master of the Mountain and Sea Pavilion's power, the act of splitting off a fragment of his soul entails considerable sacrifice. It is far from trivial to divide a shard possessing its own consciousness and cognition. This division will necessitate decades of recuperation for him to restore his vitality. Yet, on the eve of the great battle, he chose to manifest such a conscious soul fragment, solely to leave a flicker of hope for the continuation of the pavilion's legacy. This underscores the profound depth of his commitment to the heritage of the Mountain and Sea Pavilion. With a gentle smile gracing his countenance, the master extended his left hand and subtly gestured. All of Qingshan's experiences within Sujie transformed into shimmering shadows, continuously materializing in the air. The scene crystallized on Qingshan, who valiantly faced overwhelming odds, ultimately submerged by the multitude of demonic entities. After witnessing Qingshan's performance in Sujie, the Master of the Mountain and Sea Pavilion remarked, "I have never encountered a Qi refinement cultivator of your caliber. Your praise is unwarranted," Qingshan responded with calm composure. The master gazed intently into Qingshan's face and solemnly stated, "As an ancient grand sect, the Mountain and Sea Pavilion is most renowned for its Tao-level foundational cultivation technique. The Gui Su Jing. Such profound teachings are not to be shared lightly. Thus, despite my fervent desire to pass on the Gui Su Jing, if a suitable successor cannot be found, I would prefer to see it lost to obscurity rather than carelessly entrusted to another. Your performance within Sujie has not escaped my notice. I believe that among the 7 realms of humanity, few Qi refinement cultivators can rival your excellence. Based on this merit, if you were to practice the Gui Su Jing, it would certainly not be squandered. However, this is insufficient, for the Gui Su Jing is an exceptionally unique technique. Should its wielder lack restraint and misuse its capabilities, the consequences could inflict grave harm upon the world. Therefore, within my trials in Sujie, the final evaluation is influenced not only by the performance within the realm, but also by a latent criterion, the mindset of those participating in the trials. If your actions within Sujie are solely motivated by the pursuit of a high evaluation, even with remarkable performance, you shall not attain an esteemed rating in my eyes. Only when you can genuinely immerse yourself in the position of a disciple of the Mountain and Sea Pavilion, and after I ascertain that you possess this empathy, will you be deemed a worthy candidate to inherit my teachings. For it is only such individuals who can truly cherish the mountains, rivers, and seas. As you have met my expectations in both demeanor and resolve, I now inquire, are you willing to study the Return to the Void Sutra of the Mountain and Sea Pavilion? The purpose of Qingshan's journey to the Void Realm is precisely for this, and there is naturally no reason for dissent. Upon seeing Qingshan nod, the sect master of the Mountain and Sea Pavilion smiled faintly and gently placed a finger on Qingshan's forehead. An overwhelming surge of information flooded into Qingshan's mind. In what was once an empty expanse, a vibrant spiritual essence emerged, rushing violently into his body. The onslaught was fierce, yet its nature was exceedingly gentle, causing no harm whatsoever to Qingshan. Detected Foundation Establishment Technique. Return to the Void Sutra. Return to the Void Sutra. Foundation Establishment. Level. Tao level description. A true abyss with no bottom. Named the Return to the Void. An ancient foundational technique of the mountain and sea pavilion with a maximum level of 20. Technique effects. 1. For every level increased, the upper limit of spiritual power increases by 100 points. 2. Spiritual power recovery speed is 100. 3. The spiritual power cultivated through the Return to the Void Sutra possesses exceptional quality and will not falter against any attribute of spiritual power. 4. Upon reaching level 20, an additional 1,000 points are granted to the upper limit of spiritual power. 5. Upon reaching level 20, mastery of the divine ability, Power of the Mountains and Seas, is attained. Power of the Mountains and Seas description absorbs the power of mountains and seas within a radius of 10 miles, augmenting oneself. However, as a consequence, the mountains and seas from which power is drawn will lose all vitality, turning into desolation. Supplementary note. The range of power absorption will increase with the cultivator's level. Casting cost. None cooldown. 1 day technique effect 6. The experience points required for advancing the Return to the Void Sutra is 100. Currently receiving the inheritance of the Return to the Void Sutra. Learning progress. 154099. This process is supplemented by external source spiritual power providing experience points, requiring no consumption of one's own experience. Learning successful. You have mastered the Return to the Void Sutra. Detected that the advancement task, Foundation Establishment, has been completed, and your level has risen to Foundation Establishment. Due to the talent, Entrapment, your endurance bonus will not be enhanced. You gain Foundation Establishment level bonus. Maximum health increased by 50. You comprehend the skill, Spiritual Awareness. You have unlocked a new attribute column, Spiritual Awareness. You gain the talent, Impenetrable Body. Your upper limit of spiritual power exceeds 200, granting you the talent, Spiritual Power Control, Beginner. You obtain a slot for your destined sword. Please determine your destined sword promptly. Qingshan, Human, Profession, Sword Cultivator Cultivation Techniques, Qi Induction Technique, LV10 Spiritual Power 150. Return to the Abyss Sutra, LV1, 04000, Spiritual Power 100. Spiritual Recovery Rate 100 Stage, Foundation Establishment Experience Points, 968 Health Points, 7070 Spiritual Energy, 250 Divine Sense, 10 Talents, Innate Sword Seed, Legendary Talent, Specialization, Vanguard, Swordsmanship Affinity, Beginner. Sturdy Physique, Infallible Body. Having established your Tao foundation, you have transcended the realm of mortals, extending your lifespan by 200 years, simultaneously. You have gained the ability to abstain from food. Spiritual Energy Control. Beginner. As your cultivation progresses, your mastery over spiritual energy evolves beyond mere rudimentary manipulation, advancing to a more refined level. Your utilization of spiritual energy increases by 1 tier. Skills. Heavenly Eye Technique, Universal, Falling Bright Sword Technique, LV10, Max. Secret Sword Wind Slash, LV1, 02000. Divine Sense Perception. You can extend your divine sense outward to perceive your surroundings. Destined Sword Slot. Empty. A destined sword can be added in this slot. Faction, Yuan Mountain Tower. Enthusiastic, 200, Jisho Tower. Friendly, 20, Tianji Observatory. Friendly, 10, Chapter 65. Life Forbidden Zone. A formidable power surged within Qingshan's body. He introspected his Danshan, where the mist-like spiritual energy had transformed into a higher quality liquid spiritual energy at the moment he advanced to Foundation Establishment. Concurrently, a wealth of knowledge and experience regarding the utilization of spiritual energy flooded into his mind. Spiritual Energy Control. Under the influence of his innate talent for spiritual energy control, Beginner, his application of spiritual energy transcended simplistic manipulation. He no longer merely consumed spiritual energy to cast skills. He could now adeptly wield spiritual energy during combat. Qingshan shifted his gaze to the attributes panel, focusing on the detailed description of the Return to the Abyss Sutra within the Cultivation Techniques section. He finally comprehended the significance of the sect leader of the Mountain Sea Pavilion's fragmented spirit, who had described the Return to the Abyss Sutra as a unique cultivation technique. The powers bestowed upon mastering the Return to the Abyss Sutra to perfection, particularly the ability to harness the might of the Mountain Sea, were truly extraordinary and defied the natural order. In combat, cultivators could easily invoke tumultuous energies, yet such actions only superficially altered the landscape of mountains, rivers, and seas without causing lasting damage to the world. However, the power of the Mountain Sea was different. Any mountain or sea stripped of its strength by this force would lose all vitality, leading to true demise. In other words, the conflicts among cultivators were akin to bombardments from the past. Though devastating, life would eventually sprout amidst the ruins. Conversely, when the power of the mountain sea consumed a land's strength, it would suffer irreversible devastation, remaining barren for years to come. Since bestowing the Return to the Abyss Sutra upon Qingshan, the fragmented spirit of the Mountain Sea Pavilion's sect leader began to grow increasingly ethereal. The teachings of the Tao are not to be disseminated lightly. He imparted the Gigzu Sutra to Qingshan, which appeared to be merely a simple gesture. Yet it consumed a significant portion of the soul power of the Mountain and Sea Pavilion's master. After expending a considerable amount of his own primordial strength, the master found himself in a state of extreme weakness. Upon witnessing Qingshan rise, he noticed that the aura surrounding him had transformed into that of a foundational cultivator. The master silently praised Qingshan's innate talent and gradually began to speak. Any powerful explosive spell comes with a correspondingly steep cost, and the same holds true for the power of the mountain and sea. However, unlike other explosive spells, the cost of this particular divine ability is borne by the mountain and sea themselves. This is a most alarming matter. The realm of humanity is vast. While this may not pose a problem at lower levels of cultivation, as one ascends in power, the reach of the mountain and sea's devouring force expands correspondingly. If a practitioner of the Gigzu Sutra lacks restraint, the world will inevitably descend into desolation. Thus, even within the mountain and sea pavilion, few practitioners are deemed worthy to learn the Gigzu Sutra. No matter how exceptional one may be, if their temperament does not meet the required standards, the pavilion will never impart the sutra. Gigzu signifies the ultimate destination and conclusion of all things, should the power of the Gigzu Sutra be misused. This world will transform into a wasteland, heralding its end. Therefore, I have a stipulation for you. Once you have mastered the power of the mountain and sea, do not abuse this ability unless faced with life and death. The tone of the mountain and sea pavilion's master was exceedingly serious. Qingshan's expression turned solemn as he earnestly assured, I promise, master, unless absolutely necessary, I shall never wield the power of the mountain and sea. A swordsman does not make promises lightly. Once made, they are sworn to uphold them unto death. The master of the pavilion nodded slightly at Qingshan. As Qingshan gazed at the master, a flicker of hesitation crossed his face, and he cautiously inquired, Master, might I ask where the Gigzu Sutra originated? It is no wonder that Qingshan was curious. The capabilities of the sutra were indeed enigmatic. Initially, he understood that the highest reward in the Su realm would be a Tao-level foundational cultivation technique. But he never anticipated it to be such a sinister art capable of seizing the forces of mountains, rivers, and seas. The master of the mountain and sea pavilion hesitated to answer Qingshan's question. It was not until his figure began to flicker, reminiscent of a dying flame in a temple, that he sighed and spoke. It comes from the godforsaken land. The godforsaken land? Qingshan's brow furrowed. He searched his memories, but found nothing. This was a term that had never appeared in his 10 years of gaming experience. His innate sensitivity to narrative led him to realize that he was on the cusp of uncovering a momentous secret. The master of the Shanghai pavilion nodded slightly, as if the term itself was a taboo, refraining from uttering its name. It is a realm of life and death, a place I would not dare to explore even at the height of my power. After this brief addition, the master of the Shanghai pavilion fell silent. At the entrance of the Great Words Mountains ruins realm, the atmosphere, which had been quiet for quite some time, began to stir again with the return of the participating cultivators. Lu Zhou counted the achievements of his disciples, a look of joy lighting up his face. Your expression suggests that the Lu family has made quite a harvest this time, hasn't it? Lu Neng, noticing Lu Zhou's demeanor, hurriedly approached with an inquiry. Lu Zhou pointed to Lu Xian and smiled. This is Lu Xian. She is the most outstanding performer from our Lu family in this endeavor. Having achieved a rank of B in the ruins realm, Lu Ning glanced at Lu Xian in surprise. Among the cultivators from the Lu family participating in the ruins realm examination, Lu Xian was not the most remarkable, yet she had attained the highest rank in the end. And what of your Lu family? Lu Zhou inquired with genuine concern. Lu Neng waved his hand dismissively. This time, we are far behind your Lu family. The best result among our participating cultivators is merely a rank of C. After a pause, Lu Neng suddenly seemed to recall something, speaking with uncertainty, if memory serves. The last Ruins Realm examination saw the highest evaluation being AB rank from the Ku family. Could it be that this time, the victory truly belongs to your Lu family? Lu Zhou smiled modestly. It is not so simple. The Ruins Realm examination remains a phase of exploration for all. Experience accumulates year after year, and so do the results. As our Lu family progresses, how could the Ke family possibly remain stagnant this year? No sooner had he spoken than a clamor arose from a distance. Both Lu Zhou and Lu Ning turned their gazes in unison. It turned out to be a Qi refining cultivator from the Ke family, who had just emerged from the ruins realm, having achieved a rank of B, which sparked a momentary excitement among the crowd. Exchanging glances, Lu Zhou and Lu Ning could not help but exclaim, "Truly impressive, the Ke family." This marked the first occasion for their alliance to secure AB rank in the ruins realm examination. Lu Zhou surveyed the surrounding families. All participating cultivators had now exited the ruins realm. A few families, once their members had gathered, were already preparing to embark on their journey home. A flicker of concern crossed Lu Zhou's eyes. Qingshan had yet to emerge from the ruins realm. What could he possibly be doing in there for such an extended duration? Lu Zhou pondered to himself. Meanwhile, Fang Qian declared that the results of this ruins realm trial had been finalized, and it was time to settle the bets. "I previously wagered on the Ke family to win, staking 2 4th-grade spirit stones," spoke a golden core cultivator who had participated in Fang Qian's betting game. Fang Qian beamed with delight. "Well said. In this ruins realm trial, the Ke family has produced AB rank in Qi refining, securing victory, while the foundation establishment rank was claimed by the Yi family with AC rank. All of you who placed bets with me may come to settle your accounts now. After this moment, do not blame me for turning a blind eye. I will not honor any debts." Lu Zhou furrowed his brow and glanced at the entrance of the Su realm, noticing the continued silence. He interrupted Fang Qian's boisterous proclamations, saying, "Fang Qian, there are still cultivators from the Lu family undergoing trials in the Su realm and have yet to emerge. How can you hastily conclude that the Qi refinement realm has been claimed by the Ke family?" Fang Qian was momentarily taken aback. At this time, there are still members of the Lu family inside the Su realm? The Lu family, as a mid-ranking clan within the Su realm alliance, typically remained low-key and avoided drawing attention. Had Lu Zhou not mentioned it, no one would have noticed that Lu family disciples were still within the realm. Suddenly, the Lu family became the focal point of the gathering. Upon closer inspection, indeed one member of the Lu family was unaccounted for. The Su realm was a domain devoid of life-threatening dangers. Therefore, it was inconceivable that Qingshan had perished within its confines. The only possibility was that this disciple of the Lu family was still engaged in the trials of the Su realm. The cultivators who had participated in the trials began to murmur among themselves. When they had met their demise in the realm, the narrative had escalated to a point where high-ranking cultivators were overwhelmed, with countless high-level demonic entities descending upon these lower-tier cultivators. It had been a massacre. Having elapsed a considerable amount of time, they found it hard to fathom how Qingshan had yet to conclude his trial under such dire circumstances. As the whispers of speculation spread among the surrounding cultivators, Fang Qian felt a pang of unease. He recalled Lu Zhou's earlier, uncharacteristic actions in supporting the Lu family's claim to victory. If he could not grasp the implications of this, it would truly be a testament to his naivete after all these years. This old scoundrel had nearly outmaneuvered him. Fortunately, he had remained vigilant, or else he would have suffered a devastating loss. Fang Qian fumed silently. As time trickled by, doubts arose about whether Qingshan would even surpass the Ke family's ranking. After all, the trials in the Su realm did not solely rely on the duration of survival to determine the final evaluation. However, Qingshan's presence in the Su realm had extended far beyond expectations. Surviving for such an extended period within the realm undoubtedly signified that Qingshan would achieve a rank superior to all others. The cultivators present, aside from their astonishment, were predominantly filled with curiosity. All of them were Qi refinement cultivators, and it was perplexing that Qingshan could outperform his peers to such a degree. Clearly, there must have been some extraordinary discovery made by Qingshan within the Su realm. Such a discovery would likely be replicable. The leading golden core cultivators from various clans began to scheme, contemplating how to negotiate with the Lu family for first-hand intelligence regarding the Su realm. The allure of ancient sects' advanced techniques and spells was immensely tempting to them. With this thought in mind, several golden core cultivators who had entertained such notions exchanged meaningful glances with the Lu family's group. Time continued to pass, long enough for the cultivators present to start questioning whether there were other exit pathways from the Su realm. The entrance to the Suja realm finally stirred with a flicker of movement. All eyes hastily turned toward the passage. A ripple emerged, and soon, a figure stepped forth from the dark corridor. It was none other than Qingshan. As his silhouette materialized, the hearts of the leading golden core cultivators from various clans trembled with astonishment. Lu Zhou's pupils constricted sharply, habitually probing with his divine sense. He swiftly discerned Qingshan's current cultivation level, He had achieved the foundation establishment stage. Prior to entering the Suja realm, Qingshan was merely a 10th-layer Qi refinement cultivator. Yet he emerged as a foundation establishment practitioner. The leaders of the various families within the Suja alliance were engulfed by a wave of incredulity. Hadn't the rewards of the Suja realm solely consisted of techniques and spell transmissions? Never had they heard of the realm assisting cultivators in their advancement. Was there something about the Suja realm that they had yet to comprehend? Yet, at present, such musings were secondary. The most crucial matter was the appearance of such a young foundation establishment cultivator before them. Was he not yet 20? Some pondered internally. The Lu family might be on the verge of rising. This thought flickered through the minds of all present. Lu Zhou's heart was already tumultuous with waves of emotion. Others may have been oblivious, but Lu Qingshan was his kin. How could he not grasp the significance of Lu Qingshan's age? A 15-year-old foundation establishment cultivator. Moreover, if his memory served him correctly, Lu Qingshan had seemingly transitioned from Qi refinement to foundation establishment in merely 3 months. The implications of this were unfathomable. Perhaps in another decade or so, the Lu family would produce another golden core cultivator? Even the prospect of a nascent soul cultivator seemed highly promising. The gap between the 10th layer of Qi refinement and foundation establishment appeared minuscule, yet it was a chasm of unimaginable disparity. Even the most talented Lu Bei of their family had taken 2 years to surpass this threshold. As for the reason behind the phrase previously, a smile involuntarily crept upon Lu Zhou's lips. Qingling, it seems you ought to relinquish the title of the Lu family's most talented cultivator to your son. Moreover, extending this notion to the entire Xinjiang prefecture would not be amiss. This thought resurfaced in Lu Zhou's mind, for upon reflection, he realized he had never heard of a 15-year-old foundation establishment cultivator emerging from within Xinjiang prefecture prior to Lu Qingshan. Lu Zhou. It appears that the Lu family shall triumph in this Suja trial, claiming victory in the Qi refinement realm. Fang Qian's eyes glimmered with intrigue as he stepped forward, extending a greeting. Fortunately, Lu Zhou, you were merciful and only extracted 2 4th-grade spirit stones. Otherwise, my family's assets would surely have been depleted. Upon finishing this remark, Fang Qian turned his gaze to Lu Qingshan, smiling as he inquired, might I ask what rank you have achieved in the Suja trial? I would like to convey this to your esteemed elder. His words, ostensibly a cordial greeting, were in truth a subtle probe. Fang Qian appeared to wear a cheerful smile, displaying an excessive politeness that belied his ulterior motives, as he skillfully extracted the most pressing questions from the assembled cultivators. Old fox, Lu Zhou inwardly cursed, feeling a pang of regret. Why had he, in his greed for a handful of spirit stones, sought Fang Qian's assistance in staking his family's reputation? Just as everyone was preparing to depart, he had unwittingly detained them with his inquiries. Yet, he could hardly blame himself. He had not anticipated that Lu Qingshan would behave in such a manner. It was acceptable to be slightly more accomplished than others, but excessive talent could render one a target of envy. The realm of cultivation was, after all, a brutal landscape of survival of the fittest. Lu Qingshan maintained a remarkably calm demeanor, addressing Fang Qian with utmost courtesy. What is there to conceal? My final evaluation in the ruins realm was of the highest grade. I kindly request that you finalize the stakes on behalf of our esteemed elder. The surrounding cultivators were taken aback by his declaration. Although they had long speculated about the outcome, hearing it confirmed by Lu Qingshan himself left them astounded. Fang Qian, with an approving smile, remarked, a grade of the highest caliber is indeed remarkable. However, mere words are insufficient. I must have tangible proof to ascertain the final results. While I certainly do not doubt the integrity of your Lu family, without evidence, declaring your family the victor might provoke dissent among the other contenders. Might I inquire if you can present the rewards you obtained in the ruins realm for our inspection? Fang Qian's skepticism was not rooted in disbelief. He was well aware of Lu Qingshan's extensive time spent in the ruins realm, and they all had an inkling that his final ranking would undoubtedly be the highest. His inquiry was merely a tactic to elicit information about the rewards Lu Qingshan had secured, particularly if they were related to his advancement in foundational cultivation. His reasoning was sound, as the rewards from the ruins realm, transmission jade slips, could be easily identified by the color of their exterior. Those who received a grade of D had slips that were white, those with a grade of C had blue slips, and those of grade B were green. As for the highest grade, they were still in the dark. Moreover, aside from Fang Qian's spontaneous stake, the family that emerged victorious would gain additional quota rewards in the next Ruins Realm trial, while the family with the poorest performance would see a reduction in their quotas. Consequently, in every trial, no family would ever conceal their achievements. All would strive for the highest rankings. Lu Qingshan smiled and replied, Fang Qian, it's not that I am unwilling to provide proof, It is simply that the highest grade reward is not a cultivation technique, Jade Slip. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Fang Qian's eyes, though he continued to probe. If it is not a cultivation technique, Jade Slip, then what might it be? Qingshan naturally understood the implicit meaning behind Fang Qian's words. He nodded and said, as you can see, before entering the Suja, I was merely at the Qi refining stage. Yet within less than a day in the Suja, I advanced to the foundation establishment stage. This is the reward for achieving the top rank within the Suja. As for the specifics, I prefer not to disclose them. He was reluctant to reveal the existence of the Gui Su Jing. However, he did not mind securing an additional Suja quota for the Lu family. Fortunately, the process of advancing to foundation establishment within the Suja was known to no one. Thus, his advancement became the perfect excuse. He was not afraid of being exposed, as the rules of the Suja allowed only one top rank to be awarded. Once he secured the top rank and obtained the inheritance of the Gui Su Jing, any subsequent performances by later cultivators could at most earn them a secondary rank. If no one else could achieve the top rank thereafter, there would be no one to verify his claims. In essence, his excuse bore no risk of being debunked. All the cultivators focused on Qingshan felt a stir in their hearts upon hearing this. The highest reward of the Suja, which could aid Qi refining cultivators in breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, held significance profound enough to stir their spirits. Regardless of the time, foundation establishment cultivators are always the backbone of their respective families. Moreover, the greater the number of foundation establishment cultivators within a family, the higher the probability of producing golden core cultivators. Golden core cultivators are the most crucial standard by which a family's prosperity is judged. The rewards for achieving the top rank in the Suja trials could directly influence a family's rise or fall. What you say is indeed true, at least from my perspective. There is no doubt that this time, the Lu family will claim victory in the Suja Qi refining trials. I believe everyone here agrees. Fang Qian interjected swiftly, eager to curry favor with the Lu family upon receiving the answer to his inquiry. He was already contemplating a private negotiation with the Lu family to obtain key information regarding the top rank. Thus, he was willing to extend a favor to the Lu family. In his mind, Qingshan must have discovered some shortcut to achieve such a remarkable feat. For how else could this young man outshine the cultivators of 36 other families? He found it hard to believe otherwise. The leading golden core cultivators from various families were also astute, quick to respond, and they echoed Fang Qian's sentiments. Their thoughts mirrored his, regardless of the outcome. The victory would not belong to their families. Allowing the Lu family to claim the top rank did not infringe upon their interests. If there were losses, it would be borne by the Ku family. Since the victory was not destined for their own, they saw it fit to first offer goodwill to the Lu family, making it easier to approach them later for discussions regarding the Suja. The leading golden core cultivator of the Ku family, upon realizing that their anticipated quota for the Suja was slipping away, retained a smile. Unperturbed, the Lu family's cultivators have managed to survive in the Suja for such a duration. Even if they do not break through, the Ku family will have no objections to the Lu family claiming victory. With so many families present, the Ku family, despite its strength, was unwilling to oppose the collective sentiment. Furthermore, the Ku family harbors its own intentions regarding negotiations with the Lu family concerning the matter of the market boundary. Why not cede a mere handful of boundary slots to the Lu family? Even the Ku family, which stands to gain the most, has acknowledged that this trial in the Qi refinement realm should rightfully be claimed by the Lu family. Thus, this matter appears to be settled. Fang Qian, with a beaming smile, produced 44th grade spirit stones and handed them to Lu Zhou. Master Lu Zhou, this is your prior wager. With odds of 1 to 20, Lu Zhou had staked 2 4th grade spirit stones, resulting in his winnings of these 40 stones. Ordinarily, Fang Qian would surely feel a pang of regret. Yet now, he not only relinquished these stones with exceptional ease, but even felt a twinge of joy. The old rogue Lu Zhou had made a modest profit, and with this connection, he would possess more leverage in future dealings with the Lu family compared to others. After confirming the Lu family's victory, the crowd seemingly dispersed with a calm demeanor. As for the ensuing petty machinations, only the respective families were privy to them. On the azure misty boat, Qingshan stood outside Lu Zhou's door. "Elder, come in," came Lu Zhou's muffled voice from within. Gently opening the door, Qingshan realized it was unlocked, revealing that the elder had indeed been awaiting him. Upon entering, Lu Zhou remained silent, scrutinizing him, and finally spoke with a sardonic tone. "No wonder you dared to assert that the Lu family's resources are unnecessary for your support. It turns out your capabilities are quite formidable. An A-class evaluation, surpassing all Qi refinement practitioners from the 36 major families. Not just surpassing, but by a considerable margin. Advancing to foundation establishment at the tender age of 15, Astonishing indeed. Will you soon ascend to the golden core stage as well? Unfazed by Lu Zhou's mockery, Lu Qingshan replied, Elder, you flatter me. Such excessive praise is hardly appropriate. Lu Zhou, appearing exasperated, retorted, you know well it is inappropriate. I can understand youthful exuberance. But do you not realize that the tallest tree in the forest is the first to be felled? Once the families return and learn that you, at merely 15, have achieved foundation establishment, you will become a target. Although the 36 cultivation families in our market alliance appear harmonious on the surface, beneath lurk the inevitable underhanded tactics. Do you comprehend this? The resources in Zhenjiang Prefecture are limited. Should our Lu family grow stronger, it will inevitably diminish the resources available to other families. This is a struggle for interests, and in the face of such conflicts, no one will passively observe your ascent, not even the Lu family, which has close ties with us. Like hungry wolves circling a lamb, the prey has long been devoured. In the realm of cultivation, no powerful faction is a benevolent entity. Your brilliance shines too brightly, and you will likely invite schemes from various families, both overt and covert. Furrowing his brow, Lu Zhou pondered for a moment before stating, in the upcoming period, I suggest you remain in seclusion within our Lu family sanctuary and refrain from leaving for the time being. Once the storm has somewhat calmed, let us speak of subsequent matters. Although it appeared that Lu Zhou was reprimanding himself, the concern in his words was not lost on Lu Qingshan. However, Lu Qingshan could not comply with Lu Zhou's wishes, and thus he could only express his apologies. Elder, I have come to inform you that I shall not be returning to the Lu family this time. Lu Zhou's expression stiffened. What do you mean by that? Are you aware of how perilous your current situation is? Where do you intend to go if not to the Lu family? Lu Qingshan smiled faintly. I am fully cognizant of what Elder has said, yet I have my own reasons. My decision to refrain from returning to the Lu family is due to pressing matters that require my presence in Xinjiang City. Xinjiang City? Lu Zhou furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Lu Qingshan. Reasons of your own? Lu Qingshan wore a mysterious smile. Surely, Elder has not forgotten the Jishou Tower I previously mentioned. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou's expression shifted, murmuring, if it pertains to the Jishou Tower, it is no wonder that a person as composed as you would show such boldness this time. Lu Zhou was well aware of the strength of the Jishou Tower. If Lu Qingshan had their protection, then indeed, there was little to worry about. Seeing Lu Zhou's thoughts align with his subtle guidance, Lu Qingshan felt a sense of satisfaction within. Very well, since you are confident in your decision, I shall refrain from further discourse and escort you to Xinjiang City. Lu Zhou decisively concluded. The route from Dian Mountain back to the Lu family would not conveniently pass through Xinjiang City, and Lu Qingshan understood that Lu Zhou was merely concerned for his safety, opting to take a detour to ensure he arrived without incident. Grateful for Lu Zhou's kindness, Lu Qingshan did not decline. Chapter 68. She has arrived. Part 2. Seeing Lu Qingshan acquiesce, Lu Zhou guided the flying vessel towards Xinjiang City. The vessel moved swiftly, and before long, they reached the outskirts of Xinjiang City. Lu Qingshan clasped his hands in preparation to bid farewell to Lu Zhou. With a glance at Lu Qingshan, Lu Zhou casually tossed a storage bag towards him. Lu Qingshan received the bag and probed within with his consciousness. Inside were 44th-tier spirit stones and several vials of elixirs. For a foundation-building cultivator, this was indeed a substantial fortune. Lu Qingshan raised his gaze to Lu Zhou. Take it. These spirit stones are a reward for your performance in the market realm, one from Fangqian. Lu Zhou shrugged nonchalantly, adding, do not misinterpret my intentions. I merely do not wish to take advantage of the younger generation. Regarding Lu Zhou's prideful demeanor, Lu Qingshan chose not to expose it. Instead, smiling as he stored the bag, I am most grateful, Elder. Lu Zhou regarded Lu Qingshan once more and continued, though you are young, you are not without discernment. So I need not elaborate on certain matters, you will understand. Nevertheless, remember that you are a member of the Lu family. Should you encounter any difficulties, simply return to the Lu family, for we can still provide you with protection. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingshan realized that Lu Zhou had discerned his intention not to return to the Lu family. Yet, Lu Zhou did not attempt to thwart his plans. The spirit stones were a thoughtful provision, meant to support him during his time away. Indeed, he is quite an endearing old man. The Grand Elder does not intend to inquire how I achieved a first-class evaluation within the Void Realm. Lu Qingshan responded with keen interest. Lu Zhou maintained a remarkably calm demeanor. If you wish to share, you shall speak of it freely, if it is inconvenient to disclose. My inquiries would be futile and only serve to heighten tensions. Although Lu Zhou's words seemed casual, Lu Qingshan understood that the matter was far from the simplicity he suggested. The envious gazes of other cultivators at the entrance of the Void Realm did not escape Lu Qingshan's notice. If the Lu family remained unaware of how he secured a first-class rating in the Void Realm, they would be left with no option but to adopt a confrontational stance when approached by other families for trade, rendering them perpetually passive. Nevertheless, Lu Zhou had no intention of coercing Lu Qingshan or enticing him to divulge his experiences within the Void Realm. Even Lu Qingshan, with his temperament, felt a surge of warmth in his heart. However, he had never intended to conceal these matters from Lu Zhou. Thus, he candidly recounted his experiences within the Void Realm, leaving the subsequent family strategies and the intricate interplay of the various factions to the discretion of the three golden core cultivators. Given the current circumstances and the meticulous considerations of Lu Zhou and Lu Yuan, it appeared that the Lu family would not suffer any losses. After nearly 10 days, Lu Qingshan finally returned to Xinjiang City. In less than 10 days, he had traversed the threshold from Qi refinement to foundation establishment. As he had conveyed to Lu Zhou, his boldness during the trials in the Void Realm stemmed from having a solid foundation. However, his foundation was not the Guardian Tower as Lu Zhou presumed, but rather his own self. A month prior, he was merely a mundane being void of any magical power within the Corpse Refinement Cave. A month later, he had ascended to the rank of Foundation Establishment Cultivator. This was the source of his confidence. While others may feign weakness to ensnare the strong, in the face of the formidable underworld, one must indeed exercise caution. Yet to Lu Qingshan, the various families of the Void Realm Alliance hardly resembled tigers. Consequently, he felt no compulsion to remain low-key. Sword cultivators are inherently spirited, bold, and unrestrained. Lu Qingshan has always been a master of planning and strategy. His return to Xinjiang City was no mere happenstance. It was imbued with purpose. The strength of a sword cultivator hinges upon the mastery of the sword. Upon advancing to foundation establishment, a sword cultivator undergoes a transformative metamorphosis for two primary reasons. First, a foundation establishment sword cultivator unlocks their first innate sword slot, allowing them to wield a top-tier offensive magical artifact that can be upgraded and maneuvered with finesse. The significance of magical artifacts to cultivators is self-evident, and for sword cultivators, the importance of their innate sword is akin to the necessity of water for fish. With the possession of an innate sword, a sword cultivator's combat prowess multiplies instantaneously. Secondly, foundation establishment sword cultivators gain the ability to begin practicing the two most crucial and signature techniques of sword cultivation: sword control technique and flying sword technique. Regarding the fated sword, Lu Qingshan at this moment had not given it much thought. It was not due to a lack of urgency, but rather because once the fated sword was determined, it could not be altered. Furthermore, given the significance of the fated sword to a sword cultivator, he preferred to be meticulous rather than hasty. As far as he was aware, within the realm of Xinjiang, there were no weapons that stirred his heart. Thus, he had no choice but to temporarily set aside the matter of the fated sword. Fortunately, for the time being, the Crying Soul sword sufficed for his needs. However, the study of sword control and flying sword techniques could not be delayed. Until he mastered these two skills, he could not truly consider himself a sword cultivator. The Lu family was a lineage of law cultivators, and thus, the family's repository contained neither the sword control nor the flying sword techniques. Nevertheless, Lu Qingshan had already devised a plan for where to study these two skills. Upon returning to Xinjiang City, Lu Qingshan, through an intermediary, rented a quaint little courtyard to reside in temporarily. Additionally, he paid some spirit stones to the intermediary and entrusted them with certain matters. After settling in Xinjiang City, Lu Qingshan did not allow himself to remain idle. Instead, he wandered through the various shops selling spiritual herbs and materials. If his instincts served him right, it would not be long before someone delivered the two techniques he required to his doorstep. In accordance with the customs of reciprocity, he needed to prepare some gifts in return to graciously accept these two techniques. On the third day after returning to Xinjiang City, Lu Qingshan exited the Baiko Pavilion, which specialized in the sale of spiritual materials, and made his way back to the courtyard where he was staying. Upon pushing open the door and entering the hall, he immediately spotted a familiar tall figure within. Finally, she has arrived, he thought, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Though the figure had her back turned to him, her snowy attire and cool demeanor unmistakably belonged to Dantai Qingshan. It had been quite some time since they last met, yet the master of Dantai remained as spirited as ever. Lu Qingshan remarked with a smile. Dantai Qingshan coldly responded, "What is this? It seems you, Lu Qingshan, are not at all surprised to see me?" "Not surprised, but certainly pleased," Lu Qingshan replied nonchalantly. Dantai Qingshan turned to face him, her gaze piercing as if she had discovered something. Her delicate brows furrowed sharply. "Before leaving Yuanshan City, you were merely at the 8th level of Qi refinement, yet in less than half a month, You have already become a foundation establishment cultivator? A small stroke of fortune. Nothing to boast about, Lu Qingshan replied with a grin. Dan Tai Qingran, unfazed by his dismissive attitude, inquired, "Were you waiting for me to find you?" Her expression was as cold as frost, starkly contrasting with Lu Qingshan's cheerful demeanor. Lu Qingshan produced the Yuanshan building token and tossed it back to Dan Tai Qingran, shrugging. "Now that I am under your command, Master Dan Tai, I must be ready to heed your call at any moment." Receiving the token that Lu Qingshan had thrown, Dan Tai Qingran tucked it away. At Lu Qingshan's jest, her eyelids flickered, and she coldly remarked, "You are aware that you are now my subordinate. Yet you still dared to leave Yuanshan City without a word? It was my oversight. I sincerely apologize to you, Master Dan Tai, and I hope for your understanding." In response to the counterattack from Dan Tai Qingran, Lu Qingshan remained composed and swiftly found an excuse to retaliate. "Even though I am currently under the command of the Dan Tai Master, that hardly justifies your trespassing into another's residence." Noticing the increased air of aloofness emanating from Dan Tai Qingran, Lu Qingshan wisely refrained from further provoking this formidable figure. Although teasing the stoic NPC was undeniably exhilarating, he adopted a serious demeanor and inquired, "What brings the Dan Tai Master to seek me out in person this time?" Dan Tai Qingran cast a sidelong glance at him, retorting, "Aren't you Lu Qingshan known for your foresight? Why not calculate for yourself the reason for my visit instead of asking me?" Lu Qingshan, unfazed, chuckled lightly. "Your words are too flattering, Master Dan Tai. I am not Shi Jianshou. How could I possibly know everything?" Seeing Lu Qingshan concede, Dan Tai Qingran decided to drop the pretense. "After our last battle at the Source Mountain City Lord's Manor, the arrangements of the underworld in Source Mountain City have largely diminished. As a result of this campaign, I was reassigned 3 days ago to the Jishou Tower in Jinjiang City, where I now serve as the Deputy Master." Lu Qingshan clasped his hands in congratulations. "Then allow me to extend my heartfelt wishes for your promotion, Master Dan Tai." Dan Tai Qingran, with an expressionless glance at Lu Qingshan, continued, "On my very first day at the Jinjiang Tower, I received orders from the Master. We are to have our personnel at Jishou Tower closely monitor the movements of the underworld during this period. This directive comes after Qi Jianshou communicated with us, suggesting that he sensed ominous events looming over the Xinjiang region through the heavenly mirror's divided reflections. He suspects the underworld is plotting some conspiracy against Xinjiang. Upon reviewing the intelligence compiled by Xinjiang Tower over this period, I found it seemingly devoid of anomalies. However, I have an unsettling feeling that there are undercurrents I may have overlooked. You claim to possess numerous confidential insights regarding the underworld. If I require assistance, may I seek your collaboration?" Lu Qingshan remained non-committal and produced a jade slip from his storage ring, presenting it to Dan Tai Qingran. Surprised, she accepted the slip silently and delved into its contents with her divine sense. Discovering a record of the price fluctuations of 3 types of spiritual materials over the past 2 decades, the silver bone flower had maintained a steady price of 5 first-grade spirit stones per plant for the previous century. Yet in the last 20 years, its price had surged by 20%, reaching 6 first-grade spirit stones each. The soul-consuming sulfur had remained stable at 6 first-grade spirit stones per plant for 60 years, from the year 19920 to 19980 in Chang'an. However, in the recent 2 decades, its price had escalated to 7 first-grade spirit stones per plant. The phantom grass had also seen stability at 4 first-grade spirit stones per plant for nearly a century prior to the year 19980 in Chang'an, but similarly, its price had begun to rise over the last 20 years, now standing at 5 first-grade spirit stones each. Dan Tai Qingran frowned, casting a questioning gaze at Lu Qingshan. Lu Qingshan began to elucidate. These 3 spiritual materials, silver bone flower, soul-vanishing sulfur, and phantom grass, serve as the primary ingredients for crafting their respective elixirs: the silver bone pill, the soul-driving pill, and the phantom spirit pill. The silver bone pill is an auxiliary alchemical remedy commonly consumed by Qi cultivators for body refinement. The soul-driving pill is utilized by beast cultivators for nurturing spirit beasts, and the phantom spirit pill aids the cultivation practices of necromancers. The principal purpose of these 3 spiritual materials lies in the preparation of these elixirs, while they can also be employed in the creation of other potions. The scale of such consumption pales in comparison to that of the aforementioned elixirs. Each of these pills is not exorbitantly priced, yet sees substantial demand, and correspondingly, the primary spiritual materials used to concoct them are produced in large quantities. Numerous sects and spiritual herbalists rely on the cultivation of these 3 spiritual materials for their livelihood. Consequently, amid such a vast supply, the prices of these materials have historically remained remarkably stable. However, it is quite peculiar that, over the past 2 decades, The prices of these three spiritual materials have risen significantly. Dantai Qingshan, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of awareness but could not immediately grasp its significance. What do you mean by that? Qingshan shrugged and continued. The rise in the prices of spiritual herbs generally stems from two primary reasons. Either their production has diminished or their demand has increased. I have inquired extensively at the shops in the city that purchase and sell these materials and found that the production of these three spiritual herbs has not notably decreased over the past 20 years. Therefore, only one possibility remains. The demand for these three herbs among the cultivators in the Xinjiang prefecture has escalated over the past 2 decades. Strangely, there have been no significant events in the Xinjiang prefecture during this time that would account for such an increase in demand for the silverbone pill, the soul-driving pill, and the phantom spirit pill. Moreover, these three elixirs cater to 3 distinct sects: body cultivators, beast cultivators, and necromancers respectively. Dantai Qingshan displayed a contemplative expression, reflecting for a moment before speaking. Are you suggesting that these 3 spiritual materials are not being used to craft these specific elixirs, but rather for other purposes? Qingshan clapped his hands in admiration, stating, "Indeed, you are exceptionally astute, Dantai Master. I had the same thought. Consequently, I investigated further to uncover other uses for these 3 spiritual materials and stumbled upon a rather intriguing revelation." Slightly taken aback by the compliment, Dantai Qingshan's eyes twitched imperceptibly, yet she prioritized her curiosity over any irritation, pressing for clarification. "What did you discover?" Qingshan revealed. These 3 spiritual materials share a common application. They are the primary ingredients for crafting a potent corpse fluid. Dantai Qingshan's heart jolted. Although her knowledge as a sword cultivator regarding spiritual materials and elixirs was limited, she was certainly aware of the term potent corpse fluid, which is an auxiliary liquid used by malevolent cultivators to forge corpse puppets. Qingshan inquired, "When you captured the blood corpse true man, did you not uncover anything of significance on him?" Dantai Qingshan nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging, "Indeed, we initially discovered a beast pouch containing corpse puppets on him, filled with numerous first and second-tier puppets. However, it is quite normal for practitioners of the underworld to resort to such sinister methods, given their inherently deranged nature. So we did not give it much thought at the time." In Chapter 70, Guardian, Qingshan smiled faintly and spoke slowly. Over the past 2 decades, the demand for the 3 primary ingredients of the potent corpse fluid has coincidentally surged. Intriguingly, this potent fluid serves as an auxiliary elixir for the crafting of corpse puppets. Simultaneously, Master Dantai, you fortuitously confiscated a corpse puppet from an underworld practitioner. While a single instance of coincidence can be encountered by anyone, 2 instances fall within the realm of normalcy. However, should there be a 3rd instance, do you not think there might be some underlying influence guiding these events? Upon hearing Qingshan's inquiry, Dantai Qingshan fell silent for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. "I understand." Subsequently, she examined Qingshan with a discerning gaze and calmly remarked, "Your preparation is quite thorough. It seems you not only anticipated my visit, but also discerned the purpose behind it." Qingshan smiled bashfully and denied, "Not at all. I merely prepared in advance to avoid wasting your time." Dantai Qingshan chuckled lightly. "Since you have expressed a desire for cooperation, there is no need for flattery. Let us simply fulfill our respective needs. Given the crucial information you have provided, I shall not take advantage of you. Now, what is it that you desire?" Qingshan, no longer maintaining a facade, replied candidly, "As you can see, I have just advanced to the foundation establishment stage. As a sword cultivator, I must now begin studying the techniques of sword control and flying swords. Therefore, I urgently require the methods for both sword control and flying sword techniques. The methods available for purchase within the Merchant Guild are merely the most rudimentary spells, which I find rather unsatisfactory." Dantai Qingshan, hailing from a lineage of sword cultivators, knew that the techniques she could offer would undoubtedly surpass those commonplace methods. A flicker of doubt passed through her mind. She had already assumed Qingshan was a vessel possessed by a powerful cultivator. Typically, such individuals might lack certain resources, but they would never be devoid of cultivation techniques. After all, to reach the level of a great cultivator, one must possess a comprehensive system of cultivation methods, and if they were to start anew, they would simply retrace their previous paths. While there might be gaps to fill, it was implausible that a great cultivator would lack the essential skills of sword control and flying sword techniques, necessitating them to seek assistance. Instinctively, Dantai Qingshan found herself questioning Qingshan's true identity once more. After a brief contemplation, Dantai Qingshan retrieved 2 jade slips from her storage ring and tossed them to Qingshan. The Dantai family's lineage techniques for sword control and flying swords are confidential and cannot be divulged to outsiders. Even I would not dare to contravene this rule. These are the Lian sword control technique and flying sword technique. While they may not match the secret techniques of my Dantai family, they are still quite excellent methods I have gathered over the years, containing considerable merits. In my daily practice, I engage in the art of swordplay and the mastery of flying swords, often referencing these two teachings to illuminate my own shortcomings. Dantai Qingshan gently elaborated. Qingshan took the jade slip, momentarily refraining from hastily delving into the study of these two techniques. After storing the jade slip within his spatial ring, Qingshan turned to Dantai Qingshan once more and said, I wish to request something else from the esteemed Dantai Tower. Dantai Qingshan furrowed her brow slightly. Speak. The token of Xinjiang Tower, Qingshan replied with a smile, and I also wish to participate in the forthcoming operations of Xinjiang Tower. Dantai Qingshan appeared to grasp something suddenly, her understanding dawning upon her as she exclaimed, Upon our initial meeting, you returned the token of Yuanshan Tower to me, and I presumed you no longer required it. It seems you had intended from the beginning to exchange it for the token of Xinjiang Tower. She continued. It appears you anticipated my transfer to Xinjiang Tower all along. Qingshan, unperturbed, explained, such deductions are not difficult. Given your remarkable achievement in purging the underworld influence from Yuanshan City, a promotion is inevitable. At that time, you occupied the position of the Tower Master of Yuanshan Tower. Having already reached the pinnacle within the confines of a county-level guard tower, there was nowhere else to ascend but to the prefectural city. Having said this, Qingshan could not resist adding, You see, even though I departed Yuanshan City without a word, it was indeed with the intent of assessing the situation in Xinjiang City for you, esteemed Tower Master. My intentions are transparent. Growing accustomed to Qingshan's temperament, Dantai Qingshan chose to disregard his last remark and instead inquired, You wish to partake in our forthcoming operations at Xinjiang Tower? Qingshan nodded affirmatively, indeed. And I hope you will arrange for me to join the Jishou Wei. The Jishou Tower comprises 4 divisions. The Judicial Office, responsible for judicial matters. The Heibing Tai, tasked with gathering and organizing intelligence. The Jishou Wei, charged with apprehension and the most perilous tasks, yet composed of the most formidable cultivators. And the Ling Su Department, dedicated to the development and refinement of spiritual tools and elixirs, providing various logistical services for the cultivators of Jishou Tower. Why? Dantai Qingshan narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Qingshan. Previously, Qingshan had sought a token from her to gain membership in Yuanshan Tower. But that was the extent of his involvement. He had not genuinely joined Yuanshan Tower, thus was not obligated to undertake any tasks associated with its members. Nor could he partake in the monthly stipends and benefits reserved for them. It was merely a matter of status. However, it was peculiar for Qingshan to now express a desire to formally join Xinjiang Tower, hence Dantai Qingshan's astonishment. With a cheerful demeanor, Qingshan replied, There is no particular reason. As a member of Dantai Tower, it is only natural for me to follow in your footsteps and actively combat the underworld forces. Yet, beneath his words lay a different motive. His true aim was to join Xinjiang Tower to vanquish foes and accumulate experience. Once within the Jishou Wei, he could team up with cultivators from Jishou Tower to hunt down the underworld practitioners, leading to a swift accumulation of experience. With my authority, it would be no issue to arrange your placement in any of the other 3 divisions aside from Jishou Wei. The distinction of the Guardian is profound. The title of Guardian of Knowledge is bestowed upon those who hold the most crucial responsibilities within our esteemed Tower of Knowledge. The tasks assigned to the Guardians of Knowledge are notoriously perilous, with an exceptionally high rate of sacrifice. Typically, these Guardians operate in small, cohesive teams, each member forming a trustworthy collective. When a team seeks to recruit new members, the assessment is invariably conducted by the existing members. Only if they are satisfied will one be permitted to join their ranks. After all, selecting comrades for life and death battles is a matter of utmost significance that must be entrusted to them, rather than dictated by those of us in higher echelons. Should one's strength be inadequate, even I would find it inappropriate to unilaterally arrange for your inclusion among the Guardians, as it would be both unreasonable and unjust. Dantai Qingshan furrowed her brow and softly elucidated. Chapter 71. Sword Control Techniques and Flying Sword Techniques. All you need to do is recommend me. Everything else will follow the established protocols. I possess a fair degree of confidence in my abilities, Qingshan stated with a composed demeanor. Dantai Qingshan cast a skeptical glance at Qingshan. What confidence do you possess when you have yet to master even the sword control and flying sword techniques? Are you not aware of your own limitations? Very well, I shall expedite your arrangements. Prepare yourself, and once everything is set, I will notify you, Dantai Qingshan replied, casually tossing a token that sword toward Qingshan. Upon receiving the token, Qingshan discerned it to be the Zhenjiang Tower token. Although it was merely a token, Qingshan felt a genuine inclination to retain Qingshan at the Zhenjiang Tower, hence the straightforwardness in her offering. After all, in her eyes, Qingshan was an inexhaustible treasure trove. Having achieved her purpose in seeking Qingshan, Qingshan had no inclination to linger in idle conversation. With a flick of her wrist, she summoned the Lingian sword, her form leaping into the air, transforming into a streak of azure light, vanishing in an instant. As Qingshan departed, Qingshan retrieved the jade slip she had provided from his storage ring. A cascade of information appeared before his eyes. Liuyan sword control technique. Casting conditions. This skill can only be activated through a sword. Description: a sword cultivator's evasion technique, with a maximum level of 20. Skill effects: flight via sword control, with remarkable speed. Upon reaching a certain velocity, it manifests as a streak of Liuyan flames. Supplementary note: the more spiritual energy expended, the swifter the sword flight. Indeed, the sword control technique is not an offensive spell. Traditionally, it should be regarded as an evasion technique, uniquely belonging to sword cultivators. In reality, the evasion methods practiced by cultivators of different schools vary significantly. Each technique possesses its own distinctive characteristics. For instance, the elemental evasion techniques of the law cultivators are versatile and adaptable to various terrains. The shadow evasion and smoke evasion techniques of the nether cultivators are enigmatic and elusive, making them difficult to counter. The spatial shifting technique of the spirit cultivators is profoundly intricate, connecting with the essence of the world. Each possesses its own merits. As the evasion technique of the sword cultivators, the sword control technique is equally peculiar. Its greatest characteristic, and indeed its sole advantage, is its speed, an unparalleled swiftness that eclipses other evasion techniques by a considerable margin. Aside from that, the sword control technique possesses no additional functionalities. However, this aligns perfectly with the intrinsic characteristics of a sword cultivator. The common offensive strategies employed by sword cultivators can be categorized into two primary approaches. The first involves staying within the effective attack range of their flying swords, incessantly harassing and assaulting their foes. The second consists of a sudden, aggressive thrust, utilizing sword techniques to swiftly eliminate adversaries. Both of these strategies hinge upon the principle of speed. Speed serves as the weapon through which sword cultivators navigate their battles with agility. It is, therefore, not surprising that the sword control technique holds such significance for sword cultivators, rivaling even the arcane art of flying swords. In Qingshan's recollections from his past life, he recalls certain unconventional sword cultivator players who devoted themselves entirely to mastering the sword control technique, thereby pioneering a guerrilla warfare style amidst a realm of brash sword cultivators. The essence of guerrilla warfare lies in the principles of retreating when the enemy advances, harassing them while they are stationary, striking when they are weary, and pursuing them upon their retreat. These players fervently embraced the core tenets of these principles. Whenever a battle ensued, they would approach their enemies using the sword control technique, entering the attack range of their flying swords before unleashing their assaults. When the enemy retaliated, sensing the shift in dynamics, they would immediately employ the sword control technique to retreat. After a brief pursuit that often yielded no results, these sword cultivators would audaciously turn back, reigniting their provocations with their flying swords. In truth, those who specialized in the sword control technique found their flying swords lacking in damage. However, these players were indifferent to the actual lethality of their strikes. Their true delight lay in the ability to annoy and frustrate their opponents. For certain psychologically inclined players, causing irritation represented the pinnacle of joy. Although these players dubbed their tactics as guerrilla warfare, they were more commonly referred to as sneaky tactics, which aptly encapsulated the essence of their approach. In the subsequent versions of the game, the sneaky tactics of sword cultivators gained considerable popularity within Nine Heavens. This phenomenon further amplified the disdain felt by Nine Heavens players towards sword cultivators, elevating their animosity to new heights. Consequently, the sword control technique was categorized as one of the most insidious skills within Nine Heavens, despite its unflattering reputation. This also underscored the remarkable speed and potency of the sword control technique. Qingshan directed his consciousness into the jade slip, where the various methods and techniques of the Liuyan sword control technique flooded his mind. He detected the skill, Liuyan sword control technique. Would you like to spend 500 experience points to learn it? Learning. The remaining experience points quickly diminished by 300. Learning in progress. Please do not interrupt. 15599. Learning successful. You have mastered Liuyan sword control technique. After completing his studies on the sword control technique, Qingshan retrieved another jade slip. Flying sword technique. Casting conditions. This skill can only be cast through sword instruments. Description: the offensive technique of sword cultivators, with a maximum level of 20. Skill effect: control flying swords to attack enemies from 1,000 miles away. The name of this arcane flying sword technique, while not as extravagant as the lion sword control technique, possesses a certain simplicity. Nevertheless, the level of this flying sword technique is not particularly high, which aligns well with its unpretentious name. As signature skills of sword cultivators, the experience points for the sword control technique and the flying sword technique can be inherited. In essence, should Qingshan acquire higher-tier sword control techniques and flying sword methods after this point, the newly learned techniques will supersede the old ones, inheriting all the experience points from the previous practices, rather than creating an entirely new skill. This notion aligns perfectly with common sense. If one has already refined a sword control technique to an advanced level, it stands to reason that upon learning an even more profound sword control method, there would be no justification for starting anew as a novice. The learning curve would undoubtedly be much swifter than that of a practitioner who has never engaged with sword control techniques before. Consequently, at this stage, Qingshan can freely invest significant experience points into lower-tier sword control techniques and flying sword secrets without concern. He similarly extended his consciousness into the Jade Slip, and with a sudden burst, the techniques for operating flying swords manifested as images before him. Vital energy surged from his danshin, spiraling within his body, and with immense force. It rushed towards the mud pill palace at his brow, merging with a strand of consciousness energy within the palace before attaching itself to the flying sword, launching it towards the enemy. This singular strike amalgamated the vital energy from the sword cultivator's danshin, the consciousness energy from the soul at the brow, and the inherent power of the flying sword. Once unleashed, the flying sword became an unstoppable force. A prompt appeared: flying sword technique. Would you like to spend 500 experience points to learn it? Learning. Current experience points: 300. Learning, flying sword technique. Please do not interrupt. Learning successful. You have mastered flying sword technique. The lethality of the flying sword not only depends on the rank of the technique practiced, but also relies on three fundamental attributes: the quality of the flying sword itself, the cultivator's vital energy, and their consciousness. Only when the vital energy imbued in the flying sword is sufficiently pure and profound can its power and speed intimidate adversaries. Moreover, the flying sword must be connected to consciousness to exhibit transformative capabilities. Devoid of conscious control, it would merely strike straightforwardly, lacking finesse. The effective attack range of the flying sword is determined by consciousness. A flying sword only possesses the essence of a lethal weapon within the range of the cultivator's consciousness. Consciousness is an attribute that cultivators awaken starting from the foundation building stage. Whether in the realm of combat or the myriad arts of cultivation, consciousness plays a pivotal role. In the world of cultivation, consciousness stands alongside vital energy as a crucial attribute for measuring a cultivator's strength. To cultivate a formidable consciousness, there are two paths. The first is to wait for one's own cultivation to advance. Whenever a cultivator's vital energy reaches a fixed tier, their consciousness will be enhanced in tandem with their strength. However, this method is overly passive, with slow progress and limited enhancement. The other avenue for strengthening consciousness is through practicing techniques specifically designed to train it. While methods for cultivating vital energy are relatively accessible, techniques for honing consciousness are exceedingly rare, typically found only among powerful factions. Thus, most cultivators find themselves unable to obtain systematic techniques for cultivating consciousness. For cultivators, although training consciousness is as vital as cultivating vital energy, the majority still rely on enhancing their cultivation level to bolster their consciousness. Chapter 72. Testing with Qingshan's extensive experience in gaming. He is well aware of several methods to cultivate his spiritual consciousness techniques. However, these methods are time-consuming and somewhat distant from Zhenjiang Prefecture, and at present, he has no leisure to attend to them. One must consume a meal bite by bite. Haste is not advisable, for he has many more pressing matters to address. Qingshan's gaze fell upon the two new skills in his skill panel. Flame Sword Technique, LV1, 0600. Flying Sword Technique, LV1, 0600. Although he has preliminarily grasped these two skills through experience points, and various casting techniques linger vividly in his mind, it is insufficient for him to command his abilities with finesse. Numerous details require Qingshan's exploration and understanding. For instance, at what altitude does the sword technique provide the most comfort? Given his current cultivation level, how high can he fly while employing the technique? How long can he sustain it? And at what angle does ascent require the least effort? Such inquiries necessitate continuous experimentation and familiarization on his part. for the system cannot impart these nuances to him. Should he discover a lack of understanding of his capabilities at a critical moment, it would indeed be too late. Naturally, Qingshan would not allow such a blunder to occur. The distinction between a seasoned player and an ordinary one largely resides within these details. In the vast, deep mountains, lush greenery stretches to the horizon, resembling an endless sea of verdant splendor. This is a mountain range outside Xinjiang City. Departing from Xinjiang, Qingshan soared toward this mountain range on his sword. The area is desolate and devoid of human presence. Years prior, cultivators from Xinjiang had scoured it, and no fierce beasts roam here, making it an ideal location for Qingshan to test his sword and flying techniques. Qingshan initially ascended at a 45-degree angle, circling back and forth, a common ascent angle among sword cultivators. A vertical climb at a 90-degree angle is indeed swift, but poses significant difficulty and drains spiritual energy rapidly, which, at his current level of spiritual power, he is not yet capable of achieving. He gradually elevated himself to approximately 4,000 zhang. But the rapid depletion of his spiritual energy became overwhelming. Hastily, he began to descend. At such an altitude, should his energy be exhausted and he could no longer sustain the sword technique, a fall from such heights would undoubtedly result in a disastrous fate. In the early days of the game Nine Heavens, instances of sword cultivators meeting their demise from falls were not uncommon. Some players, newly acquainted with the sword technique and emboldened by their newfound powers, recklessly soared thousands of zhang into the air without testing their limits, neglecting their spiritual energy consumption, and proudly dubbed themselves Ghost Fire Sword Cultivators. While exhilarating, the outcome was a rapid depletion of energy, leading to an abrupt cessation of the sword state and a free fall from the heavens. Generally speaking, when sword cultivators travel using the sword technique, maintaining an altitude of around 1,000 zhang is most suitable. This height provides a sufficiently broad view, allowing for unimpeded sight and the avoidance of awkward collisions with mountain peaks. Furthermore, at this altitude, the consumption of spiritual energy is perfectly balanced, attaining an optimal state. Ultimately, this height remains concealed from the gaze of mortals below, alleviating a degree of trouble. Moreover, given Qingshan's current proficiency in sword control and cultivation level, a speed of 30 meters per second is the most advantageous for travel. This velocity translates to an impressive speed of 108 kilometers per hour, which is not considered slow for traversing distances. Most importantly, at this speed, the consumption of spiritual energy, when countered by Qingshan's own rate of recovery, allows him to maintain a stable flight for approximately 10 hours without the aid of medicinal pills for replenishment. This is exceptionally enduring for a cultivator who has just entered the foundation establishment stage. This remarkable endurance is largely attributed to the Gui Su Jing, which enhances the recovery rate of spiritual energy to a remarkable degree, far surpassing that of peers at the same level. In terms of the current limits of the Lian sword control technique, Qingshan has conducted a test, discovering it to be roughly 1/5 the speed of sound. However, should he attempt to wield his sword at such velocities, his spiritual energy would be swiftly depleted. With his present maximum spiritual energy capacity, he would only be able to sustain this extreme speed for the duration of half a T-session. Such velocities would only be employed in the most intensive battles. Under ordinary circumstances, it would be impractical to travel at such rapid speeds. Given his current skill level, the performance of the Lian sword control technique speaks volumes about the dedication of Dantai Qingran, confirming that it is indeed a commendable technique for sword control. As for the fiery effects that manifest upon reaching a certain speed with the Lian sword control technique, aside from their visual splendor, they offer no additional benefits worth mentioning. After testing his sword control technique, Qingshan equipped himself with a peachwood sword to support his practice, using the Kuhan sword to assess his flying sword technique. This is a characteristic of sword cultivators. Any advanced sword cultivator typically wields at least 2 swords, one to maintain sword control and another to execute flying sword techniques. Should a sword cultivator have mastered the art of splitting the mind, the number of flying swords they command could be virtually limitless. With a mere thought, an array of flying swords could surge forth like a swarm of locusts, capable of forming intricate sword formations, shifting in unpredictable ways, and evoking a sense of the supernatural. Of course, these considerations are matters for a later stage, and Qingshan need not dwell upon them at this juncture. Gradually descending, he maintained a low altitude, his gaze fixed upon a towering ancient tree not far away. Its stout trunk, thick enough for 3 individuals to embrace, rose straight towards the heavens, with massive roots sprawling across the ground. With a flicker of inspiration, Qingshan directed a portion of his spiritual energy from his danshin towards the spiritual center of his brow. swiftly imbuing the Qingshan sword with a trace of his consciousness. The sword shimmered with an ethereal blue light, and with a swift whoosh, it shot forth towards the ancient tree. With a resounding crash, which splintered in all directions. And a gaping hole the size of a fist appeared in the trunk of the ancient tree. The once solid trunk, thick enough for three to embrace, was instantaneously pierced through. At this moment, the Qingshan sword evidently retained some of its power. The destructive potential of this strike, had it been directed at a human target, is indeed unimaginable. Qingshan did not cease his testing. With a flick of his fingers, the crying soul sword rampaged through the forest. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of explosive assaults that ravaged this small area of ancient woodland, Qingshan finally grasped the upper limits of his current sword-flying technique. The effective attack range was 40 zhong. Beyond this distance, he could no longer control the sword with precision. When fully unleashed, the sword could reach a speed of 3/5 of the speed of sound, far surpassing any projectile spells of the same tier. This was achieved while he was still at the foundational stage, and his sword-flying technique was only at level 1. One could only imagine the astonishing speed the sword would achieve as his technique improved. Breaking the sound barrier would certainly not be a challenge. However, this was quite natural, as speed was inherently a characteristic of flying swords. Qingshan glanced at his consumption. His spiritual energy expenditure was manageable, but his mental energy was considerably drained. With his current mental capacity of 10 points, even in peak condition, he could only unleash 10 flying swords at full power before being rendered incapable of continuing. After testing both the sword mastery and sword flying techniques, Qingshan was finally satisfied and decided to conclude his practice. Typically, a foundational sword cultivator would require at least 1 to 2 years of training in sword mastery and sword flying techniques after advancing to the foundational stage to possess the combat power of a foundational sword cultivator. Yet, with his experience points, Qingshan could traverse the path that would ordinarily take a conventional sword cultivator 1 to 2 years to complete in just one day. Chapter 73. The Ein Tiger team. Qingshan waited in the small courtyard he had temporarily rented for 2 days. On the third day, the token given by Qingshan vibrated. It had finally arrived. Qingshan's gaze flickered as he took out the token, probing it with his consciousness to receive the message from Qingshan. The message was succinct, much like Qingshan's nature, clear and to the point. The matter entrusted had been arranged, and he was to come to the Xinjiang Tower. Such a brief statement, lacking even the specific location of the Xinjiang Tower, suggested a certainty that Qingshan already knew where it was. However, Qingshan was indeed correct. Qingshan was well aware of the precise address of Xinjiang Tower. It was a tower entirely painted in black, rising 4 stories high, with the upper floors gradually narrowing in width, their roofs interlaced and jutting, resembling the wings of a crane poised to take flight. At the top of the tower, there were no signs or markers of any kind. Qingshan stood outside the lacquered wooden door of the tower, where a young male cultivator had been awaiting him. Upon seeing Qingshan, he immediately approached and inquired, "You must be Qingshan." "Indeed," Qingshan replied, realizing this individual was likely the guide arranged by Qingshan. "I am Fei Hua. The vice master of the tower instructed me to wait for you here and take you inside." Fei Hua introduced himself. "Very well, I appreciate your assistance, fellow cultivator." Qingshan responded gratefully. "There's no need for formalities. Please follow me," Fei Hua said, turning to lead Qingshan into the tower, who followed closely behind. "So young?" Fei Hua mused to himself. According to Qingshan's instructions, he was to take Qingshan to meet the guards, allowing him to undergo the entrance examination for the Ein Tiger team. The duties of the guardian and those of the tower keeper differ significantly. To gain entry into the guardian's ranks, one must possess formidable strength. It is not that he underestimates Qingshan, despite the youthfulness of his visage. One must wonder how much power he truly wields. Nonetheless, despite harboring numerous doubts about Qingshan, Fei Hua maintains a facade of courtesy towards him. Regardless of Qingshan's actual capabilities, he is under the special consideration of the deputy tower master, making him a person Fei Hua cannot afford to offend. Similar to the structure of Yuanshan Tower, the true core of Xinjiang Tower lies beneath the surface, with the 4-story tower merely serving as a facade. Fei Hua pauses before a pitch-black wall within the tower and retrieves the Xinjiang Tower token. With a swift motion akin to swiping a key card, he glides the token across the wall, which instantly ripples and reveals a passageway. Qingshan follows Fei Hua into the corridor, and soon after, they emerge into a spacious hall bustling with activity. The bright light dispels any sense of the eerie atmosphere typical of underground settings. Both the headquarters of Xinjiang Tower, suspended underground, and its surface tower comprise 4 levels. As the elite position among the 4 divisions of Xinjiang Tower, the Guardians possess a distinct underground layer, the 3rd level. Fei Hua leads Qingshan to an expansive underground plaza, where 5 cultivators have been awaiting their arrival. 4 men and 1 woman stand there. This is Qingshan, the team member recommended to you by Deputy Tower Master Dantai, Fei Hua introduces. He then turns to Qingshan, saying, "This is the Yinhe team you are to join. They recently lost a sword cultivator on their last mission, hence your opportunity to enlist. It is indeed a bitter truth, as one of the 6 primary professions. Sword cultivators often bear the highest level of animosity from foes, making them prime targets. Consequently, the mortality rate among sword cultivators in such team missions is often the highest." After concluding his introduction, Fei Hua steps back into the shadows, leaving the next course of action to them. The tall female cultivator rises, circling Qingshan with an air of astonishment. "So, you are the sword cultivator specially recommended by the Deputy Tower Master? You seem rather young. However, I must admit, you possess quite the handsome appearance. I just hope you're not merely a pretty face with little substance," murmurs a male cultivator clad in a robe. Suzhou, the burly male cultivator among the group, interjects, frowning slightly. The female cultivator, named Suzhou, rolls her eyes at him. I know. Let's focus on the important matters." With a serious demeanor, Suzhou sets aside her earlier levity and addresses Qingshan. "While you come recommended by Deputy Tower Master Dantai, everything must adhere to protocol. You are required to undergo our assessment. Only if you meet our standards will you be allowed to join our team, otherwise, we will have to convey our apologies to Tower Master Dantai." Qingshan remains composed. "Of course. How will you assess me? Come at me. I believe you are ready," declared the burly male cultivator as he rose, cracking his knuckles. Such a straightforward and brutish approach, thought Qingshan, though he merely replied, "Very well, let us begin." Despite the expansive nature of the square, it was ultimately confined underground, limiting its area considerably. For someone like Qingshan, a newly initiated sword cultivator, whose flying sword could reach a distance of 40 zhang, and with his sword flight technique enabling him to traverse at a speed of up to 1/5 the speed of sound, even the largest square would not suffice for a proper duel. Thus, the combat proposed by the burly cultivator lacked formality. This battle would restrict the use of flying spells, requiring all engagement to occur upon the ground, prohibiting aerial maneuvers. Such limitations would evidently weigh more heavily upon Qingshan than on his opponent. After all, speed was the forte of a sword cultivator, and without ample space to exploit this advantage, his combat prowess would be significantly diminished. On the square, Qingshan and the burly cultivator took their positions at diagonal corners. "I am Su Hao, a body cultivator." He introduced himself. "I am Qingshan, a sword cultivator." Qingshan replied. Prior to the commencement of the duel, Qingshan employed a heavenly eye technique to assess Su Hao, who, with an overall level of 26, was the strongest cultivator among the members of the Tiger team, a being he could not hope to defeat at this moment. Fortunately, victory over Su Hao was not a requirement to satisfy the expectations of the Tiger team, as none among them could best him in direct combat. Qingshan merely needed to perform satisfactorily. "Here I come," Su Hao bellowed, charging towards Qingshan with the ferocity of a tiger. Remaining calm in the face of Su Hao's overwhelming presence, Qingshan swiftly retreated to another corner of the square, simultaneously summoning his crying soul sword to launch an attack. Body cultivators, particularly those of lower levels, lacked long-range offensive capabilities, thus continuously widening the distance while depleting Su Hao's spiritual energy with his flying sword was undoubtedly a prudent strategy. Upon witnessing the swift flight of Qingshan's sword, a lean, tall male cultivator watching the spectacle remarked, "This young man certainly possesses some skill with his sword speed." However, for the captain, such a mere flying sword is hardly a challenge. As anticipated, the lean cultivator's words rang true. Without flinching, Su Hao summoned his spiritual energy, causing a golden glow to envelop him. Illusory scales, resembling those of a fish, clung to his body, adorning him with a suit of golden armor. Clang! The lightning-fast sword collided with Su Hao's golden armor, producing a jarring metallic screech. The captain's golden scale body is a formidable defense. How could the flying sword of an early-stage foundation establishment sword cultivator inflict harm? The lean cultivator exclaimed with enthusiasm. "If Qingshan wishes to join our ranks, this display with his flying sword will not suffice." A young man with a somewhat round face nodded in agreement, stating, "It is quite remarkable that this lad has already become a foundational cultivator at such a tender age. However, what the guards seek is not mere talent. We require comrades who can fight alongside us. Unless he demonstrates some substantial prowess, his youth will be of no consequence." Chapter 74. Joining as Lu Qingshan's sword soared through the air, Su Hao remained unscathed. Undeterred, Su Hao advanced toward Lu Qingshan with unwavering momentum. Clang, clang, clang. Although Lu Qingshan's sword could not inflict harm upon Su Hao, he relentlessly continued his assault, directing the sword at the scales on Su Hao's chest. Without employing the sword technique, Lu Qingshan's speed was evidently outmatched by Su Hao's. Even as he attempted to create distance, the gap between them continued to diminish. Observing that Su Hao had closed the distance to within 10 zhang, Su Shu shook her head and sighed softly. He is about to be defeated. Given Su Hao's proximity and her understanding of his capabilities, Lu Qingshan would possess no means of defense. While sword cultivators excel in close combat techniques alongside their swordsmanship, their prowess paled in comparison to that of body cultivators, who reigned supreme among the 6 main professions. Moreover, Su Hao's cultivation level far surpassed that of Lu Qingshan, making the disparity starkly evident. As Su Hao approached, a flicker of astonishment crossed his mind. Though he appeared unscathed against Lu Qingshan's previous sword strikes, the surprise he felt was known only to himself. Each of Lu Qingshan's sword attacks, under his control, had precisely targeted the same area of his scales. The accumulation of damage was significant. Had Lu Qingshan's cultivation been more advanced, Su Hao's protective scales would have surely been breached by now. This was also why Su Hao had not placed much emphasis on evading Lu Qingshan's strikes, as he believed that prior to their encounter, Lu Qingshan's attacks would never penetrate his defenses. Thus, he boldly pressed forward, offering Lu Qingshan an opportunity to showcase his abilities. Fierce Tiger Seal. As the distance closed, Su Hao quietly chanted within himself. A blaze erupted from his right fist, the searing flames dancing as if a fiery tiger had manifested upon his hand. Without hesitation, Su Hao unleashed his fist with tremendous force, aimed squarely at Lu Qingshan's face. The fiery tiger, eager to devour its prey, charged forth with a roar toward Lu Qingshan. It was over. The 4 onlookers could only watch as Lu Qingshan faced Su Hao's ferocious strike, their hearts echoing the thought as they clutched their swords, ready to intervene. In the eyes of the onlookers, Lu Qingshan's sword seemed nothing more than a futile struggle. How could he possibly hope to contend with Su Hao's formidable fist in a direct confrontation? On the battlefield, Lu Qingshan's gaze sharpened as he focused intently on the fist that was now mere inches from his face. Just wait for it. The Crying Soul sword, wielded with precision, flickered subtly with a divine light. A moment of terror. To the astonishment of the crowd, the blazing tiger-like flames emanating from Su Hao abruptly faltered, extinguishing like a dying ember, leaving behind only a scattering of sparks that vanished into thin air. This was the effect of Lu Qingshan's terrifying presence, interrupting Su Hao's skill. Secret sword, wind slash, falling bright sword technique. With the mastery of the talent known as spirit power control, Lu Qingshan's abilities transcended mere numerical calculations of damage. This talent endowed him with the capacity to channel spirit power through his sword techniques, thereby augmenting their potency. By expending a portion of his spirit power, he could infuse his strikes with enhanced damage. The spirit power within Lu Qingshan surged forth, swiftly depleting by 20%, all of which was infused into his strike, amplifying its impact. This represented the pinnacle of explosive power achievable at his current rudimentary level of spirit power control, allowing him to unleash an instant burst of energy. In that fleeting moment, just as the spectators anticipated Su Hao's effortless victory over Lu Qingshan, the tide of the battle underwent a shocking reversal. Su Hao's fierce tiger strike was inexplicably interrupted, and the seemingly desperate Lu Qingshan swung his sword towards Su Hao's chest. This strike not only unleashed a torrent of spirit energy, but, as it connected with Su Hao's chest, manifested 2 ethereal afterimages, as if Lu Qingshan had executed 3 strikes in the blink of an eye. The crowd's pupils dilated in astonishment. What kind of swordsmanship was this? They scrambled to recall their memories. Yet Lu Qingshan's technique bore no resemblance to any sword arts they had encountered. The golden scales adorning Su Hao's chest disintegrated into a cascade of golden light under the force of the blow. Strangely, instead of reacting immediately, Su Hao stood frozen in place, a perplexing stillness overtaking him. This was due to Lu Qingshan triggering the dark erosion power that had accumulated in layers upon Su Hao. The Crying Soul sword shimmered with a deep blue light once more as Lu Qingshan thrust it directly into Su Hao's chest, where the golden scales had been stripped away. Bang! Su Hao was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. How could this be? Su Shu gasped in disbelief. Just moments ago, Lu Qingshan appeared to be on the brink of defeat, yet in an instant, he had sent their seemingly invincible captain flying. Su Hao, somewhat disheveled, struggled to rise from the ground. His formidable physique, combined with the vast disparity in cultivation between himself and Lu Qingshan, meant that although Qingshan's attack had been fierce, it had only resulted in minor injuries. Secret sword. Su Hao's eyes narrowed. Fixated on the humming, crying soul, sword still grasped tightly in Qingshan's hand. Each word punctuated with disbelief. Indeed, it is a secret sword. He actually wields a secret sword. Upon hearing Su Hao's words, the slender, tall male cultivator immediately reacted. Exhaling softly, the gathered crowd was taken aback by this revelation. They had certainly recognized the formidable power of Qingshan's previous sword technique. Yet they never anticipated it to be a secret sword art. The art of secret swords is a divine skill exclusive to sword cultivators, not something mere mortals can master. The sight of Qingshan, so young yet possessing foundational cultivation, had already left them astonished. However, they were unprepared for the realization that Qingshan's innate talent for swordsmanship surpassed even his cultivation prowess. It is worth noting that the secret sword technique is rarely seen even among golden core sword cultivators. The fact that Qingshan, merely a foundational sword cultivator, had acquired such a technique was profoundly shocking to them. Qingshan remained silent, watching as Su Hao slowly rose, wielding his flying sword, preparing to attack once more. Su Hao, observing the now stirring crying soul sword, waved his hand and said in a gruff voice, "No more fighting." Qingshan looked at Su Hao with a questioning gaze. Although he currently held a slight advantage, he understood that the reality of the situation was not as favorable as it appeared. His series of relentless attacks could be likened to Cheng Yaojin's famed three axes, exhausting all his means. His internal spiritual energy had diminished to nearly 50%, while Su Hao, evidently only sustaining minor injuries, remained unscathed in terms of combat capability. If a sword cultivator adept in secret sword techniques failed to pass their examination, the vice captain would surely come to hold them accountable. Approaching Qingshan, Su Hao patted his shoulder and extended his hand, saying, "Allow me to introduce myself once more. I am Su Hao, a body cultivator and the captain of the Tiger Team. Welcome to the Tiger Team. I am Su Shu, a spiritual cultivator." Su Shu stepped forward, casually draping an arm over Qingshan's shoulder, smiling lightly. The slender male cultivator beamed. "I am Zhong Jing, a dark cultivator. Your swordsmanship is quite impressive." "Li Zhu. I am a spell cultivator in the Tiger Team," remarked the male cultivator in daorist robes, who had initially harbored some resentment towards Qingshan, now wearing a broad smile. "Just call me Xiao Ji. I am a beast cultivator," said the round-faced male cultivator, speaking sparingly. Qingshan shook hands with Su Hao and introduced himself to the group, stating, "I am Qingshan, as you can see, a sword cultivator." Chapter 75. The first mission. The structure of the guards is such that they are organized into teams, typically comprising 6 cultivators, each representing one of the 6 major sections. From the shadows, Fei Hua, having witnessed the conclusion of the examination, stepped forward with a smile, saying, "Captain Su, congratulations on adding another capable member to the Tiger Team." Pausing for a moment, Fei Hua tossed a jade slip towards Su Hao. "This contains the task assigned by the vice captain." After relaying all necessary information, he declared, "I shall take my leave now." Su Hao accepted the jade slip and greeted Fei Hua. "Thank you for your assistance." "No need for thanks. It is merely my duty," Fei Hua said, casting a lingering glance at Qingshan before departing. He recalled the words of Dan-Tai Qingran when she entrusted him with the jade slip. After passing the assessment of the Yinhu team, Qingshan entrusted the task to them. He found it peculiar that Dan-Tai Qingran had not briefed him on what would happen if he failed the evaluation. In retrospect, everything became clear. How could a sword cultivator, who had already mastered the secret sword techniques during the foundation establishment stage, possibly fail the assessment? It was no surprise that he was under the special care of the Vice Tower Master. Indeed, he was remarkable. Fei Hua sighed inwardly. Su Hao, holding a jade slip, waved to the group, urging them to focus. "Let us get to work." Su Shu lazily stretched and explained to Qingshan, "This must be an arrangement by the Vice Tower Master, allowing us to bond as a new team through this task." Qingshan understood. Since the purpose was merely to facilitate their teamwork, it was evident that this task would not be overly challenging. Su Hao probed into the jade slip with his spiritual sense. The report revealed that senior members of the Fiyun sect were secretly colluding with the underworld, providing cover for it, and that we were to eliminate the Fiyun sect as a warning to others. The high-ranking members of the Fiyun sect were to be dealt with mercilessly, and if any lower-tier disciples dared to intervene, they would not be shown any mercy. The Zishao Tower was not a charitable organization. While it did not condone indiscriminate killing, it certainly did not permit leniency during mission execution. If any lower-tier disciples dared to resist and hinder their task, even if they were unaware of the situation and had no ties to the underworld, they could still be dealt with harshly, and there would be no repercussions from this Hishao tower afterward. The enigmatic cultivator Zhong Jing remarked. The Fiyun sect is merely a weak second-tier sect. If I recall correctly, there are only 4 foundation establishment cultivators in the entire sect, with the sect leader being at the mid-foundation establishment stage, while the others are all at the early stage. He mused about what audacity they possessed to disregard the Great Xia's prohibitions and collude with the underworld. Li Zhu rubbed his fists together, eager to know. When do we depart? Su Hao succinctly replied. We will set off as soon as Lu Qingshan has fully recovered. A swift resolution is essential. Though Su Hao appeared rugged, he was, in fact, quite perceptive and immediately considered Lu Qingshan's condition. After all, being the captain of the Yinhu team was not solely a matter of having the highest cultivation level. Once Lu Qingshan had recuperated and restored his spiritual energy to its optimal state, the Yinhu team would officially embark on their first mission. Upon exiting the Xinjiang Tower, the group halted, turning their gazes toward the beast cultivator in their midst, Xiaoji. He released a massive avian creature from his spirit beast pouch. The creature measured 7 to 8 meters in length, and when it spread its wings, it spanned 20 meters. Its scarlet beak flickered with flames, and between the white feathers, a hint of brownish-yellow light shimmered. This is the Hanjian goose, Xiaoji's flying demon pet, Su Shu introduced. Lu Qingshan felt a stirring within. The strength of a beast cultivator could often be gauged by their demon pets. The Hanjian goose, a second-tier demon beast with both earth and fire attributes, was already considered quite exceptional among second-tier demon beasts, especially as a flying creature, elevating its worth even further. The red rock goose undoubtedly ranks as an exceptional demonic companion for foundational cultivators. The ability to tame such a remarkable creature speaks volumes about Xiaoji's prowess. Indeed, it is evident that there are no weak cultivators among the guardians. Lu Qingshan mused thus in his heart. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoji appeared atop the red rock goose, beckoning the others below, come up quickly. One by one, they leaped onto the back of the goose, observing this. Lu Qingshan also did not hesitate and followed suit. Little Red, let us go. Xiaoji affectionately stroked the goose's neck. The red rock goose, with its slender legs taut and powerful, leaped into the air, its wings flapping vigorously, stirring up a tempest on the ground. Dust swirled, creating a gray whirlwind. Carrying 6 people, the red rock goose soared into the heavens, its speed unaffected despite the considerable weight. As it flew towards the outskirts of the city under Xiaoji's command, standing upon the back of the red rock goose, Lu Qingshan gazed at the town of Xinjiang below, which gradually transformed into mere black dots as they ascended, his eyes narrowing slightly. While the goose's speed could not rival his own luminous flame sword technique, it possessed the advantage of carrying multiple passengers without exhausting its own spiritual energy. This is indeed a notable benefit of beast cultivators. They can travel without the fatigue of long journeys, thanks to their demonic companions. Interestingly, within the game 9 Heavens, beast cultivators are often the primary targets for spending extravagantly. Demonic mounts are akin to luxury cars in reality, where the affluent are particularly willing to invest in such ostentatious displays. The demands for flying demonic companions are exceedingly high. They must be swift, powerful in combat, and visually striking. Just imagine, riding high-quality demonic beasts in the skies with a couple of junior cultivators. What a delight that would be. After a considerable flight, Xiaoji guided the red rock goose to a gentle descent upon a low mountain peak, pointing towards a towering summit not far ahead. That peak was Fiyun Peak, the stronghold of the Fiyun sect. Established merely 100 years ago, the Fiyun sect, unlike other second-tier sects that occupy second-tier spiritual veins, does not harbor such a vein within Fiyun Peak. Instead, it possesses 3 first-tier spiritual veins. The purity of spiritual energy from first-tier veins is significantly inferior to that of second-tier veins. Thus, despite having 3 first-tier veins, the quantity ultimately cannot compensate for the disparity in quality. Consequently, the 4 foundational cultivators of the Fiyun sect have made exceedingly slow progress in their cultivation. It is for this reason that the upper echelons of the sect, blinded by greed, have covertly engaged with the underworld to procure rare cultivation resources. Su Hao glanced at Fiyun Peak, his brow furrowing. Although the Fiyun sect is not particularly strong, we must still exercise caution to avoid any unforeseen missteps, especially to ensure no one escapes. Xiaoji nodded, then tapped his spiritual beast pouch, summoning a diminutive creature with short limbs yet an elongated body, the green-eyed weasel, before him. Its back was a rich brown while its abdomen was snowy white, but most striking were its deep emerald eyes, resembling precious gemstones. The green-eyed weasel, Xiaoji introduced to Lu Qingshan, is a second-tier beast, lacking in offensive capabilities, yet it is incredibly swift and adept at earth evasion. making it an excellent scout for enemy camps. After introducing his mystical companion to Lu Qingshan, Xiao Ji pointed towards the distant Fun sect and gestured, "Xiao Lu, let us go." Lu Qingshan's lips twitched slightly. "Xiao Hong, Xiao Lu, are you forming a rainbow brigade?" The green-eyed weasel, obeying its master's command, emitted a glimmer from its emerald eyes before vanishing into the earth beneath, like a river flowing into the sea, a practice known as earth escape technique. After a brief interlude, Su Hao turned to Lu Qingshan and spoke. Lu Qingshan nodded, understanding that this was a demonstration of the combat tactics employed by the Tiger Squad, of which he was an elder member. Approximately half an hour later, a small mound began to rise from the ground before Lu Qingshan. Shortly thereafter, the green-eyed weasel emerged, chattering incessantly at Xiao Ji and sketching something in the dirt with its toes. "Well done. You may return now," Xiao Ji said, listening intently for a moment. After nodding in acknowledgement, he retrieved a qi-nourishing pill from his storage ring and fed it to the green-eyed weasel before placing it back into the spirit beast pouch. This was a characteristic of beast cultivators. They often had families to feed, as their numerous companions required sustenance. Unlike practitioners from other sects, a beast cultivator could single-handedly command an army if they so desired. Without certain restrictions, the profession could become overwhelmingly powerful, leading to a significant imbalance. Thus, it was essential that beast cultivators could not tame spirit beasts of a higher tier than their own cultivation level. For instance, if Xiao Ji were a foundation establishment cultivator, he could only tame first and second-tier spirit beasts, waiting until he attained the golden core stage to capture third-tier beasts. Moreover, beast cultivators must invest substantial resources in nurturing and maintaining their companions. If they recklessly captured numerous beasts, even those of considerable wealth could find themselves bankrupt due to the voracious appetites of their companions. Furthermore, if excessive resources were allocated to their beasts, it would severely hinder the cultivator's own progress. Thus, a delicate balance is required. While the notion of a single beast cultivator commanding an entire army may seem enticing, it is, in reality, a perilous pitfall. Only those with ample resources should tread this path. "Xiao Lu," he continued, "there are currently 4 foundation establishment cultivators within the Fiend sect, meaning the upper echelons are present, and none are outside. We can take them all at once." As he spoke, Xiao Ji pointed to the rough sketch the green-eyed weasel had drawn in the dirt, which marked 4 significant points. These represented the locations of the 4 foundation establishment cultivators within the sect. In Chapter 76, he indicated the farthest point west on the layout, stating, "This is where the only mid-foundation establishment cultivator of the Fiend sect resides." The remaining 3 points corresponded to the locations of the other 3 cultivators. Su Hao stroked his chin thoughtfully before speaking. "This mission is relatively straightforward. The only complication is that our targets are scattered across 4 distinct points. If we engage, and the other 3 foundation establishment cultivators notice the commotion, pursuing them could prove quite troublesome. However, addressing this issue is not particularly challenging. Our combat prowess far surpasses that of these 4 foundational cultivators. Thus, we shall divide into 4 teams, each acting concurrently, ensuring absolute certainty of success. I will take charge of the mid-stage foundational cultivator, while Su Shu and Lu Qingshan will handle the initial stage cultivator to the north. Zhong Ming will oversee the target to the south, and Li Zhu along with Xiao Ji will resolve the target to the east. No objections were raised regarding Su Hao's assessment and resolution, as everyone readily concurred. Given the strength of the Yinhu team, they could effortlessly overpower the 4 foundational cultivators of the Fun sect with their eyes closed. The Fiyun sect is fortified by 2 layers of formations. The first layer serves as a comprehensive array integrating perception and early warning capabilities to guard against any ill-intentioned cultivators. The second layer is the main defense, safeguarding the sect's entrance. Once activated, it would require considerable effort to breach. Although potent, the operational cost of the second layer is exorbitant in spiritual stones. Being a minor sect, the Fiyun sect cannot afford to squander resources as larger sects do. Consequently, they typically activate only the first layer, with the second layer remaining dormant except when the first layer issues a warning. Xiao Ji's green-eyed weasel roamed the Fun sect unnoticed by the formations, indicating that the perception capabilities of the first layer are not particularly robust. The upper echelons of the Fiyun sect are undoubtedly aware of this reality. Yet some circumstances cannot be altered merely by acknowledgement. With such limited resources, they cannot sustain the continuous activation of the second layer, leading to their current predicament. The Yinhu team found a secluded spot outside the Fiyun sect. Su Shu formed a delicate seal with her fingers and silently channeled her spiritual energy, coalescing a spark of spiritual light in her palm. She then directed this light forward. Breaking restriction technique. one of the signature skills of spiritual cultivators, is adept at dismantling various barriers and formations, allowing cultivators to infiltrate well-guarded locations discreetly. Just as swordsmanship is essential for sword cultivators, the breaking restriction technique is a fundamental skill for spiritual cultivators. A wave of ethereal spiritual energy flickered and twisted. The first layer formation of the Fiyun sect, already not of high caliber, succumbed to Su Shu's efforts like winter snow melting away, causing no disturbance whatsoever. Observing the entrance wide enough for a single person to pass, Qingshan nodded in approval. This exemplifies the advantage of team operations. Each of the 6 major sects has its unique strengths. For instance, spiritual cultivators wield intricate techniques and an array of peculiar skills. Yet their direct combat capabilities are somewhat inferior compared to other professions. In solo confrontations, this drawback could be fatal. However, in team operations, spiritual cultivators can leverage their strengths while circumventing their weaknesses, thereby enhancing their effectiveness. Many seemingly intricate tasks can become effortlessly manageable when practitioners from various sects leverage their strengths and collaborate harmoniously. Take the current scenario. For instance, had Su Hao undertaken this mission alone, his formidable combat prowess would undoubtedly allow him to contend with the 4 foundation-building cultivators of the Fiyun sect without difficulty. However, the complexity of the task renders solitary success improbable. Firstly, the protective formation safeguarding the Fiyun sect would pose a significant barrier for Su Hao. Should the higher echelons of the sect detect his presence and activate the secondary defensive array, Su Hao would find himself in a predicament. Moreover, the leaders of the Fiyun sect are not mere gatekeepers idly awaiting defeat. If they choose to retreat once the defensive array is engaged, Su Hao would be left in a precarious situation, unable to manage both offense and defense. Currently, the Yinhu squad is strategically positioned, with Xiao Ji dispatching spirit beasts to ascertain the locations of the 4 foundation-building cultivators. Subsequently, Su Shu will dismantle the array, allowing the team to infiltrate quietly. Once they have secured their positions, their assault will be as swift and formidable as a thunderclap, utterly unstoppable. The 6 members of the Yinhu squad swiftly slipped through the breach created by Su Shu in the array, each heading toward their designated targets. Su Hao spoke in a low voice, and the others nodded in agreement before dispersing to their respective objectives. Qingshan and Su Shu formed a duo, embodying the archetypal mentor-mentee relationship, yet they undeniably represent a classic combination. A primary damage-dealing sword cultivator paired with a supportive spiritual cultivator is a time-tested alliance, celebrated across numerous narratives. As they ascended the mountain, they encountered several chi-refining disciples of the Fiyun sect. However, under the perceptive capabilities of the foundation-building cultivators, both Su Shu and Qingshan adeptly detected the presence of these lower-tier disciples in advance, effortlessly evading them. The Fiyun sect is not vast, and soon Qingshan and Su Shu arrived at their target's cave dwelling. They concealed themselves outside, patiently awaiting the appointed time set by Su Hao. Moments later, the designated hour arrived. Su Shu pressed her lips together and declared, "Let us proceed." No sooner had the words left her lips than she directed a flicker of spiritual light forward. Array disruption technique. The cave of a foundation-building cultivator would invariably be protected by a barrier. Yet, Su Shu's prowess in dismantling arrays allowed her to silently breach even the protective formation of the Fiyun sect. How could the barrier set by a nascent foundation cultivator possibly rival the formidable array painstakingly established by their sect? In an instant, the protective barrier crumbled. At that very moment, Qingshan surged forth, sword in hand, into the cave. Simultaneously, Su Shu chanted her incantations, and 2 beams of spiritual light, one red and one yellow, swiftly enveloped both Qingshan and his sword. Fire burst temporarily infuses the target's attack with additional fire element magical damage. Blade sharpening temporarily enhances the target's magical artifact with an effect of increased sharpness. These 2 supportive spiritual techniques were designed to amplify Qingshan's damage output. Inside the cave, the sudden surge of spiritual energy startled the foundation-building cultivator Zhu Quande, who was engrossed in his cultivation. Instinctively, he extended his consciousness to investigate the disturbance, only to realize that his action was somewhat superfluous, for a figure had already come into view, accompanied by a glimmer of cold light. This is the terrifying skill of the Crying Soul Sword, which has proven invincible thus far. This time is no exception. Just before losing consciousness, Zhu Quan reacted swiftly and cast a defensive spell. A formidable shield shaped like a door, composed of thick rock, materialized between Qingshan and Zhu Quan. This was the rock shield spell of a magic cultivator, and its impressive thickness indicated a high skill level. Qingshan's expression remained unchanged. The Crying Soul sword did not hesitate, striking the rock shield. A line of frost appeared at the midpoint of the shield, and soon the rock shield was cleaved in two, the edges perfectly smooth and devoid of serration. The inherent sharpness of the Crying Soul sword, combined with the piercing prowess of the Shattering Spirit technique, rendered the thick rock shield as fragile as paper, utterly incapable of withstanding the might of Lu Qingshan's weapon. As the rock shield shattered, and Zhu Quan's eyes flickered with a hint of clarity, Lu Qingshan did not hold back. He summoned his spiritual energy and swung the Crying Soul sword diagonally towards Zhu Quan's neck. The secret sword slash. Even as Zhu Quan hastily channeled his internal energy to form a protective shield against Lu Qingshan's assault, it was futile. The flow of energy from the Crying Soul sword collided with the spiritual shield at Zhu Quan's neck, causing no disturbance whatsoever as the shield dissipated rapidly. This was not merely a disparity in quantity, it was a qualitative annihilation. The spiritual energy cultivated from the Return to Ruins Sutra could not be rivaled by the energies drawn from ordinary techniques. Two afterimages of the sword technique flickered into existence. A sudden flash of cold light severed Zhu Quan's head from his body. When Su Shu followed closely behind Lu Qingshan into the cave, she beheld Zhu Quan's head soaring through the air. The severed head landed at her feet, rolling a few times before coming to a stop. Su Shu's lips parted slightly. Is this truly the end? Chapter 77. The turn of events. The lethality of sword cultivators is unparalleled among the six paths, a fact with which Su Shu had no disagreement. It was no surprise that Lu Qingshan, a prodigious sword cultivator who had mastered the secret sword technique at the foundation establishment stage, could defeat Zhu Quan. However, it was astonishingly swift. The interval between Lu Qingshan's strike and Zhu Quan's decapitation was merely a matter of breaths. Su Shu's astonishment was beyond words. As Lu Qingshan sheathed the Crying Soul sword and noticed Su Shu, who was momentarily dazed, he chuckled lightly. What's the matter? He was well aware of the reason for her distraction, yet there was little to commend. The might of the secret sword technique, bolstered by the enhancements of a Dao-level technique and Su Shu's two spiritual techniques, allowed him to slay a foundation establishment cultivator in mere moments. Although his achievements appeared formidable, they were entirely reasonable. However, such explosive power could only be wielded once within a certain period, for the secret sword slash had a cooldown time. Regaining her composure, Su Shu smiled sweetly. It seems our Tiger team has truly stumbled upon a great treasure. Lu Qingshan's lips twitched. Su Shu gracefully approached Zhu Quan's headless corpse, the overwhelming scent of blood permeating the air. Unfazed, she bent down and plucked a storage ring from Zhu Quan's finger, tossing it to Lu Qingshan. Here, your spoils. The Guardian of Knowledge executes tasks where the slain cultivator's possessions do not need to be surrendered, allowing for personal discretion in their management. Consequently, tasks like this, which present minimal difficulty in extermination, have always been a favorite among the Guardians, an opportunity for legitimate financial gain. Lu Qingshan accepted the storage ring and, probing within with his consciousness, examined Zhu Quan's collection. Inside the ring were common magical artifacts, elixirs, and a small quantity of spirit stones, aside from which there were no particularly noteworthy items. Lu Qingshan extracted 2/3 of the spirit stones and handed the storage ring to Su Shu. These magical artifacts and elixirs hold little value for me and would be rather cumbersome to manage. I shall take a few spirit stones instead, Lu Qingshan stated calmly. The remaining 1/3 of the spirit stones, along with the other items belonging to the cultivator, certainly surpassed the value of the 2/3 he had taken. However, Lu Qingshan was indifferent to this. The 44th grade spirit stones bestowed upon him by Elder Lu Zhou were ample for a considerable period of indulgence. This mere handful of spirit stones did not weigh heavily on his mind. Su Shu accepted the storage ring, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she chuckled. You truly are generous. Brother Qingshan, since we have finished here so swiftly, why not lend our support to the captain? Disregarding Su Shu's playful teasing, Lu Qingshan proposed, let us proceed at once. This was precisely the reason he had employed his most formidable techniques from the outset, swift resolution, hoping for the chance to claim another kill or two. Target eliminated. You have slain Zhu Quan, LV-16, earning a total of 1,000 experience points. Such was the data panel displayed after the defeat of Zhu Quan. Although Zhu Quan appeared weak, he had granted Lu Qingshan a substantial 1,000 experience points. Indeed, experience points were always welcome. Interestingly, within the realm of 9 heavens, the experience distribution mechanism was highly intricate. In a typical team scenario, even if Lu Qingshan had delivered the final blow to Zhu Quan, the experience would have been partially shared with his teammate, the spirit cultivator Su Shu. However, the current situation afforded Lu Qingshan a unique advantage. He was the sole individual in this world possessing a player attribute panel. Thus, In this realm, no one could siphon off his experience points. As long as Qingshan was the one to slay the target, he reaped the full rewards. This could be deemed a bug, I suppose, Qingshan mused internally. Regardless, it was undoubtedly a fortuitous occurrence for him. Su Shu wore a contemplative expression before decisively stating, "Very well, let us hurry over to take a look." Having reached a consensus, the two wasted no time and swiftly departed the cave, making their way towards the cave of the mid-foundation cultivator of the Fun sect. Upon exiting Zhu Quan's cave, they beheld the once tranquil Fun sect now engulfed in chaos. At that moment, 3 locations on Fun Peak were resonating with the fervent sounds of fierce duels, yet no low-ranking disciples dared to approach to investigate the commotion. After all, the commotion caused by the Yin Hut Squad's practitioners was quite significant, and the disciples of the Fun sect quickly recognized that the battles originated from the lairs of their 4 foundation establishment elders. Although their cultivation levels were relatively low, they were certainly not lacking in intellect. Given that the conflict was directed towards those of the foundation establishment stage, it was evident that the unidentified assailants were also at that level of cultivation. To involve themselves in such a perilous confrontation would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, it was wise for them to remain at a distance, observing the unfolding situation. Should their side find itself at a disadvantage, they could prepare to gather their belongings and make a hasty retreat to avoid being implicated. Whether 1 or 2 audacious and cunning disciples might seize the opportunity to pilfer from the sect's treasury before fleeing, hoping to embark on a journey from mortal to immortal, remained uncertain. A piercing roar erupted from the west, resounding with a deafening ferocity, imbued with cruelty and dread. Upon hearing this sound, Su Shu tightened her expression. What was that? At the very moment the roar echoed, Qingshan had already deployed the lion sword technique, darting towards the source of the sound. The captain is in danger. I must rush to his aid. Su Shu observed Qingshan transform into a fleeting shadow as he sped away, and her response was swift. She immediately cast a flight spell, following closely behind. However, in the blink of an eye, Qingshan had distanced himself significantly. Biting her lip in frustration, Su Shu muttered, "This damn sword cultivator is impossibly fast with his sword technique." Qingshan felt a surge of anxiety. He was all too familiar with that roar, and thus could surmise Su Hao's precarious situation. Worried, he disregarded the consumption of spiritual energy and executed the lion sword technique at maximum velocity. The Fun Peak was not vast, and in its optimal state, the lion sword technique allowed for remarkable speed. In a mere moment, Qingshan arrived at the battlefield. Relief washed over him as he caught up. His gaze fell upon Su Hao, whose body was enveloped in the golden scale body. Yet the once formidable figure now curled in agony on the ground, writhing in torment. Upon closer inspection, Qingshan noticed a peculiar layer of black mist swirling around Su Hao's visage. This mist flowed like tendrils, continuously spreading across his body. More disturbingly, a chilling wail emanated from within Su Hao, piercing the depths of the soul, inducing a splitting headache for those who heard it. The closer one drew, the more intense the pain became. One could only imagine the excruciating torment Su Hao was enduring as the source of that sound. Not far from Su Hao stood the sole mid-foundation establishment practitioner of the Fun sect. Qingshan employed a divination technique upon him. Wen Guang demonized Crimson Flame Demon, LV-21. At this moment, Wen Guang was shrouded in fire and smoke, his eyes blood red, resembling anything but a human. A description of a demon would be far more fitting. Yet, for reasons unknown, he appeared to have lost consciousness, disregarding Su Hao, who was rendered incapable of resistance, and instead incessantly shook his head, searching for something in the surroundings while emitting beast-like howls. The sounds that Qingshan and Su Shu had just heard were indeed his. This master of the Fun sect had transcended mere clandestine dealings with the underworld for the sake of cultivating resources. He had even joined the nether realm, becoming a practitioner of demonic arts. However, judging by his current state, it was evident that he had not yet fully mastered the demonic energy within him, recklessly unleashing it and losing his sanity in the process. This Wen Guang seemed to be quite unaccustomed to the art of demonization, suggesting he had recently fallen into the underworld and succumbed to the path of demonic cultivation. Consequently, the intelligence from the Jishou Lu had experienced a notable delay. What was initially an effortless task for the Yin Tiger team had now transformed into this dire situation. Qingshan's expression grew somber. The current predicament was far more severe than he had anticipated. He swiftly retrieved a snow lotus pill from his storage ring and consumed it, feeling a refreshing sensation coursing through his body. The discomfort brought on by the piercing wails finally dissipated under the influence of the snow lotus pill. First, he would deal with Wen Guang, then rescue Su Hao. A resolution crystallized in Qingshan's mind. Chapter 78, Slaying Demons, Part 1. In that moment, Qingshan promptly invested the experience points he had just acquired into his flying sword technique. Experience points, 360, 60006. Flying sword technique upgraded to level 2. Experience points, 600, 100006. Flying sword technique upgraded to level 3. Although the technique had only advanced 2 levels, the enhancement was substantial. If level 1 of the flying sword technique could be mastered by a foundational sword cultivator in just a year or 2 of dedicated study, then level 3 represented the caliber that would require 5 to 6 years of practice. Gazing at Wenguang, who was still roaring in the distance, a glint of coldness flashed in Qingshan's eyes. The Crimson Flame Demon was among the most common forms of demonization for practitioners of the underworld in the foundational and golden core stages. Throughout his decade of experience in the game Nine Heavens, the number of Crimson Flame Demons that had fallen at Qingshan's hands was certainly in the thousands, if not tens of thousands. Thus, he was exceedingly familiar with the methods employed by the Crimson Flame Demons. With a mere thought, a surge of immense spiritual power erupted from within him, coalescing upon the Crying Soul Sword. Whoosh! Under Qingshan's control, the Crying Soul Sword shot forth like a bolt of lightning, accompanied by a fierce wind, aimed directly at Wenguang's forehead. Bang! It was as if something had exploded. At the moment the flying sword approached, the fiery mist enveloping Wenguang rapidly concentrated at his brow. Fiery mist shield. The Crying Soul Sword collided with this dense ball of fire mist. In an instant, the fire mist erupted, sending sparks scattering throughout the air. The flying sword that penetrated this fiery barrier had nearly expended its might, the luminous aura upon it dimming. The tip of the Crying Soul Sword lingered at Wenguang's forehead, leaving behind a faint white mark. Although he had lost his sanity, Wenguang, now reduced to mere instinct, reacted purely on reflex, without the need for judgment or contemplation, rendering his combat prowess even more formidable. The Crying Soul Sword whistled as it was summoned back by Qingshan. Once again, a sword imbued with spiritual power shot towards Wenguang's brow. The Red Flame Demon, transformed from Wenguang, felt a sharp pain at its forehead and let out a savage roar, akin to a beast provoked. In the distance, Su Shu, who was employing flight magic to rush to the battlefield, instinctively furrowed her brow upon hearing this sound from the peak. Although she was unaware of the specifics, Qingshan's hurried departure hinted that the situation with Su Hao was far from favorable. The magnitude of this sound only deepened her unease, prompting her to grit her teeth and hasten her pace. She silently vowed to catch up. The sparks scattered across the sky swiftly coalesced around Wenguang. Subsequently, a more vigorous and intense flame erupted from his body, engulfing him as if he were donned in a suit of blazing armor. With a sweep of his right hand, a small ball of fire mist flew forth, rapidly expanding into a massive sphere in midair, aimed at the incoming sword. Boom! An ear-splitting explosion ensued as the Crying Soul Sword collided violently with the fireball. Under the sword's might, the fireball was swiftly extinguished. Yet the sword's power was also significantly diminished. Qingshan remained unperturbed, maneuvering the sword again towards Wenguang. However, this time, instead of confronting the fireball directly, the sword deftly veered left just as it was about to collide with the fireball. Boom! The fireball missed, crashing into the ground nearby. The impact created a deep pit, the center of which was scorched earth from the fireball's ferocity. Observing that the fireball had failed to intercept the sword, the Red Flame Demon waved his left hand once more, conjuring another massive fireball. Qingshan deftly maneuvered the sword, evading the fireballs hurled by Wenguang. Strangely, while the sword appeared to threaten the Red Flame Demon, it refrained from striking him directly. Boom, boom, boom. The astounding explosions resounded one after another, stirring up clouds of dust, while dozens of craters formed around Wenguang from the fireball's impacts. Roar! Frustrated by the sword's relentless maneuvering and the ineffectiveness of his fireballs, Wenguang expressed his impotent fury. Though it seemed like an eternity, only a few breaths had passed. The pervasive dust obscured visibility. Yet cultivators possess not only their sight, but also their spiritual sense. Qingshan's spiritual awareness penetrated the dust, touching the Red Flame Demon embodied by Wenguang. He sensed that the fire mist enveloping the demon had thinned significantly, barely sufficient to cover Wenguang entirely. The Red Flame Demon inherently possessed remarkable fire control abilities. Yet the fireballs it had previously unleashed relied entirely on this mist. The sheer number of fireballs released in such a short span showcased the demon's terrifying explosive power. But it was nearing its limits. Such was the disadvantage of losing consciousness. If Wenguang were not in a state of chaos and possessed normal judgment, He would certainly not engage in the futile endeavor of casting fireballs to obstruct Qingshan's flying sword, thereby rendering himself weak. Qingshan was well aware of this, which is why he felt no fear towards Wenguang, who was of a significantly higher level and possessed demonic enhancements. Like a tamer with a beast, he first delivered a tangible strike to Wenguang, allowing him to experience the lethality of the flying sword. After this, when confronted with Qingshan's blade, Wenguang would instinctively exert all his effort to prevent the sword from reaching him. Such was the simplicity of this little ruse. This battle was even less taxing for Qingshan than his previous encounter with Zhu Quan. He noticed that the protective fire mist surrounding Wenguang had become exceedingly thin. Without further delay, Qingshan sensed that Su Hao's aura was growing fainter. With a twist of his body, he surged towards Wenguang with a whistling sound. Before reaching the 10th level of his flying sword technique, his most formidable damage output still stemmed from his sword techniques. The Weeping Soul sword, twisting in the air, shot towards Qingshan. Maintaining his speed, Qingshan extended his right hand and seized the Weeping Soul sword just as it approached. With a surge of abundant spiritual energy stored within the Bai Shui bracelet, it flowed into his body. His danshan, nearly depleted from the previous battle and the use of the Lian sword technique, was finally replenished. The moment the spiritual energy was restored, Qingshan did not hesitate to channel it into the Weeping Soul sword. Ethereal blue light gathered at the sword's tip, the blade slicing through the air with a sharp wind. Qingshan's figure pierced through the swirling dust, colliding head-on with Wenguang. The sword's edge transformed into a line of frost, aiming directly at Wenguang's brow. Qingshan moved with unimaginable speed, leaving Wenguang with no means to evade. With merely a thin layer of fire mist for protection, Wenguang could not withstand Qingshan's strike. In a cloud of blood mist, the target lay slain, Wenguang. The demonic Scarlet Flame Demon, LV-21, had been vanquished, granting Qingshan 1,500 experience points. Chapter 79, Slaying Demons, Part 2, finally reaching the battlefield. Su Shu was met with the horrific sight of Wenguang cleaved into two perfectly half pieces. However, she had no time to dwell on this scene, as her attention was drawn to Su Hao, who lay on the ground in excruciating pain. Su Hao, having lost consciousness from agony, had shed his golden armor without her noticing. Brother Su, she thought, unable to comprehend that the invincible Su Hao she had always admired now lay bent like a shrimp, emitting low, guttural groans. A relentless wailing emanated from his body, and with it, an indescribable pain surged in Su Shu's mind. Desperately, she attempted to block the sound with her spiritual energy, only to find it utterly ineffective. The piercing wails continued unabated, relentlessly assaulting her soul. Su Hao's anguished and muffled cry resounded once more. Su Shu's expression shifted dramatically. She could no longer heed the piercing pain in her soul and rushed to Su Hao's side. Under the influence of the shrill scream, her face turned ashen. Yet her eyes bore a fierce determination. Summoning her strength with great difficulty, Su Shu clasped her hands before her chest, forming an unusual seal, and her inner spiritual energy surged forth. In the next moment, a peculiar six-petaled flower materialized before her, composed of azure spiritual energy, its brilliance flickering enchantingly, exuding an extraordinary aura. Rejuvenation technique. This healing technique was designed for mending the wounds of cultivators, also possessing detoxifying properties. The 6 petals signified that Su Shu had cultivated her rejuvenation technique to level 6. Go, Su Shu murmured softly. The azure spiritual flower soared directly towards Su Hao, merging with his body. The once enshrouded Su Hao suddenly radiated azure spiritual light, momentarily dispelling the surrounding black mist. A glimmer of joy appeared on Su Shu's pale face. However, this joy was fleeting, as an even denser layer of black mist erupted from within Su Hao, consuming the azure light in an instant. What is this? Realizing that Su Hao's aura had weakened further due to this encounter, beads of cold sweat unconsciously broke out on Su Shu's forehead, born not only from the agony induced by the shrill cries, but also from her rising panic. The Yinhu team, since its inception, had endured numerous sacrifices and changes among its members. From the original 6 cultivators, only 2 remained alive, herself and Su Hao. The bond and understanding forged through years of life and death experiences were profound. With Su Hao now in peril, and her rejuvenation technique proving ineffective, how could she not be alarmed? Trembling, Su Shu retrieved various healing elixirs from her storage ring, desperate to administer them to Su Hao. The elixirs are useless, Qingshan's voice interjected. Su Shu turned to see Qingshan standing beside her, having approached unnoticed, and paused for a moment before swiftly regaining her composure. Do you know what has happened to Brother Su? You must save him, Su Shu implored, unable to restrain her desperation. Despite their frequent teasing, she had always shown him a protective demeanor, but now, in her concern for Su Hao, she revealed a vulnerable side. Observing Su Shu's pallor, resembling a figure of wax due to the shrill cries, Qingshan furrowed his brow and produced a snow lotus pill, placing it into Su Shu's mouth. Under the effects of the pill, her complexion improved slightly, yet the anxiety in her eyes remained unabated. Do not fret. I will do everything in my power to save the captain, Qingshan reassured her. His voice was low but resolute, imbued with a certain strength that instinctively calmed Su Shu's tumultuous heart. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as a massive red rock goose landed nearby, with Xiao Ji and Li Zhu leaping off its back. They too had heard the commotion here and, without delay, swiftly dealt with their objectives before hurrying over. It was a soul attack. Upon being assaulted by the piercing sound waves, the Li clan's expression shifted, and they dared not draw closer. Su Shu, what is happening with the captain? Xiao Ji inquired anxiously. Qingshan paid no heed to the arriving Li clan or Xiao Ji, silently lowering his head as his consciousness swept over Su Hao's body. Piercing through the black mist, Qingshan's awareness delved into Su Hao, heading straight for his heart. Hiss! Qingshan winced in pain. Just as his consciousness was about to touch Su Hao's heart, an unknown force suddenly devoured his awareness. Although his spirit faced a severe setback, Qingshan's expression remained unchanged. Indeed, it resided within the heart, he mused. Upon confirming the situation, Qingshan raised the crying soul sword. Its sharp tip aimed at Su Hao's chest, ready to pierce downwards. Su Shu's expression changed dramatically. What are you intending to do? The Li clan, momentarily deterred by the shrill cries, grew even angrier upon witnessing this scene. Instinctively, an ice arrow shot forth, aimed directly at Qingshan. He sought to intercept Qingshan. A luminous barrier of spiritual energy materialized, blocking the ice arrow unleashed by the Li clan. It was Su Shu's spell. Su Shu, what are you doing? This brat intends to kill the captain. Why are you stopping me? The Li clan's eyes turned bloodshot, unable to comprehend Su Shu's actions. After all, Qingshan had only recently joined the team, and it was unrealistic to expect the already cautious and suspicious cultivators to trust him in such a short time. Thus, the Li clan deemed Qingshan's actions as a threat towards the captain, which was not entirely unfounded. Su Shu shook her head at the Li clan. Qingshan is saving the captain. Do not complicate matters. But the Li clan was still intent on arguing. Xiao Ji stepped in to restrain the Li clan, advising, no one among us cares more for the captain's safety than Su Shu. If she does not stop Qingshan, there must be a reason. Let us observe the situation. With Xiao Ji's words, the Li clan gradually calmed down. This minor turmoil did not affect Qingshan's actions in the slightest. The tip of the crying soul sword penetrated Su Hao's chest. The physique of a body cultivator is immensely powerful, and in the absence of Su Hao's consciousness and defenses, Qingshan exerted just a fraction of his strength to drive the sword in. Like a skilled surgeon, Qingshan deftly opened Su Hao's chest with a few swift motions of the crying soul sword. Ah! Su Shu could not help but exclaim. It turned out that not only was Su Hao's exterior shrouded in black mist, but his interior was also engulfed in it. As Qingshan sliced open Su Hao's chest, the black mist found an outlet, surging forth uncontrollably. Once the mist dissipated, Qingshan's gaze could finally discern Su Hao's heart, still faintly pulsing within. The heart of a body cultivator should beat strongly. Yet now it merely rose and fell gently, revealing the dire state Su Hao was in. Qingshan's expression grew stern, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes as surging spiritual energy surged forth, compelling towards Su Hao's heart. At that moment, a diminutive yet grotesque black imp, no larger than a fingertip, emerged from Su Hao's heart. It opened its maw, lined with razor-sharp fangs, releasing a shrill howl that surpassed all preceding cries in its intensity. Despite the protective snow lotus elixir safeguarding his soul, Qingshan felt a sudden, piercing pain within his spirit, far more excruciating than the previous experience of having his consciousness devoured. In that instant, even Li's clan and Xiao Ji, who had not consumed the snow lotus elixir for soul protection, were momentarily plunged into darkness, losing consciousness and collapsing to the ground. Gritting his teeth against the pain surging through his soul, Qingshan brandished the crying soul sword. With a swift motion, he pierced the imp, which resembled a candied hawthorn, skewering it upon the sword's tip. The creature thrashed desperately, its fangs clashing against the blade with a series of metallic clangs. Qingshan shook his head, having captured it. He had no intention of letting it escape. With a deft twist of his sword, he twisted the imp within its own body, eliciting a wretched scream before it fell silent. Objective completed. You have slain the ghostly sound imp, LV15, earning 900 experience points. Chapter 80. The woman entering the city. This creature, the ghostly sound imp, is a demonic pet nurtured by the demon race. Capable of unleashing devastating sound wave attacks that target the souls of cultivators, Qingshan explained to Su Shu. Typically, the ghostly sound imp would emit a powerful sound wave attack, seizing the moment when a cultivator is momentarily dazed to transform into a plume of black mist, infiltrating the cultivator's heart through their ears. It would then reside within the heart, relentlessly assaulting the cultivator's spirit until it was utterly shattered. Eventually, the ghostly sound imp would occupy the cultivator's heart, thereby taking control of the cultivator's body, rendering it a puppet under its command. This peculiar and formidable pet possesses an unsettling ability, yet it is not insurmountable if one knows how to counter it. Generally, such parasitic beings share a common trait: they are exceedingly fragile. It is precisely due to their fragility that they require a robust host. Had the situation persisted, allowing the ghostly sound imp to fully seize Su Hao's body, the circumstances would have been dire. The continuous sound wave assaults, combined with Su Hao's formidable physique, would have rendered the level 15 ghostly sound imp exceedingly troublesome. Fortunately, Su Hao was still valiantly struggling, preventing the ghostly sound imp from effectively commandeering his body. In this state, the imp was vulnerable, and Qingshan effortlessly dispatched it. With the death of the ghostly sound imp, the excruciating, suffocating wails dissipated, and Su Hao, who had been on the verge of collapse, soon regained his composure. This was hardly surprising. Foundational cultivators have already transcended the realm of mere mortals, possessing extraordinary recuperative abilities. Especially Su Hao, renowned among the six sects for his unparalleled physical strength. Li Zhu and Xiao Ji hurriedly gathered around. Is Brother Su all right? Su Shu's eyes shimmered with hope as she gazed at Qingshan. Qingshan nodded affirmatively. The tension in Su Shu's chest subsided, her heart finally at ease. Qingshan cast a glance at Su Hao and spoke. Now we can attend to the captain's injuries. Su Hao's external wounds were not severe and were not inflicted by an enemy. They resulted from Qingshan's own actions. Su Shu quickly formed hand seals, conjuring a blue six-petaled lotus flower. With the hindrance of the little demon gone, the rejuvenating spirit technique exhibited remarkable efficacy. The wounds on Su Hao's chest healed at a visibly rapid pace. A hint of color began to return to Su Hao's previously pallid face. After scanning Su Hao's condition with his divine sense, Qingshan remarked, the captain should awaken shortly. Indeed, just moments later, Su Hao's fingers twitched, and his tightly shut eyes slowly opened. Upon regaining consciousness, Su Hao felt a wave of confusion wash over him, not yet grasping the situation. When a fragrant breeze enveloped him, followed by a soft body tightly embracing him. Discovering Su Hao had awakened, Su Shu could no longer suppress her emotions. She leaped into his arms, encircling his robust waist, and began to sob quietly, feeling utterly wronged. Su Hao, who had just ventured close to death, froze momentarily, his body stiffening. The faint color returning to his face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe fruit. It appeared that the healing power of a woman's embrace far surpassed that of advanced spiritual techniques. Witnessing this scene, Qingshan couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. After a brief pause, Su Hao regained his composure and hesitantly reached out, gently patting Su Shu's back. See, I'm fine. There's no need to cry like a child, he said, his voice awkward and careful. Qingshan couldn't suppress a smirk. Coughing, Li Zhu struggled to contain his amusement, only to feel a chill run down his spine as Su Hao glared at him with fierce eyes. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Li Zhu scratched his nose and quickly shifted the topic. It's been a while, and we haven't seen any sign of Zhongming. He hasn't resolved his issues. Has he? Xiaoji, why don't you accompany me to check on him? Xiaoji nodded in agreement. That makes sense. I'll join you. The two reached a silent understanding and turned to leave. Wait. Qingshan called out to them. They turned back, regarding him with curious expressions. I shall accompany you as well, Qingshan stated earnestly. He recognized that it would be better for the captain and Su Shu to have some time alone, and he preferred not to linger in the way. The trio soared southward for a short while when a dark light suddenly shot towards them. The dark light halted before them, revealing Zhongming, who looked at the three with a puzzled expression. Where are you all headed? He inquired. I recently heard some rather eerie howls. Could something have transpired? It has taken you quite a while, and I feared you encountered some trouble. We were just about to seek you out, explained Xiaoji. Zhongming waved his hand, looking rather gloomy, and said, enough of that. The foundation-building cultivator I was to eliminate is exceedingly extravagant, possessing multiple defensive artifacts akin to a turtle's shell. It took me considerable effort to deal with him. Fortunately, I managed to resolve it in the end. Now that our mission is complete, shall we report back to the captain and prepare to return? Li Zhu Xiaoji and Lu Qingshan exchanged glances, and finally, Lu Qingshan raised an eyebrow and chuckled. I believe we should first take a stroll around Fun Peak. Zhong Ming, bewildered, questioned. What is there to explore in such a dilapidated mountain range? Before he could finish his sentence, he was pulled away by Xiaoji. If I say we are going to explore, we shall explore. The three of us will accompany you, so spare us your incessant chatter. The trio whisked the oblivious Zhong Ming off into the distance. They landed halfway up the mountain, where they could survey the low-ranking disciples who were hastily fleeing in the aftermath of this upheaval. Fiyun's sect is no more, sighed Xiaoji upon witnessing the scene. It is entirely self-inflicted. They should have anticipated the consequences when they chose to betray humanity and collude with the underworld, Zhong Ming retorted coldly. The collusion with the underworld was solely by those 4 foundation-building cultivators. These disciples were utterly unaware and are innocent, Xiaoji lamented. Due to the grave misjudgments of the higher-ups, the sect has perished, and without the protection of their sect, the life of a loose cultivator is fraught with difficulties. Xiaoji reflected with a sense of melancholy. The group fell into silence. Such is the nature of the world. There are no absolute principles at play. Though Xiaoji felt a sense of sorrow, he harbored no desire to alter the situation. I acted recklessly just now, Li Zhu, who had been in turmoil, finally approached Lu Qingshan, visibly uncomfortable but determined after much internal struggle, and formally apologized. Lu Qingshan had long noticed Li Zhu's discomfort. Upon receiving the apology, he nonchalantly waved his hand and replied, "It is not a significant matter. Besides, you acted out of concern for the captain. I truly did not take offense." Li Zhu assessed Lu Qingshan's demeanor, confirming that he genuinely bore no grudge regarding the prior incident involving the ice arrow attack. He breathed a sigh of relief. Since he and Lu Qingshan would be fighting together in the same team, it was best to address any discord openly to prevent minor grievances from festering into greater calamities. He understood this principle well. The 4 meandered around Fun Peak for quite some time, and as the hour grew late, they finally decided to return. Upon returning to Su Hao's side, Zhong Ming was left speechless at the chaotic battlefield. Was the battle here truly so fierce? Su Hao had regained some vitality and appeared composed, while Su Shu stood beside him, her usual teasing demeanor intact, revealing no signs of abnormality. Yet there was an undeniable sense of change since their arrival. But what was different? The atmosphere seemed somewhat eerie. Zhong Ming found himself at a loss, pondering the situation in his mind. Although the first mission unfolded with its share of twists and turns, it was ultimately executed flawlessly, and a semblance of trust began to form among Lu Qingshan and the members of his team. After sorting through the spoils of their victory, they boarded Xiaoji's Crimson Yin to return to Xinjiang City. As for the demise of the Fiyun sect, which had occupied Fun Peak, how the surrounding minor families and sects would engage in their intrigues to claim this fertile ground remained a mystery to them. Upon returning to Xinjiang City, the group exchanged addresses and agreed to visit each other when time permitted. After bidding farewell, they departed in different directions. Lu Qingshan returned to his humble courtyard, while Su Hao needed to first return to Zhanjiang Tower to fulfill his mission and settle accounts with the Intelligence Bureau, Hibingtai. Were it not for Lu Qingshan, he would have nearly faced disaster this time, all stemming from the delayed intelligence provided by Hibingtai. Given such a significant oversight, it was but a foolish dream to think he could escape without consequence. A woman, her face veiled with a delicate gauze, glanced up at the grand letters of Zhanjiang City etched upon the city walls. She recalled the profound words spoken by a youthful stranger not long ago. "If you encounter any trouble, feel free to seek me out in Xinjiang City." Biting her lower lip with her pearly white teeth, she ultimately resolved to step into the city, hoping that the young man would indeed live up to his promise and assist her in resolving her predicament. Chapter 81. Lu Qingshan's foreknowledge upon entering the city. The woman promptly sought out the largest brokerage organization within Xinjiang. To find an individual in such a vast city solely by her own efforts would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Thus, she required external assistance. The broker's enterprises spanned the entirety of Xinjiang, offering a myriad of services, including locating people. Naturally, finding those who kept a low profile through such organizations was often unrealistic. However, since Lu Qingshan had encouraged her to seek him out in Xinjiang City when in trouble, he surely would not conceal his whereabouts. Consequently, she anticipated that through the brokerage organization, she would soon locate Lu Qingshan. Yet, to her surprise, after she conveyed her intentions and provided information about Lu Qingshan to the middle-aged broker in charge, he scrutinized her for a moment before suddenly inquiring, "Are you Miss Lin Yao?" Indeed, the woman entering the city was Lin Yao, who had parted ways with Lu Qingshan a month prior. Astounded that a stranger would call her by name, Lin Yao's face, hidden beneath the gauze, betrayed a flicker of surprise. "How do you know my name?" The middle-aged broker explained. The young master Lu you seek arrived in the city a month ago through our agency and rented a fine courtyard. At that time, he paid a considerable sum and specifically instructed us that if a young and beautiful lady named Lin Yao were to come looking for him, we were to guide her to him. He would also pay an additional remuneration for this, and given the lavishness of young Master Lu, everyone has been eagerly anticipating the appearance of Miss Lin. It seems fortune smiles upon me today. Pausing for a moment, the middle-aged broker chuckled heartily, subtly extolling Lin Yao. After years in this profession, while I may not possess the clarity of vision akin to piercing light, I have garnered some insights. Although the young lady is veiled in delicate gauze, rendering her features unknown, I can confidently assert that her demeanor suggests she must be extraordinarily beautiful. Who else could be the Lin Yao young Master Lu speaks of? Lin Yao was taken aback, but then the image of that handsome youth, who always seemed composed, surfaced in her mind, and she felt a sense of understanding. According to the youth's manner of conduct, this indeed seemed appropriate. Then please lead the way, Lin Yao said politely. The middle-aged broker rose and guided Lin Yao towards the residence where Lu Qingshan was temporarily staying. At Jinjiang Tower, Dan Tai Qingrun's consciousness probed the jade slip in her hand. This was the mission report submitted by Su Hao. After grasping the details of the Yin Hus team's mission regarding the Fiend sect, Dan Tai Qingrun set the jade slip aside, lost in thought. Su Hao did not conceal the events of the mission, making it abundantly clear how pivotal Lu Qingshan's role was in this endeavor. Coupled with Fei Wa's report of Lu Qingshan's astonishing performance during the Yin Hus team's assessment, Dan Tai Qingrun's jade-like fingers lightly tapped the desk, her brows slightly furrowed. There were far too many suspicious points. Having just entered the Foundation establishment stage, he had mastered a secret sword technique that even golden core cultivators might not grasp. This evidently aligned with her earlier speculation that Lu Qingshan was the reincarnation of a formidable practitioner. Yet, he had curiously sought her knowledge of sword control techniques and flying sword methods, creating an inexplicable contradiction with her assumptions. Furthermore, the Knowledge Guardian Tower had contended with the underworld for many years, maintaining extensive records of the tactics employed by underworld practitioners. Common demonic manifestations, such as the Scarlet Flame Demon, were cataloged knowledge that every Knowledge Guardian cultivator must be well-versed in. However, the Ghost Sound Demon was a creature she had never even heard of before. Yet Lu Qingshan seemed to possess an intimate understanding of its methods. Coupled with the myriad of secret intelligence he had previously provided her regarding the underworld, it appeared as though countless undercurrents were concealed within this youth. Lu Qingshan. Oh Lu Qingshan, how many secrets do you truly harbor? Dan Tai Qingrun narrowed her eyes, a dangerous glimmer flashing within her pupils. Returning to her senses, she regarded Su Hao, who stood before the table like a steadfast pine. You have worked hard on this mission. I will ensure accountability for the shortcomings of the Black Eyes platform and provide your Yin Hus team with a satisfactory resolution. Although Dan Tai Qingrun's expression remained calm, a hint of coldness permeated her tone. Su Hao respectfully clasped his hands in gratitude. We appreciate your assistance, Deputy Tower Master. Lin Yao followed the middle-aged broker to a tranquil courtyard. This was the temporary abode of young Master Lu. The middle-aged broker introduced Lin Yao, then stepped forward to gently knock on the courtyard gate, quietly inquiring, Is Master Lu in? Only a moment passed before the gate swung open from within. Lu Qingshan gazed at Lin Yao outside the door, his face betraying no surprise. Instead, a smile graced his features. Miss Lin has come, he said, his tone reminiscent of an old friend welcomed unexpectedly. Lin Yao offered a slight bow, her voice soft. It has been a long time, Master Lu. Lu Qingshan retrieved several spirit stones from his storage ring, handing them to the middle-aged broker with courtesy. Thank you for your trouble. The broker, overjoyed to receive the spirit stones, displayed his keen perception and promptly took his leave. Thank you, Master Lu. I shall not disturb you and Miss Lin any further. Lu Qingshan nodded in response. Once the broker had departed, Lu Qingshan turned to Lin Yao, gesturing for her to enter. Please, come in. Inside the room, Lu Qingshan leisurely prepared a cup of spirit tea for Lin Yao. She accepted the cup, hesitating momentarily before gently lifting her delicate hand to remove the light veil that had adorned her face. Beneath the veil lay an exquisitely beautiful visage. This revelation was not unexpected. Anyone with discerning eyes could surmise that such elegance must be concealed beneath the veil, given Lin Yao's graceful demeanor and striking features. Yet, Lu Qingshan's expression remained as placid as a tranquil lake, akin to a monk detached from worldly desires. In the realm of gaming, it seemed a common phenomenon that female NPCs with significant roles were often portrayed as ethereally beautiful, unless they were designed with a specific character in mind. After all, 99% of players are visual creatures, and catering to consumer preferences is a steadfast principle in game production. Even grand titles like Nine Heavens do not escape this rule. Thus, in his previous life within the gaming world, Qingshan had become accustomed to encountering stunningly beautiful female NPCs like Lin Yao. Having been shaped by years of experience, Qingshan found Lin Yao's beauty striking. However, it did not stir profound emotional ripples within him. Lin Yao's eyes shimmered as she raised the teacup to her lips. Taking a delicate sip of the spirit tea before speaking slowly, "Master Lu, you previously mentioned that should any troubles arise, I could seek you out. I wonder if that offer still stands." Qingshan also took a sip of the tea, replying with a calm demeanor, "Of course it stands, though I must ask, how grave is your trouble? If it pertains to a golden core cultivator, I wonder if Master Lu is capable of handling it?" Lin Yao set down her teacup, her gaze fixed intently on Qingshan's face, seemingly scrutinizing his reaction. "Oh." Qingshan raised an eyebrow slightly. "Are we speaking of the Qinhe sect's Qinhe Daoist, or the Xing family's Xingyu Jinren?" Lin Yao's expression flickered momentarily. Master Lu truly seems to have foreseen this. Qingshan's demeanor remained unchanged, yet he refrained from elaborating on how he had anticipated the troubles Lin Yao would encounter. Given that he intended for Lin Yao to serve him, maintaining an air of mystery before her was essential. The underlying reasons were not particularly profound. As one of the pivotal players behind the siege of Qingshan City, the myriad forces surrounding the city, intricately linked to the underworld, are well within his comprehension. Those sects that once conspired with the Nether Realm shall undoubtedly face the reckoning of the Jisho Tower. The fall of such numerous clans and sects inevitably heralds the swift emergence of new powers. The cycle of ascendance and decline within the realm of cultivation is inherently brutal and rapid. In a time when the situation in Qingshan City was relatively stable, certain factions, despite their underlying ambitions, dared not disrupt the fragile equilibrium. To become the target of collective ire, without possessing absolute strength, would lead to dire consequences. Thus, the Lin family managed to maintain a semblance of tranquility, safeguarding their precious Qingguang stone mine. However, with the impending redistribution of resources surrounding Qingshan City, a tumultuous reshuffling among the major forces is underway. In such chaos, a small family like the Lin clan, with only a single foundation establishment cultivator, stands little chance of continuing their peaceful existence. Moreover, the Lin family's sole cultivator is nearing the end of his days. This precarious situation renders the Lin family an enticing target, one that many would eagerly seek to devour. Based on Qingshan's understanding of the cultivation world, it is beyond doubt that the Lin family is on the brink of catastrophe. It is for this very reason that he had imparted his words of caution to Lin Yao. As for the precise connection to the figures of Master Qinhe and Master Xingyu, there is little more to elucidate. Among the sects surrounding Qingshan City, aside from Wanbao Tower and Diza Pavilion, only Qinhe sect and the Xing family are home to a gold core cultivator each. Master Qinhe and Master Xingyu remain the last two gold core cultivators among the openly acknowledged sects in Qingshan City. Chapter 82. The Lu family takes action. Qingshan set down his teacup and addressed Lin Yao. "Please elaborate on the specifics." Lin Yao clenched her teeth in frustration. "It concerns Master Xingyu of the Xing family." This revelation aligned closely with Qingshan's expectations. With the collapse of numerous sects in Qingshan City, the surrounding areas have descended into chaos as various forces vie for resources and spiritual veins. Naturally, Qinhe sect and the Xing family, each possessing a gold core cultivator, have emerged as the two dominant powers in Qingshan City. These giants have swiftly absorbed the spiritual resources of the fallen sects, rapidly expanding their influence. Originally, the modest holdings of the Lin family would hardly pique their interest. Yet, human greed knows no bounds. Moreover, both the Xing family and Qinhe sect are acutely aware that should they miss this opportunity, they may have to wait an indeterminate time for another chance to expand their power unchecked. Thus, the two major forces are determined to seize this fortuitous moment to reap abundant rewards. Whether they can fully assimilate these resources remains to be seen, but securing them is undoubtedly a prudent choice. In the realm of cultivation, when it comes to the subjugation of weaker clans, resorting to brute force is the most rudimentary approach. Besides overwhelming might, there are numerous subtle methods to accomplish such goals without bloodshed. Thus, a letter of engagement from the Xing family was delivered to the Lin family, stating that the venerable Xingyu wished to take Lin Yao as a concubine. While it was presented as a proposal for marriage, it harbored ulterior motives. Should the Lin family acquiesce to this engagement, the Xing family could seamlessly encroach upon and usurp our family's assets. Lin Yao was acutely aware of the implications behind this letter, and with a tone of indignation, she remarked, "Moreover, Xingyu is already over 400 years old. who would willingly become his concubine. However, the power of the Qing family far surpassed that of the Lin family, leaving us reluctant to refuse their overture. Consequently, Lin Yao's glistening eyes turned towards Lu Qingshan, realizing they sought to gain both wealth and influence through this cunning scheme. Yet, they were merely a small clan with a single golden core practitioner. Lu Qingshan, unfazed, replied, "This is not a difficult matter to resolve. Leave it to me." Although the Qing family was one of the two major powers in Yuanshan City, in his eyes, they were hardly formidable. Presently, he entertained at least 3 strategies to alleviate Lin Yao's predicament. After a brief contemplation, Lu Qingshan swiftly solidified his thoughts. At the summit of Mihe Peak, within the Lu family's hall, the Grand Elder appeared to have brought yet another troublesome issue. Liu Bei, upon entering the hall, observed Lu Yuan and Lu Zhou already seated, his brow furrowing slightly. Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow, displaying a hint of dissatisfaction, and with a flourish of his hand, a jade slip transformed into a beam of azure light, flying towards Liu Bei. "This is yet another misdeed by your son." Upon hearing Lu Zhou's words, Liu Bei was momentarily taken aback as he accepted the jade slip, probing its contents with his consciousness. Within it was a plea for assistance from Lu Qingshan. Originating from Xinjiang City, Lu Qingshan solicited the Lu family's intervention to suppress the Qing family in Yuanshan City, compelling Xingyu to retract his engagement proposal. Lu Yuan, in a grave tone, elaborated, "We investigated the situation. The daughter of the Lin family, Lin Yao, arrived in Xinjiang City yesterday seeking Lu Qingshan. After their meeting, Lu Qingshan sent us this urgent message for help, and Lin Yao has since taken residence with him. It appears Lu Qingshan had formed some bond with the Lin family during his brief stay in Yuanshan City." Liu Bei's gaze flickered. "Your son truly resembles you. For the sake of a woman, he is prepared to confront a golden core practitioner. Such a romantic disposition is indeed reminiscent of your own." Lu Zhou remarked with a cold chuckle. Liu Bei, dismissive, smiled lightly. "So, are you planning to assist or not?" After a prolonged silence, Lu Yuan spoke. "Xingyu is merely a weak golden core. If our family intervenes, he would hardly dare to disregard our authority." Lu Zhou scoffed and added, "Since it's merely a matter of extending a helping hand, assisting him this once is not out of the question. It will also teach that presumptuous young man not to look down upon his own family merely because he possesses some skills. He once boasted that he didn't need the Lu family's resources. Now that he finds himself in trouble, he must turn to us for aid." Liu Bei's expression revealed his agreement. "Since you have all come to a decision, why did you summon me?" Lu Yuan and Lu Zhou's temperaments were well understood by Liu Bei. Given Lu Qingshan's demeanor, it was evident that, although unspoken, he was regarded by these two as the cornerstone of the Lu family's future. However, Lu Qingshan's demeanor, which was even more difficult to manage than their own, weighed heavily on Lu Yuan and Lu Zhou's minds. To persuade a future Grand Cultivator to willingly contribute to the family, one must rely not on coercive methods, but rather on gestures of kindness and emotional bonds, thereby encouraging Lu Qingshan to devote himself to the Lu family willingly in the future. With Lu Qingshan now taking the initiative to seek their assistance, how could they possibly refrain from extending a helping hand? Lu Yuan, noticing Liu Bei's growing impatience, chuckled softly. "The reason for calling you here is, of course, to assign you a task. Since this concerns your son, I believe it is best for Qingling to make a trip to Yuanshan City this time." Without waiting for Liu Bei's response, Lu Yuan waved his sleeves and departed with Lu Zhou. Watching the two swiftly vanish from sight, Liu Bei felt a sense of helplessness. These two old fellows were quite crafty indeed. After toying with the jade slip in his hand, Liu Bei's gaze drifted, lost in thought. After a long pause, he chuckled to himself. "Then I shall make the journey. I have been stuck at the mid-stage of the golden core for quite some time now. Merely secluding myself for rigorous training is unlikely to resolve the issue. Perhaps venturing out will present some opportunity to break through this bottleneck." With a surge of spiritual energy, Liu Bei's aura clearly indicated that he had reached the pinnacle of the mid-stage golden core. The following day, after sending out a plea for assistance, Lu Qingshan received a response from the Lu family. "Qingling Jinren has already departed for Yuanshan City." A smile spread across Lu Qingshan's face. This was indeed the most reassuring solution to his predicament. The Lu family, known for their acceptance of the charismatic Qingling Jinren Liu Bei, would naturally extend the same acceptance to Lu Qingshan. Thus, it was improbable for the Lu family to refuse support for him. Moreover, while the Qing family was a formidable presence in Yuanshan City, in the eyes of the long-established Lu family, they were hardly a significant threat. The Lu family had boasted a continuous lineage of golden core cultivators for nearly a millennium, demonstrating their genuine capability to cultivate such talents and their deep-rooted heritage. Conversely, The Qing family required immense fortune to occasionally produce a single golden core cultivator. The two families were not on the same level. Given the cunning nature of the old fox Lu Zhou, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to gain a significant favor from the Lu family for what was merely a small effort on his part. The next day, Lin Yao departed from Lu Qingshan's courtyard, heading towards the Daxia Trading Company in Xinjiang City. She intended to utilize the company's channels to swiftly convey a message back to Yuanshan City, reassuring her father that she had found strong support and alleviating his worries. However, before she could send out her message, the Daxia Trading Company had already delivered the latest correspondence from the Lin family in Yuanshan City. Instantly, Lin Yao's heart skipped a beat. Could something have happened at home during her brief absence? Chapter 83. New skills. A sense of trepidation gripped Lin Yao's heart as she feared the worst upon receiving a message jade slip from a servant of the great Xia commercial house. With an anxious countenance, she deciphered the contents within. A myriad of complex emotions washed over her face: joy, astonishment, and an ineffable array of other sentiments. Regaining her composure, Lin Yao hastily paid a sum of spirit stones and entrusted a message back to the great Xia commercial house. They would promptly relay her correspondence to Xinjiang City through their channels, where personnel from the great Xia commercial house would personally deliver her message to the Lin family. Shortly after Lin Yao's departure, a new group of visitors arrived at Lu Qingshan's courtyard: Su Shu and Su Hao from the Yinhu team. Lu Qingshan regarded the pair, a man and a woman whose demeanor appeared overly intimate as they intertwined their arms. Under Lu Qingshan's scrutinizing gaze, Su Shu maintained her composure, a gentle smile gracing her lips. In contrast, the tall and burly Su Hao felt the weight of Lu Qingshan's intense stare, his expression growing somewhat stiff and awkward. Nevertheless, he did not withdraw his arm from Su Shu's grasp, instead sheepishly rubbing his nose. Casting a sideways glance at Su Hao, Su Shu addressed Lu Qingshan, saying, "Su Gu and I have come specifically to express our gratitude for your life-saving assistance last time." Lu Qingshan raised an eyebrow dismissively, teasing, "Aside from being your captain, Su Gu is also mine. It is merely a matter of duty for a team member to assist their captain in times of trouble. There is no need for thanks." Su Hao, with his straightforward nature, did not engage in further pleasantries. Instead, he retrieved a blue jade slip from his storage ring and handed it to Lu Qingshan. Lu Qingshan, taken aback, inquired, "What is this?" In a low voice, Su Hao explained, after reporting the specifics to the building. "The Vice Master personally intervened on our behalf to hold the Black Ice platform accountable. Under pressure, the Black Ice platform made significant concessions to quell the situation. And this is one of the costs they incurred, an approach I believe you will find appealing." Oh, Lu Qingshan's interest was piqued. He perceived his current swordsmanship system as rather rudimentary and singular. By his own assessment, his most commendable asset lay in his explosive power, far surpassing that of his peers at the same cultivation level. The terrifying capabilities of the Crying Soul Sword, combined with the secret sword technique Wind Slash and the Falling Light Sword art, created a momentary binding effect. This intricate combination, once executed successfully, was sufficient to allow Lu Qingshan to dispatch most early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators in an instant. Such formidable prowess. His explosive combat techniques had already formed a self-contained system of offensive strategy. However, Lu Qingshan was acutely aware that despite his current success in combat, he still faced numerous significant challenges when confronted with cultivators employing different tactics. His recent battles, while seemingly effortless, were merely fortunate encounters with opponents who lacked the ability to exploit his weaknesses. In truth, even within his current forte of offense, he harbors numerous inadequacies. Firstly, all his skills are singular target attacks, rendering him exceedingly vulnerable to encirclement. In the realm of cultivation, particularly regarding beast cultivators, they can be considered his natural adversaries. If he were to encounter a beast cultivator akin to Xiao Ji from the Tiger Squad, who adopts a strategy of fewer yet more formidable pets, he might not be overly concerned, for he could simply resolve the matter with a single sword strike. However, should he face a beast cultivator employing a swarm strategy, utilizing peculiar and bizarre tactics akin to a hive, a swarm, or a colony, he would find himself utterly at a loss. No matter how formidable his sword techniques or how swift his flying sword, he would be incapable of cleaving through such throngs. Thus, acquiring a means of area of effect attacks to counter such scenarios emerges as an indispensable requirement for any sword cultivator. The two most prevalent area of effect skills available to sword cultivators are sword light dispersion and sword chi transformation into threads. The challenge lies in the fact that to attain such mastery over sword light and sword chi, a sword cultivator's spirit must not be feeble, necessitating a level akin to that of a golden core practitioner. before obtaining the techniques to hone one's spiritual consciousness or before reaching the golden core stage. Delving into the study of sword light and sword chi would be a futile endeavor, yielding meager results for the effort expended. Consequently, he must temporarily set aside these two skills. Moreover, he lacks a method of evasion. Although he possesses the technique of sword control, which primarily serves in conjunction with flying swords for evasive maneuvers, he requires a specialized close-range evasion technique to accommodate the demands of executing melee sword techniques. Lastly, and most crucially, he is in dire need of a defensive sword technique. Should one presume that a sword cultivator, being the most adept at combat amongst the 6 cultivator types, can forego defensive skills and immerse entirely in offense? It can only be said that such a person has not yet faced the harsh realities of life. In his past life, Qingshan encountered many such individuals. At the onset of the game's open beta, a considerable number of sword cultivator players fervently advocated the notion that, as a sword cultivator, they should never learn defensive skills, considering it a betrayal of their faith. The outcome was that after perishing numerous times, these players ultimately conceded that, indeed, it is essential for sword cultivators to learn a defensive skill. Generally speaking, classes with low health, such as spellcasters and spirit cultivators, share a common trait. They must adeptly manage distance during battles, striving to cast spells from afar to evade damage. However, sword cultivators are distinct. In Nine Heavens, sword cultivators are often viewed as a significant pitfall for novice players, as they are perceived to be even more fragile than spellcasters and spirit cultivators, yet paradoxically required to charge directly into the fray to inflict damage. Furthermore, unlike assassins, who can stealthily approach from behind and strike swiftly before retreating, sword cultivators are engaged in grand endeavors, boldly advancing despite overwhelming odds. As long as the target remains alive, retreat is not an option. The difficulty of such maneuvers need not be elaborated upon. The sword cultivator, often burdened by a meager vitality and compelled to dance upon the knife's edge, stands as the most illustrious profession within the realm of Nine Heavens. This necessity has rendered the mastery of defensive swordsmanship exceedingly vital. To display one's prowess, one must first elevate their defensive skills to their zenith. While solitary endeavors might pose fewer challenges, the stakes rise dramatically in large-scale battles. Without exceptional defensive swordsmanship, the attempt of a sword cultivator to enter the fray can only be described as a futile endeavor. Interestingly, in a vocation characterized by the generation of substantial damage, the profundity of defensive skills has emerged as a crucial metric distinguishing novices from seasoned players. Merely aspiring to establish a foundational swordsmanship system entails the study of numerous techniques. Furthermore, one must devote significant time to cultivate their martial arts, enhance their cultivation level, and nurture their innate sword. Consequently, most sword cultivators confront a daunting dilemma. Their energy is simply insufficient. For players, this challenge translates into a scarcity of experience points. Striving to excel in all facets demands an overwhelming amount of experience. Thus, players are often compelled to make selections among the myriad of skills available. Qingshan took the jade slip and immersed his consciousness within. A series of data unfolded before his eyes. Chapter 84, Formless Sword Escape. Formless Sword Escape. Casting conditions. This skill can only be executed through a sword. Description: a sword cultivator's evasion technique, a propulsion skill, with a maximum level of 20. Prerequisite for learning: cultivation must reach the foundation establishment stage, and the sword technique must be mastered. Skill effect: upon activation, the sword cultivator can momentarily fly a short distance alongside their flying sword. Additional notes: the speed of the formless sword escape is contingent upon the speed of the cultivator's flying sword, while the skill level solely influences the distance covered during flight. This is a close-range evasion technique, indispensable for Qingshan's aspiration to construct a comprehensive swordsmanship system. As Suhao aptly noted, Qingshan indeed holds a fondness for this skill. The formless sword escape, once somewhat renowned in his previous life, allows cultivators to glide closely with their sword, enveloped in radiant sword light. Thus, this skill is also colloquially referred to as a low-tier version of the body sword unity technique. The might of body sword unity requires no elaboration. The formless sword escape can briefly elevate the sword cultivator's speed to match that of their flying sword. What does this signify? With Qingshan's current cultivation level, even when employing the renowned sword control technique, his maximum speed reaches merely 1/5 of the speed of sound. Yet, his flying sword can attain 3/5 of that speed. Therefore, when utilizing the formless sword escape, his velocity could reach a formidable 6/10 of the speed of sound. Even if it only facilitates a brief displacement, it remains exceedingly practical. Approaching an opponent with a speed surpassing that of many techniques, within the same tier, few cultivators possess the means to counter such an advance. After mastering this skill, his instant kill system will be further refined. Certainly, should one swiftly extricate themselves from close combat and then employ the sword technique to make a hasty retreat, it would undeniably be deemed exceedingly astute. Su Hao remarked. In order to mitigate this incident, He Bing Tai not only compensated me with a considerable number of spirit stones, but also permitted me to select a technique from the treasury within the building. I fortuitously came across this particular method. For practitioners of this technique, the more refined one's swordplay, the more potent the technique becomes. We have all witnessed the speed of your flying sword, which is undoubtedly well suited to this method. Furthermore, as your secret sword technique necessitates close-range execution, I believe that should you master this close combat evasion technique, it would undoubtedly enhance your capabilities significantly. Thus, I took the liberty of acquiring it for you. As one of the foremost factions among the human race, the treasury of Jishou Lu boasts a remarkably abundant collection of techniques and methods. However, the dissemination of such techniques is not taken lightly. To gain access to these divine arts, one must either achieve significant merits or accumulate sufficient contributions as a practitioner of Jishou Lu to be granted the privilege of selecting a few rare techniques. I am truly grateful. Captain Lu Qingshan solemnly expressed his thanks to Su Hao. Given how well this technique aligns with his own, it is evident that it could not merely have been a casual acquisition, as Su Hao suggested. This method must have been meticulously chosen by Su Hao specifically for him. The opportunity to select a technique from the illustrious treasury of Jishou Lu is indeed a rare privilege. Yet Su Hao did not choose a favored technique for himself, but instead utilized this opportunity to select the invisible sword evasion for Lu Qingshan. This demonstrates considerable thoughtfulness. There is no need for such gratitude. It is but a trifling matter, far less significant than your life-saving grace. Su Hao dismissed with a casual wave of his hand. Lin Yao, burdened with her thoughts, departed from the great Xia commercial house and made her way back to Lu Qingshan's small courtyard. After lingering outside the door for quite some time, she ultimately resolved to enter, biting her lip in determination. Upon stepping inside, all eyes turned towards her. Lin Yao was taken aback. She had not anticipated the presence of others. Besides Lu Qingshan, there was indeed a man and a woman. The three were seated at the table, savoring spirit tea, and appeared to be engaged in lively conversation. Judging by the situation, the man and woman must be friends of Lu Qingshan, who was evidently hosting guests. Feeling somewhat awkward about her uninvited entrance, Lin Yao noted that the trio had not made any effort to conceal their voices. With the keen senses of a qi refining practitioner, she should have discerned the presence of multiple individuals at the door. However, preoccupied with her own concerns, she had momentarily overlooked this detail and recklessly barged in. Su Shu glanced at Lin Yao, secretly admiring her beauty, and then turned to Lu Qingshan with a teasing glint in her eye, commenting, "Is this your partner, Qingshan? She is truly charming and seems quite well matched with you." Upon hearing Su Shu's remarks, Lin Yao's face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly clarified, "I am not his partner." Lu Qingshan remained unperturbed, calmly savoring his spirit tea before inquiring, "Captain, when do you and Su Shu plan to hold a banquet to announce your partnership? I would like to prepare a gift." When it comes to Su Shu, explaining things only seems to encourage her further. Thus, Lu Qingshan showed no mercy and delivered a decisive blow. Upon hearing Lu Qingshan's inquiry, Su Shu was momentarily taken aback. Casting a furtive glance at the wooden-like Su Hao beside her, biting her lip, she stammered unusually, "My relationship with the captain is not as you perceive." Her words echoed the woeful lines uttered by Lin Yao. Noticing Su Shu's anxious demeanor, Su Hao stroked his chin and unexpectedly interjected gently, "Let some time pass. There are significant developments in the tower recently, and a major operation is imminent. Once this matter is resolved, I will formally take Su Shu as my Dao partner. Do not worry, your congratulatory gift will certainly not be overlooked." Su Hao and Su Shu had harbored mutual affections for quite some time. Previously, Su Hao hesitated to act due to his uncertainty about Su Shu's feelings towards him. Although Su Shu appeared bold, she was, in truth, like an ostrich when it came to her emotions. Thus, the two lovers maintained their relationship under the guise of teammates and friends for an extended period. It was only after a recent life-and-death crisis that Su Shu's unguarded emotions shattered the barrier between them. This event imparted a crucial lesson to Su Hao, to cherish those around him. As cultivators, they faced countless dangers. If Lu Qingshan could save him once, would there be another Lu Qingshan to rescue him next time? Any aspirations he held should not be delayed, lest he be left with regrets. Presently, his most fervent desire was to unite with Su Shu as Dao partners. Thus, without hesitation, Su Hao offered a formal commitment. Upon hearing Su Hao's promise, Su Shu fell into a prolonged silence. Su Hao, perplexed, turned towards her and noticed that her eyes had inexplicably reddened. In a fluster, he found himself at a loss for words. Ah, right. The captain and I came to speak with you about this matter, Su Shu finally explained to Lu Qingshan. Sniffing slightly, Master Dantai mentioned that we will receive a new mission in a few days. Although the specifics are still unknown, it is a collective task that will engage all the Ji guards. A task of such magnitude must be of great significance, so please prepare yourself for action. Lu Qingshan felt a stir within and nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. Though the two were unaware of the mission specifics, Lu Qingshan was well aware. He had relayed the information regarding the rising prices of the essential materials for concocting potent corpse liquid to Dantai Qingshan for quite some time. Given the power of the Ji Guard Tower, they would soon uncover the full truth. It was time to prepare for the net to be drawn. Having conveyed the necessary information, Su Shu took Su Hao's hand and bid farewell. Then, the captain and I shall take our leave and not disturb you any longer. Lu Qingshan nodded in response. As they exited, Su Hao glanced at Lin Yao and, as if compelled by fate, added, given the circumstances, it seems I also need to prepare a gift for you, Qingshan. With their seasoned discernment, Su Hao and Su Shu could clearly see that there was no romantic connection between Lin Yao and Lu Qingshan, hence their playful teasing. Su Shu, by nature, found amusement in teasing Lu Qingshan. In contrast, Su Hao was evidently acting to defend Su Shu. Lu Qingshan merely curled his lips, choosing not to engage further with Su Hao.